Young Master Young Flame, although this is a formation left behind by Immortal Witch River, he himself wasn't necessarily skilled in formations. In addition, although this formation is formidable, there isn't anyone currently controlling it.
A formation which no one is controlling is extremely clumsy and not at all agile, Ning sent hurriedly.
My Whitewater Hound Spirit Beast, by using the Fushi Staff formation, is absolutely capable of breaking this formation. Fushi Staff formation? Fine, I'll trust you.
I have a set of top-grade Fushi Staff formation treasures. Use them, and the power of his formation will definitely increase. At a time like this, young Master Young Flame wouldn't be stingy at all. He immediately took out a set of top-grade Fushi Staff formation artifacts, then tossed them over. Behind Ning was the Whitewater Hound, who had yet to fight and had spent this entire period of time focusing on analyzing the formation. He sent a surge of elemental ki out from his body, wrapping it around the completely ownerless Fushi Staff formation artifacts and easily binding them.
Uncle White, you truly feel confident? Ning sent.
Don't worry, Ning, my son. I've spent a long time analyzing this formation, and am absolutely certain that I'll be able to break it. This formation, despite being incomparably powerful, has no one at the helm. You should know that the more powerful a formation is, the more complicated it is as well. The formation is only able to unleash such power because it is drawing in the natural energy of the world, then transforming it through repeated cycles. As long as we are able to choke a single part of the cycle, then the entire formation will become useless. If this formation had someone controlling it, then he naturally would be constantly changing things. It would be extremely hard to break the formation. But without a controller, it is hundreds and thousands of times easier to break this formation, the Whitewater Hound said. And with these unexpected top-grade Fushi Staff formation artifacts, well, young Master Young Flame really is quite generous. But if you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 10, Chapter 10, This is the Vault of Treasures. Chapter 10, This is the Vault of Treasures. That's because you, Uncle White, are capable of breaking the formation, Ning sent mentally. Uncle White, we have no time to waste.
Hurry up and break it. If there's anything you need, just speak out. Young Master Young Flame will definitely provide it.
Keep these Jianqi golems a bit farther away, make it so that within 30 meters, I won't be disturbed in the slightest.
Alright,
Ning immediately sent mentally, Young Master Young Flame, everyone, we are going to expand the scope of this 5 elements formation.
Expand it? The larger we make the formation, the more ice shards will strike us, Adept Vast River said frantically.
My Whitewater Hound Spirit Beast is able to break this formation, but he needs 30 meters of space to do so, Ning sent.
Break the formation? Truly?
All of them were both delighted and shocked. Young Flame Ning urged frantically, everyone, hurry up and do your best to hold on for a period of time. After finishing his words, he gave Xuehongyi a hard look, and Xuehongyi hurriedly tried to make it appear as though he truly was going all out and risking his life to hold on.
Rumble. The formation expanded.
Young Flame Ning and his red scale salamander displayed their might as well. The two of them, man and spirit beast, were able to simultaneously tie down 8 of those Jianqi manticore golems, while Xuehongyi managed to block 1 as well. As for Ning and the rest of the 5, they were able to block the other 9 Jianqi golems. For a period of time, the group was actually able to overpower the golems and deliver blows to them. However, while they were overpowering the golems, they still had to divert part of their attention and efforts to blocking the icy shards. Each of them were using up astonishing amounts of elemental ki. They were all operating at maximum power, a state which they couldn't maintain for too long.
Arise,
A large, snowy white hound was in the very center of the entire formation. Around him were ancient, simple-looking wooden staffs that were covered with magic runes.
The staffs suddenly flew out in every direction, quickly landing in various areas. As each staff landed down, the space around them seemed to have been nailed down. All 64 Fushi staffs descended on their respective locations.
Every single staff suddenly began to glow with an eye-catching, watery glow. In addition, lines of watery light began to connect between the staffs, forming an incomparably massive seal formation.
Rumble.
The seal formation actually began to merge with the giant formation around them.
It was like a drop of black water, falling onto a spotless white cloth, or an iron spike that was thrust into the spokes of a wheel. In short, the grand formation which had previously been incomparably harmonious and perfect was suddenly, instantly, stuck. In turn, the incomparably powerful surges of elemental energy from the natural world ceased to flow, and the attacking ice shards suddenly began to weaken in power. In but a single breath's worth of time, they all vanished into nowhere. And then, the entire grand formation itself completely vanished.
The ancient hall that they had been in previously once more appeared within Ning's field of vision.
They were still within the hall, they had never actually left it. The formation is broken.
Young Flame Gnome was stunned for a moment, but then he was wildly overjoyed. When he had been trapped within the formation, he had been consumed with the agony of despair and bitterness. Now that he had been released from it, it was hard for him to express the joy in his heart through words.
Formidable, formidable.
Mu Northsun blinked his eyes as he looked at the large, snowy white dog in their midst.
What a formidable whitewater hound. Adept Vast River looked at the snowy white dog as well.
Uncle White, you really are formidable, Nine Lotus sent mentally as well.
All of them were absolutely overjoyed.
Although Xuehongyi was surprised and delighted at their escape, in his heart, he still felt extremely displeased.
Even his spirit beast is as formidable as this in formations, why the hell don't I have such a powerful spirit beast?
Damnable, absolutely damnable. This time, Ning once again became the one to accumulate great merits in front of young Master Young Flame. No longer having to worry about the constant attacks from the overwhelming number of icy arrows, Ning and the others instantly exploded with power. By relying on the 5 elements pentagonal formation, Ning, Adept Vast River, and Yue were each able to lock down 4 of the Qiangi golems, while Nine Lotus, Northsun, and Xuehongyi were each able to lock down 1. The Red Scale Salamander, by itself, was able to block all of the other golems.
It was now extremely easy. Young Master Young Flame didn't even need to personally intervene, all 18 of the golems were now locked down.
Uncle Fawn, the formation has been broken.
You can come in now.
Young Flame Gnome sent a spiritual message to Shangliu Fong, who was still outside. The two had set up a soul bind long ago. Shangliu Fong, this fiend god, was Young Flame Gnome's most loyal servant. Otherwise, how could the Young Flame clan be comfortable with sending a fiend god to accompany their young master? Shangliu Fong had successfully fled to the outside perimeter of this palace long ago, but unfortunately, he wasn't able to enter. Thus, he could only continue to run about and flee outside of it. The entire Immortal estate was only a few tens of thousands of kilometers in size, it truly was too small. Shangliu Fong had already completely circumnavigated this world once.
Stop chasing. That fiend god is too crafty. And he won't die.
The 2 mightiest monstrous powers in the Immortal estate world had both given up their chase. Although their attacks on Shangliu Fong had caused him repeated injuries, as a fiend god, Shangliu Fong's recuperative abilities were simply too astonishing. In addition, he had been using evasive techniques, causing his speed to vastly outstrip the combined Dao soldier armies. After repeated engagements, the 2 forces had given up. This fiend god isn't easy to deal with, but those humans that came in with him are far weaker. This fiend god is a protector for one of them. Once they come out, will kill the humans, then seize the key to the Immortal estate. These monstrous powers were also waiting outside the Vault of Treasures, one of the 5 palaces of the Immortal estate. As soon as Ning's group came out, they would surround them and kill them. This was their one and only chance at seizing the key to the Immortal estate. Leaving this Immortal estate world was something which the various monstrous races here had hoped and dreamed about for countless ages. Their ancestors had all passed down legends of how incomparably vast the outside world was, and how even immortals could fly for days and nights without reaching the ends of the world.
Days and nights.
The monsters of the Immortal Estate world couldn't even imagine such a thing, because in the Immortal Estate world, a loose immortal could completely circumnavigate the world in as much time as was needed to boil a kettle of tea.
I truly want to leave.
I truly want to see that vast, endless world. All the monsters shared this feeling. At this moment, the distant Shangli Yufang was still awaiting Young Flame Gnome's spirit message. Both of them had extremely powerful souls, and thus they could naturally communicate spiritually at a fairly long distance.
The young master is trapped within a formation in that palace. What should I do? Shangli Yufang was worried as well. I can't go in.
If no one can break the formation and the young master remains trapped in it, in the end, I'm afraid he'll give up and leave, but if he does, that means he will have failed this trial. Shangli Yufang was worried, but he had no way of entering.
Uncle Fong, the formation is broken.
You can come in now, Young Flame Gnome sensed spiritually.
The formation is broken? Shangli Yufang was amazed and delighted.
He immediately transformed into a streak of light and flew towards the palace.
Swoosh! He flew over at high speed.
That fiend god is coming again.
We can't kill him. Why is he coming? Can it be that he wants to enter the palace? Let's follow him and go in together. The monstrous Dao soldiers reformed into that titanic wave and the Yaksha Dao soldier.
They looked at the fiend god, Shangli Yufang, but didn't attack.
Whoosh!
In midair, an enormous palace door suddenly appeared, and then the door swung open. Fiend god Shangli Yufang had just reached that location. With a swoosh, he flew through the palace door, and then, the illusory door once more vanished.
Shangli Yufang and young master Young Flame's coordination was simply perfect.
As soon as he had arrived, the door had appeared, and as soon as he entered, the palace door had once more shut, causing the pursuing Dao soldiers that were right behind him to be unable to enter at all. After all, fiend god Shangli Yufang was faster than them to begin with.
Wait! I refuse to believe he won't come out. As soon as they come out, we'll first kill those humans, then seize the key to the Immortal Estate. The monstrous Dao soldiers could only choose to wait patiently. Within the massive palace hall, Ning's group was still fighting back against the wildly attacking Qianqi golems.
Swoosh! A figure suddenly charged in. It was a pitch-black, narrow-eyed, middle-aged man, the fiend god, Shangli Yufang.
Uncle Fong! Young Flame Gnome was delighted. Finally, he had reunited with Uncle Fong.
After seeing Uncle Fong, his restless, uneasy heart finally calmed down.
With Uncle Fong present, he was safe.
Upon entering, Shangli Yufang immediately saw those Qianqi manticore golems.
Golems?
Shangli Yufang, with a single step, arrived next to one of the Qianqi golems. The golem immediately bellowed, slashing out with his claws and wanting to tear Shangli Yufang apart. But what welcomed it was Shangli Yufang's fist.
Boom!
The fist smashed directly upon the Qianqi golem, like the descent of a meteor, knocking it flying back and, with a titanic smashing out, sending it smashing hard against the walls of the palace. The walls of the Immortal Estate were incomparably sturdy, while the Qianqi golem itself was a magic artifact. Neither were damaged. However, the Qianqi golem first slumped to the ground, before then clambering back to its feet.
A primal golem? Shangli Yufang frowned, and then he threw out an enormous sack. Come!
Shangli Yufang waved his large hands, and then his 10 fingers transformed into 10 giant snakes, filling the air as they seized 2 of the Qianqi golems. The 2 Qianqi golems struggled viciously, but weren't able to escape from Shangli Yufang's snake hands.
Get in! After having seized the 2 Qianqi golems, Shangli Yufang tossed them directly into the sack.
Shangli Yufang moved as fast as lightning, his giant hands filled with boundless, awe-inspiring might. Clearly, this was a powerful divine ability he had access to. With power far greater than that of the Qianqi golems, he snatched them 2 or 3 at a time. In the blink of an eye, all 18 of the golems had been seized and thrown into the sack. They didn't even have a chance to flee.
So powerful. Ning and the others were stupefied and speechless with amazement. Uncle Fong. Young Flame Gnome was delighted.
Shangliu Fong nodded, then gave a sideways glance to the Whitewater Hound, who was still maintaining the formation.
He said softly, "Whitewater Hound? There are very few monsters who are skilled in formations."
Whitewater Hounds are indeed extremely intelligent and well-suited for analyzing formations. After speaking, Shangliu Fong transformed into a streak of light.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
He flew to 3 places, smashing down viciously with his fist. Although the palace itself was undamaged, some of its decorations, such as its giant chandeliers and drapes, were smashed into tiny bits.
All right. I've already blocked the critical choke points to the formation. Shangliu Fong looked towards the Whitewater Hound. No need for you to constantly maintain the formation.
The Whitewater Hound retrieved the artifacts from his Fushi staff formation, and indeed, the previously active enemy formation didn't respawn at all.
Phew!
Ning and the others shared glances, then revealed smiles.
With an expert present, things would indeed be much simpler going forward.
Shangliu Fong frowned slightly as he looked towards a distant place in the palace. He pointed towards it, and instantly, a ray of black divine power flew out from his finger, striking against the distant palace wall.
3 giant characters instantly appeared on the wall: Vault of Treasures.
The Vault of Treasures? Ning, North Sun, and Shuaihani were all overjoyed. The Immortal Estate world had a total of 5 palaces. Ning's group had no idea what the palace they had entered was meant for. Now, upon seeing those 3 characters, they knew immediately that this must be for storing treasures. Originally, Young Flame Gnome had promised that any treasures they were capable of acquiring from within the Immortal Estate would be theirs. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 10, Chapter 11, The Treasure Vault of a Celestial Immortal. Chapter 11, The Treasure Vault of a Celestial Immortal.
Don't be impatient.
Young Flame Gnome could naturally tell what Ji Ning and the others were thinking. Smiling, he said, "The treasures aren't going anywhere.
As I said to you, and as I even promised in the name of the Young Flame Clan, anything you acquire will belong to you."
Ji Ning and the others all nodded.
And these?
Young Flame Gnome pointed towards the ground nearby.
On the ground were the magic treasures left behind by Adept Buyu and the 10 Wanxiang Deathsworn.
This time, we were trapped within the Immortal Estate's formation. It was thanks to Ji Ning's spirit beast that we were able to break through it.
These magic treasures aren't worth that much, Ji Ning, go ahead and take them.
Young Flame Gnome looked towards Ning, who didn't hesitate. He immediately collected all of the various magic treasures.
After all, these were treasures from 11 Wanxiang adepts, one of whom was a 2-clawed rain dragon guard.
This sort of treasure was quite valuable. Shuaihani looked at Ning, musing secretly to himself, "Damn your luck.
I want to see how long it holds."
Although he felt jealous hatred, he still understood that right now, the Black-White College's 5 disciples held the advantage in power.
Let's go. Young Flame Gnome now appeared much more relaxed.
With Shangliu Fong by his side, he began to walk leisurely to the front. Each of the 5 palaces were extremely large. However, Shangliu Fong was a true expert of formations. He led them with ease through the various corridors, and they thus naturally made their way towards the heart of the entire palace. Just a short while later, Ning's group arrived at an incomparably wide hall within the palace, filled with a jade bed at the front and prayer mats below. The jade bed was most likely where Immortal Witch River used to sit and meditate.
This is...
Young Flame Gnome suddenly stared at the jade bed. His Immortal Estate key was vibrating strongly, having sensed where the heart of this palace was. "That jade bed is the core of this palace," Young Flame Gnome said.
"Young Master, let me take a look."
Shangliu Fong stretched his hands out. His hands instantly expanded, and his 10 fingers transformed into 10 giant snakes which filled the air and swarmed the region. After sweeping past the region, he nodded and said, "Young master, there are no dangers here." Only now did young flame gnome, with a swoosh, scurry to the top of the jade bed. He sat down in the lotus position, then began to fill the jade bed below him with elemental ki. This jade bed was the core of this palace, the vault of treasures. Every palace had a core, and if one could bind them all, the entire immortal estate would be bound as well. The test the young flame clan had given young flame gnome was to have him completely bind this immortal estate.
All right.
The rest of you can go, young flame gnome said, seated on the jade bed, and search to your heart's content for the treasures which Immortal Witch River left behind here.
I won't go. Shang Liufang stood at the jade bed as well, quietly standing guard. Ning and the others exchanged a glance, secretly celebrating.
If the most powerful member of their group, the fiend god Shang Liufang, was not going to compete with them for treasures, it would be wonderful. I've already begun to bind the core of this palace. None of the restrictive spells within this palace will activate, so the only thing you need to worry about are golems lying in wait, young flame gnome said with a loud laugh.
However, my guess is that this palace doesn't have any golems left.
If there were, they would have attacked us long ago.
Young Master Young Flame, we'll go search for treasures, then.
Ning and the others didn't stay here any longer, they immediately departed. They had arrived in hall together, but now, they immediately parted ways. Senior apprentice brother, treasure hunting is a matter of individual luck, Northsun said with extraordinary excitement.
There might be immortal-ranked magic treasures, Adept Vast River said with great eagerness as well.
It's up to destiny, Nine Lotus said.
Swoosh. Swoosh. Swoosh.
They all quickly parted ways. Even the Whitewater Hound and Little Cheng parted ways from Ning, moving out on their own.
I refuse to believe you'll be that damn lucky.
Xuehongyi, at the rear of the procession, had a cold look on his face. He chose a pathway for himself, then began to search. The Vault of Treasures, one of the 5 palaces of the estate, was simply too vast.
And my divine sense can't even penetrate through the walls here?
Ning had no other options. He had to rely on the simplest, most rudimentary of methods to search, push through the doors of each room and search them.
Rumble.
A stone door was pushed out. Ning swept the inside of the room with his divine sense while also scanning it with his eyes.
Not this one. Rumble.
Yet another stone door was pushed open, and Ning searched this room as well.
Not this one either. Nope. Not this one. Ning quickly searched through multiple rooms. Rumble.
Ning pushed open the door to the 6th room.
Not this one eh? This is... Ning's eyes instantly turned bloodshot with excitement.
He hurriedly shut the door to the study, then entered. Surges of ripples emanated from the magic treasures in this room. Ning stared at the magic treasures and sensed the rippling waves of energy coming from them, and felt as though he were in a dream. I actually was the one to discover the true treasure vault.
It seems I really am lucky.
Ning swept the room with his gaze. Upon an enormous display case, there were many magic treasures, including ropes, flying swords, gongs, discs, needles, awls, nails, sacks, warhammers, seals, staffs, ribbons, horsetail whisks, fog bottles, jade flasks, colored clothes, powders, armbands. The amount of treasure here was simply astonishing. They all had different auras of power as well. The ones closest to Ning had ripples of power that were a bit weaker, while the more distant ones were more powerful. Clearly, these magic treasures were divided up by power levels.
So many magic treasures, how could Immortal Witch River possibly have a use for all of them?
Ning sighed gently, but suddenly, he thought about the so-called Witch River clan which he had encountered in the outside areas of the Immortal Estate world.
Right.
Immortal Witch River, as a celestial immortal, naturally had many, many monstrous attendants. Of course he would want to be able to take good care of them and provide resources for them. It was much like how Ning had made certain preparations for the G-clan as well. Immortal Witch River had made preparations to strengthen his descendants. In addition, as a celestial immortal, Immortal Witch River naturally had far more members in his clan than the G clan did. In turn, then, he would need to be extremely strict in handing out magic treasures. He must have created this vault of treasures, with clansmen who had rendered meritorious deeds or who had extremely good talent being provided gifts. This was only logical.
Bind them.
Ning's body instantly emanated streaks of elemental ki, like ribbons of light, filling the air with them as he shot them towards the magic treasures. Countless years had passed, even if the treasures did have masters in the distant past, by now, there wasn't even the slightest bit of vestigial ki within them, and they were extremely easy to bind. These are mortal ranked.
These are earth ranked. I'm unable to bind this one.
Ha, it has to at least be a heaven ranked magic treasure.
Ning could no longer remain calm, beginning to laugh wildly.
He had hit the jackpot. He had truly hit the jackpot today. This was a stroke of tremendously good fortune. He originally had thought that Immortal Witch River would carry his most important treasures with him, and thus logically the Vault of Treasures wouldn't have too many treasures within, but in reality, within this treasure room, there was a veritable sea of treasures, all of which Immortal Witch River had prepared for his clansmen. A few poor Witch River clansmen had been trapped within the Vault of Treasures after Immortal Witch River's death, forever unable to leave. They had died within the Vault of Old Age. Fortunately, however, the Witch River clansmen outside the vault had some other treasures as well. Still, despite that, they were only able to be local hegemons in the outside world of this immortal estate world. In as much time as was needed to boil a kettle of tea, Ning completely bound everything he could.
My heavens!
Ning took a deep breath, his heart pounding so loudly, he felt as though he could audibly hear his heartbeats.
This was simply too amazing.
More than 180,000 mortal-ranked treasures, more than 16,000 earth-ranked treasures, and more than 100 treasures which I could not bind. Ning was somewhat stunned.
This was too amazing.
Although he had already been an extremely wealthy Wanshang adept, compared to this sea of treasures, there was no comparison at all. Even loose immortals and earth immortals probably don't have this much, Ning sighed in amazement.
Celestial immortals live up to their reputation.
Even a small fraction of their wealth is far beyond what ordinary loose immortals or earth immortals possess.
I'm taking this. And this. My precious, all of you, come here. Ning was absolutely giddy.
He collected up all the mortal-ranked magic treasures, storing them in his storage magic treasure, then stored all of the earth-ranked magic treasures into his Zifu region. His Zifu was incomparably vast, even the 16,000 plus earth-ranked magic treasures only took up a small corner of his Zifu.
Swoosh!
Ning, with a flash, instantly arrived next to one of the longest display counters. This display counter was covered with magic treasures that emanated powerful ripples. Ning wasn't able to bind any of them.
Unless I'm mistaken, these should be heaven-ranked, Ning said softly.
Although he was unable to bind them, which meant they could also be immortal-ranked treasures, logic argued against it. Although the magic treasures atop this long table emanated ripples that were different in power, the general strength of the ripples were roughly on the same level. Most likely, some were middle-grade heaven-ranked magic treasures, while others were high-grade or even top-grade. Even primal Taoists generally only have a few heaven-ranked magic treasures, but I have more than 100. And, given that they were stored away by a celestial immortal, I imagine that none of them are weak. Ning could feel his blood pumping. It must be understood that even the weakest, low-grade heaven-ranked magic treasures could only be purchased with 500 kilograms of liquefied elemental essence. Slightly better treasures would cost much more, upwards of 5,000 kilograms. Theoretically, if all of these 100-plus magic treasures were heaven-ranked, and all of them were slightly better than low-grade, without a single top-grade, they would still be worth nearly 500,000 kilograms of liquefied elemental essence. This was a sum that was enough to cause even earth immortals or loose immortals to feel their hearts tremble. A celestial immortal could pluck a hair from his head, and it would still be thicker than my legs. And what I have here isn't just one of his hairs, it's more like one of his legs.
Ning was simply too excited.
He actually began to ramble and spout nonsense, while mentally calculating the worth of these heaven-ranked magic treasures. The powerful ripples emanating from them caused Ning to feel incomparably delighted, especially because several of the ripples were extremely strong, which caused Ning to feel even more pleasure.
The Lesser Thousand Swords formation? Just 700 Earth-ranked magic treasures, that's nothing. Ning continued to celebrate.
In training to the second cycle of the 6 cycles of the Starsizer, I'll also need a lot of precious materials, but with this, I can go trade for them at the Heavenly Treasures Mountain.
Previously, he had been extremely tight on money. He felt that he was extremely poor, unable to buy this and unable to buy that. Now, however, he suddenly felt that he was extremely rich. Even ordinary Earth Immortals and Loose Immortals were a bit less wealthy than him. But of course, some of the top-class Loose Immortals and Earth Immortals were still wealthier.
In you go. After savoring the feeling for a while, Ning began to collect these powerful heaven-ranked magic treasures as well. As he was unable to bind them for now, he had no choice but to put them within his storage-type magic treasure.
This trip with young Flame known to this Celestial Immortals estate was absolutely worth it.
Celestial Immortals, they really live up to their reputations. Ning had completely cleaned out all of the treasures within this room. Suddenly, he blinked.
Hey, these display tables that held the magic treasures, the wood seems to be quite extraordinary. Slumber Ghost water wood?
A single kilogram of it is equivalent in value to 2 taels. There has to be 1,000,000 kilograms worth of Slumber Ghost waterwood here.
Makes sense. Immortal Witch River put the magic treasures on the display tables for his descendants to look at. Of course he had to procure some good tables. I'm taking this as well. And this one here.
Ning collected up all of the tables and cases within this room as well.
The entire room was now completely empty. Not a single thing was left. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 10, Chapter 12, An Immortal Ranked Magic Treasure emerges. Chapter 12, An Immortal Ranked Magic Treasure emerges.
Ning, feeling incomparably delighted, walked out of the treasure storeroom.
This was a tremendous stroke of fortune. No wonder so many immortal cultivators, despite knowing some places are dangerous, insist on going into them. It is because they hope for strokes of fortune like this. With such wealth, my power will increase tremendously, and my ability to stay alive will improve tremendously as well. As long as he had enough treasures, he would be able to trade for what he needed at the Heavenly Treasures Mountain. Life-saving items, fleeing items, support items, key refining techniques, divine abilities, as long as he was willing to pay a high enough price, he could acquire them all. Although Ning currently had those 2 extremely powerful life-protecting items from the underwater estate, one of which had even been personally created by Daoist 3 lives, 2 wasn't enough. The likes of young Master Youngflame definitely carried more than 10 life-saving items by his side. If I had so many treasures to begin with, my Earthfire and Dire Ice would have been raised to the 1st grade long ago. Ning continued to advance through the corridors at high speed, pushing open the doors to one study after another. Rumble. Nothing here. Nothing here either. Ning continued to search.
Given how enormous the vault of treasures was, aside from the items treasure storeroom he had located, there might be other treasures present. Just as Ning was continuing to relaxedly search, suddenly,
boom!
The entire region seemed to tremble, causing Ning's skin and hair to begin to shake. Ning couldn't help but turn his head to look at the corridor behind him.
Deep from the ends of that corridor, an incomparably powerful ripple was surging forth. A magic treasure ripple.
Ning, having seen so many magic treasures earlier in the treasure hall, immediately came to this conclusion. In addition, this ripple is far more powerful than the ripples that were given off by the heaven-ranked magic treasures in that storeroom. Instantly, a thought flashed past Ning's mind.
Immortal ranked magic treasure.
It has to be an immortal ranked treasure. Ning instantly swept forward, moving towards the direction of the ripple at high speed.
This material is excellent.
I can use it to create constructs.
Northsun was searching within the palace as well, and he didn't hold back at all.
He immediately collected all of the drapes, tables, and prayer mats he found on his path through. Just now, I discovered long-decayed corpses with magic treasures that even I am unable to bind. I imagine they must be heaven-ranked, while the dead were primal dire monsters.
Heh, one more corpse, please, one more corpse.
When Immortal Witch River had died, the palace had instantly become sealed off. Generally speaking, those granted access to this palace were experts of high status. However, trapped within, they had no escape, eventually dying of old age. They left behind their corpses, and all of the treasures next to the corpses were extraordinary. One more corpse, please. Northsun's gaze was blazing as he continued to search.
Rumble. A powerful ripple surged forth.
Northsun was momentarily stunned, and then he immediately turned to face a sideways, curving corridor, letting out a surprised howl. It must be an immortal-ranked magic treasure. And then, he immediately transformed into a streak of light, flying over.
Why doesn't this vault of treasures have anything? I wonder if the others found anything.
Adept Vast River had nothing to show for his efforts, finding nothing on his path.
Adept Vast River suddenly came to a halt, sensing that powerful ripple.
Such a powerful ripple, it must be an immortal-ranked magic treasure. Given that he had fragments of memories from his past life, some naturally involved immortal-ranked magic treasures. Adept Vast River's eyes instantly turned red with desire, and he immediately transformed into a streak of light, hurrying forward. All of them, scattered throughout the palace, advanced at high speed towards the source of the ripples. The immortal-ranked magic treasure was within an extremely large and quiet secret room. The room was very large. The insides, however, were quite empty. The red-robed youth, Shuehangi, was currently staring, mouth hanging open, at a nearby oil lamp. Above the lamp, there was an azure, blazing flame. The area around the tiny lamp was filled with circles upon circles of flames, all of which emanated powerful ripples, forcibly preventing Shuehangi from reaching out to seize it.
This immortal-ranked magic treasure?
Shuehangi felt that this really was his lucky today. Just now, when he had entered, he had seen that to the side of the room, there was a seemingly ordinary decorative lamp. Only, a fire was blazing within the oil lamp, causing him to feel intrigued. What he had thought to himself was, given that Immortal Witch River has died countless hundreds of millions of years ago, for this lamp to remain burning means that it must be extraordinary. He immediately had stretched his hand out to collect it into his storage-type magic treasure, but as he was about to do so, the lamp suddenly exploded with awe-inspiring might. Circles of fire blazed out from within the lamp, emanating a powerful, rippling energy aura that easily deflected him.
Who says Ning is the only lucky one around? I, Shuehangi, can be lucky as well. This immortal-ranked magic artifact is mine.
Shuehangi was incomparably excited. He produced a horsetail whisk within his hand, then swept out with it.
The white threads on the whisk immediately flew out, moving to surround the oil lamp.
The oil lamp remained where it was, but the flames around it began to blaze even greater, forcibly keeping the threads at bay.
What? A look of amazement appeared on Shuehangi's face. I can't take it, even when I'm using a magic treasure? A puny Wanxiang wants to be my master?
The flame atop the oil lamp suddenly transformed into the face of a child, which then stared angrily at Shuehangi. You had best know your own limits and quickly depart. Shuehangi, however, only felt all the more delighted.
According to the legends, immortal-ranked magic treasures would give birth to treasure spirits which could speak in the human tongue. It is as the legends say.
They really are capable of human speech.
An immortal-ranked treasure. Shuehangi's eyes were shining.
The entire Snow Dragon Mountain was not in possession of a single immortal ranked magic treasure, but now, he had a chance to acquire one. A tremendous bit of luck had befallen him. It would be a sin to do anything besides seize it. Magic treasure, you had best obediently follow me. A snowy white ribbon appeared in front of Xuehani, the power of it clearly much greater than the previous treasure. This was one of Xuehani's most favored magic treasures, and it went sweeping in an entangling manner towards the lamp.
The lamp remained where it was. It was, after all, only an immortal ranked magic treasure. It wasn't yet able to fly about and move about on its own. However, it was capable of manifesting a bit of its might, and even just a small portion of the might of an immortal ranked magic treasure was not something which an ordinary one-shang adept could handle. The circles of fire around it began to grow even larger, and the ripples it manifested grew even stronger, managing to forcibly block Xuehani's white ribbon. You aren't able to collect me. Your power is lacking by far. The blaze-turned toddler face sneered, you had best leave now.
If someone who is weak acquires an immortal ranked magic treasure, it will only be a disaster, not a blessing.
Oof.
I can take you and trade you for top-grade heaven-ranked magic items and many other treasures. Alternately, I can go to the local Raindragon Guard branch and immediately enter secluded meditation, only leaving once I reach the primal level. By then, my power will greatly expand, and Snow Dragon Mountain will hold me in reverence.
Xuehani's eyes were filled with madness. I refuse to believe I can't collect you, an inanimate object. Xuehani used magic treasures repeatedly, attempting to capture it. However, he simply could not. He didn't dare use his own hand to snatch it. After all, he wasn't a fiend god body refiner. Upon doing so, he would probably be burned to ash. Swoosh! Ripples of power suddenly came from outside, and the stone door began to be pushed open. Someone's coming in.
Xuehani could no longer afford to wait.
Get over here! Xuehani let out a howl, then executed a forbidden technique.
His face turned completely red, and a series of flying needles flew out, exploding with power and transforming into a gigantic hand that grabbed the lamp, smothering and breaking the flames surrounding it.
Get in!
He immediately collected the immortal ranked magic treasure. Only now did Xuehani turn his body, only to see that two figures had appeared from behind, Ning and Yue. Decisive and vicious, Ning said softly. Xuehani just grinned, seeming quite smug. At the critical moment, he had executed a forbidden technique and collected the immortal ranked magic treasure. He, too, felt that he had been quite decisive. Unfortunately, you were a step too late.
Xuehani gave Ning a glance. That was an azure silk godfire lamp.
Yue said softly, it can be used to nourish skyfire and raise it to the first grade in power. In addition, the azure silk godfire within it can be activated to attack enemies. It will pose a grave threat to even loose immortals, although it isn't very effective against celestial immortals. Still, it can be considered an excellent immortal ranked magic treasure. If it were to be sold to the Heavenly Treasures Mountain, it could fetch a price of 1.5 million kilograms of liquefied elemental essence.
Ning's heart shook. 1.5 million?
And, according to what Yue said, it seemed as though this azure silk godfire lamp was similar to the earthfire heart lamp in effect, capable of nourishing skyfire to the first grade.
And it could also be used to fight against enemies.
Swoosh! Swoosh! Swoosh!
A series of figures flew out, Nine Lotus, Adept Vast River, North Sun, the White Water Hound, and Little Chang. The immortal ranked magic treasure? Where is it?
North Sun hurriedly looked around, then stared at Xuehani.
It wasn't acquired by Xuehani, was it?
It was him, Yue explained. In the largest hall within the Vault of Treasures. Young Flame Gnome was seated in the lotus position, continuously working to bind the hall. He, too, could sense the powerful ripples emanating from the immortal ranked magic treasure.
There actually is an immortal ranked treasure? Young Flame Gnome said, surprised, Was Immortal Witch River so wealthy that he wouldn't keep all of his immortal ranked treasures by his side? Powerful experts would keep their most powerful artifacts by their side. A celestial immortal would generally have multiple immortal ranked magic treasures. Young Flame Gnome had originally felt certain that the Witch River Immortal Estate would have no immortal ranked magic treasures within, and so he didn't care about the treasures here at all. Young Master, are you going to take action? Shangli Yufang asked. No need. Young Flame Gnome shook his head. I have, after all, made a promise in the name of the clan. In addition, they will be needed within this immortal estate. Shangli Yufang nodded. Once they are no longer of use, Young Flame Gnome's eyes suddenly flickered with a bit of heat. I have to say, that Rainbow Flame Fairy, Yue, she really is quite fine. Shangli Yufang laughed. He knew exactly what his master was thinking about. Young Master, when the time comes, you just need to give a few subtle hints, and Yue will know how she should act. She's merely a reincarnated immortal. To immortal cultivators, the most important thing is their cultivation paths. The pleasures of the flesh are, by comparison, a minor matter. For the sake of being able to proceed to greater heights on her path, she will yield to you, young master. Shangli Yufang spoke in a soft voice. His young master, in the imperial capital, was quite a lavish, generous spender. He was the future God-plumed duke. Given his status, the types of pleasures he enjoyed were quite extravagant as well. It was actually quite common for reincarnated female immortals to submit to being maidservants for him. Not the same. This Yue isn't like the others, she's even better than those I had in the imperial capital. Young Flame Gnome licked his lower lip. But as for that Nine Lotus, her demeanor and aura is quite extraordinary as well. People from large, top-tier clans like her know how to judge a situation. I imagine that it would be a bit easier to convince her to play with me a few times. Yue will probably be harder, but... How about, Shangli Yufang's voice grew even softer. No need. I still need them. Young Flame Gnome shook his head. Some matters are more important than others. Right. Shangli Yufang nodded. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 10, Chapter 13, The Humble Shuehongi. Chapter 13, The Humble Shuehongi. Within the private room. Ning, Mu North Sun, Yue, Nine Lotus, Adept Vast River, the White Water Hound, and Little Chang were all staring towards Shuehongi. The allure of an immortal-ranked magic artifact was incomparably great. Although Adept Vast River had been a loose immortal in his past life, he had never acquired an immortal-ranked magic treasure. For the sake of such a treasure, even the annihilation of entire clans and sects was not uncommon. Why don't we kill them, then take the immortal-ranked magic treasure to the Heavenly Treasures Mountain and trade it for liquefied elemental essence? We can split it evenly. Adept Vast River sent mentally, a hint of coldness in his eyes. Kill? Should we kill? They were all hesitating, but the most determined one was Adept Vast River. Ning and Shuehongi weren't exactly on good terms. In the past, Shuehongi had even intended to try and capture Ning. Fortunately, Northmont Byway had stopped him. Ning didn't feel any compunctions against killing Shuehongi, but they had entered this immortal estate together. And, when they had done so, Young Flame Gnome had already given them a strongly worded warning. What are you planning on doing? Shuehongi shouted. Previously, when we arrived at this Witch River Immortal Estate, Young Master Young Flame said on the warship that we were forbidden from fighting against each other. Shuehongi was mentally panicking as well. Although Young Flame Gnome had issued this warning, the reality was that at this point in time, these 5 disciples of the Black-White College were definitely more important to Young Flame Gnome than Shuehongi was. If they really were to kill Shuehongi, most likely Young Flame Gnome wouldn't be too upset about it. Ning and the others all exchanged glances. Previously, Young Flame Gnome had said these words: after we enter the Witch River Immortal Estate, we have to be of one mind and work together. We cannot fight internally.
If anyone causes chaos inside, then don't blame me, young flame known, for becoming cruel and unfeeling. What is there to fear?
We 5 disciples of the Black-White College are more important to young flame known, adept vast river sent mentally.
After we kill Shuehani, young flame known definitely wouldn't act against us. That would be like breaking his own arms. He won't act against us now, but after he binds this immortal estate, we won't be of use to him and he'll be able to act against us, 9 Lotus sent.
Act against us? We aren't so easily dealt with.
What's more, you, 9 Lotus, are the next leader of the Dongyan clan. Young flame known won't dare to act too rashly. After all, he's currently just an ordinary disciple of the Young Flame clan who has a high chance of becoming the next Godplume Duke. He's not the actual Godplume Duke yet. If he dares to act against you, his inheritance might actually be seized and stolen by another, Adept Vast River said. He won't act against Senior Apprentice Sister 9 Lotus, but he would act against us, Yue sent mentally. If we don't kill Shuehani, then he won't have an excuse to attack us, because he previously gave us a promise. But once we actually kill Shuehani, then we'll have given him an excuse. Whether or not an excuse was created was of great importance. In all matters, one needed to occupy the moral high ground. After all, behind Ning and the others were powerful forces such as the Black-White College and the Dongyan clan. If Ning and the others were extremely weak and without much influence, then simply killing them might not matter. But because they did have backgrounds, in all matters, there was a need to occupy the moral high ground before dealing with them.
We cannot give him an excuse.
After all, that fiend god, Shangli Feng, is far more powerful than us, Yue said. As for Shuehani, after we leave, we can find another chance to get rid of him.
I agree with Senior Apprentice Sister Yue. Ning expressed his opinion mentally as well. Adept Vast River frowned.
Of the 5 of them, himself, Ning, and Yue were the most powerful. With Ning and Yue disagreeing, while Vast River was capable of defeating Shuehani, he wasn't certain of being able to kill him.
Adept Vast River turned his head and left.
Ning and the others exchanged a glance, then all left as well. The only one left in the room was Shuehani, who finally let out a sigh of relief. In the end, I was able to rely on young flame known to scare them off, Shuehani mused to himself. After we leave the Witch River Immortal estate, I need to immediately stick very close to young Master Young Flame, and then find a chance to use a lesser teleportation Dao Seal and flee. He understood that successfully escaping might be difficult. But he had to take the risk. For the sake of this immortal ranked magic treasure, he had to.
In fact, he didn't even dare trust the 3 primal Taoists of Snowdragon Mountain.
In the immortal path, it was not rare for disciples to kill their masters and ancestors, and it was even more common for masters to kill disciples. For the sake of acquiring an immortal ranked magic treasure, anything might happen. Ning and the others all spread out, once more continuing to search through the palace for treasures. After all, this was the vault of treasures of a celestial immortal. Any random treasure would be worth more than the entire holdings of an ordinary Wanxiang adept. They carefully searched for another hour. Each of them had completely searched the entire palace. They all believed that it might be possible that the others might have missed searching a spot.
I'm finished. Master, I don't have anything, not even a single magic treasure. The distant little Qing was chatting mentally with Ning. Not a single magic treasure? That's so sad. Ning teased. Ask Uncle White and see if he found any treasures, little Cheng sent back through their spirit link. Alright, I'll ask. Ning sent spiritually to the Whitewater Hound. Uncle White, have you finished your search? I'm finished.
The Whitewater Hound's mental voice seemed quite delighted.
My luck wasn't bad.
I discovered a corpse, which had a magic robe and some other treasures near it. I don't know if it was left behind by a loose immortal or a primal dire monsters, but all the treasures are excellent. I'm not able to bind them, they should be heaven-ranked magic treasures.
Ning was instantly delighted.
This vault of treasures actually could be said to be the most important of the 5 palaces. It had the most treasures, and thus it was normally guarded by monstrous experts that were at least at the primal or loose immortal levels. Even loose immortals generally wouldn't have access to an immortal ranked magic treasure, and so it was quite hard to judge from magic treasures alone if they were left behind by a loose immortal or a primal dire monster. Only after binding the storage items and seeing how many treasures were inside it would one know.
Master, how did Uncle White do? Did he also find nothing? Little Ching sensed spiritually.
Uncle White's luck was better than yours. He acquired the treasures from a skeletal corpse.
A corpse? His luck was actually better than mine?
I'm an azure sky serpent. It's as easy for me to encounter a stroke of luck as it is to eat rice.
I'm surrounded by good fortune, but his luck was better than mine? Master, what about you? Did you find any treasures?
I acquired, even more than Uncle White, Ning replied.
Even more? How can this be?
Within the largest hall in the palace. Young Flame Nong remained seated in the lotus position on the jade bed, continuing to bind it, while Shang Liufeng stood to one side. Ning and the others had all regrouped here together. This is the Vault of Treasures. It should be the place within the Witch River Immortal estate which was meant for the storage of treasures, and the place with the most treasures. By the looks of it, you have all gained quite a bit. Young Flame Nong sat above them, smiling. And just now, I could sense some ripples. It should have been an immortal ranked magic treasure emerging. I wonder which of you was so lucky as to acquire the immortal ranked treasure. Ji Ning and the others all turned their heads, looking toward Shui Hongyi in unison.
Shui Hongyi was stunned. Oh, so it was you, Shui Hongyi? Young Flame Nong raised an eyebrow. Earlier, when trapped within the formation, Shui Hongyi had hid far away and abandoned Young Flame Nong.
This caused Young Flame Nong to feel ill will towards him. Young Master Young Flame, I am willing to offer this immortal ranked magic treasure to you, Shui Hongyi said hurriedly. Against Ji Ning's group, he was willing to threaten them and struggle against them, but Young Master Young Flame was simply too powerful. In terms of both background and political power, Young Flame Nong could completely crush him. In terms of personal power, that fiend god, Shang Liufeng, could probably annihilate him with one blow.
Ning and the others all looked over with surprise. Offering it to Young Master Young Flame?
Treasures should go to the worthy. Shui Hongyi said hurriedly. I, Shui Hongyi, acknowledge that I am lacking in worthiness. A treasure like this, to me, is a disaster, not a blessing. It is better for me to offer it to you, Young Master Young Flame. It is only natural and reasonable that someone as exalted as you, Young Master Young Lame, be the possessor of this treasure.
Young Flame Nong laughed.
He liked those who knew how to flatter, especially when the flatterer was a fairly powerful genius. Ji Ning and the others were from the Black-White College, all of them were proud by nature, and there was no way they could debase themselves to flatter in this way. Shui Hongyi, however, had lowered his head and bent his waist, truly humbling himself. I've already promised, in the name of my Young Flame clan, that the treasures you acquire will belong to you. I absolutely will not fight with you for them, or ask you to offer them, Young Flame Nong said. This isn't fighting with me, nor is it asking me to offer it up. This is a normal trade, Shui Hongyi said hurriedly. This immortal ranked magic treasure, the Azure Silk Godfire lamp, isn't very useful to me. I'm willing to trade it to you, Young Master Young Flame, for some other treasures. You can just give me some random heaven-ranked magic treasures and it would suffice.
You are overthinking things.
Young Flame Nong shook his head. No matter what, I will not accept this immortal ranked magic treasure. Only now did Shui Hongyi let out a mental sigh of relief. He had proactively offered the treasure, but Young Master Young Flame had declined.
Now, he was calm. Shui Hongyi is quite the clever fellow, Young Flame Nong mused secretly to himself. I can't accept it now.
If I did, the hearts of Ji Ning and his group would turn cold. They are still very useful to me.
After I bind the Immortal estate, at that point, I can have Shui Hongyi offer it to me again.
If necessary, I can just bestow a few treasures upon him in exchange.
After 2 full hours later, young flame gnome finally completed binding the jade bed.
The binding is finally complete. Young flame gnome walked down from the jade bed, a smile on his face. Young master, the nearby Shangli Yufang said with a frown, right now, the 2 most powerful monstrous forces in the entire Immortal estate world are waiting outside.
As soon as we emerge, we will most likely suffer their immediate attack. The 2 most powerful monstrous forces?
Ning and the others were all startled.
The titanic wave formed from more than 10,000 Dao soldiers, and the giant Yeksha Dao soldier formation formed by the Witch River clan?
Those were capable of completely suppressing even the fiend god, Shangli Yufang. He had been forced to rely on his astonishing recuperative abilities and evasive techniques in order to escape with his life. He hadn't been able to fight back at all. I can stay alive, but I am not confident in being able to protect the young master. This was Shangli Yufang's worry.
Oh?
Young flame gnome frowned slightly.
You say they are waiting outside?
Right. They've been waiting outside the entire time, Shangli Yufang growled. They've been trapped for countless years within this immortal estate world. Every generation has always dreamed of leaving and going to the vast Grand Xia Empire. Thus, they will definitely stop at nothing and be willing to pay any price in order to seize the key to the immortal estate you hold, young master.
Young flame gnome nodded.
He could understand the powerful desire and urge these 2 monstrous forces had to leave. It was a desire to see the greater world, a desire that would lead them to use all their might in acting against young flame gnome. This will be trouble. Young flame gnome gritted his teeth. Ning and the others all stood there, racking their brains.
What to do? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 10, Chapter 14, The Immortal Grass Palace. Chapter 14, The Immortal Grass Palace. How strong are the Dao soldiers of the monsters in this immortal estate world? Young flame gnome frowned.
He understood that the biggest obstacles to him binding this immortal estate were the local monster races present. They had all been trapped in this tiny world for far too long. Every generation dreamed of leaving. This sort of powerful desire was something which would cause them to be willing to sacrifice anything.
The worst thing was, these monstrous Dao soldiers were all extremely powerful. The 2 most powerful forces are the Titan Wave Dao Soldier Formation and the Yaksha Dao Soldier Formation, Shangli Yufang said.
These 2 forces both have more than 10,000 Dao soldiers, and the leaders of each are at the Earth Immortal or Loose Immortal level.
Both are at the Loose Immortal or Earth Immortal level? Young flame gnome was surprised.
Right. They each should have one, Shangli Yufang said.
The Titan Wave Dao Soldier Formation's leader should be a bit stronger.
As for the Yaksha Dao Soldier Formation's leader, although their Immortal is a bit weaker, as a whole, they are stronger. Against these 2 forces, even the most supreme of Loose Immortals would be beaten so badly they would have no choice but to flee. But Shangli Yufang was a true, primordial fiend god, and one of the Hygrega race at that. Although he was at the peak primal level, he was comparable to a supreme Loose Immortal in actual combat power.
The slightly weaker Titan Wave Dao Soldier Formation was already powerful enough to force Shangli Yufang into constant flight. The Yaksha Dao Soldier Formation was also able to dominate Shangli Yufang with ease. It isn't too likely that we would be able to defeat them.
Shangli Yufang shook his head. Even if a few extra Loose Immortals came, it would be far from being enough. The Immortal Estate has 5 palaces in total, young flame gnome said in a low voice.
Right now, I've bound one of them.
I'm confident in being able to move to the other 2 palaces, but the final 2 will be troublesome.
Young Master Young Flame, you are confident in being able to go to 2 palaces? Mu Northsun said with surprise, since you can go to 2, why can't you go to all 4?
Ning and the others all looked towards young flame gnome, confused. The 2 monstrous forces were waiting outside. How were they supposed to charge past them? You don't understand, young flame gnome said with a laugh. I've already bound this vault of treasures.
This palace is extremely large, one of the 5 main pillars of the entire Immortal estate world, capable of affecting an area of 10,000 kilometers around it. By relying on the key to the Immortal estate, I can open a corridor, allowing us to exit this palace at any location within 10,000 kilometers of this palace. If these two monstrous forces choose to just wait close nearby, then I can move us to a location thousands of kilometers away from them. Afterwards, by relying on Uncle Fawn's evasive techniques, we can hurry towards the next palace. Ning and the others now understood. After I bind all 5 palaces, I can appear in any location within this Immortal estate world. Young Flame Ning sighed, but right now, I've only bound one. Young Master Young Flame, by using this ability, Shuihangi said with astonished delight, can't you just go into all 4 of the palaces? There's no way these monstrous forces can possibly prevent us from entering. You are wrong. Young Flame Ning shook his head and sighed. They have been sealed within this Immortal estate world for too long, and so they've forgotten about the power of the palaces. But once I use the palace to move us to a location thousands of kilometers away, as soon as I use this technique, they'll know that it is possible for us to do this. By then, they will probably go and guard the palaces which I have yet to bind. The looks on everyone's faces grew solemn. Right. 5 major palaces, there was no need for the monstrous forces to wait for them outside. They could just go and completely surround and guard the palaces that had yet to be bound. For the sake of binding the Immortal estate, young Flame Gnome would still have to charge towards them, even though he knew that the unbound palaces were now surrounded in rings of protection. Lying in wait to catch the hare. Ning murmured this saying to himself. The unbound palaces, young Flame Gnome has to go there. As long as they surround the unbound palaces with layers of protection, then, there will be no way for us to avoid them. Lying in wait to catch the hare was a seemingly clumsy technique. But this technique was aimed at their weak point. Ning's group would have no other options other than to fall into the trap. Well, there's nothing we can do. Let's first go bind 2 of the palaces, young Flame Gnome said. Let's go. In the area around the Pillar of Light which represented the Vault of Treasures. The 2 most powerful monstrous forces of this world were gathered here. The Titan Wave Dao Soldier Formation and the Yaksha Dao Soldier Formation were both present. Dwaha, this time, the 2 of us should set aside our differences and work together to deal with the humans and seize the key to the Immortal estate. Which way, if your Witch River clan is willing to join forces, I naturally will be delighted to comply. These were the 2 most powerful figures of the entire Immortal estate world. One was an old loose immortal, Immortal Dwaha, who had lived for more than 100,000 years. The other was Immortal Witch Sway, who had only lived for 10,000 years. The 2 of them immediately swore an oath to the Tao of the Heavens to join forces on this day. For the sake of being able to leave, they would be willing to sacrifice anything. The 2 sides continued to wait quietly. A long time later. The 2 loose immortals, as well as some primal dire monsters, simultaneously turned their heads to stare thousands of kilometers away. There, a warship suddenly appeared out of nowhere. And then, aboard the warship, Shangli Yufan's body suddenly blurred, transforming into an enormous fiend god that was 3,000 meters tall, with the lower body of a serpent and 9 heads. The fiend god Hydraga clutched the warship in his claws, then used an evasive technique, fleeing at an utterly astonishing speed. Swoosh! He left behind only a streak of light in the air. This caused both Immortal Dwaha and the Witch River clan to be flabbergasted. They knew very well that in terms of speed, they couldn't possibly catch up with that fiend god. Since they had already started at a distance of thousands of kilometers, there was no hope at all. How could this be? How could they have suddenly appeared thousands of kilometers away? When they had entered the palace, they had all been very close to it. They had to be very close to enter. Why were they able to leave at a distance of thousands of kilometers? Even countless years ago, when Immortal Witch River was still alive and the master of this place, his clansmen didn't fully understand the special powers of these palaces. And now that countless years had passed? How could these monsters possibly understand them?
They must have bound the palace. The palace is under their control, which is why they were able to do something so unique, Immortal Dwaha said. That has to be the case, Immortal Witchsway agreed. The Immortal estate has 5 palaces in total.
They've only bound one. There are 4 which remain unbound.
Let us each guard one of the unbound palaces. Unless they give up their quest, they will have to fight us head-on, Immortal Dwaha said. The 2 sides quickly agreed on a plan, and they hurled through the air as they flew at high speed towards 2 of the distant golden sky pillars of light. The worst-case scenario has already come to pass.
The 9-headed, serpent-bodied Hydreiga was still clutching the warship.
Within the warship, young flame gnome, Ning, and the others were watching those 2 distant monstrous powers begin to move. They hadn't moved to pursue or attack, rather, they had flown off into 2 different directions, towards 2 of those golden sky pillars of light. I have to bind this immortal estate. Young flame gnome gritted his teeth.
These monsters, damn them! Damn them!
Soon, the enormous Hydreiga fiend god, warship in one hand, had arrived at one of the other golden sky pillars of light.
Go in!
Young flame gnome activated the key to the immortal estate, opening up a corridor. Ning and the others all felt a certain somberness. They were able to easily enter this time, but that was only because there were no monsters blocking them. 2 of the 5 palaces, however, were now under heavy guard. How could those 2 palaces be so easily traversed? Whoosh! The Hydreiga shrank himself, once more entering the warship, and the entire warship flew into the open tunnel. An incomparably massive hall, so large that it was more than 1,000 times larger than the first hall they had entered in the Vault of Treasures.
It's so big! Ning's group was completely amazed. Looking at this world felt like looking at an entire continent. This utterly massive hall actually really was a miniature sealed world. In the skies above it, a sun was blazing with endless light and heat. In the earth below, there were countless types of spirit grass and spirit fruit that were growing. During the passage of countless years, the immortal grass here had been taken care of by some constructs, but hadn't truly been nourished properly. These types of spirit grass and spirit fruit generally needed many unique treasures in order to grow properly. Still, despite that, after the passage of countless years, some truly rare and precious specimens of spirit grass and spirit fruit had appeared. Immortal grass and immortal fruit.
Ning and the others were overjoyed.
Whoosh!
Suddenly, the fiend god Hydreiga by young flame gnome's side stretched his hands out. His hands quickly increased in size as his fingers transformed into 10 giant snakes, covering the skies as they swept out towards the entire region of immortal grass. In a twinkling, the 18 types of immortal grass and spirit fruit with the densest elemental auras were all plucked clean.
Growl, damn you! This is the Master's immortal grass palace. You dared to steal his immortal grass, damn you! 3 golems came flying out. The fiend god Hydreiga sent one of his giant hands outwards in a backhanded blow. The 3 golems were instantly sent flying away, smashing against the distant walls. And then, Shang Liufang sent out another hand to grab them, tossing the 3 primal-level golems into his own large sack. Only then did Shang Liufang come to a stop, standing there calmly by young flame gnome's side, as though nothing had happened. Ning and the others stared towards the fiend god Hydreiga in astonishment. There was no way they could compete against Shang Liufang when he chose to act. The treasures will go to whoever obtains them. I said these words earlier. Since Uncle Fong obtained them, those things will go to Uncle Fong, young flame gnome laughed. There is still quite a bit of spirit fruit and spirit grass remaining. Although their medicinal value is a bit lower, they still are very good. Ning and the others couldn't help but curse in secret. This medicinal garden left behind by Immortal Witch River, despite the passage of countless years, had never received the top-tier treatment it deserved. The large fish ate the small fish, and the small fish ate the shrimp. As a result, 18 truly immortal-grade spirit fruit and spirit grass had emerged.
All of the other remaining immortal grass and immortal fruit had had much of their spiritual energy stolen by those 18. Although all of them were unhappy, Ning and the others, including Shuehani, still hurriedly went to collect all of the immortal grass and immortal fruit remaining. The Immortal Grass Palace is an empty place. There are barely any rooms here. Young Flame Ning quickly discovered the core of this palace. It was a quite secluded little room built right next to the Immortal Grass Garden. The entire room was the core of this palace. The rest of you can do some sightseeing outside. You might find some treasures. Young Flame Ning calmly entered the room, beginning to bind it. Ning and the others cursed in secret. Immortal Grass Palace, from the name alone, one could tell that the treasures within consisted of immortal grass. The fiend god, Shang Liufeng, had already taken the most valuable specimens for himself. What other treasures could they possibly find? Despite that, Ning and the others still separated and began a quick search. Unfortunately, this Immortal Grass Palace didn't have so much as a single skeleton within it. It made sense, this was Immortal Witchriver's personal medicinal garden. He trusted his own constructs above all, and thus forbade any of his clansmen from entering this palace. 2 hours later. I've already bound the Immortal Grass Palace, Young Flame Ning laughed. Come. Let us go to the next palace. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 10, Chapter 15, The Desire of the Monstrous Cultivators. Chapter 15, The Desire of the Monstrous Cultivators. Within the Immortal Estate world. The 3,000-meter-tall Hydreiga fiend god, warship in hand, once more used his evasive techniques to move towards a third palace. These local monsters, Young Flame Ning stared coldly into the distance. Of the 5 sky pillars of golden light, 2 of them were tightly surrounded by dense clusters of Dao soldiers. After I bind this immortal estate, I am definitely going to summon the clan's army and enslave all of these local monsters. They will forever serve our Young Flame clan in battle. The local monsters of this immortal estate were all exceptionally powerful. Even after binding the immortal estate, Young Flame Ning wouldn't be able to do anything to these powerful monsters. Still, behind him, there was the even more powerful Young Flame clan. Senior Apprentice Brother, what method do you think Young Master Young Flame will use in order to bind the final 2 palaces? It seems quite difficult to me. The monsters present really are a bit too powerful, Mu North Sun sentimentally. Don't underestimate Young Flame Ning. He is one of the 4 duklings of the imperial capital. Since he has dared to come accept this trial, he definitely has many things up his sleeve, Ning sent back. Swoosh. Soon, Ning's group entered a new palace. In the midst of the sky-covering Titan Wave Dao soldier formation. The leader was a silver-haired, feather-robed, middle-aged man. His eyes flashed with electricity, and his bearing was graceful and leisurely. He was the most powerful and longest living figure within this immortal estate world, Immortal Dwaha. Everyone, the moment has come for the destinies of all of us within this world to be changed. I won't try to invade or to assimilate you. Immortal Dwaha stared into the distance. Right in front of him, there was another massive wave. This was a wave formed from one of the lesser monstrous powers of this world. All of the weaker monsters had been invited to come over as well. The immortal estate world was simply too small. It was very easy for them to gather together. I can even swear an oath to the Tao of the heavens that I am willing to enter an alliance with you to work together against that fiend god and those humans, Immortal Dwaha said. We have to acquire that key. As long as we can acquire the key, all of us who live within this immortal estate world can leave and go to the wider world. Immortal Dwaha, you might not act against us, but what about the Witch River clan? Don't worry. Witch Sui and I have already sworn an oath to the Tao of the heavens. At a moment like this, why should we engage in internecine strife? The decision came very quickly. This was because all of the monsters present shared the same goal, to go to the greater world outside. Since they were all sincere in their desires and had no wish to squabble, the leaders naturally decided to swear oaths to the Tao of the heavens. Although these loose, scattered powers were seemingly small and weak, if one added them all up, they were definitely not any weaker than the 10,000 plus Tao soldiers which Immortal Dwaha himself commanded. Witchsway, your Witch River clan is a bit stronger than my forces. Let these monsters stay with me and stand on guard here, Immortal Dwaha said.
That's fine. The proud Witch River clan disdained from allying with the other monsters. With a teleport, Immortal Witchsway once more departed, returning to his own Yaksha Dao soldier formation.
Ning and the others had no idea at all that the monsters outside had finally accomplished a miracle which had not been seen in all the countless years after Immortal Witch River's death: absolute unity. The Dao soldiers which Immortal Witch River had left behind consisted of two types, the Seawave Dao soldiers and the Yaksha Dao soldiers.
The Seawave Dao armors were extremely numerous.
As for the more elite Yaksha Dao armors, he had left them to his own Witch River clan. Now, under Immortal Dwaha's command, all of the Seawave Dao soldiers had been gathered in one place, forming a power that was no weaker than the Yaksha Dao soldier formation.
These Seawave Dao soldiers tightly surrounded one golden sky pillar of light, while the other Yaksha Dao soldiers tightly surrounded the other one.
Swoosh!
Ning's group flew into the palace.
This was an extremely large hall, almost identical to the Immortal Grass Palace. Within the hall were many, many corpses.
Those are Dao soldier armors. Dao soldier armors.
Ning's group, upon entering, was immediately stunned by the many corpses on the ground.
And then, they noticed those Dao armors. Boom!
The fiend god Hydraga once more stretched out his two massive hands. With inexorable power, he snatched up the magic treasures around two corpses that were covered with Dao armors that were nearly translucent and which glowed with black light. These two Dao armors both emanated incredibly powerful ripples. Although they were inferior to immortal-ranked magic treasures, they vastly surpassed the other Dao armors. After collecting these two Dao armors and sets of magic treasures, the fiend god, Shangli Yufeng, once more returned to stand on the warship next to young Flame Known, acting as though nothing had happened.
This guy. Ning's group was completely helpless.
They had no time to waste for words. All of them transformed into streaks of light, beginning to frantically collect the treasures lying on the ground. The entire, massive hall had to have at least hundreds of skeletons littering it, all of which were covered by Dao armors. These Dao armors varied in strength. Some were suitable for the Zifu level, some were suitable for the Wanxian level, and some were even suitable for primals. Those two that glowed with black light were probably meant for loose immortals or earth immortals to wear. Ning and the others mused silently to themselves. Soon, Ning's group had completely swept through this entire hall. This palace didn't have any private rooms, it was just a massive, empty palace. Swish! The fiend god, Shangli Yufeng, pointed off into the distance. A black surge of divine power landed on the distant walls of the palace, and three characters instantly appeared on the wall: Dao Soldier Palace.
This is the Dao Soldier Palace, young Flame Known laughed.
However, Immortal Witch River had too many Dao soldiers, so most remained in the outside world. Only a small number of them remained in here. Just now, the two Dao armors which Uncle Fong collected can only be considered top-grade heaven-ranked treasures. They are far from being at the level of immortal-ranked treasures. If they were immortal-ranked treasures, then they probably would have manifested treasure spirits. Ning and the others understood that young Flame Known was trying to console them. Within the wide palace, there were also a series of extremely large pillars. One of them, covered in decorative carvings of a divine, coiling dragon, was the core of this palace. Young Flame Known thus sat down in the lotus position in front of the pillar, beginning to bind it. Ning and the others could do nothing but wait patiently to one side.
Senior apprentice brother, that's amazing, Northsun said, seated next to Ning.
He chortled, just now, each of us only managed to acquire a few of the treasures from those hundreds of Dao soldier corpses, but you, senior apprentice brother, with two spirit beasts helping you, it was as though there were three of you scavenging at the same time. And that azure sky snake in particular, with a blink, she moved from corpse to corpse at astonishing speed. Earlier, it had primarily been Ning's group, Shuehani, the Whitewater Hound, and Little Chang who had been scavenging the corpses. Ning, Uncle White, and Little Chang had thus made up 3 of the 8 scavengers. Oof. He ended up with the most Dao armors as well. Still, I acquired an Immortal ranked magic treasure. It's even better than 1,000 or 10,000 Dao armors. The nearby Shuehani mused silently to himself, but he didn't dare to say anything aloud. Right. Junior apprentice brother Ning, after we go to the next palace, you need to take it easy, Adept Vast River laughed.
Him? Take it easy? Yue Wei laughed as well.
It is your own fault for not having spirit beasts.
Nine Lotus spoke up in Ning's defense. Adept Vast Riverside, everyone wants good spirit beasts.
If, for example, a red scale salamander was willing to submit to me, of course I would accept it.
Unfortunately, there's no way I can even get close to that sort of god beast. As soon as the mere hint of one appears, supremely powerful clans like the Young Flame clan will immediately capture it. Even your Azure Skysnake, junior apprentice brother Ning, Azure Skysnakes are extremely skilled at finding treasures and fortuitous legacies. They are extremely rare and hard to find. To take in one as a spirit beast is quite hard as well. Azure Skysnake, come, take me as your master, North Sun called out. Woody, you blockhead, you think you are worthy of being my master?
Little Ching, coiled around Ning's arm, raised her serpentine head and spoke out in the human tongue, clearly filled with disdain.
You Azure Skysnake, I'm still your master's brother, you know?
North Sun stared at him.
I only acknowledge my master.
You? Go sit in the corner somewhere, Little Ching said with tremendous arrogance.
You?
North Sun, utterly infuriated, was only able to let out a snort.
You know what? I'm not going to squabble with a little snake like you.
He had never been able to win a verbal victory over Little Ching.
Ning, watching this, began to laugh.
Actually, the likes of Yue Wei and Adept Vast River, both reincarnated immortals, trained at extremely rapid rates.
Thus, they generally would not acquire spirit beasts, because their spirit beasts wouldn't possibly be able to keep up with them. As for some truly powerful god beasts, they weren't so easily acquired. For example, the red scale salamander, everyone wanted them, but they weren't so easily acquired. Although the Azure Skysnake was a bit weaker in power, it was still extremely talented in seeking out fortuitous legacies and treasures. Generally speaking, immortal cultivators would all be willing to tame one. Unfortunately, they were too rare, and also very skilled in escape. As for whitewater hounds? By comparison, they were actually a bit inferior. Their strengths mainly lay in their intelligence and their comprehensive abilities. Still, to Ning, the Whitewater Hound was his Uncle White, like a parent or an elder in the family. He had also once saved both Ning and Ning's mother, and had always quietly supported Ning in his endeavors. Still, it had to be said that Uncle White was indeed quite accomplished in the art of formations. He had been the main problem solver in the Vault of Treasures. Young Flame Gnome rose to his feet. He had already bound the core of this palace, but there wasn't a hint of joy on his face. Ning and the others weren't smiling either. This was because they had now completely bound 3 of the palaces, the Vault of Treasures, the Immortal Grass Palace, and the Dao Soldier Palace. 2 more palaces remained, and one was under heavy guard by the Yaksha Dao Soldiers, while the other was under heavy guard by the Sea Wave Dao Soldiers. If they wanted to enter, they would have to fight. There would be no way to avoid them. Those terrifying monstrous Dao soldiers were so powerful that they had beaten even a fiend god like Shang Liu Fang into a constant retreat. If Ning and the others were to engage them in battle, they would probably be effortlessly slaughtered. Compared to Shang Liu Fang, they were in a position of extreme weakness, to say nothing of those Dao soldiers. The threat of imminent death, it caused all of them to have ugly looks on their faces. Everyone. Young Flame Gnome swept Ning and the others with his gaze. I have the key to the estate, and can open a corridor to leave from any location within this immortal estate. If we truly encounter a great danger that we simply cannot withstand,
I'll lead you all in fleeing this immortal estate. Don't worry, I'm still confident in my abilities to escape. However, everyone, you need to be very careful. I don't wish for any of you to end up being killed by the monsters, young Flame Gnome said. Ning and the others all understood that there was no way out now. However, none of them had thought that challenging a celestial immortal's estate would be an easy task. Danger was expected and normal. Ning and the others all had their own life-saving measures, none of which had been used yet. Very good. Let's head out, young Flame Gnome ordered. All of the monsters of this immortal estate world had been divided into two forces. One was the Witch River clan's Yaksha Dao soldiers, while the other was the Sea Wave Dao soldiers. They were each guarding one of the palaces. In air, far away, a large warship suddenly appeared. Waves of energy rippled out from it as it cruised forward, flying through the air at high speed and heading directly towards the Sea Wave Dao soldiers, led by Immortal Dwaha. They are coming. That fiend god and those humans are coming. Dwaha, it's up to you, Immortal Witchsway sent mentally from far away. Immortal Dwaha had more than 20,000 monstrous Dao soldiers under his command. They formed into an incomparably titanic wave that covered the skies, and all of them stared coldly towards the large warship flying towards them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 10, Chapter 16, The Wild Core. Chapter 16, The Wild Core. Aboard the warship. Ning and the others stared at the massive, distant wave, and the savage, sky-filling aura the wave emanated. All of them had heavy feelings in their hearts. These monsters, after I bind the immortal estate, I am going to enslave all of them. All of them. Young Flame Gnome stared at the distant monsters, his face turning savage. He also gritted his teeth, then produced in his hand a queer contraption that was the size of a person's head. Extraordinarily powerful ripples emerged from it. Ning and the others couldn't help but look at this item. A wild core? Mu Northsun called out in surprise. Ning and the others, including Adept Vast River, Nine Lotus, and Shwahani, all had puzzled looks on their faces. Clearly, they had no idea what this was. You actually know about wild cores? Young Flame Gnome nodded. Right. This is a wild core. An immortal grade wild core. But your construct warship is only at the heaven rank. If you put this immortal grade wild core into this construct warship, it won't be able to withstand the power. Even if it looks perfectly fine from the outside, the formation diagrams inside it will begin to crumble. Your construct warship will be doomed. Northsun couldn't help but voice his concerns. It will be able to hold for a short period of time, the time needed to boil a kettle of tea, young Flame Gnome said calmly. He then immediately pressed the head-sized wild core towards the planks of the warship. Whoosh! A dark corridor naturally appeared in the floorboards of the warship, and the wild core burrowed within. For at least that period of time, this warship of mine will be able to reach a level that approaches the immortal rank. Perhaps it wouldn't be able to withstand the attacks of celestial immortals, but these monstrous Dao soldiers won't be able to break my warship, young Flame Gnome said in a low voice. What's a wild core? Junior apprentice brother, what sort of a thing is this desolate heart? Ning and the others, puzzled, all sent mental messages to Northsun. Northsun was extremely skilled in the Dao of constructs, and he also understood wild cores very well. He immediately sent back, it's quite complicated, but to simplify it, wild cores are, in reality, meant to be used for immortal ranked construct warships, allowing them to temporarily explode with power. Immortal ranked construct warships are able to withstand this sort of sudden increase in power, but immortal ranked warships are far more valuable than even ordinary immortal ranked magic treasures. Even young Master Young Flame most likely doesn't possess this sort of warship. Thus, young Flame Gnome is placing his wild core into the warship he is using. His warship is actually very good as well, it is heaven ranked, and a very precious one. But the power of a wild core is simply too great,
and this heaven-ranked construct warship cannot endure it.
Even though its own body, being a magic treasure, won't be damaged, the formations and diagrams within it will begin to crumble, Northsun said.
Although Ning and the others understood little of this craft, they understood the importance of formation diagrams.
The formation diagrams of a construct served as their core, they were what made the constructs work properly. It was precisely because of the existence of formation diagrams that constructs were able to possess sentience and unleash powerful, precise attacks. Once the formation diagrams crumbled, the entire construct would be finished.
One warship, one wild core, young flame gnome growled. We have to enter this palace. We have to.
Ning and the others exchanged glances.
They could all sense young flame gnome's resolve. The warship steadily moved forward.
Immortal Dwaha, in command of more than 20,000 monstrous Dao soldiers, stared coldly as it approached.
Kill. Kill that fiend god. Kill those humans. These monstrous Dao soldiers were all eager and impatient.
However, without Immortal Dwaha's order, nobody dared to attack rashly.
Finally,
the seemingly placid and calm warship, that had been advancing at an ordinary speed, suddenly began to glow with a dazzlingly brilliant golden light. Its aura vastly increased, and a golden halo suddenly covered the entire warship as it became crisscrossed with lines of power. It seemed to have transformed into a long awl, shuttling through the air at an incomparably astonishing speed towards the massive, sky-filling Sea-Wave Dao soldier formation.
It was too fast.
The warship's sudden explosion of speed made it move lightning fast, catching the Sea-Wave Dao soldiers off guard.
Kill! Immortal Dwaha's already gravelly voice suddenly rang out in the minds of every single Dao soldier.
All of them activated their elemental ki into their Dao armors, and an enormous, endless amount of elemental ki passed through their armors as more than 20,000 monstrous Dao soldiers merged powers.
As for Immortal Dwaha, he was the head of this massive Sea-Wave Dao soldier formation. How to attack and how to defend, it was all up to him.
Let's go, Immortal Dwaha howled. The massive wave came smashing down towards the lightning face warship.
Boom! The wave heavily struck the warship head-on.
The golden aura surrounding the warship, however, just trembled once, then regained its perfect stability. However, the collisive power was simply too great, causing the warship to be knocked backwards. We can't charge them head-on, Northsun shouted hurriedly. Ning and the others, standing within the warship, were incomparably stable. All of them had solemn looks on their faces, and they raised their heads to stare at the massive wave which came crashing down upon them once again.
Uncle Fong, go, young flame gnome said, gritting his teeth.
All right. Shangli Fan let out a growling response, and each of his hands became filled with a long awl that emanating an astonishing aura.
And then, swoosh! He passed straight through the outer layer of golden light surrounding the warship.
The golden light didn't impede him at all, allowing Shangli Fang to leave.
Monsters, F***CK off, dot.
Shangli Fang, having transformed into his true form of a 3,000-meter-tall, 9-headed, serpent-bodied Hydriga, went forward to clash with the massive, sky-filling wave. He began to launch his attack. By now, his awls were also 3,000 meters long. They struck out like the galloping thunder or the dancing lightning, stabbing directly into the wave.
Puny fiend god, don't even think of affecting us.
Immortal Dwaha's voice boomed out, and the massive, savage wave sent out another surge of power, smashing directly against the fiend god, Shangli Fang.
Boom! Boom!
Skin tore open, and flesh split apart.
Blood flew everywhere.
One of the long awls was knocked flying, while Shangli Fang himself was sent hurtling through the air as well. Last time, although he was capable of fighting against Immortal Dwaha's monstrous Dao soldiers, there had only been 10,000 of them. This time, Immortal Dwaha had unified all of the other smaller powers, forming a Sea-Wave Dao soldier formation of more than 20,000 monsters. The power had increased several times over, causing even Shangli Fang to be completely unable to fight back.
Come!
Shangli Fang's hands stretched out, transforming into countless giant snakes and latching onto the discarded all. The injuries on his body rapidly healed, and he once more fearlessly charged forward.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The clashes between the fiend god and the wave contained enough power to shock the heavens and shake the earth.
Although the fiend god, Shangliu Feng, was in a position of absolute inferiority, he still managed to divert a large part of the power of the Sea Wave Dao soldiers.
For a moment, the warship, seeming incomparably tiny in the face of this vast wave, was able to once more advance at high speed, seizing the chance to hurtle forwards.
Detestable. Immortal Dwaha was frantic as well.
If he had to deal with Shangliu Feng, it was hard to avoid the warship from advancing through openings in their defense. He had no idea how this warship could have suddenly grown so powerful. Despite the power of the waves and the collisive force of the blows, they still weren't able to force the warship back. "Jinbao, you come and lead my tribe," Immortal Dwaha sent mentally.
"We will divide into 2 Sea Wave Dao soldier formations."
"Yes, master." Jinbao was the disciple which Immortal Dwaha trusted the most, and was second only to him in power. He was already a peak primal, and was extremely powerful.
Divide.
Whoosh! Whoosh! The massive wave in the air instantly split apart, dividing into 2. The Sea Wave Dao soldier formation, personally commanded by Immortal Dwaha, formed from many merged lesser monstrous tribes, went to block the fiend god, Shangliu Feng. As for the other 10,000 Dao soldiers, they were led by Daoist Jinbao to block the warship. Ning and the others, within the warship, watched as the massive fiend god battled with the giant wave. The warship continued to advance forward at high speed.
"Ha! It is capable of stopping Uncle Feng, but not me." Young Flame Known's eyes were filled with madness. "Keep charging."
"Charge to the edges of the palace, and I'll be able to enter." Around them were countless waves, but the warship continued to charge forward with inexorable power.
Eh?
The massive waves suddenly split apart, forming into 2 waves. One completely focused on stopping the fiend god, Shangliu Feng, and completely tied him down. The other, seemingly slightly weaker, was completely focused on guarding against the encroaching warship. The advance of the warship instantly grew much more difficult.
They separated?
Young Flame Known ground his teeth. "Charge, charge, charge.
Wildcore, blaze for me." Boom, dot.
The light on the surface of the warship suddenly skyrocketed in luminosity, and its charging power grew even more ferocious. The 10,000 monstrous Dao soldiers commanded by Daoist Jinbao were completely capable of suppressing loose Immortals or Earth Immortals, but in the face of this explosively powerful warship, they actually weren't able to tie it down, and the warship continued to advance.
"Stop it, Jinbao, stop it, stop it."
Immortal Dwaha hurriedly sent a mental message.
"Don't worry, master, leave it to me." Daoist Jinbao was going crazy as well.
His entire wave suddenly grew even more savage, transforming into a bloody color. As for the warship, it too advanced forward at a berserk speed. Faster, faster, faster. Young Flame Known gritted his teeth.
"Dangerous.
This is dangerous. This is way too dangerous."
Northson's eyelids were twitching as he watched.
He hurriedly sent a mental message to Ning and the others, "Senior fellow disciples, be careful. Young Flame Gnome has gone utterly mad." This heaven-ranked construct warship was unable to withstand the wildcore to begin with, and now he's burning its power like mad, causing its power to explode even more in a short period of time. The formation diagrams within this heaven-ranked warship can collapse at any moment. Once it does, the warship will be finished, and will have to suffer the attacks from these 10,000 monstrous Dao soldiers head-on. Ning, Yue, Adept Vast River, and the others all began to feel nervous. Charge, charge, charge. Young Flame Known's face was completely red, and madness was in his eyes.
Madman. He's a madman.
Shui Hongyi, seeing this, felt panic in his heart. In front of the warship was that terrifying Sea Wave Dao soldier formation, it was capable of splitting the skin and rending the flesh of even a fiend god like Shangli Feng. If the warship was destroyed and the waves slammed against them, it would probably break them all into tiny pieces.
Crack! Crack, crack, crack.
Suddenly, the entire warship began to emanate sounds. Its charging speed began to lessen, and the aura of golden light around it began to grow unstable, starting to shudder.
It's breaking! It's breaking! North Sun immediately called out, "Young Master Young Flame, dot."
As for Daoist Jinbao, who was in command of the 10,000 monstrous Dao soldiers, he naturally noticed that the speed of the warship he was in charge of dealing with was beginning to lessen, and that the golden light surrounding it was weakening.
He immediately was overjoyed, and he bellowed out, "Kill them! Kill them all and seize the key!"
Instantly, an even more terrifying wave crest formed, smashing down viciously towards the warship. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 10, Chapter 17, 1 Instant, 1,000 Years.
Chapter 17, 1 Instant, 1,000 Years.
Ji Ning, Adept Vast River, Yue, Nine Lotus, Mu North Sun, and Shuathani were all incomparably nervous. As for Yue, a dim spot of light appeared in her forehead.
Ning's elemental key had already seeped into his storage-type magic treasure.
Within it, there was a green leaf that was covered with gray runes, causing it to appear unfathomably mysterious. This was one of the 2 life-saving treasures which Ning had acquired within the underwater estate, the one meant for defense. Nine Lotus clenched her fist as well, and the skin on her arm began to vaguely emanate with white lotus flowers. All of them were preparing to activate their life-saving treasures at a moment's notice. They stared towards the warship nervously, watching the shuddering, fluctuating golden barrier of light.
Boom!
A massive, savage wave viciously struck against the barrier of light. The warship flipped over, but then continued to charge forward. Despite the warship flipping over, Ning and the others all stood firmly on the floor of the warship, as though rooted to it.
Their eyes couldn't help but suddenly widen as they all stared at the warship. Crack, crack, rack.
A series of shuddering cracks rang out from inside the warship. The golden barrier of light began to dim.
Arg! Damn you, damn you, damn you! Young Flame Gnome let out a throat-rending howl.
A rolled paper scroll suddenly appeared within his hand. The scroll seemed quite ordinary, although paper was relatively rare in the G-Clan's territory. In Stillwater City, it was still quite common. This seemingly ordinary scroll, however, had a single, large character written atop it.
Lock! Lock!
The gazes of Ning and everyone else were completely captivated by the lock character on the paper scroll. It was an extremely simple character, but it emanated with the aura of a vast Tao, far broader and wider than the Tao of rainwater and the Tao of the Inferno which Ning normally meditated on. In fact, Ning even felt a desire to submit and kowtow towards it.
Rumble!
The lock character atop the scroll suddenly began to glow with light. It emanated a blurry radiance which spread out to the surrounding area, and the surrounding Sea-Wave Tao soldiers were caught by it as well.
In this moment, the wind halted. The water halted.
It was as though the world had frozen. Ning and the others, however, were completely unaffected. All of them couldn't help but feel astonished.
What was that?
Wait. Those Sea-Wave Tao soldiers are still moving, only, they are moving extremely slow. Ning's group immediately realized that the massive, surrounding wave hadn't actually frozen, it was just advancing at an extremely slow pace.
Swoosh!
Without the Sea-Wave Tao soldiers blocking the way, the warship instantly traversed the final 10 kilometers.
Open!
The ashen-faced young flame gnome activated the key, and an illusory palace door instantly appeared in front of him. The warship immediately flew into the illusory gate, and then the gate swung shut.
Whoosh!
As young flame gnome and the others entered the illusory gate, the massive wave, which had seemed to be almost frozen in place, suddenly came crashing down.
How can that have happened? The leader of the Sea-Wave Dao soldiers, Daoist Jinbo, stared in disbelief at the distant, already shut palace door. Just now, just then. He would never forget that feeling. He clearly had already unleashed the full power of the Sea-Wave Dao soldiers, and had been attacking at high speed, but how could the enemy warship have suddenly increased in speed by 10,000 times or 100,000 times? It was precisely because the enemy's speed had suddenly increased by an utterly ridiculous amount that he had been unable to control the wave and unleash an attack. Thus, the enemy had passed straight through his Dao soldiers and entered the illusory palace gate. Master, how did they suddenly move so fast? I was completely unable to block them, Daoist Jinbo said mentally. The distant immortal Dwaha, who had been dealing with fiend god Shangliu Feng in the distance, had actually been paying attention to the battle over here as well. After all, the humans aboard the warship were what mattered the most. Just now, he had been completely stupefied as well. It wasn't that they were fast, it was that you were slow, immortal Dwaha sent mentally. All of the Dao soldiers, in that instant, seemed to be crawling even slower than a baby turtle, but how can that be? I didn't feel as though my speed lessened, and none of the Dao soldiers under my command felt that their speed had lessened, Daoist Jinbo said frantically. That's because time changed for you. You should have heard the saying, a day in the Deva realm, a year in the mortal realms, right? This is because time passes at different rates in the Deva realm and in the mortal realms. Perhaps in the Deva realm, you might only feel as though a day had passed, but in the mortal realm, a year might have passed. This is exactly what happened just now. You felt as though just an instant had passed, but in reality, an extremely long period of time had passed, and the enemy warship flew more than 10 kilometers away. A hint of despair was in Immortal Dwaha's eyes. These humans were actually able to produce such a treasure. Can it be that the heavens themselves wished to destroy those of us in this immortal estate world? Daoist Jinbo now understood as well. So it was time. Time had changed for them. It was as though an instant had passed for him, but thousands of years had passed for them. When time flowed at completely different rates, what happened just now would occur. There's actually a treasure like this, Daoist Jinbo murmured to himself. Ha, you aren't capable of stopping my young master. You aren't capable of it. The distant fiend god, Shangliu Feng, had already begun to flee. As he did so, his laughter echoed out in the heavens. The Sea-Wave Dao soldiers were completely unable to catch him with their attacks. When Shangliu Feng completely focused on running away, they weren't able to catch up to him at all. Let's go, all of us. Immortal Dwaha had the appearance of a middle-aged man, but in that instant, he seemed to have aged significantly. Rumble. The two Sea-Wave Dao soldier formations reformed into one, and the massive sea wave flew at high speed towards the distant. A short period of time later, the massive sea wave Dao soldiers reunited with the Yaksha Dao soldiers. You actually failed? Failed? Immortal Witch Sway sent a mental message over, and the other members of the Witch River clan looked at them as well. Failed. Immortal Dwaha said hoarsely, these humans actually held an inconceivably powerful treasure. Earlier, the two sides had been separated by 10,000 kilometers, and so the Witch River clan hadn't been able to clearly watch the exchange of battle. What sort of treasure was it, for it to be able to break through your defense? Immortal Witch Sway asked. A treasure capable of affecting time itself, Immortal Dwaha said, shaking his head. Time? Immortal Witch Sway was shocked as well. He was, after all, of the Witch River clan. He knew some secrets. Generally speaking, it was fairly common for celestial immortals to encounter treasures that affected time itself. For celestial immortals, it was a common type of attack. But it was rare for even 1 out of 10,000 Earth immortals to become a celestial immortal. Treasures capable of influencing the flow of time, to loose immortals, were incomparably powerful. The loose immortals and Earth immortals of the outside world might have witnessed such treasures before, but these two loose immortals of the immortal estate world had only heard of them. Don't worry, Immortal Witch Sway sent mentally.
It is already incredible that the human had even one such treasure.
I refuse to believe he has a second one. Immortal Dwaha nodded as well. Dwaha, we have no way out now. This is the last palace. We have to guard it. This is our last chance to acquire the key to the Immortal estate, Immortal Witchsway said.
The dream which those of us within the Immortal estate have held for countless generations, this is our very last chance, but not just our last chance at leaving, Immortal Dwaha said hoarsely.
Our last chance at survival as well.
Survival? Immortal Witchsway was startled, and then, his face turned completely pale. Someone capable of having a treasure like this, and having a fiend god serve as a guard, these humans definitely have an extraordinary background.
Immortal Dwaha's voice echoed out in the minds of every single Dao soldier.
He slowly said something which caused terror in every single monstrous Dao soldier's heart. After he completely binds this final palace, then he will be in complete control of the entire Immortal estate. By then, he can do whatever he wants to us, everything will be under his control. He can also summon an army from the outside world, or he can also destroy the environment of this Immortal estate world, causing our descendants to not even have anything to eat or drink, starving them to death. In short, if he binds this Immortal estate, he will have countless tools at his disposal. All of the monsters were terrified.
Right. If the enemy was to control the Immortal estate, he could launch sneak attacks from anywhere in the estate.
If he were to toss out some powerful, deadly poisons, it would be too simple to destroy an area of mere tens of thousands of kilometers. Some terrifyingly powerful poisons were capable of causing an area of tens of thousands of kilometers to be completely poisoned, where not even a blade of grass would grow.
Creation was hard. Destruction was easy.
After destroying the environment of this immortal world, a few tens of thousands of years later, most likely almost no one would be left alive within it.
This is our last hope. This is our last chance. We have to fight. We have to seize the key to the Immortal estate. Even if all of us die, we cannot let them bind this final palace. Immortal Dwaha's voice rang out in the skies. Fight! 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 All of the monsters howled in anger. All of them brimmed with eagerness for battle. This was no longer a battle for freedom, it was a true battle for survival. Within an ancient palace, the warship had charged in, and as soon as it did, the golden glow around it completely vanished. The mysterious, powerful aura that had previously permeated the warship was completely gone, it seemed completely inert and lifeless. The formation diagrams finally collapsed. North Sun shook his head. Towards the end, the warship was just flying forward on momentum. A heaven-ranked construct warship, just like that, was destroyed. The heaven-ranked construct warship was nothing. Adept Vast River shook his head, gesturing with his eyes. Take a look at young Master Young Flame. Ning and the others had noticed as well. Young Flame Known was currently clutching that paper scroll, staring fixedly at the lock character atop it. Alas, the lock character now seemed completely ordinary. There was nothing special about it at all. 1 instant, 1,000 years, Yue said softly. This sort of treasure, when used, can virtually guarantee the death of a loose immortal. Although this sort of treasure isn't immortal ranked, it isn't too far from it in value. Ning and the others were puzzled. The nearby Nine Lotus, seeing the look on Ning's face, sent mentally to him, 1 instant, 1,000 years, this name symbolizes the ability of this sort of treasure to affect the rate of time. For you, it might feel as though an instant had passed, but for the enemy, more than 1,000 years would have passed. But of course, that's only an extremely, overly extravagant description. In short, when the rate of time is flowing at very different speeds, a primal Taoist is capable of killing a loose immortal. From this, you can tell how precious this treasure is. Ning understood. Originally, when he had been received the star-seizing hand transmission in the transmission space of the underwater estate, he had spent months within,
but time in the outside world had barely moved.
This was indeed far more incredible than a mere scroll. Damn. Damn.
Young Flame Gnome stared at the scroll in his hand, grinding his teeth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 10, Chapter 18, The Tao Repository of the G-Clan. Chapter 18, The Tao Repository of the G-Clan.
Judging from the look on young Master Young Flame's face, he must be about to go crazy from grief.
Mu Northson's mental voice had a hint of schadenfreude to it.
This exalted young master had taken one powerful treasure after another.
How could Ji Ning, Northson, Xuehani, and the others not feel powerless before them?
They all understood that they were nothing more than geniuses of Stillwater Commandery, while the man before them was very likely going to be the next Godplume Duke. Someone who was even more exalted than the Marquis of Stillwater. Even though he was just the heir to the position, the treasures he possessed were enough to cause Ning and the others to constantly sigh in amazement.
The monsters of this immortal estate, I won't spare any of them.
Young Flame Gnome ground his teeth. To charge into this fourth palace, he had to use up his heaven-ranked construct warship, a wild core, and his lock scroll. Psychologically, he had been completely unprepared to have to use up all three treasures. And this was just the fourth palace. By now the Seawave Dao soldiers and the Yaksha Dao soldiers had surely assembled outside the fifth and final palace. The cost for them to enter that fifth palace would definitely be incomparably astonishing. Just thinking about it made young Master Young Flame feel miserable. I am definitely going to enslave them all, then sell them off to various tribes.
Their descendants will forever be slaves, Young Flame Gnome said with a hate-filled voice. Young Master Young Flame.
Xuehani spoke out softly.
Yes?
Young Master Young Flame looked at him.
What is it? Xuehani immediately smiled and said, Young Master, are you worrying about entering the fifth palace?
As I see it, actually, there's no need to fight head-on against them.
These monsters just want to leave this immortal estate world, right? Young Master, you can promise to let them leave. I imagine that these monsters would be willing to accept. Each of you can set an oath to the Tao of the Heavens, which they wouldn't dare violate. In this way, young Master, you would be able to enter the fifth palace without using up any treasures. What do you think, young Master? Xuehani thought that his idea was a good one. Young Master Young Flame gave him a cold glance. Between grinding teeth, he spoke out two words, you imbecile. Young, Xuehani's face instantly turned red. Being a genius of cultivation didn't necessarily mean that one was intelligent in handling worldly affairs. Still, Xuehani was still quite intelligent. Upon being rebuked as young Master Young Flame as an imbecile, although he felt incredibly insulted, he then immediately understood what Young Flame Gnome was thinking. Nine Lotus, standing next to Ning, sent a mental laugh to him. This Xuehani really is an imbecile. Since young Master Young Flame has elected to come to this estate, he most likely has already prepared for all contingencies. As far as he is concerned, if he can bind this estate, then all of the monsters within can be toyed with as he pleases. They wouldn't even be able to escape. Tens of thousands of monster slaves, and all of which are Dao soldiers as well. There are even precious Yaksha Dao soldiers here. Only celestial immortals could afford to be so extravagant. Once he offers these Dao soldiers to his clan, not only will he be able to make up for his losses, he will be rewarded richly. To negotiate with the monsters and to let them leave, isn't this the same as letting an enormous fortune just walk away? Ning nodded his head. The vast number of Seawave Dao armors and Yaksha Dao armors alone was an inestimable fortune. This palace actually doesn't even have a single golem within, nor are there any attacking formations. Young Flame Gnome no longer focused on his losses, instead carefully inspecting the palace. He suddenly waved his hand, and a bubbling, boiling black strand of elemental ki spread out in every direction, striking against the walls of the palace. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The palace walls were incomparably sturdy, but under the assault of the elemental ki,
3 words suddenly appeared on the palace wall in front of them: Dao Repository Palace.
Dao Repository Palace? The eyes of Ning and everyone else lit up. Every single power needed to build a Dao repository.
Even the Ji clan of West Prefecture City had its own vault that was used for hiding sutras and scripts for its descendants to learn from.
The Black-White College had its own Dao repository as well.
Immortal Witch River had his own forces. Although his roots weren't as deep and his history wasn't as old as the Black-White College, he vastly surpassed the likes of Snowdragon Mountain.
Swoosh! 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 Swoosh!
Without even waiting for a young flame known to say anything, Ning and the others transformed into streaks of light, charging towards a corridor right next to the 3 characters, Dao Repository Palace. The reason they all charged towards this corridor was because this was the only corridor there was. These guys, with a swooshing sound, young flame known charged forward as well. Upon charging into the corridor, what greeted them was a massive, vast hall. The insides of this hall were filled with countless books, a veritable sea of them, most likely not much smaller than the Dao repository of the Black-White College.
Quick, take them! Quick!
All of them seemed to have been possessed. Every single power cared deeply about its techniques and secret arts. If they were to find any which the Black-White College was not in possession of and offer it to them, they would be able to acquire enormous sums of black-white pellets.
Whoosh!
Ning waved his hand, and a large number of books in front of him were immediately collected into his storage-type magic treasure. As for the Azure Sky Snake, she blinked from place to place, calling out in celebration, "Come here, all of ya!" The books beneath her all vanished.
Come! The Whitewater Hound collected the books before him as well. Take them. These are mine.
Shui Hongyi had gone crazy as well.
Everyone, including the final person to enter, young flame known, began to quickly collect the books.
Although this giant hall had a massive number of books, in just a few moments, the entire hall had been completely emptied out. In the end, they didn't even spare the shelves used to carry the books.
Look at how crazy all of you have gotten.
Young flame known shook his head. I hope these aren't just the abridged versions.
All of you will be stupefied if they are. Ning and the others knew this as well.
It was very likely that the books here were simple abridged versions, but no one wanted to take the risk that they weren't. After all, it would take some time to ascertain if a book was an abridged version or not, and in the time it took, everyone else would have seized all the other books.
Let's take a look.
Ning and the others started to take out one book after another, perusing through them carefully.
Moments later.
Abridged. This one is abridged, it just has the very first part of the technique. This is abridged.
This one is also abridged.
This one isn't abridged, it is complete, but it is actually the most commonly seen formation technique, that.
All of them were instantly downfallen, nearly 90% of the books were abridged, and as for the complete versions?
They were commonly known comedies. In the Black-White College, one didn't even have to use black-white pellets to trade for them.
Almost all larger schools had them.
The books with more valuable techniques, secret arts, and divine abilities were all abridged. Almost all of these are abridged, Ning mused to himself. But there should definitely a place where the full versions are located. The full versions should be located in a more hidden area. I refuse to believe that Immortal Witch River carried all of those books with him. Can it be that his clansmen wouldn't need to train while he was wandering and adventuring? Swoosh! One Ning immediately scurried towards one of the 4 corridors leading away from the massive hall. It wasn't just Ning who had come to this conclusion, the others had as well.
There had to be complete versions somewhere. And that place was most likely hidden. Swoosh!
Young Flame Known, by relying on the affinity from the key to the estate, moved into one corridor, quickly discovering a private room.
Here it is.
Young Flame Known entered the room, immediately seeing the skeleton within it. This skeleton was the guardian of the Dao Repository Palace.
In you go.
Young Flame Gnome collected the skeleton, and then turned his gaze towards a stone book. His key was telling him that this stone book was the core for the entire Dao repository palace.
Bind.
Young Flame Gnome just bound a small part of it, then came to a halt. He only needed to bind a small part of it to ensure that all of the formations and restrictive spells within the Dao repository palace would be deactivated. And then, Young Flame Gnome quickly left the room, beginning to search as well. If he were to locate a powerful divine ability or secret art which the Young Flame clan didn't already possess, he would be rendering a major merit. However, given how ancient and powerful the Young Flame clan was, it was very, very hard to discover secret arts or divine abilities they didn't already have. Ning's divine sense had been activated long ago, filling every single part of the hall he was in. However, since the walls of the Immortal estate blocked out divine sense, he wasn't able to search deeper.
Ning, son, quick, come over here.
Uncle White suddenly sent him a mental message. Ning, just about to push open a stone door and investigate, suddenly came to a halt. He transformed into a streak of light, hurrying towards Uncle White's direction. Just a few seconds later, he entered a private room. Within the private room, there were rows of books, all of which were protected by restrictive spells.
However, these restrictive spells were all inactive, and the Whitewater Hound, Shwehani, and Adept Vast River were frantically seizing them. Quick!
Ning had no time to waste.
He began to frantically start collecting books.
Actually, as soon as he entered the room and saw the books and bookshelves, Ning felt quite certain that they should all be complete versions. This was because, generally speaking, complete versions of techniques would span up to 10 full volumes. Abridged versions, in turn, might take up just a thin book.
And this. And this. Ning was frantically collecting books.
A short while later, the entire room was completely empty.
The final person to arrive, young Master Young Flame, was only able to collect a few books. These are all full versions.
Ning and the others began to look through the books they had acquired.
Just Earth-ranked techniques? This one is mortal-ranked? These secret arts are too ordinary.
Ning and the others began to frown as they looked. They were all geniuses, and in the Black-White College, they chose from Immortal-ranked key refining techniques. However, the books they had found here were all mortal-ranked and Earth-ranked techniques and secret arts. Although the books were extremely numerous, there wasn't even a single heaven-ranked technique. My Young Flame clan has plenty of this sort of crap.
There isn't even a single useful book here. Young Flame Gnome furrowed his brows, shaking his head.
Ning, however, just laughed.
Right.
These books were useless to him, but they would be very useful to the G clan. The G clan had far too few techniques and secret arts, and those they had, he had purchased from the Heavenly Treasures Mountain.
But how many could he possibly buy, on his own?
To accumulate a large number of secret arts and techniques, generally speaking, the only way was annihilate another large clan and seize their books. More than 1 million techniques and secret arts. Although they aren't that good, they are enough for Xiantian lifeforms and Zifu disciples to use, Ning mused to himself. In the future, after I find some top-tier key refining techniques, my G clan will be able to set up a Dao repository of its own to pass down to later generations.
Dao repositories were the heart of any tribe, sect, or school. Each generation relied on their Dao repositories to grow strong.
Immortal Witch River was a celestial immortal, he definitely must have more powerful techniques and divine abilities.
But where are they? Young Flame Gnome frowned.
The most powerful techniques and divine abilities must be stored in extremely well-hidden places.
They might not even be in this Dao repository palace.
Ning and the others just pondered briefly, and then, swoosh.
Swoosh.
Swoosh. They all scattered in different directions, searching for treasures. Although this Dao repository vault didn't necessarily have any top-tier techniques, secret arts, or divine abilities, perhaps it did.
Swoosh.
young Flame Gnome once more returned to that earlier room. He sat down in the lotus position in front of the stone book, beginning to once more bind the core of this Tao repository palace. Once I bind it, I'll be in complete control of this entire Tao repository palace. No matter how well hidden a room is, I'll know about it, young Flame Gnome mused to himself. I need roughly 2 hours to bind it. Given how well hidden the top-tier secret arts and divine abilities must be, they might not be able to find them within 2 hours. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 10, Chapter 19, Pentabolt Vidra, Soldiers of the Mind. Chapter 19, Pentabolt Vidra, Soldiers of the Mind.
The top-tier techniques, divine abilities, and secrets arts.
They are going to be mine, all mine.
Shui Hongi was rapidly checking one room after another, his eyes filled with an endless frenzy. He came from Snowdragon Mountain, which currently didn't even have a single loose immortal. Even if it did occasionally produce a loose immortal or earth immortal throughout its long history, there was no way those figures could compare to a celestial immortal like Immortal Witch River.
The divine abilities and secret arts left behind by a celestial immortal would definitely be extraordinary.
When one's level of power was very close to another's, the deciding factor were divine abilities and secret arts. This was especially true for geniuses.
This is a chance. A tremendous chance. I have to find it. With powerful secret arts, in this life, I might be able to overcome the celestial tribulation. Adept Vast River was filled with endless desire as well. Everyone was searching.
Ning, the White Water Hound, and Little Ching had separated as well.
Where is it? Where could it be?
A little azure serpent was slithering forward like a streak of light, occasionally disappearing into thin air and reappearing somewhere else, and at other times moving directly into a room without even pushing the stone door open.
For me, finding fortunes is as easy as eating rice, but in this immortal estate, I've gotten fewer treasures than even Uncle White.
The Azure Sky Snake used her void blink technique repeatedly, and even blinked from one end of a hallway to the other to save time, or directly into rooms.
She wildly teleported about with abandon, trying to find something. Whoosh! Yet another void blink.
The Azure Sky Snake appeared within a new room. Nothing here, Eth. The Azure Sky Snake suddenly came to a halt.
The
Azure Sky Snake looked about this room in surprise. This was a very ordinary room. It wasn't very large, and it only held 2 bookcases and a single table. The bookcase was covered with a few books, while the number of books on the table was even more pitifully low.
The total number of books in this entire room was very low. That's all?
It must be understood that training tomes for immortal cultivators were extremely massive and complicated. A single set might comprise of dozens of books. For example, when Ning had received the transmission of the Star-Seizing Hand, divine ability, it had been directly transferred to his soul, and had taken several months. From this, one could tell how massive the amount of information was.
The Azure Sky Snake couldn't help but transform into an azure-robed maiden.
She lowered her head to glance at the books, and as she did, her gaze narrowed.
Master, Master, quick, come quick!
Little Chang hurriedly shouted through their spirit link.
Wah! Coming!
Ning, located in another region, spread out his divine sense, searching through the various corridors. Given that he could mentally sense where Little Chang was located, he quickly found a route to her. As he did, he felt extremely surprised.
Little Chang actually ran to this place? This place really is rather unassuming and out of the way. How long would it have taken to find such a tiny little study? Swoosh, dot.
Ning immediately transformed into a streak of smoke, rapidly advancing forward and soon arriving outside the room. He pushed the door open.
What is it?
Upon entering, Ning saw that the room was completely empty. There was nothing there, aside from Little Ching, who stood there.
I collected it all, Little Ching said excitedly.
I didn't dare leave them here, for fear that others might take them.
What techniques did you discover?
Why are you so careful?
Ning began to grow excited as well.
Little Ching said in a lowered whisper, 6 types of immortal ranked key refining techniques, totaling more than 300 volumes. 3 types of divine abilities, totaling more than 100 volumes. 1 divine will technique, totaling 6 volumes. All of them are complete.
Ning's eyes instantly turned completely round. Immortal ranked key refining techniques? Divine abilities? A divine will technique?
This was truly priceless. Even in the Black-White College, it would number amongst their top-tier materials. This room was actually filled with immortal ranked key refining techniques, divine abilities, and divine will techniques.
Ning quickly understood.
Previously, we only discovered mortal ranked and earth ranked techniques and whatnot. I imagine that another room was used to store heaven ranked techniques and arts. Mortal, earth, heaven, immortal, the higher the rank was, the more precious the technique was. Now that he had acquired the immortal ranked key refining techniques, divine abilities, and a divine will technique, Ning was no longer too interested in those heaven ranked techniques and arts. It'd be nice if he could get them, but it wouldn't matter if he didn't.
Master, they are all over here.
Little Chang waved her hand, and a pile of books instantly appeared in front of her. Ning was so terrified that he instantly waved his hand, collecting them into his own storage-type magic treasure. He actually began to sweat from fear.
How could you just take them out? It's better to leave them with you.
I'm not a fiend god body refiner, those divine abilities are useless to me. I already have top-tier key refining techniques of my own as well.
Right, later, I'll give that divine will technique a try, Little Ching instructed.
Right.
Nin nodded.
He immediately sent his divine sense into his storage treasure, beginning to investigate. There were only a few hundred tomes present. In total, there were 10 complete sets.
6 sets of immortal ranked key refining techniques. 3 sets of divine abilities. 1 divine will technique. These immortal ranked key refining techniques are useless to me. The divine abilities?
Ning swept them with his divine sense. Heavenly transformation, 3 heads, 6 arms, and pentabolt Vajra. This caused Ning to feel delighted. Heavenly transformation was a commonly seen divine ability, which virtually all larger schools and sects possessed. 3 heads, 6 arms, was in the possession of the Black-White College, but it could be considered quite a precious divine ability.
Ning had yet to train in it, primarily because he didn't have enough Black-White pellets yet. Now, however, he had acquired it, and a complete set at that. This ability, 3 heads, 6 arms, when executed, it will allow me to grow 4 more arms that are identical to real arms.
Ning was extremely excited. Actually, at the void level, powerful fiend god body refiners were capable of transforming a single strand of hair into a clone, and could completely change their physical appearance. It would be extremely easy to even generate 18 new arms, but that would just be a superficial change, those wouldn't be true arms. The reason why 3 heads, 6 arms was so powerful was because the heads and arms it generated were absolutely real, allowing one's power to truly rise exponentially. Ning could execute the star-seizing hand divine ability with 2 arms, but once he used the 3 heads, 6 arms technique, all 6 arms would be able to use the star-seizing hand. This was why Ning had always deeply desired to acquire this technique. I didn't acquire it at the Black-White College, but I acquired it here.
Ning was absolutely overjoyed.
The 3 heads, 6 arms technique, when synergized with my star-seizing hand, the power will definitely be exponentially greater.
Pentabolt Vajra?
Ning, with a thought, made a book appear in his hand. It was the first volume of the Pentabolt Vajra.
He began to flip through it.
The Pentabolt Vajra was a divine ability which only a true fiend god, or perhaps a fiend god body refiner who was very close to being a true fiend god, was capable of learning. Fortunately, I trained in the Crimson Bright diagram of the 9 heavens.
Ning let out a secret sigh of relief.
Previously, when he had been at the local Rain Dragon Guard branch, Ning had discovered that some supreme, top-tier divine abilities had extremely high requirements for fiend god body refiners. Some actually stated outright that only someone who trained in the Crimson Bright diagram of the Nine Heavens, or someone who was a true fiend god, could train in them. That Immortal of the Rain Dragon Guard had also told Ning that once he passed the trials of the wild marshes of the Jail Mountains, he would soon come to learn how truly powerful the Crimson Bright diagram of the Nine Heavens was. The reason the Crimson Bright diagram of the Nine Heavens was so mighty was because it allowed the user to train in some truly top-tier divine abilities, including some which generally only fiend gods were able to use. Pentabolt Vajra, to bathe in thunder and lightning in form of Vajra-like body. Only after 5 baptisms by 5 types of lightning can one be said to have mastered it.
But the 5th one actually requires one to be at the Empyrean god level before training in it? Ning was secretly shocked.
It was the same as the star-seizing hand, which was divided into the 6 cycles. The Pentabolt Vajra was divided into 5 levels. The highest level was only trainable by Empyrean gods. Only at that level could this divine ability be truly perfected to a supreme level.
This is the simplified version of the legendary divine ability, Golden Nirmana Body?
One Ning, upon seeing this, nodded in understanding. The very first tome said it plainly. This divine ability's creator had developed it as a simplified version of the Golden Nirmana Body, to be left to his descendants. The Golden Nirmana Body, it was a legendary divine ability that was one of the top divine abilities of the entire 3 realms. From the notes in this tome, at least, the Golden Nirmana Body was one of the absolute best divine abilities. Ning hypothesized that it should be on the same general level as his own star-seizing hand. I wonder which major power simplified the Golden Nirmana Body into this Pentabolt Vajra, Ning mused to himself. To be able to simplify it, this major power must be incredible.
Ning waved his hand, collecting the divine ability book, then took out the divine will technique.
There was only one of them, and it was titled Soldiers of the Mind.
Soldiers of the Mind?
Ning had just begun to flip through it, but he suddenly frowned, then hurriedly sent through their spirit link, Little Ching, hurry up and leave. Swoosh. Little Ching instantly disappeared into thin air.
Boom.
The stone door was pushed open, and Xuehongyi charged in.
You? Xuehongyi stared in astonishment towards Ning. What a coincidence.
Ning glanced at Xuehongyi, then paid him no attention, immediately flying out from the stone door that had just been opened.
Xuehongyi frowned as he studied the room.
It was completely empty, with nothing within. He hesitated a moment, then shook his head.
Nah, no way, he then turned and left, continuing the search.
Each of the rooms within the Dao Repository Palace were hidden quite well.
Ning continued to frantically search through them in a seemingly crazed manner.
He didn't want others to know that he had already acquired top-tier key refining techniques, divine abilities, and a divine will technique. It must be understood that the Yuchi clan had suffered annihilation simply because they had been discovered to be in possession of a single divine ability, the Windwing Evasion. Thus, it was best not to casually reveal such things.
Phew.
Young Flame Gnome gave the stone book in front of him a glance. He had already completely refined the core to this Dao Repository Palace, and everything within it was now under his control.
Eh?
He closed his eyes, sensing everything in the palace.
Nothing? There is actually nothing?
His senses were telling him that the entire Dao Repository Palace didn't have a single book within it.
It was completely empty. Another hour passed. Ning and the others had just reunited with young Flame Gnome at the outermost hall.
We're all here.
Did you find any divine abilities or secret arts?
Young Flame Gnome laughed as he looked at them.
Nothing. Nothing.
They all shook their heads.
Ning, too, shook his head. Nothing.
The Rainbow Flame Fairy and Adept Vast River were fairly lucky. They discovered those heaven-ranked techniques. Xuehongyi spoke out. But there should be immortal ranked techniques, divine abilities, and secret arts.
We didn't find them anywhere. Can it be that those things were too valuable, and so they weren't placed in the Dao repository vault, and were instead hidden somewhere else? North Sun said.
That's possible, Ning nodded.
1. It is indeed nirmana, not nirvana.
This bit actually took me nearly half an hour to research and completely comprehend. The actual term in Chinese was, literally, Zhang's 6 golden body. Zhang is a term referring to 3.3 meters, so this would literally mean 20-meter golden body. I did some research, and the phrase refers to one of the manifestations of Buddha's corporeal/created body. In Buddhism, the Lord Buddha has 3 bodies, Trikaya, the Dharmakaya, truth body, the Niramanakaya, the created/corporeal body, and the Sambhogakaya. I'm not even sure how to translate this one. Since this 20-meter golden body was basically one of the manifestations of the Nirmanakaya/Nirmana body, I decided to translate this as golden Nirmana body.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 10, Chapter 20, The Final Palace. Chapter 20, The Final Palace. Young Flame Nong gave the group of Wanxiang adepts a look. He mused to himself, perhaps they aren't in the Dao Repository Palace, or perhaps one of them has them. Still, Immortal Witch River was merely a dire monster immortal, his roots weren't that deep. Even if he had some divine abilities or techniques, the Young Flame clan probably has them as well. And they are still very useful to me. Everyone, since we have finished our investigations, then let us head to the final palace, Young Flame Nong said.
Right.
Ning and the others immediately began to grow nervous.
Let's go.
Young Flame Nong took out yet another magic treasure, a flying weaver's shuttle. The flying shuttle expanded to 30 meters long and 10 meters wide. Ning and the others entered it, which was quite roomy. Swish! The flying shuttle immediately exited the Dao Repository Palace. As they emerged, the fiend god Shangliu Fang was already waiting for them. Young Master. Shangliu Fang transformed into a streak of light, flying towards the shuttle. Young Flame Nong smiled and nodded towards Shangliu Fang, seeming somewhat relaxed. But then, he turned his head to stare at the final golden sky pillar of light, and the many monstrous Dao soldiers guarding it. He snorted coldly, "These monstrous Dao soldiers have blocked me repeatedly. After I bind this immortal estate, I am definitely going to repay them for their actions. How could the monsters of a puny little immortal estate possibly withstand the Young Flame clan?" Shangliu Fang laughed as well, and Young Flame Nong nodded. Ning and the others were secretly surprised. Why was it that Young Flame Nong didn't seem to be the slightest bit worried? So many monstrous Dao soldiers, Ning mused to himself. The Seawave Dao soldiers and the Yeksha Dao soldiers are all far more powerful than ordinary loose immortals. Even Shangliu Fang was dominated. What sort of treasure does this Young Flame Nong have? Senior apprentice brother, he seems quite confident, North Sun said with a smirk. Let's watch and see, Ning sent back. As the flying shuttle continued to fly forward, constantly advancing towards the distant golden sky pillar of light and the Seawave Dao soldiers and the Yaksha Dao soldier formations surrounding it. They were now quite close. Humans! A deep voice shook the heavens. Young Flame Nong just laughed icily, while next to him, Shangliu Fang spoke out on his behalf. What is it? Actually, there is no need for you to fight with us, the monstrous races of the immortal estate world. So long as you are willing to open up a corridor out with your key and let us leave to the world of the Grand Xia Empire, then we are willing to permit you to enter this final palace, the deep voice said. Immortal Dwaha and Immortal Witchsui both felt that, given these humans still dared to advance in the face of so many monstrous Dao soldiers, that they probably felt confident in passing through them. Thus, Immortal Dwaha and Immortal Witchsui quickly came to the decision of negotiating with these humans. Let you leave? That's not impossible. Young Flame Nong revealed a smile. But I have a requirement. Oh? Speak. What requirement? The deep voice echoed forth once more. Simple. Hand over all of your Dao armors, and I'll let you leave. Young Flame Non's voice also echoed out in the skies. All of our Dao armors? Impossible. Kill this human. In his dreams, all sorts of ferocious howls rang out. These Dao armors had been left behind by Immortal Witch River, and were the reason why these monsters were so powerful. Without the Dao armors, we would be like a pile of loose sand. We wouldn't even be able to defeat that fiend god by your side. In fact, we'd probably be beaten by him instead, the deep voice thundered angrily. I can swear an oath to the Tao of the heavens that if you are willing to hand over all of your Dao armors, that I will let you leave and will not pursue or kill you, Young Flame Non said. The Dao armors interested Young Flame Non the most. If he could obtain them easily, then he wouldn't mind letting the wielders of them leave. Impossible. The deep voice bellowed angrily. Then don't blame me for this, Young Flame Non shook his head. You are forcing us. The deep voice snarled. Right. So what if I am? Young Flame Non snickered. These powerful monsters were bloodthirsty to begin with. Given how excessive Young Flame Non had behaved, they were now truly angered. Kill. 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 An enormous, sky-filling wave arose, blotting out the heavens and smashing down towards the flying shuttle which Ning and Young Flame Non were riding. The flying shuttle, however, went directly towards the giant wave with incredible agility. This is the moment. A long time ago, Young Flame Non had produced a queer-looking disc in his hand, which was a mixture of black and white in color. Polaris Starshifter. Young Flame Non let out an angry roar. Rumble. This black and white bicolored disc floated into the air. A ray of black light enveloped the entire flying shuttle, while a ray of white light shot directly towards part of the distant Yaksha Dao soldiers. Whoosh! Space instantly distorted. That portion of the distant Yaksha Dao soldiers instantly disappeared, then appeared in the location where the shuttle had been. As for the flying shuttle, it appeared in the location where those Yaksha Dao soldiers had been. Open. As soon as the shuttle appeared, a corridor into the palace appeared. Swoosh. The long shuttle flew directly into the tunnel, and then the gate shut behind it. This. Immortal Dwaha and Immortal Witch Sway were completely stunned. All of the Dao soldiers were stunned. Then stared stupidly at the bicolored black and white disc. As the energies of the disc were used up, it silently, soundlessly shattered. They entered? They entered, just like that? Immortal Dwaha and Immortal Witch Sway, as well as all the other monsters, had looks of disbelief, anger, and despair in their eyes. It shouldn't have been like this. It shouldn't have. Immortal Dwaha's eyes were filled with boundless rage. Raising his head, he let out an earth-rending, pained, agonized roar. They had lost. Utterly lost. If this had been an actual battle, teleporting away a small part of their Dao soldiers would have only been a minor matter. But this wasn't an actual battle. The enemy, upon teleporting those soldiers away, had immediately been able to enter the final palace. After this, the Immortal estate will be bound. After this, all of us will be under his control. Immortal Witch Sway was mumbling to himself. In this moment, the countless monstrous Dao soldiers were all howling in anger, grief, and despair. Swoosh! A long shuttle appeared within the hall, with Young Flame Non, Shang Liu Fang, Ji Ning, and the others within it. They all emerged from within. Ha ha ha! Young Flame Non, upon entering, began to laugh joyfully. We've finally arrived at the final palace. And it is quite beautiful as well, far more so than those other 4 palaces. Ning and the others were still feeling shocked by what had happened with that bicolored disc. It had actually caused them to completely swap positions with the distant enemy Dao soldiers. What treasure was that? Ning, at least, had never even heard of such a treasure. It really is much more beautiful. Every single pillar is exquisitely, intricately carved, Shwahani said quickly. The final palace. After binding it, the entire Immortal estate will be under my control, and the trial the clan gave me will have been concluded. I'll have earned an Immortal estate as well. Young Flame Known was quite delighted, but then he let out a sigh. What a pity, though, after entering this Immortal estate, I lost 2 of my 3 most powerful treasures. Treasures are meant to be used. After you master the Immortal estate, you'll acquire even better treasures, young master, Shang Liufang said. I hope so. Young Flame Known still felt a bit of pain in his heart. The Lock Scroll and the Polaris Starshifter Disc were 2 of the most powerful magic treasures he had on him. These were treasures which even many loose immortals didn't have access to. Even if one had large amounts of liquefied elemental essence, it would be difficult to purchase them. After all, they were simply too rare. Young Flame Known had only managed to acquire them after many years of collecting resources. Still, for the sake of solidifying his status as the next God Plume Duke, he had no other choices. Acquiring the Immortal estate will mean that I'll have recouped my costs, and earned a little on top of it. Those monsters, humph. They should make their preparations for all of their descendants to forever be slaves. A cold light flashed through Young Flame Known's eyes. And that Shwahani, I need to acquire his Immortal ranked magic treasure as well. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 10, Chapter 21, Preparing a Celebratory Feast. Chapter 21, Preparing a Celebratory Feast. This impressive group of experts filed in through a corridor, arriving at a massive, towering hall. The hall was lined with seats, and the walls were lined with musical instruments. This must have been the place where, when Immortal Witch River was alive, he would merrymake with his monstrous clansmen. Young Flame Known laughed loudly. These tables, these pillars, and these sculptures, all of them are utterly exquisite and extraordinary. Ning and the others all nodded. They could completely imagine how, countless years ago, the dire monsters would all be seated next to those tables, eating and drinking and making merry. And there. That's the place where Immortal Witch River must have Saturday. Young Flame Known pointed towards the front of the hall. The front of the hall had the most beautiful, lavish table of all, and decorative screen behind it was also exquisite. To each side of the decorative screens, there were bronze lamps. That bronze lamp was the core of this Witch River Palace, Young Flame Known said, pointing towards a Zifu disciple. Go next to that bronze lamp. Yes. These Zifu disciples were all deathsworn. They knew very well that they had been trained solely for the purpose of obeying their master. If their master was to order them to their deaths, they wouldn't hesitate at all. As soon as the Zifu disciple moved to walk towards the front of the hall, boom! The entire hall instantly began to change in appearance. Ning and the others watched as the scenery around them transformed into a beautiful peach tree garden. They were surrounded by peach trees, and the floor was covered with petals. Careful! It is an illusory formation, Shang Liufang shouted. I knew it. This place, the main palace, the Witch River Palace, there's no way we'd be able to acquire it so easily. Young Flame Known laughed coldly. With Uncle Feng present, he wasn't nervous at all. This was a formation that had been in storage for countless years, and it didn't have anyone truly controlling it. At most, this formation would be able to unleash 1/10 of its power. Assemble into formation. Jining, Mu North Sun, Yue, Adept Vast River, and 9 Lotus all immediately assembled into that 5 elements, pentagonal formation. All of them were on their guard. This illusory formation is very formidable, even Divine Sense is unable to see through it, Adept Vast River said. And I have a vague feeling that this formation is even stronger than the one which had been located in the Vault of Treasures. This formation seems to be gathering azure wood godbolts, Ning said with a frown. It seems you understand a bit about formations as well. Shang Liufang, standing next to Young Flame Known, gave Ning a glance,
then said calmly, "This formation activates the power of the solar star. Using wood to guide the power, it generates azure wood godbolts. Although no one is controlling it, you still can't underestimate the power of the azure wood godbolts. I need some time to break this formation. I wish all of you the best during this time." Ning and the rest of the 5 moved closer to each other, prepared to deal with the azure wood godbolts at any moment. They didn't dare to run about wildly. To do so in this illusory world was to seek death. What should I do? Xue Hongyi was panicking internally, but on the surface, he continued to grit his teeth and wait. Boom! 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 Suddenly, 3 bolts of azure lightning thundered down from up above, smashing directly towards young Flame Gnome.
Someone is commanding the formation? Shang Liufang was shocked. How could someone be commanding it?
The nearby young Flame Gnome was panicked as well.
Whoosh!
Shang Liufang stretched his large hands out. His hands were like dark clouds capable of covering the skies and smothering the sun. They stretched out to those 3 bolts of lightning.
Boom, boom, boom. The lightning struck against the giant hands, and although the giant hands sank down momentarily, and the skin on the hands split apart as lightning writhed and spat against them, the hands endured. "Ah, young master, don't worry." While receiving the lightning bolts, Shang Liufang actually began to laugh loudly. Immortal Witch River died countless hundreds of millions of years ago. The Witch River Palace definitely has no living creatures within it. Anything still surviving should be a golem.
Generally speaking, golems only possess a simple level of intelligence. At most, they can activate formations.
They aren't able to control them.
After all, this sort of large formation is quite complicated. Without Immortal Witch River passing down the special technique to control it, there is no way they will be able to do so.
If my guess is correct, the Witch River Palace should have a powerful golem within it, and this golem should have a sentient spirit animating it. Thus, this golem is extremely intelligent, and is thus also skilled in controlling formations.
Immortal Witch River must have trusted him so much that he transmitted the formation control method to him. Shang Liufang laughed. But unfortunately, he is still merely a golem, with no elemental key within his body. At most, he is capable of unleashing 20 to 30% of the power of the formation. As Shang Liufang was speaking loudly, one bolt of thunder after another continued to come crashing down from the skies.
Shang Liufang, by himself, received all of these blows.
Ning and the others let out sighs of relief.
Shang Liufang's guess was most likely accurate. To truly control a formation required the usage of elemental key.
If the key was that of an immortal, then the power of the formation would naturally increase greatly. But golems didn't have any key at all. Even if they were able to control the formation, they would only be able to, at most, increase its power by a small amount.
Humans, you are not the Immortals' heirs.
To barge into the Witch River Palace is a capital offense.
A furious shout rang out from within the illusion of a peach garden. A capital offense? Who is going to carry out the penalty? You.
If my guess is correct, you are at most comparable to an ordinary loose immortal in strength. Shang Liufang laughed coldly.
Your power is far from being a match for mine.
As soon as his words came out, Shang Liufang suddenly let out a savage howl.
Break! Instantly, Shang Liufang's hand swung outward, howling out as the fingers on his large hands all transformed into giant serpents. The 10 giant serpents instantly latched onto something in the void and gave it a hard pull.
The entire formation immediately seemed to have been stuck, and the peach blossom formation trembled, grew blurry, and completely vanished.
How can this be? An astonished cry.
With the disappearance of the peach blossom, Ning's group once more was able to see the giant hall, and the tables within it.
Not bad, not bad. I managed to survive.
Fortunately, that golem was extremely intelligent and knew that it had to kill young Flame Gnome, and so it focused all of its efforts on him. If those lightning bolts had struck amongst the rest of us, although those 5 of the Black-White College would probably be able to endure it, I would have been in danger. Xue Hongyi felt as though he had been blessed with tremendous luck. Last time, when he and Adept Buyu had faced those attacks from the golems, Adept Buyu had died, while he had been lucky and survived. He had then acquired an immortal ranked magic treasure, and just now avoided yet another tribulation. He had survived multiple dangerous encounters, and had even acquired an immortal ranked treasure. Wasn't this a tremendous blessing of luck? The formation is already broken. Shang Liufang swept the hall with his gaze, then said calmly, "Everyone, no need to be afraid. Immortal Witch River was only a celestial immortal, and his roots were not very deep. It is already quite impressive for him to have produced a golem that is fairly close to a loose immortal in power. If that golem doesn't appear, then fine. If he does, however, I'll capture him." Young Flame Gnome laughed and nodded, then instructed, "There are golems lying in wait within the Witch River Palace. Everyone, don't run around rashly. If you run into those golems, Uncle Fong won't be able to save you in time." "How could we dare to run about rashly? Are we suicidal?" Shui Hongyi hurriedly responded. Ning and the others shared a glance. Clearly, an extremely powerful golem was lying in wait within the Witch River Palace. They were no fools, naturally, they wouldn't run about wildly within. Shang Liufang and Young Flame Gnome moved to the front of the main hall, beginning to bind a bronze lamp. "Ha, this is the core of the final palace." Young Flame Gnome was utterly delighted. "After binding it, the entire Immortal estate will be under my complete control. The Witch River Palace definitely has other dangers lurking within, however, there's no need at all for us to go and take any risks. Once I bind the Immortal estate, the golems will naturally have lost." Ning and the others nodded. "The rest of you, be careful, those golems won't just watch and wait for me to successfully bind this palace. I imagine they will try to ambush us," Young Flame Gnome said. 18 savage, fearsome-looking Qiangqi manticore golems were looking at their leader, a black-armored, muscular man. The black-armored man growled, "That person who broke the formation just now, he is most likely a fiend god. He was able to make his hands so large, and his fingers transform into giant serpents. Only true fiend gods are capable of such a thing. From the techniques he displayed, I can tell that he is more powerful than me. Commander, what should we do? They are starting to bind the Witch River Palace." The Qiangqi golems were all panicking. "I estimate he will need 2 hours to completely bind the Witch River Palace," the black-armored man said in a low voice. "We need to come up with a method, and we need to succeed in one try. We need to kill the humans that Fiend God is protecting." From the conversation between those humans when they first arrived, that humans should have already bound the other 4 palaces. This is the last one. Prepare to obey my orders. The black-armored man's cold, dark eyes flashed with a freezing light. A group of Zifu disciples were scattered in the surrounding area. Ji Ning, Nine Lotus, Adept Vast River, Shui Hongyi, and the others were all waiting vigilantly, worried that the golem might suddenly attack. Young Flame Gnome, seated high above at the front of the hall and binding that bronze lamp, seeing how nervous everyone in the hall was, couldn't help but frown. He barked, "No need to be so nervous. It's just a few golems. If one comes, Uncle Fawn will capture one. They will definitely lose." Ji Ning and the others, including Shui Hongyi, silently tightened their lips. Yes, Shang Liufang could defeat all comers. But the most powerful of those golems had the combat strength of an ordinary loose immortal. If golems of such power were to suddenly attack and catch this group off guard, some of them might die. They were not protected by Shang Liufang, after all. "Attend me." Young Flame Gnome, seeing how Ning and the others remained vigilant, couldn't help but frown and bark, "Prepare a celebratory banquet." Very soon, the 2 Zifu disciple maidservants who personally served Young Flame Gnome had prepared a banquet of fine wine. Actually, during the 2-day journey on the warship from Serpent Wing Lake of Swallow Mountain to the Immortal Estate, they had often drank and enjoyed themselves, and so the fine wine had been prepared long ago. Very soon, the table became filled with wine, spirit fruit, and delicacies. Young Flame Gnome sat down in the lotus position, laughing loudly as he scooped up a goblet of wine. He only needed to use up a small amount of his attention on binding the bronze lamp. Everyone, no need to worry. The outer perimeter will be handled by my Zifu Deathsworn. Even if golems attack, they'll be the first ones engaged, giving you enough time to react and fight back. Sit, all of you, young flame gnome called out. Seeing Ning and the others continue to hesitate, he couldn't help but snap, I told you all to sit.
Ning and the others exchanged a glance.
They had no choice but to sit down. That's more like it, dot. Young flame gnome laughed, you've all accompanied me into this Witch River Immortal estate and engaged repeated dangers with me.
You've rendered quite a few merits. However, this is the final moment. After I bind this bronze lamp, the task shall be complete. Although a few golems continue to resist, they aren't much to be worried about.
Come, let us toast each other for the treasures we have gained, and for my successful binding of the Witch River Immortal estate. After speaking, young flame gnome lifted up his bronze wineglass, etched with a tattoo of flames. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 10, Chapter 22, Young Flame Gnome's True Face. Chapter 22, Young Flame Gnome's True Face.
Let us down this cup together, Xuehongyi hurriedly called out. He wanted to flatter young flame gnome as best as he could, because in his heart, he was still thinking about later leaving the Witch River Immortal estate, then fleeing alive with the immortal ranked magic item in tow.
My fellow disciples, we must be vigilant against the outsiders. Let's not drink this wine, Adept Vast River sent mentally.
We were useful to him earlier, but now we are useless. Who knows what sort of tricks he might play, North Sun sent as well. But Nine Lotus said, I imagine he wouldn't dare to be so heartless and crazed. While sending mental messages amongst themselves, they all lifted up their cups and drank from it.
Gulp. The wine entered Ning's mouth, then a surge of elemental ki surrounded the liquid.
The liquid was completely vaporized by a streak of fire.
Only then did Ning put down his wine cup.
Chun and Ji, the two of you, perform a dance and help us enjoy ourselves.
Young Flame Gnome was in an extremely fine mood as he gave the orders.
Instantly, two of the female Zifu disciples behind him moved. Previously, their robes were in the shape of maid robes, but the robes now changed. Their sleeves fluttered as the two of them laughed, unveiling their astonishing charisma as the two of them began to dance gracefully in the center of the palace hall.
Strum. Clink.
Three other nearby Zifu disciples who were musicians moved to those ancient musical instruments in the hall, then in a very practiced manner, began to drum and strum. Although countless years had passed, the instruments were completely undamaged, as they were all magical treasures. One melody rang out after another, while the beautiful courtesans danced. Young Flame Gnome was absolutely delighted with himself as he watched and drank, and Ning and the others all accompanied him. His spirits having grown increasingly high as he drank, Young Flame Gnome suddenly glanced sideways at the truly peerless, fairy-like beauty, Yue. In terms of appearance and aura, even he, Young Flame Gnome, who had seen reincarnated fairy-like maidens in the capital of the Grand Xia dynasty, felt her to be astonishing. His throat went a little dry, and his heart began to grow heated. The desire he had held down this entire time was beginning to rise. Still, he knew quite well that this rainbow flame fairy would probably be hard to convince. Thus, he then looked towards Nine Lotus, then laughed, Little sister Nine Lotus, now that I have completed my task, we need to have a good celebration.
Little sister Nine Lotus, why don't you perform a dance to us and help us celebrate?
Eh? Ning frowned, his face growing somewhat unsightly.
Little sister Nine Lotus?
This was not a form of address for Young Flame Gnome to use.
And he wanted Nine Lotus to dance? How could Ning not feel angry?
This Young Flame Gnome is going too far, Little Cheng sent through the spirit link. Master, this Young Flame Gnome holds you in no regard at all. He knows that you are Nine Lotus or Dao companions, but he still acts in such a way. Indeed, all of the others present in the hall were stunned.
Nine Lotus was astonished as well.
She first gave Ning a glance, then said hurriedly, "Young Master Young Flame, I have no talent in dance. Compared with the beautiful courtesans you have by your side, I am far inferior. I'd rather not go up and embarrass myself."
"How can they compare with you, little sister Nine Lotus?"
Young Flame Gnome laughed. "What, aren't you even going to give me, Young Flame Gnome, even this tiny bit of face?" Nine Lotus hesitated a moment, then put a smile on her face.
"Then I'll go up and dance to a song."
At the same time, she gave Ning a glance.
Ning just sat there, an ugly look on his face. It was just a dance. With so many fellow disciples present, it wasn't appropriate for Ning to grow angry.
"Ning, son, be careful," the White Water Hound sent spiritually. "Inviting her to dance as part of the victory celebrations is a small matter. Young Flame Gnome clearly knows that you and Nine Lotus are Tao companions, but when he asked her to dance, he didn't even look at you or say a single word to you. Clearly, he holds you in no regard at all.
Given that, you need to be careful." Ning immediately came to his senses. "Don't worry, Uncle White."
"I understand," Ning sent back, and then turned to look at Nine Lotus, who was dancing in the middle of the hall, in tune with the melodies. As Ning watched, he suddenly realized that Nine Lotus was actually a very skilled dancer. Truth be told, Ning knew far too little about the Dongyan clan and the other major clans. The people which future clan leaders like Nine Lotus interacted with were generally some of the more formidable figures of the entire Grand Xia dynasty, and thus she would learn a bit of this and a bit of that, so as to ensure that her performance in any event was perfect.
Good, good, good.
Young Flame Gnome laughed as he drank his wine, occasionally clapping his hands in praise. Nine Lotus was like a blooming lotus flower, swirling about throughout the hall. But as she moved closer to Young Flame Gnome suddenly swung his arm out. A long, black whip actually swept out, coiling around Nine Lotus' arm, then tugging at her.
Nine Lotus, caught completely off guard, couldn't help but be pulled even closer to Young Flame Gnome.
Still, Nine Lotus was a Wanxiang adept. By activating her elemental key, she managed to stabilize herself as she was pulled closer to Young Flame Gnome. However, Young Flame Gnome intimately grabbed her by the arm. He had originally actually been planning on taking her by the waist. Laughing, he pulled at Nine Lotus' arm, wanting to pull her in while saying, "Little sister Nine Lotus, come, let's drink a cup of wine together."
This scene shocked everyone present in the hall. "What?"
Mu North Sun, Yue, and the others were all shocked. As for Xuehani, he just gave Ning a sideways glance, revealing a cold smile as he took a sip of wine. Ning felt as though his head had gone blank.
Earlier, Nine Lotus' dance could have been said to be a performance for everyone, but now... Bang!
Ning suddenly rose to his feet, smashing his hand hard against the table. This table was technically a mortal-ranked magic treasure, but it was only used for holding wine and food. It wasn't meant for combat.
In addition, Ning was currently gripped by rage, and even his eyes had begun to turn bloodshot.
This slap towards the table was actually even more powerful than the palm blows he would deliver in a life-or-death battle. The energy wave alone from this palm blow smashed all of the plates into tiny pieces, and the fine wine and meat were utterly transformed into dust.
Boom! The entire table actually was split apart.
Large amounts of shards went flying everywhere, and some of them actually sliced across the body of a nearby Zifu disciple, causing blood to instantly fly everywhere.
Young Flame Gnome immediately gave him a cold look. "What, I can't even share a drink of wine with little sister Nine Lotus?"
As he finished speaking, a hint of anger appeared on Young Flame Gnome's face. Young Flame Gnome's anger would have instantly reduced most people to a quivering pile of fear. But Ning's eyes only reddened further. Ignoring all else, he barked out, "Young Flame Gnome."
"Gee Ning."
Nine Lotus realized that Young Flame Gnome's eyes had a hint of a murderous intent in them, and she immediately barked out towards Ning. Ning looked at Nine Lotus, then said coldly, "Nine Lotus, there's no need for you to pay any heed to this young master of the Young Flame clan.
He's not even the God Plume Duke yet. When we first followed him into the immortal estate, he was so mild and humble. But not that we are useless to him, this is how he acts. You are courting death. Young Flame Known's anger was beginning to build.
Previously, Ning was a useful assistant, but he was now useless. Geniuses like him, they weren't much in the eyes of him, Young Flame Known.
Ning said angrily, "Do you remember our original agreement?
You made us promises in the name of your Young Flame clan.
What, now that you have the immortal estate, you are planning to act against us? Are you feeling greedy for the treasures we acquired in the immortal estate? You endured it then, but are now planning to act against us? Be silent." Nine Lotus cried out. Nine Lotus. Ning was utterly infuriated. "Sit down."
Nine Lotus shouted at him, while also sending him a frantic mental message.
Ning, you are too rash. Think about Young Flame Known's status.
He's normally in the imperial capital, and when together with the imperial princes and various young ducklings, they often act in dissolute, wanton ways. I just have to deal with it and drink a few cups of wine with him, and this matter will be at an end.
If you let anger cloud your mind, then it will be trouble, Ning sent back, "Some things I can endure, but others I cannot." Nine Lotus. Are you trying to get yourself killed? You want to fight him? Nine Lotus sent furiously, "Don't be so immature." Ning was stunned. Immature?
Young Flame Known was naturally watching the mental argument between Nine Lotus and Ning. It seems as though this young and famous Ning doesn't live up to his reputation, Young Flame Known sent mentally to the fiend god by his side, Shangli Feng. A scene like this has already angered him to the point of insanity. To deal with him would be simplicity itself. For now, however, there's no rush to deal with him. If I kill him within the immortal estate, once the news of it is spread out by the Dongyan clan, the other large tribes will all think of me, Young Flame Known, as a narrow-minded man.
Right. Shangli Feng concurred. Nine Lotus' words had truly enraged Ning now. Who was Nine Lotus? She was the next leader of the Dongyan clan. There was absolutely no need for her to compromise in such a manner. Since there was no need, why did she do so? Young Master Young Flame, Ning is still young, please pardon him. Nine Lotus smiled towards Young Flame Known.
Young Flame Known didn't continue with his earlier actions.
He could tell that if he went just a bit farther, this Ning probably would actually start to a fight to the death against him. He dared to kill Ning, but Nine Lotus? Nine Lotus was the next leader of the Dongyan clan. If he killed her, he would be in serious trouble. Nine Lotus quickly returned to Ning's side and sat down.
Ning remained seated in the lotus position on his chair. Zifu disciple servants removed the shattered magic treasure table in front of him, replacing it with a new one.
Ning.
As soon as Nine Lotus returned to her seat, she immediately spoke mentally to Ning.
Calm down. Oh, so you know I'm pissed?
Ning looked towards and in a lotus.
This really was nothing.
This was a small matter. If in the future, you were to see how the young masters of the major clans act when they are together, you'll understand that this sort of minor flirtation, it really means nothing. Generally speaking, everyone has a bottom line that they won't cross. To engage in a little playing around is nothing, Nine Lotus sent. You've seen too little, which is why you were so easily enraged. Look over there. After drinking a cup of wine, Young Flame Gnome is no longer harping on this matter.
I've seen too little? Ning sent back with a shout, bottom line? Nine Lotus, you are my Tao companion. This so-called a little playing around of yours, being embraced by others' men, being teased by them, drinking with them, these things have already gone beyond my bottom line. Do you understand? You, how can you act this way? Nine Lotus was furious as well. That's the way I am. Can it be that you didn't know?
Ning stared at her. Nine Lotus and Ning's gazes intersected. She could sense the determination and resolve from Ning's eyes.
Fine. I won't be act like this in the future. Nine Lotus lowered her head. Ning lowered his head as well, beginning to drink.
Although Nine Lotus had bowed her head to him, Ning still felt as though there were thorns stuck in his heart. Just now, he truly hoped that Nine Lotus would directly refuse young Flame Gnome. Even if she didn't throw the cup of wine into young Flame Gnome's face, she had to at least turn and immediately leave. In this recent period of time, the two had already argued twice due to differences in the way they behaved towards others. This time, their fight was due to the fact that they handled matters and conducted themselves in completely different ways. Ha! Ha! Had ha! Young Flame Gnome, seated at the front of the hall, was able to tell that there was some unhappiness between Ning and Nine Lotus. He actually laughed, and then his gaze fell towards the nearby rainbow flame fairy, Yue. The flames in his heart blazed even hotter. The desire he felt towards Yue was far stronger than the desire he felt towards Nine Lotus. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 10, Chapter 23, Windwing Evasion. Chapter 23, Windwing Evasion. Quite a few thoughts were going through young Flame Gnome's mind.
At the same time, the other members of the Black-White College began to console Ning.
Junior apprentice brother, endure it, adept Vast River sent to Ning.
After we leave the Witch River Immortal estate, you won't have to stay here and swallow young Flame Gnome's attitude. Junior apprentice brother Ning, Yue sent, worried, we aren't able to beat young Flame Gnome right now. However, truly powerful immortal cultivators rely on themselves. No matter how impressive he might be, in the future, young Flame Gnome will only be the God Plume Duke, whereas the real powers behind the young Flame clan are those old fellows who have lived for countless years. When you train to the celestial immortal level in the future, the young Flame clan will treat you with courtesy, not daring to slacken off in the slightest.
What would a God Plume Duke be to you?
He's nothing more than a titular leader.
Ning gave Yue a look.
He had met with the Lord of Chui Manor in Granny Meng, and had watched as a great power had assaulted the 6 paths of reincarnation. His master, Taoist Three Lives, was one of the most incredible figures of the 3 realms. It really was as she had said, personal strength was the truest foundation to power. If Ning were to also become a major power of the 3 realms, what would a mere young Flame clan, one of the clans subordinate to the Grand Xia dynasty's major world, be to him? There were 3,000 major worlds. As long as he was able to reach the celestial immortal level, the young Flame clan would be respectful to him. After all, it was rare for there to be even a single celestial immortal for every 10,000 loose immortals. Celestial immortals were true immortals, who had escaped the binds of the 3 realms and lived carefree lives. Senior apprentice brother, North Sun sent to him, if you aren't happy with senior apprentice sister Nine Lotus, then as I see it, you should just break up.
I mean, I'm just saying, it's up to you, and how you really feel.
You need to ask yourself if you truly want for senior apprentice sister Nine Lotus to be your Tao companion.
Ning gave North Sun a glance. Junior apprentice brother, no need to say anything further.
In his heart, Ning truly did like Nine Lotus. In his past life and in this life, Ning had never been in a romantic relationship. He couldn't quite explain how he felt towards her, but he truly did feel a hazy liking for her. However, these recent arguments had caused Ning to truly feel upset.
Glug glug glug. Ning held his cup, constantly drinking wine.
Although he downed one cup after another, all of the wine continued to be burnt away by flames after it entered his body. Nine Lotus sat there in the lotus position, staring at the constantly drinking Ning.
It seems Ning is really angry. Nine Lotus felt frustrated as well.
How can Ning act like this? I lowered my head to him, and this wasn't even a big deal to begin with. This sort of thing is too common, I just had to deal with it in a casual, superficial manner.
Why does he have to be so angry about it?
If he gets angry at this and angry at that, in the future, after I become the leader of the Dongyan clan, am I supposed to follow his every wish and desire? I'll let him calm down and sober up first. He should understand, later. One had been held up high since childhood, and had been chosen to be the next leader of a major clan. The other came from a world of peace in his past life, and was a genius who had been born into a backwater clan in this life. The two of them attracted each other. When they had been in the secluded peach garden utopia of Serpentwing Lake, there had been no problems, but once they truly began to face worldly affairs together, their disagreements had begun to constantly worsen. Ning and Nine Lotus were both feeling rather frustrated in their hearts.
Suddenly. Boom. 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 A figure carrying a terrifying, tremendous force came charging in. Those Zifu Deathsworn that had been stationed in the outer perimeter instantly blew apart, their bodies being knocked flying and blood spraying everywhere. In the blink of an eye, the entire hall was transformed into an azure as hell, the floor stained with blood and chunks of meat. The golem.
Young Flame Gnome, seated at the front of the hall, was greatly surprised, but then he immediately grew excited and eager.
One golem after another charged in.
As for Ning and the others, as they had been assigned to sit down at various locations in the table, they weren't able to assemble into formation. That dog's head Young Flame Gnome, he said that those Zifu Deathsworn would be able to hold on for a few moments, but in reality, they weren't able to do so at all.
Ning's Dark North swords appeared in his hands as he hurriedly blocked the chunky manticore golem which was pouncing towards him. Boom!
Ning's sword light flashed out, crashing against the body of the chunky golem and sending it flying away.
Junior Apprentice Brother G. Ning, protect Junior Apprentice Brother Mu North Sun, Adept Vast River sent.
I know, don't worry, Ning said hurriedly. This hall was simply too large. Ning's group had been divided into two rows that sat on each end of the table. Nine Lotus, Vast River, and Yue were on the side opposite to Ning, and were quite far from each other as well. As for Ning, North Sun, and Shuahongi, they were on the same side. Right now, 6 Chunchi golems were throwing themselves against Ning and the rest of the 6 Wanshang adepts. Even more of the golems were charging towards Young Flame Gnome. It was very easy for Ning to handle a single Chunchi golem, but clearly it was a bit difficult for North Sun. North Sun was more talented in controlling golems, not at close combat. Swoosh! A pair of black wings appeared on Ning's back, and the wings fluttered as he began to execute the wind wing evasion, howling through the air as he moved next to North Sun. His sword light flashed out, striking against a primal level Chunchi golem and sending it flying. Thank you, Senior Apprentice Brother. North Sun was covered with cold sweat, and he hurriedly controlled a giant silver serpent construct, sending it into battle.
It's nothing.
Ning laughed, twin swords in hands, and then lotus petals began to bloom around him, easily blocking those 2 Chunchi golems.
Ning and the others, including Shuahongi, were each dealing with a single Chunchi golem. In truth, these 6 golems weren't meant to kill them, they were assigned to keep them tied down. The other 12 Chunchi golems and their black-armored leader simultaneously charged towards Young Flame Gnome. Ah, Young Flame Gnome laughed loudly. Capture them. Shang Liufang's twin hands struck out, and those massive hands seemed to cover the skies as they did so.
His fingers transformed into massive serpents, which seemed to coil about as they moved to wrap around the Chunchi golems.
In fact, some of them managed to snare 2 Chunchi golems each.
All 12 of them were actually seized by his giant hands, but the black-armored man pulled out a long sword from within his leg with his right arm, hacking it directly against Shang Liufang's hands.
Boom!
The surrounding area was filled with a deafening explosion. Actually, it was quite taxing for Shang Liufang to rely on nothing but a pair of hands to capture those 12 Chunchi golems. The power of this sword attack was even more tremendous. His hands trembled and were knocked aside, allowing the Chunchi golems to all escape their captor.
Eh? Shang Liufang was shocked.
This sword of yours,
Chop!
The black-armored man transformed into a streak of light, charging forwards and slamming the sword down towards Shang Liufang once more. Right at this moment, the other 12 Chunchi golems howled through the air, flying towards Young Flame Gnome. Young Flame Gnome frowned, and instantly that enormous red-scale salamander appeared around him. At the same time, a leaf-like Dao seal appeared in his hand.
They are rather irritating.
Young Flame Gnome muttered softly, but he felt completely confident. He had Uncle Fong, the red-scale salamander, and a protective treasure. He was definitely going to win.
Growl. The red-scale salamander howled with rage as it fought against the Qianqi golems.
But suddenly, a Qianqi golem reached out to snatch the nearby bronze lamp, then began to run away with it.
The bronze lamp. Young Flame Gnome was shocked. Now, he understood.
These golems weren't meant to kill him, they knew that they weren't strong enough to do that. Thus, their real target was the bronze lamp.
To bind a treasure, one had to be right next to it and slowly use one's elemental key to bind it.
If one was a bit too far away, or if someone else took possession of it, then there would be no way for one to fill it with elemental key.
Naturally, then, there would be no way to bind it.
This would result in it taking forever for him to control the Immortal estate. Given how well these golems knew the Witch River Palace, they could simply play hide-and-seek with him within it.
The golems could delay for thousands of years, but he could not.
Quick, seize the bronze lamp, Young Flame Gnome howled furiously.
Shang Liu Fang immediately let out an astonishing howl as well.
His right arm suddenly split apart and flew out from his body. His severed right arm blasted out with a sky-filling black-colored divine power, which rippled forth, then transformed the right arm into a new Shang Liu Fang. As for the original Shang Liu Fang, he grew out a new arm. In the blink of an eye, 2 Shang Liu Fangs had appeared within the main hall. However, by the time this splitting process had completed, that Qianqi golem had already charged out of the main hall. After all, primal-level Qianqi golems were indeed as fast as lightning. 1 Shang Liu Fang remained in combat against the black-armored man. The other, however, went chasing after the Qianqi golem that had fled with the bronze lamp. With a swoosh, he charged into the corridor, continuing his pursuit.
2 Shang Liu Fangs? A clone?
Ning and the others were all shocked.
The bronze lamp, the bronze lamp. Damn them, damn them. Young Flame Gnome bellowed with rage.
But right at this moment, at a distant corridor within the hall, Shang Liu Fang suddenly reappeared, bronze lamp in one hand, sack in the other.
Ha ha. Young Flame Gnome instantly laughed.
As for the black-armored man, he immediately felt disappointed. He knew that the difference in power between himself and these invading humans was simply too great, thus, he had hoped to catch them off guard and seize the bronze lamp. Unfortunately, this fiend god was truly too powerful. The fiend god was able to tie him down with one body, then use another one to chase after the Qianqi golem and bring the bronze lamp back. The overall situation has been cast in stone. Young Flame Gnome immediately felt completely relaxed, watching the battle going on in the rest of the hall with leisure. But as he did so, his face suddenly changed. He was looking at Ning and North Sun, located far away from him. Ning was wielding 2 dark north swords, and on his back was a pair of black wings. He was effortlessly blocking 2 Qianqi golems.
Wings?
Young Flame Gnome carefully watched the way in which Ning moved. At the same time, he sent mentally to Shang Liu Fang, Uncle Fong, look at Ji Ning.
Shang Liu Fang's 2 bodies had merged into one again. Fighting at full power once more, Shang Liu Fang stuffed the black-armored man into his sack.
Upon hearing Young Flame Gnome's words, he immediately turned to look. Upon doing so, his face changed as well.
Uncle Fong, that's the Windwing evasion. I'm not mistaken, am I?
Young Flame Gnome asked.
Windwing evasion.
Young Flame Gnome himself had never trained in it, but he had watched his clansmen train in it repeatedly. Because of how often he had seen it, and because he had personally read the contents of the Windwing Evasion manual, he could see traces of it in the way Ning moved.
Right. That's the Windwing evasion. I've trained in it before.
Although Ji Ning is using wings to mask it, he is definitely using the Windwing evasion, Shang Liu Fang sent mentally. In the past, the descendants of the Yuchi clan also used wings to hide it, Ning is using the same old trick. Although this is a rather clumsy method, unless one has an extremely deep understanding of the windwing evasion, there's no way one would be able to tell. Young Flame Nong sent mentally, Uncle Fong, how could Ning know the windwing evasion? It should be one of the surviving spawns of the Yuchi clan. Shangliu Fong sent back. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 10, Chapter 24, Enmity Born from Genocide. Chapter 24, Enmity Born from Genocide. Surviving spawns of the Yuchi clan? Young Flame Nong began to feel a killing intent in his heart. Not a single member of the Yuchi clan is to be spared, and those members of the Yuchi clan who have trained in the windwing evasion are all the more deserving of death. The windwing evasion, only my Young Flame clan can have it. It cannot be learned by others. The secret arts and divine abilities which were unique to a certain major clan were absolutely forbidden to be taught to others. Any outsiders who learned these techniques would suffer pursuit and assault. Uncle Fong, let's deal with these golems first. Young Flame Nong had no desire to play around anymore at all. For the first time, he truly had the desire to kill Ning. Whoosh! Whoosh! Shangliu Fong's two large hands swished through the air, snatching away at the Qiangqi golems with abandon while shouting, "Everyone, stop these Qiangqi golems! Don't let them escape. If they escape, they'll cause problems in the future." While saying this, he continually captured Qiangqi golems and stuffed them into his sack. Everyone did their best to stop the Qiangqi golems from escaping, allowing Shangliu Fong to capture them, one by one. They really were suicidal. The black wings on Ning's back disappeared. He gave a glance to the blood-stained corpses on the ground. Although those Zifu disciples were all deathsworn and were able to assemble into formation, the difference between them and golems at the primal level of power was simply too vast. The first wave of assaults from the Qiangqi manticore golems had caused virtually all of the Zifu disciples to be wiped out, leaving behind only 10 or so. How pitiable. They were Zifu disciples, but against these golems, they were completely useless. And yet, Young Flame Nong insisted on having them watch the perimeter. Clearly, he didn't give a damn about them dying, Mu Northsun sent with a mental sigh. Young Flame Nong truly is cold-blooded. These deathsworn had been voluntarily gifted by Northmont-een and some others. To Young Flame Nong, however, these deathsworn had been raised by outside clans, and there was no way the Young Flame clan would truly trust them. There was no point to him bringing him back. And yet, he couldn't just return them back to Northmont-een. Thus, he might as well let them die. If some were lucky enough to survive, then that meant that they had been blessed with good fortune and might be worthy of bringing back to the clan and training. The few lucky Zifu disciple survivors hurriedly began to clean the hall, completely removing all of the corpses and bloodstains and restoring it to a pristine condition. Young Flame Nong reseated himself at the front of the hall. His gaze cold, he stared directly at Ning, then barked, "Ning!" Everyone in the hall was stunned. Northsun, Yue, Nine Lotus, Adept Vast River, and Xuehongi were all astonished. They could sense that there was a terrifying look in Young Flame Nong's eyes, and the cold, tyrannical way he had just shouted was something they could all sense. Not even earlier, when Ning had shattered the table, had Young Flame Nong been so formal and cold. Young Master Young Flame. Ning looked towards Young Flame Nong. What is it? Speak. Young Flame Nong. This time, it was Nine Lotus, seated on the other side, who grew angry. Ning is my Dao companion. Earlier, he offended you, but that was just a minor matter. For you to act this way, you are being a bit too narrow-minded, Although these young masters and princes of major clans often chatted and teased each other, there were some bottom lines that could not be crossed. Ning was her Dao companion, after all, and he had also helped Young Flame Nong this time. It was one thing for the two of them to have had a bit of friction earlier, but for Young Flame Nong to act this way now was going too far. Nine Lotus, you'll understand after hearing what I say, Young Flame Nong said coldly. Then I shall listen attentively, Nine Lotus said with cold anger as well.
Ning, I ask you this.
Young Flame Gnome looked at Ning.
Just now, was the divine ability you displayed the Windwing evasion? Ning was stunned. Windwing evasion? How did young Flame Gnome know about the Windwing evasion?
Ning's mother's clan, the Yuchi clan, had been almost completely obliterated. Most likely, the only remaining member was Ning's uncle's daughter, and Ning didn't even know if she was still alive. Ning could be somewhat considered a descendant of the Yuchi clan, but the Yuchi clan was extremely secretive about the Windwing evasion to begin with. No need to deny it.
You used the Windwing evasion, young Flame Gnome said with a cold laugh. Uncle Fong, display it for him. Whoosh! Shangliu Fong suddenly disappeared from young Flame Gnome's side.
He seemed to have transformed into a giant rock, instantly appearing in the center of the main hall. Then, with another movement, he retreated and returned to young Flame Gnome's side. Ning, seeing this, felt his heart tremble. His other fellow disciples of the Black-White College couldn't tell, but he himself, as a practitioner of the Windwing evasion, could. Shangliu Fong truly was using the Windwing evasion. In addition, it was even more precise and profound than Ning's own usage. But this made sense. After all, Ning was only a fiend god body refiner. Compared to Shangliu Fong, a true fiend god, he was still far inferior. They are the culprits. They are the ones who annihilated my clan.
A thought suddenly entered Ning's mind. Can it be that it was the Young Flame clan which annihilated my mother's Yuchi clan? Can it be that the grandparents and aunts and uncles who I never met were all slain by the Young Flame clan? Well,
Young Flame Gnome looked at Ning.
Is it the same as yours? I do indeed train in the Windwing evasion.
Ning knew that there was no point in lying.
Frowning, he said, but so what if it is?
Nine Lotus, Yue, Adept Vast River, and North Sun all stood there, watching nervously but not rushing to speak. Young Flame Gnome laughed loudly. The Windwing evasion technique was originally unique to the Yuchi clan of the East-Isle commandery of our Grand Xia dynasty. Ning, hearing this, felt his heart shake. The Yuchi clan had possessed this divine ability for a long, long time. However, they relied on using wing-type magic treasures to hide it. Our Young Flame clan, however, found out about it long ago. After preparing for an extremely long period of time, we annihilated the entire Yuchi clan in one blow, but were unable to find the original manual of the Windwing evasion. Some of the powerful immortals of my Young Flame clan personally intervened and used a soul scour technique to collect enough memories from members of the Yuchi clan to completely rebuild the Windwing evasion manual from scratch. Young Flame Gnome looked at Ning. Right now, the Windwing evasion is unique to my Young Flame clan, and it is absolutely forbidden to teach it to others. For you to learn the Windwing evasion without the permission of my Young Flame clan, this, in and of itself, merits the death penalty for you. What's more, I suspect that you are one of the surviving spawn of the Yuchi clan. Speak. Are you a surviving spawn of the Yuchi clan? Young Flame Gnome stared at Ning. Everyone else now completely understood. So this was what it was all about. Warfare between clans. There was no real right or wrong in inter-clan warfare. Since the Young Flame clan had annihilated the Yuchi clan, and the Yuchi clan's Windwing evasion technique was now solely possessed by the Young Flame clan, from the Young Flame clan's standpoint, it was true that all descendants of the Yuchi clan had to be annihilated. After all, between the two clans, there was now a grudge that stemmed from clan genocide. Ning. Nine Lotus sent to Ning, saying frantically, no matter what, don't admit that you are a descendant of the Yuchi clan. If you admit to it, given that there is hatred that stems from clan genocide between you and the Young Flame clan, the Young Flame clan will definitely not permit you to remain alive. You only need to say that you acquired the original copy of the Windwing evasion manual through happenstance, and that without knowing the full backstory, you learned it. Thus, since you didn't know it was forbidden to learn it, you cannot be blamed. I will have my Dongyan clan engage in negotiation with the Young Flame clan on your behalf, and this matter will quickly come to an end. Ning looked towards Young Flame Gnome and Shangliu Fong. His heart was filled with boundless rage. The Immortals of the Young Flame clan had soul-scoured the souls of many Yuchi clansmen in order to remake a complete windwing evasion.
Upon being soul-scoured, one's soul would generally be dispersed and destroyed. Damn. Damn. Damn.
Ning truly wanted to take revenge for his mother's entire clan.
Are you the surviving spawn of the Yuchi clan?
Young Flame Gnome stared at Ning, his murderous intent billowing to the heavens. Previously, during the banquet, he had just been flirting a bit with Nine Lotus. He hadn't truly felt any desire to kill Ning. After all, he had to protect the Young Flame clan's face and reputation. However, if Ning truly was a spawn of the Yuchi clan, then even the patriarchs of the Young Flame clan were present. They would still mercilessly kill Ning. In this moment, he was the representative of the entire Young Flame clan.
I am not.
Ning stared at Young Flame Gnome and Shangliu Feng. He forcibly repressed his anger and said in a low voice, Young Flame Gnome, if you want to kill me, there's no need for you to put on such a show to find an excuse. My senior apprentice brother has already spoken. There is no relationship between himself and the Yuchi clan, North Sun said angrily. Young Master Young Flame, we came here to help you. Is this how you are going to treat us? Young Master Young Flame, since my junior apprentice brother Ji Ning has said that he is not a descendant of the Yuchi clan, that means he is not. He most likely acquired this divine ability through a fortuitous encounter. He can negotiate with your Young Flame clan and offer some compensatory gifts, then swear an oath to the Tao of the Heavens that he absolutely will not pass this divine ability out to anyone else, Adept Vast River said.
Yue spoke out as well.
Young Master Young Flame, for you to claim at a time like this that junior apprentice brother Ji Ning is a descendant of the Yuchi clan, once word of this spreads, people will think that it is you, Young Flame Gnome, who intentionally sought out an excuse to act against him.
Young Flame Gnome. Nine Lotus stared at Young Flame Gnome as well.
Filled with wrath, she said, Ji Ning is my Tao companion.
Everyone was standing out, pressuring Young Flame Gnome from all sides. But he only laughed.
Ah, don't worry, Young Flame Gnome said with a laugh. Since Ji Ning has accompanied me on this trip through the Immortal estate, I'll give him a chance to live. As he spoke out, he produced a set of black manacles, covered with ancient golden runes. He tossed the manacles directly towards Ning.
Clank.
They landed on the ground before him.
These are godlock chains.
Young Flame Gnome looked towards Ning.
Upon being manacled, you'll be like an ordinary mortal.
Even fiend gods, when locked by these chains, won't be able to resist. Put these chains on and wait for my orders. I can swear an oath as well, so long as you are not a spawn of the Yuchi clan, I absolutely will not kill you, nor harm your power.
I will go out and engage in an investigation.
If, however, I can verify that you are a spawn of the Yuchi clan, I will kill you.
If you are not, I'll release you to your freedom.
Ning furrowed his brows.
Yue spoke out in a high voice,
Young Master Young Flame, think about how powerful your Young Flame clan is it necessary for you to act in such a petty manner? You can let junior apprentice brother Ji Ning go free for now, then engage in your investigations. Upon verifying the results, you can act against him later.
Can it be that in the face of the power of your Young Flame clan, junior apprentice brother Ji Ning would be able to escape your reach? Ji Ning, do you agree or not?
Young Flame Gnome looked at Ning.
I've given you your only way out. Ning stared at Young Flame Gnome. You want me to chain myself and hand over my life to you? Do you think this is possible? Young Flame Gnome's face instantly turned even colder and more sinister.
No matter what, Ning would not voluntarily put the godlock chains around himself.
But right at this moment, Young Master Young Flame.
The nearby Shui Hongyi suddenly laughed coldly as he pointed at Ning.
Don't listen to his lies. This Ji Ning's father was known as Ji Ichuan, while his mother was known as Yuchi Snow. You learned the windwing evasion, and your mother was Yuchi Snow?
Young Flame Gnome instantly revealed a savage look on his face, and his voice became as cold as ice.
So you truly are the spawn of the Yuchi clan. die. Ning shall die.
Anyone who attempts to block the path of the Young Flame clan in doing so will be killed, without reservation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 10, Chapter 25, Grand Dao Domain. Chapter 25, Grand Dao Domain.
Everyone close to Ning, such as Mu North Sun and Nine Lotus, all knew that Ning's mother was named Yuchi Snow. However, they all wanted to try and buy him some time. At the very least, they wanted to make sure that could leave this major world alive. Later on, the Dongyan clan and the Black-White College could use some methods at their disposal to ensure that Ning could be sent and escape to other lesser worlds, or perhaps even a different major world.
Unfortunately,
Xue Hongyi had thoroughly investigated Ning long ago, and had even purchased a set of intelligence reports regarding Ning from the Heavenly Treasures Mountain. Naturally, he knew who Ning's parents were.
Young Flame known. Nine Lotus was enraged.
Hold! Yue's forehead suddenly began to glow with white light.
Her aura quickly became terrifying as she, too, roared with fury. Adept Vast River and Mu North Sun all called out in anger as well.
Whoosh! Shangli Yufang only stretched out a single hand, which instantly expanded to a tremendous size. At the same time, his 5 fingers transformed into 5 giant serpents, each more than 300 meters long. They stretched out towards Nine Lotus, Yue, North Sun, and Adept Vast River. Every single serpent emanated a terrifyingly powerful aura, causing the faces of Nine Lotus and the others to become unsightly.
Nine Lotus, I won't kill you. Young Flame known pointed towards Nine Lotus.
But those 3 fellow disciples of yours, Uncle Fong, if they dare interfere, just kill them. Although he felt lust towards Yue, women, to Young Flame known, were nothing more than playthings. Playthings, in the end, were still playthings. They could be killed at a moment's notice.
You, Young Flame known,
Nine Lotus, North Sun, Yue, and Adept Vast River all stared towards him with hatred, but they knew exactly how strong Shangli Yufang was. He was absolutely capable of crushing them. Although they had some protective items on them, those items would at most allow them to stay alive for a short period of time. To completely change the situation was impossible. Senior apprentice brother, senior apprentice sister, junior apprentice brother, Nine Lotus. Ning looked towards Young Flame known, seated at the front of the hall, then said calmly, "There's no need for you to intervene.
This is a matter between myself and Young Flame known. Ning."
Nine Lotus called out frantically towards him. Ning looked towards Nine Lotus.
Don't worry. Young Flame known. Nine Lotus was absolutely livid. You are provoking my Dongyan clan.
If it was the forefather of the Dongyan clan who said these words to me, then I might truly be forced to reconsider.
But you?
Young Flame known laughed, then shook his head. Nine Lotus suddenly produced a black lotus petal in her hand, a petal with an aura that inspired terror. The black lotus petal quickly expanded, causing Shangli Yufang to call out icily, "Are you looking to die?" His giant python finger instantly smashed headlong against the black lotus flower, which trembled, then began to crack.
This cracked black lotus flower continued to fly straight towards the giant serpent. Boom!
The giant serpent quickly froze into a statue of ice, then shattered apart.
In fact, Shangli Yufang's entire hand became frozen, all the way to his elbow, then began to splinter across. However, Shangli Yufang's arm then once more grew out. Whap!
His fingers once more transformed into serpents, striking heavily against Nine Lotus and causing her to be knocked flying, vomiting blood from her mouth.
Not bad. Unfortunately, you were only capable of injuring Uncle Fong.
Young Flame known shook his head.
Even I am unable to produce treasures capable of killing Uncle Fong. You?
Shangli Yufang was of the ancient fiend god Hydriga race. His life force was incredibly powerful, and his combat ability was comparable to a peak loose Immortals.
To kill Shangli Yufang?
This was an incredibly hard task.
Shuaihani, I'll give you a chance to render merits for yourself.
Young Flame Gnome looked towards Shuaihani.
Go and kill Ning. Me? Kill Ning?
Shuaihani was stunned.
Are you going to kill him or not?
Young Flame Gnome's eyes flashed with a cold light.
Shuaihani mentally cursed non-stop.
He had been flattering Young Flame Gnome this entire time, and had even told him that Ning's mother was named Yuchi Snow. He had done all of this in the hopes of making Young Flame Gnome like him, but who would have imagined that Young Flame Gnome would be this vicious? Young Flame Gnome had actually ordered him to go kill Ning. He had no confidence in being able to do so at all.
Kill, yes, kill.
Shuaihani nodded frantically, but in his heart, he thought to himself, I'm not going to be able to kill Ning, but I should be able to stay alive at least. But Ning, prepare to die, Shuaihani called out with anger, then instantly shot out a series of flying needles towards Ning. Young Flame Gnome and Shangliu Fong stood there at the front of the hall, watching this happen.
A look of anticipation was in Young Flame Gnome's eyes.
Shuaihani's strength should be a bit weaker than Ning's. If Ning really was to go all out against him, he should be able to kill Shuaihani, and after Shuaihani dies, his immortal ranked magic treasure will be mine. Uncle Fong, after Shuaihani dies, you attack and kill Ning, Young Flame Gnome sent.
The immortal ranked magic treasure will be mine then.
Yes, young master, Shangliu Fong said. Upon hearing Young Flame Gnome say the words, Ning shall die and anyone who attempts to block the path of the Young Flame clan in doing so will be killed, Ning had already made up his mind to kill Young Flame Gnome. Shangliu Fong was far too powerful. Ning didn't feel any confidence in his ability to defeat him, but he had no choice now.
Die. Shuaihani charged forward. First you. Then Young Flame Gnome.
Ning wielded his Dark North swords in his hands. At this point, he couldn't be bothered to use wings to hide his technique.
Push.
A series of flying needles filled the skies, shooting towards him.
Kill. Ning let out an enraged bellow.
In this moment, Ning's sword heart was more steadfast and firm than it had ever been before.
He understood now.
In this moment, he had embarked on a brand new path. If he didn't kill Young Flame Gnome, then due to being physically located within this immortal estate, he wouldn't be able to escape.
He would die.
But if he did kill Young Flame Gnome, someone who had the highest chances to become the next Godplume Duke, the Young Flame clan would definitely pursue him with full power. This was a clan that was even more terrifyingly powerful than the Northmont clan of Stillwater.
Two roads lay ahead of him.
One was the road to death. The other was the road of being pursued by the Young Flame clan.
After having been pressured to this extent, Ning actually became incomparably resolved. Boom!
His soul became completely pure and transparent in this moment, more than it ever had been before. Ning suddenly felt as though time itself slowed down. Something that he had been strugglingly this entire time to reach, and yet had never been able to. Finally, he truly had reached it, and embarked on a new journey through his Grand Tao. This was the Grand Tao of the Sword.
A vast, awe-inspiring Grand Tao.
In this moment, Ning felt as though he had transformed into a sword that was swimming through the entirety of the Grand Tao. In this moment, Ning had completely reached the Grand Tao domain level. Generally speaking, immortal cultivators who trained in a Tao all had the chance to reach the Tao domain level, but that was generally only true for an ordinary Tao. The Tao of the Sword, however, was one of the Grand Taos. To reach the Grand Tao domain was far more difficult than even completely mastering an entire Tao path. Although Ning had reached the 5th stance of the 3-foot sword long ago, if he hadn't been placed under such enormous pressure this time, causing his heart to suddenly and completely comprehend and allow him to pass through the final barriers, it would have remained very difficult for him to reach this new level. Within his sea of consciousness, Ning's soul suddenly transformed into a sword, an incomparably dazzling sword. This was the Sword Soul, which only a sword immortal who had truly reached the Grand Tao domain level would possess. This was a fundamental change, an evolution of the soul. Whoosh! The sword suddenly transformed into Ning's appearance, but the spirit Ning faintly emanated with the light of a sword.
What is the purpose of a life lived? All I ask for is to be joyful. Kill, kill, kill. Exterminate all injustices. Exterminate all those who deserve killing. Only then will I be exultant. As loose immortals, there is no path to immortality. Thus, better to live passionately for a day, than to live a century while stifled. My sword is the joyous sword, the sword of passion, the sword which exterminates all injustices. The name of this sword technique is the 3-foot sword. While battling against Xuehani, Ning suddenly began to laugh. Laugh loudly, and with joy. Kill, 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 exterminate all injustices, and exterminate all those who need killing. Better to live passionately for a day, than to live a century while stifled. As Ning laughed loudly, the Dark North swords in his hands suddenly became incomparably brilliant and incomparably awe-inspiring. Swish! An unfathomably terrifying sword aura instantly filled the entire hall. A dazzling streak of swordlight lashed out, tearing through the flying needles as though they were made of rotting wood, then sliced across Xuehani's body. Xuehani's eyes were completely round. He had never imagined that he would end up like this. Filled to the brim with terror, even his soul began to crack and shatter under the terrifying sword aura filling the hall. And then, his body fell into 2 parts on the ground. The 6th stance of the 3-foot sword, the Grand Dao Domain. The 3-foot sword, as the highest level sword art of the Black-White College, had 6 stances that were available to the public. The final 3 stances, however, were limited to direct, epical transmission for sword immortals. The first stance, Lustrous Swordheart. The second stance, Manifold Thistlethorns. The third stance, Sudden Swordlight. The fourth stance, Sun in the Sky. The fifth stance, Moonlight Hiding the Sword. The sixth stance, Grand Dao Domain. These sword stances weren't completely set in stone. For example, the first stance, Lustrous Swordheart, was different for each person, depending on how they comprehended it. The 3-foot sword primarily served as a guide. It guided sword immortals towards techniques that suited them best. Every single practitioner of the 3-foot sword was capable of executing the 3-foot sword in a way which suited them the most. In dire straits, Ning's heart had completely merged into the Grand Dao, allowing him to reach the Grand Dao domain level. The power of this 6th stance he had comprehended was truly incomparably frightening. Is this a Grand Dao domain? Young Flame Gnome watched as a terrifying sword aura washed over the entire hall, causing even his own soul to shudder. Young Flame Gnome's face completely changed from its previous, calm and smug look. He stared at Ji Ning, this young man from a backwater clan, who seemed to have gone berserk and who had just killed Xuehani with one blow. How old is he? He actually has already reached the Grand Dao domain level? And in the Dao of the Sword, the most offensive of Daos? Young Flame Gnome suddenly felt jealousy in his heart. Why couldn't he be this talented? Why did this sort of talent had to fall onto a rustic youth like this one? Grand Dao domain? This Dao of the Sword. Yue, Adept Vast River, and 9 Lotus were in a state of shock. The sword aura that filled the hall, all of them could feel the resoluteness, the sharpness, the indomitableness emanating from it. The sword was a sharp weapon. The heart of a sword immortal, only one whose heart was truly as sharp, resolute, and indomitable as a sword would be capable of truly comprehending the exquisiteness of the Dao of the Sword. When the sword emerged, there was no room for regret. When the sword emerged, it could not be blocked. This was what it meant to be a sword immortal. Kill. Ning wielded his twin swords in his hands. His body suddenly increased dramatically as he transformed into a 30-meter-tall giant as he simultaneously executed his divine ability, Star-Seizing Hand, as well. In this moment, the swordlight in Ning's hands had reached an awe-inspiringly powerful level. But Sheng Liufang just let out a furious growl, smashing out with his palm, which swept forward like a dark storm cloud as the giant serpents that were his fingers ravenously bit down. Boom! An explosive sound rang out.
The flesh on Shang Liu Fang's serpent hand split open, and fresh blood sprayed everywhere as divine power lashed everywhere. Ning was sent flying back as well, blood spewing out from his mouth. In this moment, Ning understood that although his power had increased dramatically compared with Shang Liu Fang, who possessed the power of a peak loose immortal, the difference in power was simply too great. The opponent was able to defeat him with just one hand.
Ning, senior apprentice brother.
North Sun, Yue, and Nine Lotus all called out in alarm. While being knocked backwards, Ning's eyes became filled with madness. That black loop, which had been tucked into his bracer the entire time, suddenly appeared in his palm. This was the treasure which Dao's 3 lives had personally forged. Of Ning's 2 important life-saving treasures, it was the only one capable of an active attack. Ning had no other choices left to him.
Go! Ning waved his hand, sending the black loop flying out.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 10, Chapter 26, Killing Young Flame Nong. Chapter 26, Killing Young Flame Nong.
The black loop seemed quite ordinary, but as Shang Liu Fang struck out with his massive, dark, cloud-like hand, with those giant, serpentine fingers, the black loop actually passed straight through it. The giant fiend god's hand wasn't harmed at all. It was as though the black loop was composed of a different type of force, as though it was illusory.
It passed straight through. What's this? Shang Liu Fang was completely flabbergasted. Kill him.
Young Flame Nong's eyes were filled with a murderous intent as well, but then, he too stared in amazement at the black loop which had appeared. A seemingly ordinary black loop, but it caused both Young Flame Nong and Shang Liu Fang to feel nervousness, because they had no idea what sort of a treasure it was. One of them was an ancient fiend god with vast experience. The other was all but guaranteed to be the next God Plume Duke, who similarly had seen many things. The 2 of them had seen countless treasures, but they had never seen a treasure like this before.
In fact, they couldn't even tell what it was. This black loop easily passed through Shang Liu Fang's massive, fiend god hand, and didn't injure it in the slightest. Mu North Sun was completely awestruck as well.
It was like an ordinary person being struck by a ghost. The ghost would pass straight through the person. When Shang Liu Fang and the sphere collided, the sphere shot straight through him. But Shang Liu Fang, as a fiend god, had an incredibly powerful level of divine power. If it had been a ghost or something like a ghost, it would have been shattered.
What queer thing is this? And Innate-level was amazed as well.
She came from the Dongyan clan, but had never heard of such a treasure. Adept Vast River had long ago awakened fragments of his former memories, but he felt puzzled as well. Yue originally had a look of puzzlement, but then she revealed a look of astonishment.
Can this be? How can it?
The black loop flew into the air directly above Young Flame Nong and Shang Liu Fang, and as it did, it suddenly emanated a soft, hazy glow, causing it to appear dreamlike and illusory. Shatter! Shang Liu Fang howled angrily. A long maul appeared in his hand, filled with a boundless, savage aura, and Shang Liu Fang stabbed the black loop viciously with his awl.
Protect me! Young Flame Gnome also felt that this black loop was extremely bizarre. He had already taken out that leaf-like Dao seal earlier, in order to protect against the black armored golem's sudden ambush if necessary. He now shattered it right away. Instantly, a hazy golden aura covered him with a tight defensive aura. This would be able to withstand for a few moments against even a full-strength attack from a loose immortal. Whoosh! Shang Liu Fan's ferocious stab missed. It was as though the black loop didn't exist at all, or perhaps, it existed on a completely different plane. The black loop continued to emanate that hazy light. Suddenly, an invisible, devouring ripple swept out. This is... Young Flame Nong and Shang Liu Fan's faces both changed dramatically. They could both sense that invisible devouring force, and it was aimed directly at their souls. Ah! No! Young Flame Nong's face turned incomparably savage and terrified. He let out a hideous howl,
and then, his soul left his body. Twisting and distorting, it was forcibly drawn into that black loop. Young Flame Gnome was a peak Wanxiang adept, and ever since he was young, he had access to an extremely high-level visualization technique. His soul was comparable to a primal Taoist's by now, and so naturally it could almost take physical form. Ning and everyone else personally witnessed his twisting, distorting soul howl in anguish as it was drawn into the black loop.
What sort of treasure is this? How can it absorb my soul? How can this be my end? How could I have died to this Ning? Is my soul about to be destroyed? Ning, spare me, spare me.
Young Flame Gnome's soul let out a soundless screech, continuing to twist and distort as it was drawn deeper and deeper within. Shang Liufang was struggling in a berserk manner. And yet, his powerful fiend god soul was still being forcibly ripped out from his fiend god body. As a primal level fiend god who was capable of creating a clone of himself, it was clear that his soul had long ago completely merged with his fiend god body, fusing into one. And yet, it was still being forcibly ripped out right now. It was an enormous soul, and it was letting out earth-shaking bellows that shook the entire hall, but it, too, was being drawn into the black loop. And so, just like that, Young Flame Gnome and Shang Liufang, despite their protective treasures or powerful divine bodies, had their souls forcibly devoured by this terrifying, bizarre treasure.
Crack!
The black loop let out a clear sound, like a piece of ice breaking. Instantly, it shattered apart, dissipating and melting in midair, leaving nothing behind at all.
Even Young Flame Gnome and Shang Liufang's souls had completely vanished. Slump.
Young Flame Gnome's body remained standing there for a moment, eyes completely blank, and then his body slumped gently to the ground. The mighty Shang Liufang remained standing for a moment as well, but then he too collapsed to the ground, no longer breathing. This ancient fiend god, who had been born in the fiend god era, then been enslaved by the Young Flame clan, finally died on this day. Young Flame Gnome and Shang Liufang just died, like that?
North Sun stared with huge eyes. He cleared his throat repeatedly, completely awestruck. Dead. This adept Vast River was completely awestruck as well.
Nine Lotus and Yue both looked at the two collapsed, lifeless figures as well, one master, the other a servant. They felt as though they were in a dream. Shang Liufang had been so powerful. He was an ancient fiend god. As for Young Flame Gnome, his background and status were both mighty as well. Earlier, when dealing with the monstrous Dao soldiers, he had taken out the likes of the Lock Scroll and the Polaris Starshifter treasure. They had watched him do this and had realized how truly extraordinary the next Godplume Duke truly was, and how many protective items he had.
But the end result?
They had both died. Ning, who had been knocked flying backwards and had vomited out blood, revealed a look of astonishment as well.
He had never imagined that the black loop would be this powerful.
When he had originally selected the black loop, the giant yellow bear had said to him, Ning, to tell the truth, I originally didn't want to give you this treasure.
However, after you grow more powerful, it will no longer be of much use to you, as by the time you become a primal, you'll be able to carry around this underwater estate with you. The Wanxiang Adept period. This is the period in an immortal cultivator's life when he is most susceptible to dying. This treasure was personally forged by my master, although he did so casually, it is more than enough to keep you alive. You can consider it a second life, but it can only protect you once, but
a treasure personally forged by Dao was 3 lives, even though he made it in a casual way, it was simplicity itself for it to devour the souls of a primal fiend god and a Wanxiang level noble of a major clan.
Ning couldn't help but sigh in astonishment to himself.
He only knew that this black loop was meant for the sole purpose of drawing in and eradicating souls, but up till now, he had no idea how powerful it was.
Ning was only amazed for a second. In the next instant, however, he understood that he had embarked on a path of no return. Actually, ever since Young Flame Gnome had determined that Ning was a descendant of the Yuchi clan and moved to kill him, Ning had already embarked on a path of no return. Either he would be killed by Young Flame Gnome,
or he would kill young Flame Gnome. These were his only two options. But by killing young Flame Gnome, someone who was virtually guaranteed to be the next Godplume Duke, and whose background was incredibly astonishing. Young Flame Gnome's status within his clan was similar to Ning's former status in the G clan of West Prefecture City. Ning had both the Lord Prefect and his own father supporting him. For it to be all but determined that young Flame Gnome would be the next Godplume Duke meant that he definitely had an incredibly powerful figure supporting him as well. Young Flame Gnome had died. If only for emotional reasons alone, that powerful figure would come to seek revenge. Aside from saving face for the Young Flame clan, revenge for young Flame Gnome would also be an important reason. Ha ha ha, Ning actually began to laugh loudly. With a wave of his hand, he sent out a streak of earth fire, which burnt the corpse of Xuehani to ash. He then collected the magic treasures which Xuehani had left behind. Xuehani had that immortal-ranked magic treasure. Naturally, since Ning was about to flee for his life, he would want to carry as many treasures with him as possible. Whoosh! With a single step, Ning moved to young Flame Gnome and the fiend god Shang Liufang's corpses. A streak of earthfire burned young Flame Gnome's corpses to grey ash, but the earthfire was completely unable to damage Shang Liufang's fiend god body at all. This caused Ning to frown. Come in here. He simply stored the entire fiend god body into his storage-type magic treasure. Then, with a wave of his hand, Ning collected the key to the Immortal estate. Ning quickly began to bind it. The key to the Immortal estate was merely a talisman. Binding it was quite simple. The nearby North Sun, Yue, Nine Lotus, and Adept Vast River just watched as Ning burned the corpses of Xuehani and young Flame Gnome, then took away all their magic treasures. All of them were still in a state of shock. Senior apprentice brother, you killed young Flame Gnome? Northsun's mouth flapped open a few times. He was still speechless. More than 10 or so Zifu disciples were still alive. They all watched Ning intently, especially those two female Zifu-level maidservants who served young Flame Gnome. Swish! Ning's gaze flickered past them. Suddenly, the air was filled with sword ki, which howled downwards, instantly killing all of the Deathsworn. If the Deathsworn remain alive, they would only reveal everything which happened here. Ning knew very well that these Deathsworn were completely loyal to young Flame Gnome. They had watched everything happen. Once the Young Flame clan found these Deathsworn, everything would have been exposed. Ji Ning. Nine Lotus had a look of panic on her face. Tears actually began to appear. How could you have killed young Flame Gnome? The Young Flame clan is definitely going to pursue and kill you. There's no way to stop the Young Flame clan. He was one of the 4 duklings of the imperial capital of the Grand Xia dynasty. He was extremely famous. For the sake of their reputation alone, the Young Flame clan would spare no expense in pursuing and killing you. Ning looked towards Nine Lotus. I had no choice. I only had 2 options, to let him kill me, or to kill him. Either he died or I died. What should I have done? Nine Lotus was so frantic, she began to cry. Previously, she had been trying her best to prevent hatred from developing between Ning and young Flame Gnome, but in the end, the result was even worse than what she had feared. Young Flame Gnome, the exalted heir presumptive to the position of Godplume Duke of the Young Flame clan, had died. No need to panic, Ning said with cold calmness. I killed young Flame Gnome, but I trust that none of you will voluntarily report me. There's no way the Young Flame clan would be able to ascertain, within such a short period of time, who the killer was. They will need to spend time to investigate. I'll immediately send you all out of this Immortal estate. By then, you can return to your own homes, to the Dongyan clan and to the Black-White College of Stillwater City. Nothing which happened here had anything to do with you. I was the killer. The Young Flame clan won't act against the rest of you. But by the time they've fully investigated this matter, I'll have already arranged an escape plan and executed it. Junior apprentice brother Ji Ning, you are wrong. Yue was frantic and restless as well, and she said hurriedly, according to legends, some extremely powerful figures, such as celestial immortals, are completely capable of causing a temporal inversion, resulting in scenes from the past being replayed in the present. From this, they can discover right away that you were the culprit. Ning instantly felt his heart clench.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 10, Chapter 27, Traveling Alone. Chapter 27, Traveling Alone. Temporal inversion?
Ning instantly realized that the situation was far more dire than he had thought. He had previously believed that after having killed young Flame Ning, he would have some time before the young Flame clan discovered him, which would allow him to arrange for his clan, the G clan, to escape. But now, it seemed, time was far too tight.
Everyone, we have no time. I'll send you all out now. Go to a safe location. Because of me, all of you have been implicated.
In order to save time, Ning began to converse mentally with them. Junior apprentice brother Ji Ning, Yue sent hurriedly, you don't need to worry about our safety, the Grand Xia dynasty has its rules, and the Young Flame clan cannot simply do what it wishes. As long as we return to the Black-White College, we will be fine. The Grand Xia dynasty's laws state that violence is forbidden within its commandery cities.
In addition, we weren't the ones to kill young Flame Ning, and so the Young Flame clan would have no excuse to act against us. Right now, you need to worry about yourself. You have two main options right now. The first is to flee. Flee to a place where the Young Flame clan cannot reach you and take revenge, such as other lesser or major worlds. Another option would be to flee straight to the main headquarters of the Rain Dragon Guard. The Rain Dragon Guard remains the most powerful military force within the Grand Xia dynasty. No matter how daring the Young Flame clan is, they wouldn't dare to act against you while you are with the Rain Dragon Guard. The second option is to go up against them head-on. Go straight to the imperial capital of the Grand Xia dynasty. That's the capital city for the entirety of the Grand Xia Empire, and the most supreme clans and schools of the entire Grand Xia Empire reside there. You can first go to the local Rain Dragon Guard branch. That place will be absolutely safe. Afterwards, you can participate in the conclave of Immortal Destiny. Now that you have mastered a Grand Dao domain, you will definitely be able to perform with brilliant splendor at the conclave. Given your talent, there will be quite a few powers which will want to draw you into their fold. By then, you can join a power that is opposed to the Young Flame clan. The Young Flame clan is powerful, but if you look at the Grand Xia dynasty as a whole, you'll still find a few organizations which are more powerful than them and which hold vast grudges against them. Some of the grudges can be described as mortal enmity, and there are more than a few. After all, in this vast world which the imperial clan of the Grand Xia dynasty has unified, it is normal for the largest, most powerful clans, sects, and churches to have their disputes and grudges against each other. For example, the Kind Water One clan is even more powerful than the Young Flame clan too, and these two clans have felt mortal enmity towards each other ever since the Fiend God era. After countless generations of struggle, both sides have even lost celestial immortals. One leader after another has been assassinated by the other side as well. Given that you've killed young Flame Ning, powers like the Kind Water clan would definitely be willing to pull you into their fold. By relying on powerful clans such as them, you can continue to fight against the Young Flame clan. Two options, one to flee, the other to resist. These are the only two ideas I'm able to come up with in such a short period of time, Yue sent. Ning had previously been planning on fleeing. He hadn't expected that Yue would be able to provide yet another clear path for him. Right. The Young Flame clan ranked in the top 10 clans of the Grand Xia dynasty, but that meant there were 9 other clans on par with them. The more powerful an organization was, the more fights it would get into over resources. This was extremely common. As for your clan, the G clan, Yue sent hurriedly. For now, you can have your clansmen lay low. You can also have some of the elites be sent to Stillwater City or the imperial capital of the Grand Xia dynasty. Murder and fighting is forbidden in commandery cities. If anyone dares to act in such a way, they will definitely suffer reprisals from the Grand Xia dynasty.
Although the young Flame clan might be able to arrange for some wanted criminals to go commit suicide attacks, how powerful could these wanted criminals possibly be? These wanted criminals are all completely lawless. The more powerful they are, the less willing they are to do anyone's bidding, especially those fiend gods and loose immortals. It will be very hard for the young Flame clan to invite those truly terrifying figures to intervene. The only option is for the young Flame clan to send its own loose immortals out to annihilate your G clan. Even if they escape blame by claiming that the loose immortal did it of his own free will, that loose immortal would definitely die. Yue continued, sending mentally, no matter what, so long as a tribe can save its elites, in the future, it will flourish again. You are the genius which the G clan has finally produced after countless years. You need to protect yourself.
Thank you, senior apprentice sister.
Ning had some plans of his own, but upon hearing Yue's suggestions, he instantly felt as though a bigger picture had been revealed to him, giving him some new ideas as well. And Ning also had a feeling, as though Yue seemed to have quite a clear understanding of the most powerful, supreme forces of the entire Grand Xiao dynasty.
Ji Ning, Nine Lotus sent hurriedly, come with me. I'll take you to see the forefather and have him send you out from this major world of the Grand Xiao dynasty. As for the Ji clan, I'll come up with a way to protect some of their elites. In the future, when you are more powerful and come back, we can have the Ji clan flourish again. Senior apprentice brother, are you preparing to flee? I'll go with you. My master is close to the end of her life. She's going to enter her final, closed-door meditation. She's already taught me everything she can. I have nothing holding me back. Going with you and fleeing together is bound to be an exciting life, North Sun sent. Junior apprentice brother Ji Ning, protect yourself, only then will you have a chance to turn the tables in the future. Adept Vast River looked towards Ning. Ning laughed. Then, suddenly, Ning's gaze fell upon Nine Lotus. He sent mentally, Nine Lotus. Yes? Nine Lotus looked at Ning. I killed young Flame known. Regardless of whether I choose to flee to another world, or if I choose to join another supreme clan or alliance, I'll be unable to remain within Stillwater Commandery. I'll be a homeless wanderer. Would you be willing to go with me? Ning looked towards Nine Lotus, eyes filled with hope. Nine Lotus hesitated. She could imagine the path which Ning would walk down in the future. It would be a path of incomparable danger. Should she accompany him on that wandering path? She felt an impulsive urge to agree. To wander to the edges of the world with Ning, to share life and death together. But then she thought of her clan. She was the next leader of the Dongyan clan. She couldn't possibly just go wandering off with Ning to the ends of the earth endlessly. No one could know how long the wandering would last. Nine Lotus. Ning could sense her hesitation. He couldn't help but feel a bit of pain in his heart. He knew that this request of his was a bit excessive. Only, in this moment, after having embarked on this path, Ning truly wanted for someone to walk it with him. This arduous immortal path, if someone could share it with him and share its burdens with him, Ning truly hoped that someone would be Nine Lotus. I'm sorry. Nine Lotus' eyes filled with tears as she looked at Ning. Ji Ning, I suddenly understand now. I simply can't wander the world by your side. I can't share life and death with you. The forefathers' words were right. To be Tao companions, that means to be willing to die for someone. Tao companions, if immortals or Buddhas block your path, for the sake of bringing your Tao companion back, you would be willing to murder immortals or annihilate Buddhas. But I can't do it. I truly can't do it. I have my own path to follow and I don't want to give up my own path for you. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Tears were streaming down Nine Lotus' face. No need to say anything further. Ning's eyes were glimmering with unshed tears as well. It's my fault for being too greedy. I'm embarking on a path of certain danger, and I'll definitely be fighting against the young Flame clan for countless years to come. I went too far in what I asked for. I shouldn't dare to drag you in and implicate you as well. From now on, you are you. I am me. This immortal path, it's enough for me to walk it alone. Ning pointed into the distance. Whoosh! Instantly, a watery, rippling pattern appeared, followed by a tunnel. Outside the tunnel was the Skyrove Mountains of the Grand Xia Dynasty's major world. Ning immediately said, Senior Apprentice Sister Yue, Senior Apprentice Brother Vast River, Junior Apprentice Brother North Sun, and Nine Lotus, you can leave. Senior Apprentice Brother, I told you that I'm going to go adventuring with you. I have nothing holding me back. What the hell do I have to be afraid of? North Sun spoke with great urgency. This is an extremely dangerous path I am embarking on, Junior Apprentice Brother North Sun. Do you think I'm too weak for it? North Sun ground his teeth. Right. You are too weak. You can't help me, instead, you'd slow me down. Ning gritted his own teeth as well as he responded. The nearby Yue spoke out to urge North Sun. Junior Apprentice Brother North Sun, don't be stubborn, this isn't the time to show your loyalty. Your strength truly is a bit too low. North Sun looked at Ning, his eyes turning slightly red. Senior Apprentice Brother, after my mother died, I no longer had any kinsmen left. After I joined the school, you became the closest person in my life. Long ago, I started to view you as I would an actual, biological brother. It is true that I am a bit weak, and I know that you said those words because you don't want me to be pulled into this. I'm not going to say anything else for now, except when I go back, I'm going to train hard. And if you die, I'll definitely take revenge for you. Ning's eyes turned red. He truly hadn't imagined that North Sun, in his heart, viewed Ning as he would a real brother. Don't worry. I won't die that easily. Tears in his eyes, Ning laughed loudly, then said, Stop dawdling. Hurry up and leave. Nine Lotus felt all the more agony in her heart at this moment. Even North Sun had been willing to throw everything away, but her? She truly wanted to do the same, to throw everything away, to discard her clan, to roam the world by Ning's side. But she continued to hesitate. She just couldn't throw it all away. I'm sorry. Tears fell down Nine Lotus' face. Stay alive. You have to stay alive. And then, she turned her head and flew through the corridor to the Skyrove Mountains on the other side. North Sun, Yue, and Adept Vast River all understood. Dao companions, what were Dao companions? Only those who would never abandon each other, even at their most critical moments, could be considered Dao companions. Nine Lotus' departure, and the words she had just spoken, they caused the three to understand that in the future, most likely Ning and Nine Lotus would truly embark on completely separate immortal paths. Be careful, North Sun said. Stay alive. Yue looked at Ning. You have to stay alive, Adept Vast River instructed as well. And then, the three flew through the corridor, arriving within the Skyrove Mountains. The corridor then shut. The Skyrove Mountains. They had returned to the world of the Grand Xia Dynasty. Nine Lotus, Yue, North Sun, and Adept Vast River all turned their heads to stare at the corridor. Through it, they could vaguely make out that solitary, lonely figure within the main hall on the other side. From today on, Ning was going to have to fight by himself. Nine Lotus stared through the tunnel. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't stop her tears from continuing to fall. The choice she had made today was an incomparably agonizing choice for her. She wasn't able to abandon her tribe. She had her own dreams. She simply couldn't make herself discard everything for Ning's sake. Yue, North Sun, and Adept Vast River didn't say anything. This was because they, too, understood how rare it was for there to be a pair of Dao companions who would truly share life and death together, who would never leave each other, and whose lives would become as one. In fact, many so-called Dao companions would actually end up hating each other and becoming enemies. It wasn't uncommon for them to end up fighting over treasures and killing each other.
To truly be together until death parted them, this was far too rare. Nine Lotus had too many other things she cared about. She couldn't throw them all away. Whoosh! The corridor swung shut, and they could no longer see to the other side. Let's go. North Sun gritted his teeth. Let's go. I'm going back to my clan. Nine Lotus returned by herself to the Dongyan clan, while North Sun, Adept Vast River, and Yue returned to the Black-White College. Within the palace. From today onwards, I shall traverse my immortal path alone. It's for the best, actually. I myself, I'll be much more carefree, Ning said with a laugh. Master, you still have us. Little Chang raised her serpentine head and called out to him. Ning looked towards the azure sky snake, then towards Uncle White, who had followed him silently this entire time. He felt a warm feeling in his heart. Right. I still have you too. Little Chang, Uncle White, let's go. Let's go and meet the monsters of this immortal estate. 1. The character for kind, Zhuan, is a reference to mythological Emperor Zhuanxu, one of the legendary 5 emperors of prehistoric China. 2. The character for flame, Yan, is a reference to mythological Yan Emperor, the Flame Emperor. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 10, Chapter 28, The Thousand-Year Pact. Chapter 28, The Thousand-Year Pact. Within the Immortal Estate. The clan commanded by Immortal Witchsway, along with the many Seawave Dao soldiers commanded by Immortal Dwaha, continued to wait on the outside of the 5th palace. Although they were enraged and despairing, they still hoped that a miracle might occur. Monster clans. Suddenly, a voice rang out, and along with it, waves of divine will rolled out, instantly encompassing all of the monstrous Dao soldiers. All of the monsters looked over. Even Immortal Witchsway and Immortal Dwaha were shocked. A few hundred kilometers away, there was a fur-clad youth, with a little azure serpent coiled around his arm and a large, snowy white dog by his side. In the air around them hovered ancient, plain, unadorned wooden sticks. It was the Fushi staff formation. Space within 100 kilometers of that human was completely locked, and there would be no way to teleport inside. You? Immortal Witchsway and Immortal Dwaha immediately recognized him. Amongst the group of humans, there was indeed a fur-clad human who had a giant snowy white dog. The key to the Immortal Estate is now in my hands. Ning's voice rang out by the ears of every single monster. His divine sense had spread to 1,000 kilometers. Naturally, he was able to send his voice to each and every one of them. Open. Ning held the key to the Immortal Estate in his hands. He sent his will forth, and next to him a corridor appeared. It was the corridor to the Skyrove Mountains in the outside world. Actually, just now, Ning had already used the key to leave and go to the Skyrove Mountains, then re-entered, having Little Chang lead him and Uncle White in a teleportation. Little Ching was actually far more powerful now than she had been in the wild marshes of the Jail Mountains. For near-distance blinks, she could bring others along with her. The main thing was that Ning had yet to bind the various branches. If he emerged directly from within the Witch River Palace, he would have been surrounded by the monsters. The key to the Immortal Estate. He is holding the key to the Immortal Estate in his hands. That's the outside world, the smell of the outside world. Immortal Witchsway and Immortal Dwaha swept forward with their divine senses, and were even able to extend them into the corridor leading to the outside world. That's another world. Immortal Witchsway, Immortal Dwaha, and the many monsters all stared towards Ning with even more blazingly desirous gazes. Although they were suspicious as to why the other human was no longer holding the key, the truth remained that this man before them was holding it now. They couldn't be bothered to overanalyze it. They knew that the appearance of this youth represented a desire by this youth to negotiate with them. Immortal Witchsway and Immortal Dwaha were actually considering whether or not they should try to seize the key to the Immortal Estate. However, their earlier, repeated failures caused them to no longer dare to act rashly.
Don't try anything.
I've already set up a formation around me, and the corridor is already open. I can leave at any time. In addition, even if you truly were to attack, you wouldn't be able to kill me, Ning said. He had that other protective magic treasure, and also the magic treasures which young flame gnome had left behind. His words were completely true. Immortal Witch Sway and Immortal Dwaha, as well as the other monsters, all calmed down. They no longer dared to make any more gambles.
What do you want? Immortal Witch Sway asked.
I offended a powerful tribe, the Young Flame Clan, and the clan is going to come act against me.
They might even act against my tribe. Ning's divine sense was sending a message to every single monster.
My tribe is located in a commandery city of the Grand Xia dynasty, the city of 10,000 swords. I wish for you, the monsters of this immortal estate world, to go to the city of 10,000 swords and protect my tribe. Protect them for 1,000 years. After that period of time, I'll release you and give you your freedom.
As for the key to the immortal estate?
I can just give it to you. The key to the immortal estate wasn't of much use to Ning. There was no way he could carry the Witch River immortal estate with him. What was he supposed to do with it? In addition, he had the underwater estate, an even finer estate left behind by Taoist 3 lives.
As for the treasures within the Witch River Immortal Estate?
The Tao repository and the treasure vault had already been looted clean.
Protect them for 1,000 years?
Immortal Witch Sway and Immortal Dwaha, along with the tens of thousands of monsters, were both amazed and delighted. Although 1,000 years was a fairly long period of time, monsters had extremely long lifespans to begin with. To simply protect a tribe for 1,000 years, they would then be able to go to the wider, vast world. They would even receive the key to the immortal estate.
They didn't even dare to imagine something like this previously.
They had been preparing to be fleeced, and had even been willing to hand over part of their Tao armors as their offer for peace. But Ning had no desire for the Tao armors. Wearing the Tao armors, these monsters would be 10 times or even tens of times more powerful.
That was what he wanted, them to be powerful. Your tribe is located in the city of 10,000 swords of the Grand Xia dynasty?
Based on what I know, the Grand Xia dynasty is extremely strict in its prohibition against battles within commandery cities. If anyone dares to fight within one, they will suffer pursuit and apprehension by the Grand Xia dynasty.
This young flame clan that wishes to act against your tribe, they shouldn't dare to actually attack your city, should they? Immortal Dwaha asked.
Although they had always been trapped within here, they had passed down records regarding the Grand Xia dynasty's world from generation to generation, and so they knew some of the most basic things.
Correct, they won't dare to launch an actual attack.
However, if they were to send some wanted criminals or some deathsworn to attack my tribe, Ning sent to them, these criminals and deathsworn would most likely be at the Wanshan level or the Primal Taoist level.
Loose immortals? The chances of there being one of them should be very, very low. Celestial immortals? That's even less likely.
To enter a commandery city of the Grand Xia dynasty and launch an attack was a challenge and affront to the entire dynasty. Anyone who did so would be killed without question. For the sake of young flame gnome, who was already dead, would they really be willing to sacrifice a loose immortal, just for the sake of giving vent to their rage and killing a backwater tribe? The chances were quite low. As for sacrificing a celestial immortal, that was virtually impossible. It must be understood that every single celestial immortal was considered one of the true foundations for a clan. A single word from a celestial immortal could even cause the clan leader to be changed. If Ning were to become a celestial immortal, he would become one of the figures capable of influencing the entire Grand Xia dynasty. Even the entire Young Flame clan would treat him with courtesy. If it had been a celestial immortal who had killed Young Flame gnome, most likely the Young Flame clan would just go negotiate with him, rather than pursue and attack him. Thus, there was no way the Young Flame clan would be so stupid as to send a celestial immortal into a commandery city and begin a slaughter.
We know a little bit about the Grand Xia Empire's world.
It is already incredible for the supreme clans to have even just 1 or 2 celestial immortals, there is no way they would let them end up as wanted criminals. Immortal Dwaha and Witch Sway exchanged a glance, then made up their minds.
We have decided to agree to your request.
For 1,000 years, we shall be stationed at that commandery city of the Grand Xia Empire, the city of 10,000 swords, and protect your clan. Given our power, even if Supreme Loose Immortals come, we should be able to easily defeat them.
However, if a celestial immortal comes, there is nothing we can do.
If a celestial immortal attacks, I'll just accept it, Ning sent. Monsters, all of you need to now swear an oath to the Tao of the Heavens.
I shall do the same.
Fine.
That's how it should be done.
The monsters were indeed afraid that Ning would later go back on his word. It was best if they all swore oaths to the Tao of the Heavens. Soon, with Ning personally choosing the words to the oaths, both came to an agreement on what to say, then swore the oaths. Tens of thousands of monsters simultaneously swore an oath to the Tao of the Heavens. Ripples of power from the Tao of the Heavens descended upon them, and through his divine sense, Ning could clearly see every single monster making the oath. These 30,000 plus monsters were the elites of this entire immortal estate world. More than 99% of the dire monster immortal cultivators were present. Oaths to the Tao of the Heavens were useless against mortals and useless against ordinary monsters, but upon monsters or humans embarking upon the immortal path, it would have tremendous effect.
These monstrous Tao soldiers were all at the Zifu level at the very least.
The 30,000 plus monsters, along with 2 loose immortals, all swore their oaths to the Tao of the Heavens, and Ning, in turn, was no longer worried about them going back on their word. Naturally, he swore an oath as well. There is no time to waste, Ning sent mentally. That expert from the Young Flame clan might even be a celestial immortal, and he will soon reach the Witch River immortal estate.
Once he comes, he might annihilate all of you. We need to immediately leave.
What? Immortal Witch Sway, Immortal Dwaha, and the others were all shocked. The 2 immortals were quite decisive, in the face of an opportunity that would change the destinies of all the monsters in the immortal estate world. They immediately ordered the necessary arrangements be made. Daoist Jinbao, Daoist Witch Axel, each of you go lead 1,000 Dao soldiers and gather all of our clansmen within the immortal estate world, then lead them to the city of 10,000 swords. This is a map of the Stillwater Commandery of the Grand Xia Empire. There is a mark here for the city of 10,000 swords.
Ning flew over as well.
Given that they had all sworn oaths to the Tao of the Heavens, they were naturally now in the same boat. We'll lead these soldiers to head there right away, Immortal Witch Sway and Immortal Dwaha both said.
Everyone, get in.
The 2 immortals each produced a giant sack.
Whoosh. Not a single one of the many monstrous Tao soldiers resisted.
All of them allowed themselves to be drawn into the sacks, leaving behind just Immortal Jinbao, Immortal Witch Axel, and the 2,000 Tao soldiers under their command.
Let's go.
Whoosh. A corridor appeared, leading to the Skyrove Mountains. Ning, Immortal Witch Sway, Immortal Dwaha, and Daoist Witch Axel all flew out.
They appeared within the gorge in the Skyrove Mountains. Even the aura and the smell here was different compared to the immortal estate world. This was an aura of a vast, endless world, the smell of an entire, major world.
It's different.
It really is different. This is the Grand Xia Dynasty's world.
Immortal Witch Sway, Immortal Dwaha, and the others were all stunned and excited.
This is the key to the immortal estate.
Ning handed the key directly to Daoist Witch Axel.
I'm giving it to you now.
Immediately lead the remaining monsters to quickly depart from the immortal estate world. If you delay, the situation might change.
Right.
Daoist Witch Axel accepted the key, then immediately generated a corridor, returning to the immortal estate and then shutting the corridor off.
Let's go, Ning said. The city of 10,000 swords is 600,000 kilometers to the north. Let's go.
Immortal Dwaha, that powerful old fellow, personally executed a teleportation, bringing Immortal Witch Sway, Ning, Little Ching, and Uncle White with him in a long-distance teleport.
Whoosh.
Ning realized that the surrounding environment had changed. He took a careful look, then said, "We were slightly off. The city of 10,000 swords is roughly 26,000 kilometers to our southeast."
"Then I'll just teleport us again."
The shorter the distance, the easier a teleportation was.
Immortal Dwaha easily teleported them a short distance.
In the middle of the air, surrounded by clouds, at a location just a few hundred kilometers outside the city of 10,000 swords. A spatial ripple appeared, then from within it emerged Immortal Dwaha, Immortal Witch Sway, and a fur-clad youth, a little azure serpent, and a large, snowy white hound.
"Here we are."
Ning stared towards the distance.
His fiend godlike eyesight could easily see the distant commandery city, just a few hundred kilometers away.
This caused Ning to let out a sigh of relief. Previously, when he had been chatting with the monsters in the Immortal estate, he had done so through divine sense, so as to save as much time as possible. He had been worried about taking too much time and unforeseen things happening.
Ning pointed towards the distant commandery city.
"That city is the city of 10,000 swords, the city which the monster clans of the Immortal estate must protect for 1,000 years. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Book 10, Chapter 29, Patriarch Arcanum. Chapter 29, Patriarch Arcanum.
Within the city of 10,000 swords. Inside a large, secluded, palace.
What? A tribe even more powerful than the Northmont clan of Stillwater?
G9 Fire, G Truekeep, and Granny Shadow were completely petrified. This is Immortal Dwaha, while this is Immortal Witchsway. Both are extremely powerful loose immortals. After describing the dangerous situation, Ji Ning moved to introduce the two by his side.
Loose immortals?
Ninefire and the others felt dazed. Legendary, exalted loose immortals were before them, and two of them at that. "They will command 30,000 monstrous Dao soldiers to protect our city of 10,000 swords," Ning said. "They are all wearing Dao armors, and so with these two loose immortals in command of 30,000 monstrous Dao soldiers, even if tens of loose immortals come, they should be able to withstand them. They will protect our city for 1,000 years. Unless a celestial immortal or someone with a celestial immortal's power attacks us, our city should be completely safe." Ninefire, Truekeep, and Granny Shadow were cultivators. After all, despite still being stunned, they quickly regained their equilibrium.
"You three can decide what arrangements need to be made for the tribe," Ning said. "You know more about these things than me anyhow." "Don't worry." Truekeep nodded. "With such a powerful army of Dao soldiers stationed here, and with this being a commandery city of the Grand Xia Empire that is under special protection from the Rain Dragon Guard as well, anyone who dares attack will be pursued throughout the entire Grand Xia dynasty. No matter how powerful the Young Flame clan is, they wouldn't possibly be willing to have one of their legendary celestial immortals become a wanted criminal." Celestial immortals were figures of legends. It wasn't even known for certain whether or not the Northmont clan of Stillwater had a celestial immortal. As for the Black-White College, in its countless years of existence, it had produced countless loose immortals, but only a single celestial immortal. "Little Ching, Uncle White, the two of you shall stay here for now. Here is a talisman." Ning handed a talisman to the human-shaped Uncle White. "If you notice that the talisman has shattered, then teleport directly towards Serpent Wing Lake and reunite with me. If the talisman remains whole, then you are absolutely not permitted to come." "Right." Little Chang and Uncle White both nodded. At a critical moment like this, they wouldn't let him down. "Ning, son, be careful," Uncle White instructed. Ning nodded and smiled. "I'll leave now. After this departure, I probably won't be able to return for a very long period of time." Ning looked towards Ninefire, Truekeep, and Granny Shadow. "It was I who brought this calamity upon the tribe. In the future, I'll make up for it." "Don't say such things." Ninefire scolded in a low voice. "Remember, you have to protect yourself."
Only if you are alive shall our G clan have a chance to flourish.
For a tribe to produce a genius like Ning was completely a matter of luck. I'm leaving now. Ning immediately used a lesser teleportation Dao seal. Whoosh! He disappeared from within the hall. In the air above Brightheart Island of Serpent Wing Lake.
A ripple in the air could be seen, and then Ning emerged.
Autumn Leaf.
Upon landing, Ning immediately sent his voice out, calling towards Autumn Leaf. Soon, a light gray-robed Autumn Leaf emerged.
She looked at Ning in surprise and delight. Young master. You can no longer stay on Brightheart Island.
Hurry up and have everyone on the island move away to the city of 10,000 swords.
As for you, you need to leave immediately, Ning instructed. Autumn Leaf was stunned. What happened?
Brightheart Island had long ago become her home. She had poured her heart out in developing this place.
Don't ask. I don't have time to explain in detail. When you arrive in the city of 10,000 swords, you can ask Uncle White and the others, and they will let you know. Right now, you need to make the arrangements right away, then immediately leave. This is a lesser teleportation Dao seal. You can use it to teleport up to 10,000 kilometers away. Teleport straight to the city. Ning handed her a Dao seal. Autumn Leaf immediately understood how grave the situation was.
Actually, even if a celestial immortal of the Young Flame clan was to personally investigate, he would have to first go into the Witch River Immortal estate, find the Witch River palace in which Young Flame Gnome had been killed, then utilize a temporal inversion technique. Even if, through the usage of such a technique, he discovered that Ning was the killer, he would probably need a bit of time before finding out about Ning's background. This entire process would take time, and in truth, by the time that Celestial Immortal might have made his way to Swallow Mountain, much time would have passed. And even if he came, he wouldn't recognize Autumn Leaf, nor know about the relationship between her and Ning. Thus, there was absolutely no need at all for Autumn Leaf to use the lesser teleportation Dao seal.
Ning, however, was uneasy.
In order to prevent any unknown variables from arising, he thus instructed Autumn Leaf to use the Dao seal. Swoosh! After making the arrangements, Autumn Leaf, per Ning's request, was forced to use this lesser teleportation Dao seal.
Phew! Ning let out a sigh of relief. All right.
He pushed open the door to the private room he normally stayed in, entered, then shut the door. With but a thought, he caused the illusion of a giant grizzly head to appear within the room. The grizzly head swallowed Ning within its mouth, and Ning disappeared from Serpent Wing Lake, entering the underwater estate in another world. The imperial capital of the Grand Xia dynasty. This was the administrative heart of this entire major world. There were many loose immortals and primal Taoists here, as well as various supreme tribes, schools, and sects as well. In fact, even some of the most powerful forces from other major worlds would arrange for spies and intelligence agents to be placed here. This was truly a place where the fish swam with the dragons. Immortals were as common as the clouds, and unfathomable in their power. The Young Flame clan's estate in this place took up 1,000 kilometers. It was incomparably luxurious. Within a quiet study inside their estate, a golden-robed man with a crown on his head was seated before a desk, reading various intelligence reports. He was the leader of the Young Flame clan, the current Godplume Duke. The Kind Water clan is becoming increasingly excessive in their actions. The golden-robed man frowned and muttered to himself. Clan leader, clan leader. Suddenly, a panicked voice rang out. Upon hearing this voice, the golden-robed man's face sunk. He hated it when his subordinates lost their bearings and grew panicked. However, this particular subordinate was his personal attendant, and one who should have known the rules. The door was pushed open, and a middle-aged man dressed in blue robes charged in, then knelt down and said in sobbing voice, "Clan leader, young master Young Flame Gnome, Young Flame Gnome? What about him?" The golden-robed man frowned. "He died." The blue-robed middle-aged servant spoke out in a terrified, frantic voice.
What? The golden-robed man rose to his feet, revealing a look of astonishment. How did he die? How do you know he died? You can't say such things unless you are absolutely certain. His life tablet in the ancestral hall has shattered, the blue-robed servant called out. The golden-robed man stood there in the study. After a few moments of silence, he said in a low voice, "Investigate. Send out my orders. Within the time needed to boil a kettle of tea, young Flame Gnome's whereabouts needs to be discovered." "Yes," the blue-robed servant said hurriedly. "Young Flame Gnome actually died?" "He should have gone to the Witch River Immortal estate." "How could he have died?" "Even if he wasn't able to bind the Witch River Immortal estate, he had a greater teleportation Dao seal on him. Even within the Immortal estate, he would have been able to teleport out to the Grand Xia Dynasty's world. And he had that fiend god with him, Shang Liu Feng." The golden-robed man was pondering to himself. Young Flame Gnome was one of his juniors. They weren't exactly on close terms with each other, and in fact, he didn't really like Young Flame Gnome. But Young Flame Gnome had a celestial immortal supporting him. Although on the surface, the most powerful figure in a clan was its titular clan leader, compared to the celestial immortals who were the patriarchs of the clan leader was far inferior. These celestial immortal patriarchs who had lived countless years were the true foundation of a clan. The birth of every celestial immortal would cause the entire clan to celebrate, and the fall of every celestial immortal would be hidden for as long as possible. This was why no one was certain as to how many celestial immortals a clan had. For example, the Northmont clan of Stillwater, did it have any surviving celestial immortals or not? This was a mystery. How many celestial immortal patriarchs did the Young Flame clan have? This, too, was a mystery. Even the God Plume Duke himself only knew of 3 celestial immortal patriarchs within the clan. As for Young Flame Gnome, he only knew of 1. But even the God Plume Duke wasn't certain as to exactly how many celestial immortals his clan had. Clan leader. The blue-robed servant returned, saying hurriedly with respect, 3 days ago, young Master Young Flame Gnome used a teleportation array to go to Stillwater Commandery, then headed towards the Witch River Immortal estate. I'm not capable of locating the exact location of the estate. Right. The golden-robed man nodded. I need to go on a visit. For now, you are not to inform any outsiders of Young Flame Gnome's death. Yes. Soon, 9 golden flood dragons, pulling an immortal carriage behind them, soared out from within the Young Flame clan's estate. They howled through the air, departing from the imperial capital of the Grand Xia dynasty and entering the azure void of the skies. At the peak of a tall volcano which stretched through the clouds, the 9 golden flood dragons, pulling the immortal carriage, descended from the skies, then flew into the mouth of the volcano. The last time this volcano had erupted was hundreds of thousands of years ago. They continued to fly down through the opening. Bubbling streams of lava could be seen in the depths below. In the center of the lava flows, a towering, red-haired giant could be seen, reclining in the lava. This red-haired giant lay there as though lying within a personal bathtub. His head was supported by a pillow of stone, and his feet pressed against another stone. His eyes were even larger than the immortal carriage. Senior Bayfire. The golden-robed man stood in front of the immortal carriage and called out. Oh! The red-haired giant opened his eyes and looked at the golden-robed man. After pondering a moment, he said slowly, You are Young Flame Fujuan, the current clan leader and God Plume Duke? I am. The golden-robed man was still quite humble. This was because he knew who the fiend god in front of him was. This fiend god was surnamed Bayfire, and was an incomparably powerful warrior who had belonged to an extremely mighty fiend god tribe, back in the fiend god era. He was a void-level fiend god. However, although he was only a void-level fiend god, his true combat power was absolutely on the level of celestial immortals. In the past, it had been one of the most brilliant, outstanding patriarchs of the Young Flame clan who had subdued and tamed him. Unfortunately, that patriarch had already fallen over the passage of countless years. What is it?
The red-haired giant asked.
Are the three patriarchs still within this major world?
The golden-robed man asked. The red-haired giant said slowly, Patriarch Infatuation left this major world more than 10,000 years ago.
Where he went, and when he shall return, is unknown.
Patriarch Sunfish, just a few decades, went to meet with friends in the Deva realm. Generally speaking, he will spend a century in the Deva realm when meeting with friends. Only Patriarch Arcanum remains here, in secluded meditation.
Young Flame Ning just died.
This is a matter of grave import. I'd like to trouble you, Senior Bayfire, to make a report to Patriarch Arcanum, the golden-robed man said hurriedly.
Young Flame Ning? The next clan leader of your clan? The red-haired giant laughed. Your next clan leader actually died? What a joke. I'll go help you make the report.
The red-haired giant closed his eyes.
Moments later, he opened them again. Patriarch Arcanum will arrive right away.
The location of the place where Patriarch Arcanum was secluded was a mystery. Only some of Patriarch Arcanum's closest confidants knew.
Not even the God-plumed Duke knew. Whoosh!
In the air above the lava, spots of stellar light suddenly appeared. The brilliant spots of stellar light began to link together, seemingly forming a mysterious, arcane formation. Suddenly, a tall, skinny, narrow-eyed elder stepped out from within that swirl of countless stars. In this moment, it seemed as though the entire world was bowing towards him, as though he and he alone was the only master of the world.
Patriarch Arcanum.
The golden-robed man hurriedly bowed with respect.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 11 Chapter 1, The Culprit is Ning.
Chapter 1, The Culprit is Ning.
The old man looked at the golden-robed man. His voice was rather shrill, and his gaze was filled with grief.
My child Ning died?
Patriarch, Young Flame Ning's spirit tablet has shattered, the golden-robed man said respectfully, not daring to show the slightest bit of discourtesy. Li Shui, your master has failed you. Patriarch Arcanum shut his eyes, tears appearing at the corner. Immortal Li Shui was the female disciple who he had loved the dearest. The two had identical dispositions, and Patriarch Arcanum had all but viewed her as he would his own daughter. Unfortunately, Immortal Li Shui had been too arrogant when facing her celestial tribulation, and in the end, her spirit had been destroyed. The celestial tribulation was the greatest tribulation in any individual's life. Overcoming it meant becoming a carefree celestial immortal. Failing it, for the lucky, meant becoming a loose immortal, while the unlucky would have their souls destroyed. Immortal Li Shui had simply been too arrogant.
At the last stage, she refused to give up, and had chosen to continue to fight head-on. And so, she died.
Patriarch Arcanum had been grief-stricken by this for an extremely long period of time. Fortunately, Immortal Li Shui had a son named Young Flame Ning. Patriarch Arcanum had supported him from an early age, wanting to make up for his failure with Immortal Li Shui by taking care of Young Flame Ning. He had given Young Flame Ning his full support this entire time, and had insisted on pushing Young Flame Ning onto the position of God-plumed Duke. Unfortunately, Young Flame Ning had died. Died at the Wanshan level. I arranged a fiend god to protect him. That fiend god should have been able to withstand even a supreme loose immortal.
How could he have died? How? Who killed him?
Patriarch Arcanum revealed a look of explosive, incomparably terrifying savagery in his eyes. He was also carrying the greater teleportation Dao seal I gave him. Even in a completely different world, he would have been able to teleport straight back, but... The golden-robed man said hurriedly, Patriarch, Young Flame Ning should have died within the Witch River Immortal Estate.
Witch River Immortal Estate?
Patriarch Arcanum was instantly enraged.
Tests, always the stupid tests. What's the big deal about becoming God-plumed Duke?
Although he was angry, Patriarch Arcanum knew that this was in accordance with the rules of the clan.
they couldn't be easily discarded. "Where is the Witch River Immortal estate?" Patriarch Arcanum asked. "Within Stillwater Commandery."
"I'll lead the way for you, Patriarch," the golden-robed man said respectfully.
"Fine. Let's go." Patriarch Arcanum gave the order.
Soon, the 9 flood dragons flew out, with that immortal carriage behind them. Patriarch Arcanum remained seated within, while the golden-robed man sat in the front, in the position normally reserved for servants, carriage drivers, and bodyguards.
Swoosh! The immortal carriage soared into the skies, flying out off the volcano.
The Immortal estate had been hidden in a separate world which was only connected to the Grand Xia dynasty's world by a single corridor. If one did not know where the connection point was, there would be no way to find the exact location of the corridor, even if one was a celestial immortal. Thus, one would naturally be unable to enter that world. Since the Young Flame clan had arranged for Young Flame known to take his trials there, they naturally had, early on, sent clan elders bearing the key to the Immortal estate into the estate. They had done a quick surveillance, assuring themselves that the Witch River Immortal estate was a place which would pose something of a challenge to Young Flame Gnome, but which absolutely couldn't put him in mortal danger. Only then did they bestow the key onto Young Flame Gnome and have him come. This was why the Young Flame clan had the precise location of the Witch River Immortal estate. Whoosh! In the air above the Skyrove Mountains, there appeared an immortal carriage that was pulled by 9 flood dragons. The golden-robed man at the front of the carriage pulled out and unfurled a scroll while saying, "This scroll is of the Skyrove Mountains, and it also marks the location where the Skyrove Mountains connects to the Witch River Immortal estate. It's right in front of us, dot." They gave it a careful glance and did a quick comparison. Soon, the immortal carriage arrived within the gorge. Right there, on the walls of the gorge, the golden-robed man said. Patriarch Arcanum, seated within the carriage, had a very sinister look on his face. He barked, "This cliff wall is enormous. Where, exactly, is the connection point? The Witch River Immortal estate is in a separate dimension. Unless you can find the exact point, there's no way to enter it. Patriarch, please wait a moment." The golden-robed man immediately executed a secret art, causing a golden, glowing rune to appear in his palm. Rumble! A golden rune began to glow somewhere on the cliff wall as well. Right there. "That's the place where the Witch River Immortal estate connects to our world," the golden-robed man said, pointing forward. "The clan elders set a secret mark there long ago. That's the mark. Open up." Patriarch Arcanum's gaze turned incredibly sharp as he released his full power. To forcibly break through the defenses of an immortal estate was no easy task. Spots of starlight began to appear in the surrounding area. The countless specks of starlight seemed dreamlike and illusory. At the same time, 2 giant hands of starlight began to coalesce, then tore towards the front. Re-up. Space itself tore apart, a corridor appearing. One could vaguely see through the corridor that there was an immortal estate world on the other side. If one had not known the exact connection location, however, the only result of this rip would have been the void. The Witch River Immortal estate. So it truly is here. Patriarch Arcanum said coldly, "Wait here then." "All right." The golden-robed man responded with respect. Swish! Patriarch Arcanum rose to his feet, then took a single step which carried him straight through the torn-open corridor and into the Immortal estate world. The Immortal estate world was completely empty. With but a thought, Patriarch Arcanum spread his sense out to cover the entire world, capable of discovering everything within it. There isn't a single living thing here? Patriarch Arcanum was startled. But of course, how could he know that when Ning fled, he had told the monstrous races that there was a high chance a celestial immortal would come? The monsters had been so terrified that the monstrous Tao soldiers had seized all of their kinsmen and pulled them onto warships in quite a brutal and ruthless fashion, using all sorts of cultivation techniques to quickly drag and send away one batch after another. In but the time needed to boil a cup of tea, the entire population of monsters had completely fled. But those items in those monstrous mountain lairs, those lake lairs, those estates, there's fruit and wine placed out in the open. Clearly, they just left a short time ago. Patriarch Arcanum turned his gaze towards a nearby sky pillar of golden light. The 5 palaces of Immortal Witch River. After my child Ning came, he definitely would have entered one of these 5 palaces. Most likely, he died within one of them. With a single step, Patriarch Arcanum appeared before the Tao Repository Palace. He then stretched out his finger and pointed towards the distance.
Temporal inversion.
The temporal inversion technique was an incomparably powerful technique. Generally speaking, only Earth Immortals and Loose Immortals who had incredibly profound insights into the Tao of Time were capable of using it. If their insights were insufficient, then they would have to wait until they surpassed the restrictions of the 3 realms and became celestial immortals before they would be able to use this art. Whoosh! The scenery in the area began to change as time began to rapidly flow backwards. It flowed all the way back to the point where young Flame Gnome used the Wild Core and the Lock Scroll before just barely bypassing the monstrous Tao soldiers and entering the Tao Repository Palace.
And then, time began to progress forward at a normal pace.
Soon, young Flame Gnome led Ning and the others out of the Tao Repository Palace. My boy Ning entered this palace, then left this palace. He didn't die here.
Patriarch Arcanum followed young Flame Gnome's warship as it flew forward.
As he did so, the scene in the second location began to replay once more. Young Flame Gnome, Shuaihongi, Ning, and the others rode the warship all the way to the 5th palace, the Witch River Palace, where the monsters had set up a tight guard.
Patriarch Arcanum just flew behind them. Young Flame Gnome used the black and white disc, then immediately entered the 5th palace.
All of the monsters were gathered here, rather than being dispersed in the other palaces. My boy Ning, in turn, was willing to pay any price to enter this palace.
This should have been the final palace he entered.
Patriarch Arcanum's figure turned blurry for a moment, and then he reappeared within the 5th palace, the Witch River Palace. Within the Witch River Palace, Patriarch Arcanum once more used the temporal inversion technique, replaying the scene in front of him, starting from when young Flame Gnome and the others entered the palace. The breaking of the illusory formation, the entering of the main hall, the celebratory banquet, 9 Lotus dance, Ning's anger, the attack of many golems, Ning using the windwing evasion, one scene after another appeared. Even the dialogue was repeated. Patriarch Arcanum suddenly frowned.
That's the windwing evasion.
In the past, for the sake of completing and perfecting their copy of this divine ability, Patriarch Arcanum had personally soul-scoured some members of the Yuchi clan. He naturally was quite familiar with the windwing evasion. He immediately recognized that Ning used the windwing evasion. The scenes continued to change at high speed. Young Flame Gnome tried to force Ning to cuff himself with the godlock chains. Shuaihongi then suddenly called out that Ning's mother was named Yuchi Snow.
Instantly, a major battle began.
Shangli Yufan, by himself, was able to block Mu North Sun, 9 Lotus, Yue, and Adept Vast River.
Shuaihongi went to fight Ning.
However, Ning's power suddenly increased explosively, causing the entire hall to be filled with countless swords.
A single, dazzling swordlight executed Shuaihongi. Grand Tao Domain?
Patriarch Arcanum continued to watch, and as he did, his magical power continued to rapidly deplete. Temporal inversion, after all, was no ordinary technique. This kid named Ning who knows the windwing evasion, he's only at the Wanxian level. Even if he comprehended a Grand Tao Domain, he should have been far from being a match for the fiend god bodyguard my boy Ning had. Indeed, Ning was defeated by a single palm blow from Shangli Yufang.
But right at that moment, that black loop had flown out. The souls of young Flame Gnome, Shangli Yufang, and the red scale salamander were all devoured and extinguished.
This is. Patriarch Arcanum's eyes were filled with shock and rage.
A Souls Layer loop? How could this kid have possibly procured such a treasure? Can it be that a major power died during one of the huge, chaotic battles of the Fiend God era, and the Souls Layer sphere ended up as a relic somewhere, where the kid found it?
Luck. It was hard to say what luck might bring.
A backwater bumpkin might be lucky enough to acquire a heaven-defying treasure.
In fact, a lucky kid who offered an old man a bowl of water might end up finding that the old man was one of the major powers of the three realms. My child Ning didn't have bad luck, but he actually ended up dying to this Ning of the Black-White College. For this Ning to have procured such a treasure, it seems he must have been blessed with tremendous luck.
However, no matter how lucky he might be, he won't be able to overcome my divine abilities.
Patriarch Arcanum's eyes became filled with a cold light. Those survivors were Yue, Moon North Sun, Vast River, and Nine Lotus. All of them are disciples of the Black-White College.
Black-White College.
Patriarch Arcanum turned, once more ripping a corridor through space, at the point where the estate was linked with the outside world of the Grand Sa Empire.
Swoosh! Within the Skyrove Mountains.
The golden-robed man had been waiting here the entire time, only to see Patriarch Arcanum tear a corridor through space and emerge through it.
Patriarch, the golden-robed man said.
The culprit was Ning of the Black-White College. Patriarch Arcanum looked at him.
Do you know him?
The golden-robed man was the God-plumed Duke. How could he possibly know about one particular genius within Stillwater Commandery?
He immediately shook his head. I do not.
Then let's go straight to Stillwater City. First, we'll do a thorough investigation regarding Ning at the Heavenly Treasures Mountain, then, we shall go to the Black-White College. Those other disciples are most likely still within the Black-White College, Patriarch Arcanum instructed coldly.
Yes.
The golden-robed man immediately commanded the Immortal carriage to leave. The 9 flood dragons pulled the Immortal carriage, quickly departing from the Skyrove Mountains. They flew through the skies, heading towards Stillwater City. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 11, Chapter 2, The 8 Loose Immortals of the Black-White College.
Chapter 2, The 8 Loose Immortals of the Black-White College.
In the skies above Stillwater City, there were 9 flood dragons, pulling an immortal carriage behind them, which had come to a halt above the Heavenly Treasures Mountain.
Patriarch, wait here.
I will go investigate Ning in detail, the God-plumed Duke said respectfully. Also, Ning's mother is named Yuchi Snow. Purchase an intelligence report on her as well. Patriarch Arcanum remained seated aboard the immortal carriage as he calmly gave the orders.
Yes. The God-plumed Duke immediately flew down into the Heavenly Treasures Mountain. Just a short while later, the God-plumed Duke walked out from within it.
With a blurring movement, he flew back into the sky, next to Patriarch Arcanum, respectfully handing him a book with 2 characters on it, J.I. Ning.
Just Ning's? Patriarch Arcanum frowned.
Ning's mother, Yuchi Snow, was a minor Scientian lifeform who hadn't accomplished any major deeds. The only record of her is that she had a son named Ning. The Heavenly Treasures Mountain informed me that there is virtually no intelligence regarding Yuchi Snow, and all of what they have is in this tome, the God-plumed Duke explained.
Patriarch Arcanum nodded softly.
Although the Heavenly Treasures Mountain's intelligence unit was spread throughout the world, they weren't as all-knowing as the heavens themselves. They, too, needed to engage in deep, careful investigations in order to find things out. Yuchi Snow and her family's flight was a very secretive thing to begin with. Even the young Flame Clan hadn't been able to catch these final few fish who had fled their net. It wasn't strange for the Heavenly Treasures Mountain to be unaware of it as well.
Ning? He's actually this young?
Patriarch Arcanum, upon seeing the report, was shocked. His beloved young flame gnome had trained for more than a century. Amongst Wanshang adepts, that was actually quite young, because Wanshang adepts could live for up to 800 years. Unexpectedly, this kid who had killed the fiend god Shangliu Fang as well as young flame gnome, this kid who had already reached the Grand Dao domain level in the Dao of the Sword, was actually this young.
The more impressive his potential, the more he needs to die.
A cold light flashed through Patriarch Arcanum's eyes. He quickly flipped through the report, finishing it.
Swallow Mountain? Serpent Wing Lake?
Patriarch Arcanum hummed to himself, then instructed, "Come, let's go to the Black-White College." The Black-White College had made thorough preparations long ago. Mu North Sun, Yue, and Adept Vast River had used the closest teleportation array to first go straight to the Crimson Dragon Mountains, and then from those mountains to Stillwater City. They had moved fairly quickly, and as soon as they had returned to the Black-White College, they had immediately reported this event to the higher-ups. The headmaster's palace of the Black-White College. This was also the place where they welcomed important guests. Within the palace were multiple seated figures. On one side of the palace sat the black-robed, black-haired Immortal Diensai, along with Immortal 5 Craze and the rest of the Immortals.
There were a total of 8 of them.
Behind them stood Headmaster Jadesea and 3 of the third-generation disciples, Rainbow Flame Fairy Yue, Adept Vast River, and Mu North Sun. In front of them sat Patriarch Arcanum and the God-Plume Duke.
I imagine you all know why I have come here today.
Patriarch Arcanum sat there and spoke calmly as he swept his gaze across the group of Immortals before him. 8 loose Immortals and Earth Immortals. Virtually all of the loose Immortals of the Black-White College who were normally in closed-door meditation, in seclusion, or adventuring had returned. Aside from a single loose Immortal who had already left this major world and wouldn't be able to make it back in time, the other 8 had all returned. The Immortal cultivators of the Black-White College were all absolute elites. They all had mastered a complete Tao path, which was a prerequisite for them even reaching the primal Taoist level. Only after mastering 2 Tao paths, however, were they permitted to break through to the Earth Immortal level. This is why the primal Taoists of the Black-White College were comparable to loose Immortals in combat power. As for the loose Immortals of the Black-White College, each of them were capable of fending off 10 normal loose Immortals. Each of them had the combat power of a supreme loose Immortal.
Of course we know. The short old man, Immortal 5 Craze, chuckled as he spoke.
Young Flame Ning of your Young Flame clan was killed by our disciple, Ning, correct?
Correct.
Patriarch Arcanum replied calmly. If he died, he died. When young people are out adventuring, it's normal for them fight and kill each other.
If you are weaker than someone else, you die.
That's normal, the short elder said. If you have to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for being too weak. Generally speaking, the clans and sects won't intervene. For example, the wild marshes of the Jail Mountains, Ning's group had often fought internally and quite a few had died, but no sect had ever come for reprisal against another. Patriarch Arcanum's gaze instantly changed.
It became sharp.
However, if you, Senior Arcanum, doted on this young flame known to the point where you would lower yourself to personally attack Ning, there's nothing our Black-White College can do about it. The short elder sighed, so, I really don't understand why, Senior Arcanum, you have come to our Black-White College? Hand over Ning, Patriarch Arcanum said coldly, and this matter will have nothing to do with your Black-White College.
Otherwise, humph.
Instantly, the faces of the Immortals of the Black-White College changed.
Hand over Ning?
Forget it. The black-robed, black-haired Immortal Diensai snapped coldly, Ning is a disciple of our Black-White College.
If he were to die while adventuring in the outside world, we wouldn't blame others, but you want us to hand him over? Are you dreaming?
And, let me tell you something, so long as Ning returns to the Black-White College, your Young Flame clan can forget about harming a single hair on his head. Senior Arcanum, we respect you as a celestial immortal, but our Black-White College, which has existed for so many generations, isn't so easily abused either, the short, elderly Immortal 5 Craze warned coldly as well. Our Black-White College has our own rules. If our disciples die while adventuring, we won't blame others, but once they return, then they will absolutely be protected by us. The tall, muscular man wrapped up in chain links spoke out in a loud, rumbling voice. His eyes seemed to be filled with thunder.
Patriarch Arcanum's face sank.
Oh, so your Black-White College wishes to become enemies with my Young Flame clan. Patriarch Arcanum swept these Immortals with his gaze. The Young Flame clan was, indeed, powerful, It was much more powerful than even the Northmont clan of Stillwater. It had more than 1,000 loose immortals and earth immortals. From this, one could imagine how mighty they were. However, just because they were powerful didn't mean they could freely abuse other powers. For example, the Black-White College was located within Stillwater City.
Who would dare launch a massive attack within Stillwater City?
There would only be one result: becoming wanted criminals of the Grand Xia dynasty.
As for fighting in the outside world?
Every single loose immortal of the Black-White College was top tier. Each of them were capable of fighting against 10 loose immortals. If they completely focused on fleeing, it would be very hard to deal with them. It isn't that we wish to become enemies with you, rather, your young flame clan is forcing us to become enemies. If our Black-White College can't even protect our own disciples, what the hell type of college would we be? Immortal Dianxi replied coldly.
If that's the case.
Patriarch Arcanum coldly rose to his feet. Then don't blame the young flame clan for our future actions.
Let's go.
Yes, Patriarch.
The God-plumed Duke followed by his side.
But just as Patriarch Arcanum was about to lead the God-plumed Duke to leave, a voice suddenly rang out.
Brother Arcanum. A hunchbacked old man suddenly walked in.
His hair was completely white, and his eyebrows drooped downwards.
He was leaning against a wooden cane as he walked in.
Patriarch Arcanum was momentarily startled.
Then, he let out a cold laugh. Hunchmont? You are still alive? You haven't died yet, how could I?
The hunchbacked old man laughed.
Senior Hunchmont.
The 8 loose immortals of the Black-White College all rose to their feet and saluted respectfully. Celestial Immortal Hunchmont, he was one of the most famous celestial immortal patriarchs in the history of the Northmont clan. However, because he had lived for so very long, many outside schools and sects thought him to be dead. After all, celestial immortals would occasionally engage in battles against each other for the sake of their tribe or for certain treasures.
After many battles, some would eventually fall.
The Black-White College belongs to our Stillwater Commandery.
The hunchbacked elder leaned against his cane.
Arcanum, if you want to deal with their disciples, there is nothing they can do to stop you. Why must you force the Black-White College to hand Ning over? If you have the ability to do so, go ahead and deal with him yourself. Our Northmont clan absolutely won't interfere. But if you were to deal against the Black-White College, you would be stepping beyond your bounds.
Stillwater Commandery belongs to the Northmont clan. Patriarch Arcanum's face sank.
Although the Young Flame clan was even more powerful than the Northmont clan, there was a limit to their strength. The Northmont clan held a marquisdom, and it had existed since the Fiend God era as well.
After the passage of so many years, who knew how many trump cards the Northmont clan of Stillwater might be holding in secret? Fine.
Since you, Hunchmont, have spoken out, Patriarch Arcanum nodded. Then I won't quibble with the Black-White College.
However, this Ning, he absolutely must die.
If anyone tries to stop me, I'll kill them as well.
Fujuan, let's go.
Patriarch Arcanum led the God-plumed Duke out of the headmaster's palace. They boarded the immortal carriage, then quickly flew into the skies and disappeared.
Senior Hunchmont.
Immortal 5 Craze walked over, watching as Patriarch Arcanum flew away aboard the immortal carriage. This Patriarch Arcanum seems to be a bit too arrogant.
That's just the way he is. He's like a madman. The hunchbacked elder laughed. Don't worry about him.
But that Ning of yours, you had best not interfere. Given how murderous Patriarch Arcanum seems to be feeling right now, you won't be able to stop him.
Alright, it is time for me to go. Such a pity.
Ning was a fine young sapling.
What a pity. And then, the hunchbacked elder left. Within another world. The underwater estate.
Ning had just appeared within the main hall.
He immediately saw the giant yellow bear and the old black bull.
Seniors, Ning was about to speak out.
You caused a huge mess in the outside world,
The giant yellow bear said, "You were in such a frantic hurry to order all of the people off of Brightheart Island." "I did cause a huge mess, yes," Ning said hurriedly.
"I have." The giant yellow bear interrupted Ning. "Let me ask you this, have you completed your arrangements in the outside world?"
"I have."
Ning nodded. The giant yellow bear nodded.
"I can sense the turbulence in your heart.
Your mind is currently in a state of chaos.
First, go to the Stellar Hall and read some of the star maps within it. After reading a few books and calming yourself down, come and speak to me regarding your matters." Ning was startled.
"Read in the Stellar Hall?"
"Go," the giant yellow bear instructed.
"Yes, Senior." Ning didn't disobey. He went straight to the Stellar Hall. Within the Stellar Hall, outside the thatched cottage,
Ning carried a book to the stone desk, then sat down, opened it up, and began to force himself to calm down and read. He had first killed young Flame Gnome, then separated with 9 Lotus, and then arranged for the monsters of the Immortal estate to protect his clan. Whenever Ning thought about the impending arrival of the young Flame clan, Ning's mind would become filled with a myriad of random thoughts, causing him to feel extremely restless. "Today, Chang came to pay his respects to me," Ning's voice reverberated within this small pocket world. Every single word was extremely simple, but when joined together, they became filled with boundless magical power. In a very natural way, Ning began to calm down. In fact, he even began to slowly enter a state of attunement and meditation on the Tao.
Calm. Relaxation.
The restlessness in Ning's heart faded away, and Ning raised his head to stare at the stars in the sky. Suddenly, rain began to fall down from the skies, as fine as silk, sprinkling everywhere, including upon Ning himself. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 11, Chapter 3, Mastering the First Tao Path.
Chapter 3, Mastering the First Tao Path.
The downpour steadily grew, and it poured down into this world. Ning didn't move to avoid it, nor did he use his elemental ki to block it. He allowed the rain to cascade onto his body. He felt closer to the raindrops than he ever had before, so close that he felt intoxicated by them.
Suddenly, a nameless aura began to envelope Ning. This was the aura of the Tao. Ning's entire body seemed to have become the Tao itself. The Tao of rainwater? The giant yellow bear and the old black bull were both completely stunned. He's actually mastered it.
Although Ning has made major improvements in the 10 years he spent at Serpent Wing Lake, and had an extremely deep grasp regarding the Tao of rainwater, he was still some distance away from mastering it. Generally speaking, when comprehending the Tao, the farther along the path you go, the more difficult it will become. What in the world has Ning experienced? Whatever it was, it seems to have baptized him, allowing him to break through and completely understand the Tao of rainwater at one go.
The giant yellow bear sighed in amazement. The old black bull nodded as well.
Whatever it was he experienced, it had a tremendous impact on him. The rainwater vanished. Ning stared at the stars in the sky. He had advanced in the Tao of the Inferno, the Tao of the Gale, and the Tao of the Sword as well. His understanding of the Tao of the Sword in particular, which had reached the Grand Tao domain, had further stabilized after this period of time in the Stellar Hall. Finally, he came to a halt and rested.
How much time did I spend in meditation? Ning spoke out. Not too long, just an hour.
The giant yellow bear laughed. But in this hour, you improved quite a bit. You surged forward tremendously in one breath.
Ning felt more peaceful than he ever had before. He revealed a hint of a smile. I can sense my improvement as well.
I have thoroughly comprehended the Tao of rainwater, and in fact, I have gained a certain degree of insight into all water-type Taos. This is called resonance, the giant yellow bear said. You have now mastered the Tao path of rainwater. Naturally, you will continue to advance in the element of water. For the other, similar Daos to resonate is quite normal. Unfortunately, although you advanced a bit in the Tao of the Inferno and the Tao of the Gale, you are still a little ways off from completely mastering these Tao paths.
Ning nodded.
Of his 3 Daos, he had gained insights into the Tao of Rainwater the earliest, and his level of comprehension with regards to this Tao was the highest. His insights into the Tao of the Inferno was secondary only to the Tao of Rainwater, and was actually quite close. However, he still had yet to completely master it. As for the Tao of the Gale, it was weaker than both the other 2. I didn't expect that you'd actually be able to master a Grand Tao domain.
The giant yellow bear looked at Ning.
Sword Immortals are all skilled at offense. It's clear that your strength has risen significantly after you reached the Grand Tao domain. Now that you've also mastered the Tao path of Rainwater, you will be absolutely capable of fusing your Tao of Rainwater into your Tao of the Sword. The Tao of the Sword was a mechanistic Tao. One could infuse one's insights in other areas into the Tao of the Sword and display it through the sword.
Let me try.
Ning laughed, then struck out with a finger into a sword stance. Suddenly, rainwater appeared in the surrounding area. The rainwater sprinkled everywhere, but each drop of water carried an incomparably amazing amount of power.
The entire world seemed to have been frozen into place. An ordinary Wanxiang adept probably wouldn't even be able to move right now.
After completely mastering a Tao path, one would be able to summon the awesome presence of the Tao itself, causing the entire surrounding area to be under one's own control.
This technique is called My Own World. Activate.
Ning suddenly flicked his finger.
Swish.
A streak of watery swordlight sliced through the skies, leaving behind a scar in the air that lingered for quite some time without vanishing. A good technique, truly, a good sword technique, the giant yellow bear praised. It's not just good, even loose immortals are generally only at this level, and many aren't as good as you, Ning, the old black bull called out in surprise.
Ning laughed.
Generally speaking, primal Taoists were at the Tao domain level, while loose immortals were generally capable of mastering a complete Tao path. Ning had not only mastered a completely Tao path, he had also reached the Grand Tao domain level in the Tao of the Sword. It was even harder to reach the Grand Tao domain level than mastering a complete Tao path. With the two amplifying each other, indeed, many loose immortals were inferior to Ning. However, that only referred to ordinary loose immortals, not ones like the loose immortals of the Black-White College. I am now in control of a complete Tao path. According to the rules of the college, I can make my breakthrough to the primal Taoist level, Ning said. In addition, after having killed a young master of a major tribe, I've reaped quite a few rewards. I imagine I should now have enough liquefied elemental essence to make that breakthrough. Only, I'm still hesitating. Should I make that breakthrough or not? I'd like to ask you two seniors to please advise me on what I should do next. The old black bull had accompanied Immortal Juhua for 1,000,000 years, and had a great deal of experience. Naturally, his vision would be very broad as well. As for the giant yellow bear, he had followed Taoist 3 lives and had unfathomable experiences. Ning felt that he truly should ask the advice of these two.
Speak, the giant yellow bear said. What's this? You killed a young master of a major clan?
Tell, the old black bull said with great eagerness.
Ning nodded.
I was originally training in Brightheart Island on Serpentwing Lake, but a few days ago, a large warship suddenly appeared in the skies above it. Ning began to describe his experience in detail, from start to finish. He even explained the backgrounds of Young Flame Nong and Nine Lotus, so as to give these two old figures sufficient background information for pondering. He even told them about Yue's advice and the upcoming conclave of immortal destiny.
The Young Flame clan is going to pursue me. What should I do? Ning looked at the old black bull and the giant yellow bear.
A major tribe that can rank amongst the top 10 clans of one of the 3,000 major worlds. This sort of tribe definitely has celestial immortals, the giant yellow bear said.
In addition, they should have more than just one.
A force like this, for the current Yu, they are indeed far too powerful. Fortunately, in the Grand Xia dynasty, there are strict laws. which is why you still have a chance to resist them.
The Young Flame clan?
I know this clan, the old Black Bull said hurriedly. In the past, Immortal Juhua had a bit of a relationship with the clan. The Young Flame clan does indeed rank towards the front amongst the clans of the Grand Xia dynasty. However, although the Imperial clan of the Grand Xia did indeed need these clans when it was unifying the world, after doing so, these clans became a threat to them. Ning was startled. In truth, the Imperial clan of the Grand Xia has been working all this time to try and weaken the power of the clans, the old Black Bull said quickly. They first built the commandery cities, spreading them throughout the world so as to increase their sphere of control, and then formed the Rain Dragon Guard and spread them throughout the world as well.
In addition, they secretly foment internal struggles between these clans, tribes, and sections. Can it be that the other tribes are idiots? They'll just stupidly fight amongst each other like that? Ning was curious. This is what you don't understand. This isn't a hidden scheme, it's an open scheme.
There is only so much land in this major world, and only so many treasures.
And yet, there are so many tribes. What to do about it?
The Imperial clan of the Grand Xia will take their share, then leave the other major powers to fight over what's left. If you aren't willing to fight for your share, then your clan will end up with no treasures. Thus, they are forced to struggle against each other, and as they do, they naturally end up forming grudges.
Ning nodded.
However, the Imperial clan of the Grand Xia wouldn't dare to act directly against its marquises. That's because if they were to act against one marquis, all of the other marquises would feel threatened. In fact, some actually might join forces to revolt. The old Black Bull continued, this is why the Imperial clan of the Grand Xia has set down some laws, some public laws. So long as you do not disobey the laws, the Imperial clan absolutely won't touch you.
But if you were to violate those laws?
The Imperial clan of the Grand Xia would be like sharks that smelled the scent of blood, they will eat you alive, the old Black Bull laughed.
So long as you hide within a commandery city, the celestial immortals of the Young Flame clan definitely won't dare to act against you, because once they do, then the Imperial clan of the Grand Xia, which has always wanted to whittle away at the power of the marquises, will have an ironclad reason to act against them. They would quickly send out a squad to annihilate that celestial immortal. Now, do you understand some of the hidden undercurrents of this world of the Grand Xia dynasties?
The old Black Bull looked at Ning.
Ning nodded.
The Imperial clan of the Grand Xia, and the many marquises. Many of the marquises held grudges against each other, no wonder Yue had advised him to join a different marquisdom. That senior apprentice sister Yue of yours told you to go participate in the conclave of immortal destiny.
Her words are quite correct, the giant yellow bear said. You are going to become a celestial immortal, and in fact, an Empyrean god. Senior, what is an Empyrean god? Ning immediately asked.
Ning had never quite understood what Empyrean gods were. When Earth immortals, who are at the void level, overcome the celestial tribulation, they will naturally become carefree celestial immortals. Void level fiend gods, however, when overcoming the celestial tribulation will become Empyrean gods. The giant yellow bear said, to become an Empyrean god is tens of times, perhaps 100 times, as difficult as becoming a celestial immortal.
Ning was speechless. 100 times harder? It was rare for there to be even a single celestial immortal for every 10,000 Earth immortals. To become an Empyrean god was even harder?
That's because they have completely different levels of power, the giant yellow bear explained. Earlier, you said you encountered a fiend god, a Hydraga. He was only at the primal level, but already comparable to a peak loose immortal.
Right. Ning nodded.
A void-level fiend god is already comparable to a celestial immortal.
And an Empyrean god, they are absolutely comparable to true immortals. The giant yellow bear looked at Ning. Now do you understand? Once you become an Empyrean god, you would become a true major power of the three realms. In fact, even if you were to go to the Deva realm and express a desire to join the celestial court,
the Celestial Emperor would warmly welcome you and even let you command hundreds of thousands of celestial soldiers or generals.
Ning blinked. The Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Court would personally welcome him? Let him command hundreds of thousands of celestial soldiers? Master said that only after I become an Empyrean god would I truly be considered his apprentice. Ning couldn't help but say, this requirement is a bit high for me. Think about what Master's status was. He emerged from the world alongside Pangu and Nuwa. He was one of the most supreme powers of the entire three realms. Only after reaching the Empyrean god level could it be said that you are not an embarrassment to him, the giant yellow bear said. But don't change the subject. As I was saying earlier, the advice from your senior apprentice sister, Yue, to go to the conclave of immortal destiny was very good advice. This is because, as the saying goes, it is better to travel 10,000 kilometers than to read 10,000 books, and it is better to make a single journey on the border between life and death than to travel 10,000 kilometers. The conclave of immortal destiny will have all the geniuses of this entire major world present. In fact, some of the geniuses of other major worlds might come in secret as well, so as to take part. This is just like the cultivation of goo bugs. Put 10,000 venomous bugs in one place and have them fight against each other and devour each other. In the end, the venomous bugs that you have left will be incomparably powerful. The principle is the same, the ones to survive the conclave of immortal destiny shall be truly extraordinary. This is an excellent chance for you to temper yourself, a chance which is quite rare and hard to find. The giant yellow bear continued, right, you said you killed Yunflame. Didn't you acquire a great deal of treasure from him? Take it all out and let me take a look and see which would be of use to you. Ning waved his hand. He had many treasures. I just found the storage-type magic treasure not long ago. He had been hiding some of the treasures within his Zifu, while he had stored the others in his own storage-type magic treasure. Whoosh! Instantly, a small hill appeared on the ground, completely formed from precious items and magic treasures. These are the treasures and precious items of Yunflame. Ning pointed at them. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 11, Chapter 4, Primal Twin. Chapter 4, Primal Twin. Ning waved his hand again, and another hill of items appeared as well as some sacks. These were left behind by that dead fiend god. The Hydraga had once forced himself to train as a key refiner as well. Unfortunately, natural fiend gods were innately very weak as key refiners. Only after many years of painstaking training had he reached the Zifu level. Afterwards, Shang Liufeng could no longer be bothered to train in this regard. After reaching the Zifu level, he was able to use storage-type magic treasures, at least. This was enough to make Shang Liufeng quite happy. In the Fiend God era, before he had trained as a key refiner, he always had to carry around his treasures with him. There's quite a bit. The old black bull sighed in amazement. Let me take a look. The giant yellow bear swept his gaze across the magic treasures. Suddenly, the two treasure hills all flew into the air, then stayed there. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. These treasures quickly began to sort themselves out by type. Bottles and jars moved to one side, while Dao seals and jade discs, as well as some other unique items, were pulled to another. The many magic treasures were also placed on another side. Ning simply watched as the levitating treasures sorted themselves out by type. I didn't sense any ripples of power, but these treasures all levitated into the air. The powers of this spirit of the underwater estate truly are unfathomable. This is a spirit pill. If you lose an arm or a leg, eat the pill, and it'll be healed. You are a fiend god refiner, this is useless to you. Go back and sell it off or give it to a friend. This is a poison powder. It's hard to ascertain how powerful the poison is, but it should be decent. This bottle is marked with the words, Drunken Immortals Pill? Its intoxicating properties are quite strong. I imagine that even if loose immortals ate it, they would be intoxicated. 3 pills in total. The giant yellow bear quickly went through the various jars and bottles. Soon, he pulled out 2 of the jade bottles from the masses. These 2 bottles both contain liquefied elemental essence, roughly 25,000 kilograms each, for a total of 50,000 kilograms. Young Flame Gnome actually carried 50,000 kilograms on him. That's quite a bit. Unless they were in desperate need, most immortal cultivators wouldn't carry that much with them. They would use them to buy magic treasures or just use them up. However, to young Flame Gnome, 50,000 kilograms wasn't that much. He must have been worried that he might gain a sudden insight while wandering the world, and so prepared them for a possible breakthrough to the primal Taoist level. Ning laughed. 50,000 kilograms, this was absolutely enough to break through to the primal Taoist level. You cannot use it. The giant yellow bear shook his head. You are going to the conclave of immortal destiny, you cannot break through to become a primal Taoist. Ning nodded. He understood this principle. This conclave came only once every 3 centuries, there was no way he could wait another 300 years. Thus, this was the only chance he would have to attend the conclave. Sparring against so many other geniuses on the same level was an opportunity that would have long, far-ranging impacts on him. If one didn't have a long-term plan and only focused on short-term gains, in the end, one would suffer for it. These curios aren't bad either. Oh? A greater teleportation Dao seal? Young Flame Gnome had a greater teleportation Dao seal? The giant yellow bear called out in surprise as he pointed with a finger. Instantly, a rune-covered leaf flew over. Ning's eyes lit up. Greater teleportation Dao seal? He had previously acquired 2 protective items from the underwater estate. One was that black loop, while the other was, in fact, a greater teleportation Dao seal. One was meant for attack, the other was meant for defense and escaping. Upon using a greater teleportation Dao seal, the might within it would instantly activate and surround him in a barrier which even loose immortals wouldn't be able to break. And then, he would vanish and disappear. Even if the region was space-locked, even if he was trapped in a place of no escape, he could still use a greater teleport to leave. He could even teleport from a different world directly to the world of the Grand Xia dynasty. You now have 2 greater teleportation Dao seals. The giant yellow bear flicked his finger, sending the leaf flying towards Ning. Laughing, Ning waved his hand and accepted it. Young Flame Gnome truly was unfortunate to run into you. His soul was immediately ripped out, giving him no chance to even use the greater teleportation Dao seal. The giant yellow bear continued to investigate. There's quite a few protective treasures as well. There's a Vajraguard sky pearl, a golden skyfire seal, a skyflea shuttle. Still, these are quite inferior compared to a greater teleportation Dao seal. Young Flame Gnome actually had 3 major treasures, the lock scroll, the black and white disc, and the greater teleportation Dao seal. He had used up 2 of them. The plan had been to bind the Immortal estate, sell the monstrous Dao soldiers of the estate to his clan, then use those resources to purchase some truly top-tier treasures. Unfortunately, he would never have the chance to do so. Big bro, take a look, isn't that the soul key pearl of primal water? The old black bull suddenly pointed to a watery pearl which hovered in the mass of precious items. A soul key pearl of elemental water? The giant yellow bear hurriedly looked over. His eyes lit up, and he began to laugh loudly. Ning, you little tyke, it seems it is indeed time for you to reach the primal level. With this soul key pearl of primal water, you can now cultivate a primal twin. Ning called out in surprise, a primal twin? Naturally, Ning knew what a primal twin was, virtually all cultivators knew what it was. In the Black-White College, the technique for forming a primal twin was something which every single disciple could learn. There was no need for using black-white pellets at all. It was something for everyone to know, but unfortunately, less than 1 in 1,000 primal Taoists would actually be able to refine a primal twin. This was because it was too hard to find the right vessel.
When a cultivator broke through from the Wanxiang stage to the primal stage, the essence of the myriad manifestations of stars and the elemental sea within the Zifu region would crystallize and give birth to a turtle snake one.
At the same time, the soul would descend from the sea of consciousness and sink deep into the turtle snake. When they fused into one, the primal turtle snake would be formed. With the primal turtle snake serving as a physical vessel, and the soul serving as the self, a primal Taoist would arise from the fusion. In order to refine a primal twin, one would need to find a physical vessel. Once one found it, one would use a secret art to split one's soul in two, keeping half the soul in the original body and placing the other half within the vessel and forming a primal twin. Right. This sulky pearl of primal water is like a natural Zifu region, the giant yellow bear laughed. All you need to do is split out part of your soul and place it within the pearl, and you'll be able to slowly refine it into a primal twin. In fact, in the future your primal twin would even be able to become an earth immortal and perhaps surpass the tribulation and become a celestial immortal.
Ning had never even heard of a sulky pearl of primal water. In the annals of the Black-White College regarding primal twins, the most famous vessel was the Dark Valley Pearl.
How is it compared to the Dark Valley Pearl? Ning asked. The Dark Valley Pearl is too mediocre, the giant yellow bear said.
A sulky pearl of primal water contains the essence of primal, elemental water. After you fuse your soul into it and form your primal twin, your body will be formed from the essence of primal water as well. By then, when you use it to train in water-type Daos, you will find it much simpler. It seems as though you are destined to travel very far in the element of water. The Tao of rainwater was nothing more than an extremely unremarkable type of Tao that belonged to the element of water, one of the 5 elements.
How is your soul? Is it capable of withstanding a primal twin's secret art? The giant yellow bear asked. To divide a soul in half was extremely dangerous. The soul had to be sufficiently strong. If it wasn't, then dividing it in half was akin to suicide. Thus, generally speaking, only primal Taoists who had been at that stage for a very long time or experts who had already reached the void level and become earth immortals would be able to produce a primal twin. My divine sense stretches to 1,000 kilometers, Ning said.
There are very few primal Taoists who have souls comparable to yours. You can compare to a weak loose immortal.
The giant yellow bear nodded. You can split your soul in half.
Ning felt a fire begin to blaze in his heart.
To produce a primal twin at the Wanxiang level, this was far too rare.
First of all, the soul had to be strong enough, then, one had to have a vessel, such as the Dark Valley Pearl or the Sulky Pearl of Primal Water. Thus, for every 1,000 reincarnated immortals, perhaps only one would be able to produce a primal twin at the Wanxiang stage. The reason why only those below the primal stage were allowed to participate in the contests of the Conclave of Immortal Destiny was to ensure fairness. Although Ning might have refined a primal twin, his true body remained at the Wanxiang level. So long as it was only his true body which went to compete, and his primal twin stayed out of it, there would be no problems. Ning had already chatted previously with Yue regarding the Conclave, and so he naturally knew about some of the rules of it. Only geniuses amongst geniuses would be capable of producing primal twins at the Wanxiang level. Naturally, they wouldn't be barred from participating in the Conclave of Immortal Destiny. However, they would only be allowed to use their true bodies to compete. In fact, their primal twins wouldn't even be permitted to enter the competition grounds.
The giant yellow bear frowned. What is it? Ning asked. A celestial immortal has come to Serpent Wing Lake, the giant yellow bear said. Celestial immortal? Ning was shocked. It must be the Young Flame clan. Don't worry. I can discover him, but he can't discover me.
The giant yellow bear said calmly, Master spent unfathomable amounts of blood, sweat, and effort in order to forge me.
There is no one in the entire Grand Xia dynasty capable of discovering me.
In the air above Serpent Wing Lake. It was already dark. 9 flood dragons, pulling an immortal carriage behind them, had appeared in the skies. Aboard the immortal carriage sat Patriarch Arcanum, with the God-plumed Duke attending to him by the side.
This is the place where Ning is permanently stationed?
Patriarch Arcanum, with but a single thought, was able to scan this entire region.
Brightheart Island was now completely empty, not a single person was present.
However, there were still a few people on boats who were sailing aboard Serpentwing Lake. These were ordinary mortals. Given how large Serpentwing Lake was, it would take them a tremendous amount of time to pass through it.
They fled?
A baleful look appeared in Patriarch Arcanum's eyes.
Kill those mortals. Kill them? The God-plumed Duke hesitated.
The Tao of the heavens was protective of mortals. For immortal cultivators to kill mortals was a grave sin. Even someone like Patriarch Arcanum, who wanted to kill these mortals, wasn't willing to personally kill them and cause sin to surround him. Even celestial immortals would see their luck plummet, and as their luck plummeted, they would run into all sorts of trouble.
If celestial immortals had sufficiently bad luck, they might end up dying in battle. Why aren't you acting yet? Patriarch Arcanum gave the God-plumed Duke a sidelong glance.
All right. The God-plumed Duke gritted his teeth, then looked at the 9 flood dragons pulling the immortal carriage. He sent a spirit message, kill the mortals. Although none of the 9 flood dragons wanted to obey, they still all opened their mouths.
Whoosh!
9 streaks of fire descended, instantly sweeping through the entire lake. The commoners on the lake's surface were all shocked and terrified for a moment, and then they transformed into ash. Tendrils of sin instantly descended, with some swirling around the bodies of those 9 flood dragons, and the rest swirling around the God-plumed Duke. A very small amount of sin ended up swirling around Patriarch Arcanum as well.
Let's go to the city of 10,000 swords.
Patriarch Arcanum gave the order, and the 9 flood dragons pulled the immortal carriage away, quickly arriving at the city of 10,000 swords, just a few thousand kilometers away. The city of 10,000 swords remained as it always had been. Patriarch Arcanum did a quick inspection. His face immediately changed.
There are this many monstrous Tao soldiers here? HRM? Ning's master, that sword immortal known as Dian-Sai, he is here as well?
Patriarch Arcanum's temper was volatile, but he knew that there was nothing he could do to the city. He immediately ordered Koli Fujian, arrange for the city of 10,000 swords, Western Prefecture City and Serpentwing Lake be under constant watch. This is the homeland of Ning's clan. I refuse to believe he will never return. Also, ask the Heavenly Treasures Mountain to keep a close watch on Ning.
Upon discovering his whereabouts, immediately inform our Young Flame clan.
No matter where he is hiding, once we discover him, immediately send people to kill him. Yes, the God-plumed Duke said respectfully. 1. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/black_tortoise_science/media/file:1-Wooden-GH-dash-shen-wo-dash-and-dash-beijing-capital-museum-3796.jpg.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 11, Chapter 5, Immortal Dian-Sai and Ning.
Chapter 5, Immortal Dian-Sai and Ning. Let's go. We return to the imperial capital. Patriarch Arcanum gave the order.
Immediately, those 9 flood dragons pulled the immortal carriage away, disappearing into the skies. Patriarch Arcanum was a decisive individual. He knew that given that he hadn't discovered Ning right away, if he wanted to capture Ning, he would have to spend quite a bit of time. Although he was a celestial immortal, he wasn't omniscient. He still had to resort to using the power of the tribe and the Heavenly Treasures Mountain to find Ning. Within the city of 10,000 swords,
Immortal Dian-Sai lifted his head, watching as Patriarch Arcanum departed.
By his side were Truekeep, Ninefire, and the other members of the clan, along with the 2 monstrous loose immortals. Clan leader Immortal Dian-Sai said, Patriarch Arcanum has already departed. He wasn't able to find my apprentice, but he won't stay here indefinitely. He's a celestial immortal, after all, with an exalted status. However, I imagine he will arrange for some people to stay on watch, here at Swallow Mountain. This is my apprentice's homeland, after all, they will definitely keep an eye on it.
Now that your G-clan has so many monstrous Dao soldiers present, there's no reason for me to stay here.
I won't tarry any longer, then, Thank you, Senior Immortal, True Keep and the others said hurriedly. They felt tremendous gratitude for this immortal of the Black-White College, who had hurried here at such a critical time.
Although he was Ning's master, when trouble came, some masters would flee even faster than their disciples would. Immortal Dianzai didn't say anything else.
He soared straight into the skies. The city of 10,000 swords had already set down a grand spacelock formation, preventing teleportation. Whoosh! After flying high into the sky, Immortal Dianzai immediately disappeared. This Immortal Dianzai truly is a loyal man, the monstrous Immortal Dwaha said with a sigh.
Admirable, admirable, Immortal Witchsway said as well.
It's true. For Ning to have such a master is his good fortune. 9 Fireside.
Stillwater City.
The Black-White College. The black-robed, black-haired Immortal Dianzai was seated face to face with a short old man. Before the two of them, there was only a flagon of immortal wine. Senior apprentice brother 5 Craze, Immortal Dianzai said softly, the arrival of Patriarch Arcanum caused me to feel powerless. Ning is my apprentice, my one and only disciple, but I'm not able to do anything in the face of the Young Flame Clan's attempt to kill him. I'm completely unable to save him.
As he spoke, Dianzai's body was visibly trembling.
Junior apprentice brother Dianzai, the short elder said hurriedly, don't be so stubborn.
He's a celestial immortal, after all.
So what if he is?
In the past, wasn't Senior Northwalker, a loose immortal, comparable to a celestial immortal in might? Immortal Dianzai growled, I've made up my mind. Today, I am going to leave.
Leave this major world of ours, and temper myself through adventuring. Although I reached the peak of the void stage long ago and although I can attempt my tribulation, I've been suppressing myself, precisely because I don't feel confident in succeeding.
My talent is a bit weaker than this disciple of mine's.
If I don't frantically temper myself, most likely, in the end, I won't be able to avoid being overcome by the celestial tribulation and becoming a loose immortal.
After becoming a loose immortal, even if I stay alive countless eons and reach Senior Northwalker's level of power, what's the point? In the end, I still won't be able to overcome the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations, resulting in death.
The short elder was silent for a moment, then said slowly, it seems your apprentice's matter has affected you tremendously.
I, his master, have failed him. I am of no use. Immortal Dianzai rose to his feet.
I'll leave now, senior apprentice brother.
Be careful. The short elder said solemnly.
To temper oneself naturally required one to experience deadly situations, to walk on the border between life and death, which would allow one's insights and comprehension to rapidly increase.
However, this sort of tempering was extremely dangerous.
When walking on a line between life and death, one might truly fall into death.
Immortal Dianzai laughed, then charged into the skies, quickly disappearing. Swish! 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 5 figures appeared in succession by the short elder's side.
These were the other immortals of the Black-White College. He truly is decisive, a youthful-looking child sighed. Compared to him, the tall, muscular, chain-shrouded man said in a low voice, although I am a reincarnated immortal, my Dao heart isn't as firm as his. It seems the common saying is true, if you fail in one life to become a celestial immortal, even if you reincarnated 10 times or 100 times, you still won't be able to become a celestial immortal. There are still some reincarnated immortals who do become celestial immortals, the short elder said.
But how few and rare are they? The youthful-looking child sighed.
With the great determination that junior apprentice brother Dianzai has, as I see it, he might have just increased his chances of becoming a celestial immortal by a bit. He may very well truly have a shot at becoming only the second celestial immortal the Black-White College has seen in our ancient history. He does indeed have a shot, the tall, blood-robed, skinny youth said with a nod. However, the celestial tribulation is difficult to overcome. All of them fell silent. The celestial tribulation? This was a nightmare for all earth immortals and loose immortals. The worst part of it was, every single celestial tribulation was different in power. Just because one was strong, didn't mean they would necessarily succeed in overcoming it. First, junior apprentice brother Diansai needs to return safely. Otherwise, there's no point in discussing the celestial tribulation. The short elder's eyes were filled with anticipation. I wonder if I, a crazy old madman, will be able to see him again before I die. Within another world. The underwater estate. Ning had no idea as to what had happened in the outside world. His attention was completely focused on the Primal Twin secret art. This was a soul-splitting technique, and he had to be incredibly cautious in using it. Ning was seated in the lotus position on a prayer mat. Not too far away, the giant yellow bear and the old black bull were staring at him. He won't fail, will he? The old black bull said worriedly. They had already set up a barrier around them, preventing their voices from reaching out and disturbing Ning. Ning's visualization technique is an extremely impressive one. Even if he fails, he would at most lose control over half of his soul. He wouldn't die, the giant yellow bear said. Lose control over half his soul, the old black bull murmured to himself. That was still quite severe. If the Primal Twin art was a success, the soul would be split in two, but both parts would still remain in existence. Although Ning would temporarily be weakened, that would be a minor matter, and he would soon recover. If, however, one of the two parts of his soul was to be completely extinguished, Ning's personality might change drastically. He might even develop mental issues such as depression or madness. To lose control over half of one's soul, this could indeed cause a drastic personality change. Huff. Puff. Ning took several long breaths, completely calm. He had already memorized and mentally repeated the Primal Twin art several times now. Let's begin. Ning shut his eyes. Within his sea of consciousness, the spirit Ning stood there, entire body emanating with sword ki. This was an evolved sword soul. Sword souls were almost utterly indestructible, making a split even more difficult. Whoosh. The forehead of the spirit Ning began to glow with light, a vertical-shaped light. Ning used all of his energy in executing the secret art, causing his own divine will to form into a knife that began to cut both upwards and downwards from his forehead. That vertical light slowly began to elongate. Argh. Agony. The soul-ripping agony caused even Ning, despite his incredible endurance and Dao-heart, to tremble. However, generally speaking, those who dared to execute the Primal Twin technique were all extraordinary figures who would be able to endure this level of pain. The vertical light continued to elongate. It reached his neck, his chest, his abdomen. The vertical light splitting the body of the spirit Ning had completely cut him in half. It was as though a ray of light had just cleanly bisected him. However, this wasn't the dangerous part. What was going to happen next was the dangerous part. Split. Ning's soul began to split apart. That vertical light splitting his spirit in half separated, causing his spirit to split into two parts. One half, moving as fast as lightning, flew back into Ning's physical body. In the instant his soul split apart, Ning felt a wave of dizziness overcome him, and while flying over his soul trembled as well. Ning's Dao-heart, however, was resilient, and so although the dizziness caused him to feel incredibly tired, he was still able to withstand it. This was a step that had to be fast and had to be endured. Otherwise, if the other half of the soul wasn't able to enter the sulky pearl of primal water, it would die on the way. After splitting the soul, there was no way to merge it again. Enter. The other half of the soul flew out like a streak of light, entering the sulky pearl. In the instant it did, the soul felt as though it was a sun entering the embrace of the other, a wandering, adrift boat that had finally returned to harbor. There was a feeling of peace, of warmth, of calm which completely filled the soul. The soul had its vessel, naturally, it felt nice.
Phew! Ning let out a sigh of relief. Visualization technique.
For the moment, Ning had no time to waste on training his primal twin. His very first response was to immediately have both of his souls immediately execute the visualization technique. Within his sea of consciousness, the now shrunken spirit Ning sat down in the lotus position. Ahead of him, within the vast void of his sea of consciousness, appeared an enormous image of Maiden Nuwa. The image of Maiden Nuwa, in the void, seemed to press down upon both the past and the future. It was eternal and unchanging, and it caused Ning's soul to become incomparably stable as well. The aura of divine light emanating from her, filled with boundless warmth, illuminated Ning's soul, causing the badly damaged soul to begin to heal.
Within the sulky pearl of primal water, there was the second, also shrunken spirit Ning, who was also visualizing an image of Maiden Nuwa.
When her image appeared, her light seemed to stretch off into infinity. Both souls were in a wounded state right now, but they rapidly began to heal. This healing process took nearly 3 full days, during the course of which both souls grew considerably stronger.
Phew! Ning opened his eyes.
The sulky pearl of primal water in front of him flew up as well, landing within his hand.
How did it go? The giant yellow bear asked hurriedly, "How is your soul?"
"I've healed to roughly 70% of normal," Ning said.
70%? The giant yellow bear was stunned. It seems you truly do have a formidable visualization technique.
When the soul split into two, both souls would have roughly half of the strength of the former soul. For an ordinary visualization technique, the user would be lucky to see each half-soul stabilize at 50% power.
You could forget about having the soul quickly grow back.
But Ning had not only stabilized his souls, he had already reached 70% power.
However, this is a one-time thing.
After all, the damage caused by the soul splitting was fresh, which was why I was able to heal so much of it at one go.
In the future, it will be slower.
To return to a divine sense of 1,000 kilometers, I'm afraid it will take a long time, Ning sighed.
Don't be too greedy.
You've already produced a primal twin, after all, this represents a second life for you, the giant yellow bear sighed. Your primal twin can also become an earth immortal or celestial immortal. In fact, if your true body dies, your primal twin will still survive.
Laughing, Ning nodded.
The true body and the primal twin had linked memories. In all other ways, however, they were completely independent.
Indeed, a primal twin could be described as a second life. Hurry up and begin your training.
Completely refine all of the essence within the sulky pearl of primal water, the giant yellow bear laughed.
Right. Ning nodded, then had his primal twin within the sulky pearl begin to train.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 11, Chapter 6, Primal Breakthrough. Chapter 6, Primal Breakthrough.
The sulky pearl of primal water was a naturally occurring spirit treasure that was one of the most superb resources for nourishing the soul. There were some immortal cultivators who, believing their Zifus to be damaged, would steal the bodies of others. This sort of possession, however, had a major problem. It was that the affinity between the body and the soul would be very weak. Generally speaking, most bodies were not of very high quality. Some immortal cultivators, upon finding a good body, would seize it. Once their affinity with it reached a certain level, they would be extremely satisfied.
However, the likes of the Dark Valley Pearl, the sulky pearl of primal water, and other such naturally occurring spirit treasures were truly perfect vessels.
Because they had never been inhabited by a soul, once a soul did enter them, they would merge together perfectly. In terms of quality, as naturally occurring spirit treasures, they were of course of superb quality. It was lucky for me that young Flame Gnome had procured this. If I were to search for it on my own, where the hell would I even start? Ning had begun his refining process, and as he did, he instantly realized how wonderful this pearl was. He couldn't help but sigh to himself, young Flame Gnome must have prepared this for himself. However, in the end, his efforts ended up being for my sake. Soulkey pearls of primal water were filled with elemental essence to begin with, there was thus no need to absorb elemental ki from the surrounding world. One only needed to refine the ki within it. Ning was currently rising in power at a rapid rate. Boom, dot. A world suddenly came into being within the pearl. A Zifu region was born, and large amounts of elemental water essence began to transform, causing the Zifu region to expand in size. Stars. The moon. The golden crown. 3 major manifestations appeared, and the body immediately broke through to the Wanshan level. This sort of training truly is wonderful. The old black bull, watching, couldn't help but sigh in amazement, what tremendous speed. It's just like when a reincarnated immortal regains his memories. He already had the sufficient insights and a strong enough Dao heart. Given that the Soulkey Pearl of Primal Water has condensed water elemental essence within it to begin with, it wouldn't even surprise me if he trained all the way to the primal stage, the giant yellow bear said. These sorts of treasures, which contained elemental essence within them, would generally allow those who used them to reach the primal stage. One couldn't help but sigh at how marvelous the treasures of the natural world could be. He's about to make a breakthrough, the old black bull suddenly said. After just an hour, the Soulkey Pearl of Primal Water had risen in power from the Xiantian level to the peak of the Wanshan level. It was currently moving towards the primal level. Within the pearl, there was a vast, empty void here. The Zifu Lake was almost infinitely vast, and within the sky of this world, thousands of stars, a jade rabbit, and a golden crow hung in the sky. The aura of this place was even more powerful than the aura of Ning's true body. This was because this body had truly reached the absolute peak of the peak Wansheng stage. Arise! Ning's soul was above the thousands of stars, at the very heart of the void in his Zifu region. He willed it, and instantly, the sea of elemental energy in his Zifu began to frantically condense into trillions of specks of purified light that wildly soared into the skies, towards those stars, the moon, and the sun, all of which were beginning to move in accordance with a secret rhythm. In the instant in which they all merged into the heavenly bodies, the stars, the jade rabbit, and the golden crow, all of which had already reached their limit long ago, suddenly transformed into pillars of light that shot downwards. Bang! 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 Tens of thousands of pillars of light, some thin, some thick. The pillars of light created from the countless stars appeared very thin, while the pillars of light from the golden crow and the moon rabbit were clearly far thicker. The countless pillars of light all focused on the central part of the Zifu, beginning to slowly form into an enormous creature. The enormous creature was beginning to take shape. The light from the golden crow was focusing on its head, forming a tortoise-like beast. The light from the jade rabbit was beginning to focus on the other side, forming a serpent's head. The countless beams of light from the stars were beginning to form the body of the creature. The massive thing began to take clearer and clearer form. It was a mutant beast that looked like a turtle with a snake intertwined within it. This was a legendary creature, the turtle snake. Any living creature, upon breaking through to the primal level, would form a primal turtle snake. Rumble. In that instant, the enormous turtle snake suddenly seemed to move. It actually began to crawl downwards, through the void, until it reached the elemental sea. Within that vast elemental sea of energy, the enormous, island-like turtle snake began to slowly swim about. The turtle snake has been formed. Let the primal soul descend. Instantly, Ning's soul, which had remained hovering in the sky this entire time, descended directly into the enormous turtle snake. As it entered the creature's body, it felt an incomparably comfortable sensation. It was as though the body of the turtle snake was innately nurturing to souls. Ning could even feel his own soul begin to strengthen at an alarming speed.
What a shocking speed of advancement! The rate at which my soul is strengthening is even faster than the rate at which it was healing when I visualized the image of Maiden Nuwa. Ning sighed in absolute amazement.
He finally understood why it was that although many immortal cultivators had fairly weak souls at the Wanxiang stage, upon reaching the primal stage, they would all quickly come to possess divine sense. It was precisely because, within the primal turtle snake, the soul would strengthen at an astonishing rate. It was like grass being sown into mud, then quickly growing out of it.
Rumble!
The turtle snake swiveled there. Yin and yang intersected on the back of the turtle snake, which is to say, its shell. Suddenly, a golden flame emerged, blazing with incomparable heat and yet not harming the primal turtle snake in the slightest. This was the primal fire which every single primal Taoist was capable of using.
Whoosh! The enormous turtle snake swam about happily in the vast sea of elemental ki.
The eyes of both the turtle head and the snake head both seemed extremely lively and clever, as though they were true living creatures. As for the thousands of stars, the golden crow, and the jade rabbit, they continued to send down their condensed elemental essence. Bathed by it, the turtle snake was still continuing to slowly grow. After another long period of time, the stars, the golden crow, and the jade rabbit finally stopped sending down essence.
The early primal stage. The giant primal turtle snake spoke out in the human tongue.
The energy within the soul key pearl of primal water truly is remarkable. It was only used up after I trained all the way to the early primal stage, then solidified my base, but in the instant he had become a primal Taoist, there had actually also been a sudden change in the surrounding elemental ki aura of the underwater estate. In addition, the ancient, eternal aura of the Tao itself had also descended.
He made the breakthrough. The giant yellow bear and the old black bull both laughed.
Very soon, mist suddenly began to emerge from the pearl, which had been hovering in midair, and then the mist solidified into a black-robed Ning.
Greetings, seniors, the black-robed Ning laughed. Take a look at your original body, the giant yellow bear said with a smirk. The black-robed Ning turned his head. The original Ning turned his head as well. Their gazes intersected. Ha! The two both laughed. Actually, their memories were linked. It was as though one was the left hand, while the other was the right hand. As they exchanged glances, their thoughts were identical. This was, indeed, an extremely marvelous feeling. Greetings, fellow Taoist, the black-robed Ning said. Greetings, fellow Taoist, the other Ning also said. And then, both laughed. With identical memories and thoughts, saying greetings, fellow Taoist, to each other was like mumbling to himself. It was nothing more than a joke. How does it feel? The giant yellow bear asked. Very good, the black-robed Ning nodded. Breaking through to the primal level feels very different. The soul fused with the primal turtle dragon, which felt incomparably comfortable. It is also advancing very rapidly. Right. Generally speaking, upon breaking through to the primal level, the rate of advancement for the soul will be very fast for a period of time. Afterwards, it will slow down, and in fact the soul might advance very little even after a century passes, the giant yellow bear said. The black-robed Ning nodded. Although the primal turtle snake is of tremendous help to the soul, everything has a limit. If the soul were to continue to rise at this rate perpetually, that would be ridiculous. Let me first try the Lesser Thousand Swords formation with this primal twin and see how it is. The black-robed Ning willed it, and suddenly, a dense cluster of more than 700 flying swords appeared. 9 were the nether cold swords, while 360 were high-grade fire attribute earth-ranked flying swords, and another 360 were high-grade water attribute earth-ranked flying swords. He had picked these flying swords out from the vast ocean of magic treasures left behind by Immortal Witch River in the estate. Ning had procured more than 16,000 magic treasures.
With flying swords being one of the most common types of magic treasures, it hadn't been too hard for him to find some that were suited to him.
Lesser Thousand Swords Formation. The black-robed Ning willed the formation to immediately activate it.
Previously, when activating the formation, Ning had always used the nether cold swords first, then led the other 720 mortal-ranked flying swords with them. Now, however, with all 720 mortal-ranked flying swords having been changed into earth-ranked flying swords, the difficulty of controlling the swords instantly increased more than 100-fold. After all, he had upgraded far too many swords.
Eh?
The black-robed Ning frowned.
How is it?
The old black bull laughed. I wanted to activate the 9th level of the Lesser Thousand Swords formation, but I'm unable to. The black-robed Ning shook his head, then began to lower the level.
The 8th level? The 7th level? Whoosh! Finally, he successfully activated the technique.
More than 500 flying swords swiveled about Ning, beginning to levitate up and down.
Ning's primal level elemental ki filled them, and his soul commanded them.
Before his chest solidified an incomparably brilliant flying sword, which was even covered with a layer of prismatic white light.
The 7th level, Lesser Thousand Swords Formation.
The black-robed Ning shook his head. I broke through to the primal level, and my elemental ki has increased in power dramatically. However, my soul is still somewhat weaker than it was before it split in two. Even though I've gained much enlightenment regarding the Tao, I'm still unable to go past the 7th level. These are, after all Earth-ranked magic treasures, and most are high-grade. Even the 7th level of the Lesser Thousand Swords formation is still more powerful than the 9th level of the Lesser Thousand Swords formation, with those mortal-ranked flying sword, the giant yellow bear said. The black-robed Ning nodded in agreement.
Right.
Just now, I took a look at your other treasures, the giant yellow bear said, pointing towards the other magic treasures, all separated by type. Some of the sacks have quite a few golems in them. The black-robed Ning nodded. These are the golems that we discovered in the Witch River Immortal estate. That fiend god collected them.
Let me help you retrofit these golems.
Otherwise, they won't listen to your commands, the giant yellow bear said.
Right, don't you have 50,000 kilograms of liquefied elemental essence? Hurry up and refine it all. You are only at the early primal level, right? Raise your power a bit more. That way, your elemental ki will grow more pure, and it will be easier for you to control your magic treasures. By then, I imagine you'll be able to control the 8th, or even the 9th, level of the Lesser Thousand Swords formation. The black-robed Ning nodded. Right.
There was no reason not to use them up, it was best to use the liquid to improve his own power.
50,000 kilograms?
This was more than enough to allow his primal twin to once more improve its power dramatically. In the future, I need to focus on the Lesser Thousand Swords formation, the black-robed Ning mused to himself. Although he had read many secret manuals, amongst those that were meant for key refiners, the Lesser Thousand Swords formation remained the best suited for him, and the most powerful one as well. His primal twin was a key refiner. There was no way it could train in divine abilities, and so it naturally would have to focus on the Lesser Thousand Swords formation. It was destined that his primal twin would become an extremely powerful key refining sword immortal. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 11, Chapter 7, Binding the Underwater Estate.
Chapter 7, Binding the Underwater Estate. Within the quiet hall.
The black-robed Ning sat in the lotus position, a jade bottle in front of him.
The liquefied elemental essence within it was continuously flowing into Ning's mouth. Ha ha ha.
The old black bull watched, quite excited. He had been alone for far, far too long. As for the giant yellow bear, he waved a paw and two giant sacks opened up. The golems within all flew out, howling through the air. A total of 36 Jiangqi manticore golems, along with a black-armored male golem, emerged. As they flew out, they began to frantically struggle, trying to fight back.
Be good and be obedient, the giant yellow bear chuckled merrily.
The 36 Jiangqi golems and the black-armored man all hung there in midair. Although they were struggling, they were unable to move at all, causing them to all reveal looks of amazement.
Who are you?
The black-armored man stared at the giant yellow bear, then shouted, "Why are you confining us?"
Oh, you actually have a soul planted inside you? The giant yellow bear then shook his head. Who made these golems? He was so rough and clumsy.
Clatter, clatter, clatter. The 36 Jiangqi golems and the black-armored man all suddenly separated into tens of thousands of component parts.
Let me first collect the parts.
I'll slowly reconfigure them.
The giant yellow bear had a look of anticipation in his eyes. He waved a paw, and whoosh, all of the tens of thousands of parts disappeared, having been teleported away.
Ning, kid, the giant yellow bear said. I'm going to go analyze these golems and wipe out some of the seals the former controller placed on them.
After fixing them up, I'll return them to you. No rush, Ning laughed.
Ning himself wasn't training, it was currently the primal twin, the black-robed Ning, who was training.
Time slowly passed on.
Finally, all of the 50,000 kilograms of liquefied elemental essence in the jade bottle had been used up. The black-robed Ning opened his eyes, revealing a look of joy in them.
Ning, how is it?
The old black bull asked eagerly.
Just as I used up the liquefied elemental essence, I finally reached the late primal stage, the black-robed Ning said. Let me test the lesser thousand swords formation first.
Swish.
Once again, more than 700 flying swords appeared. The earth-ranked Flyanig swords, led by the nether-cold sword formation, all flew into the air.
However, even after trying his hardest for a long period of time, Ning was still unable to control them well, and was only able to execute the 8th level of the lesser thousand swords formation.
My elemental key is far more pure than it was before, but I'm still only able to use the 8th level?
Ning, you've already reached the primal level with your primal twin.
By using it, you can go and bind this underwater estate now, the giant yellow bear said. Bind the estate?
Ning willed it, and suddenly, the primal twin transformed into a pearl that flew into Ning's clothes.
Come with me. The giant yellow bear walked forward.
Ning felt tremendous anticipation. He had waited for this day for a very, very long time. When he had become a Zifu disciple, he had only been able to bind a talisman. Now, after having created his primal twin, he was finally going to be able to bind the underwater estate. Afterwards, he would be able to carry it around with him, just like Immortal Juhua had. He followed the giant yellow bear through a wide, spacious corridor that he previously hadn't been given access to at all. From now on, you will be granted access into 90% of the areas of the underwater estate, the giant yellow bear said. After binding the underwater estate, you'll be able to carry it with you.
90%? Senior, are you saying that there are still areas which I cannot enter? Ning asked.
Right.
For example, the Divine Abilities Hall, you cannot enter it. There are some other regions as well. The giant yellow bear gave Ning a glance. I imagine that you have already guessed that at the primal stage, you are only able to do a very basic binding of the estate, allowing you to carry it with you. To truly master all of its mysteries, you will need to wait until the day you become an Empyrean god and truly become Master's disciple. Ning nodded.
He had expected this all along. Earlier, he had watched as the giant yellow bear had effortlessly paralyzed in midair and rendered immobile the black-armored male golem, which was comparable to a peak loose immortal. In addition, Ning could sense the ancient aura of eternity emanating from the giant yellow bear, an aura that was even more heart-shaking than the aura which emanated from the fiend god he had encountered in the wild marshes of the Jail Mountains.
To completely master the underwater estate as a primal Taoist?
Even Ning himself felt that he was far from being able to do so.
Empyrean God? Ning murmured to himself, Taoist 3 lives, what in the world did you leave behind, that I have to become an Empyrean God before receiving it? They walked through the corridor and through various passages. Soon, they arrived at an ancient, simple room. Ning walked in, immediately feeling as though his heart was more peaceful than it ever had been before. This is the still room. In the past, Master personally set down a Buddhist formation, the Grand Bodhi Still Heart formation, in this place. Amongst all the mind-calming formations known throughout the 3 realms, this formation ranks close to the top. Its name is ordinary, but its power is extraordinary. The giant yellow bear pointed at the giant, vast room with a claw. Instantly, an incomparably complicated golden formation appeared on the walls. Ning felt dizzy just looking at it. This formation isn't something you can try to comprehend yet. One glance is enough, don't stare at it. The complicated golden formation covering the 4 walls of the place once more dimmed. Look! The giant yellow bear pointed at the center of the still room. There was a platform there, atop which was an ordinary-looking, inky jade bed which emanated a frigid aura. This is made from netherwater jade, retrieved from the deepest depths of the 9 hells. It is extremely cold. When you first sit atop it, you feel extremely cold, but soon afterwards, you will feel very comfortable, and also feel it help to calm your heart. This jade bed alone is comparable in value to a pure yang magic treasure. Ning's heart clenched, hard. A pure yang magic treasure? Taoist 3 lives truly was wealthy and generous. However, don't even think about selling it. This is already part of the underwater estate, there's no way for you to pull it off. The corners of the giant yellow bear's mouth twitched upwards, a hint of smug amusement visible. Ha, enough joking. The still room is the center of the entire underwater estate. All you need to do is bind it, and you'll have a basic control over the underwater estate. Go ahead and start the binding process. Ning nodded, walking straight towards the inky jade bed. Upon sitting atop it, he did indeed feel a heart-penetrating chill instantly fill his entire body. Even his soul seemed to have been frozen solid, but immediately afterwards, he felt calmer than he ever had before. A void soul. His soul was in a state of complete transcendence. Ning began to carefully go through and dissect every single thing which had happened to him recently. This sort of reflection and contemplation of one's memories caused Ning's Tao heart to slowly strengthen even further. This is incredible. The Buddhist formation, Bodhi Still Heart formation, and the netherwater jade truly are extraordinary. Ning hesitated no longer. With but a thought, he unleashed the black-robed Ning, who also sat down atop the netherwater jade, then began to use his powerful elemental key to fill the still room and bind it to him. The still room was slowly becoming bound. Time flowed on. This binding process took 6 full days. And this was only the first, most elementary binding possible for the underwater estate. What a truly marvelous feeling. It felt as though every part of the entire underwater estate was under his control, but the strange thing was, although he felt as though he was in complete control, the Divine Abilities Hall seemed to have vanished, as though it didn't exist. Weird. Ning returned to the main hall. Within the main hall, the giant yellow bear and the old black bull were both present. Senior, did you forget about something? Ning asked. What is it? The giant yellow bear looked towards Ning. The treasures which Immortal Juhua left behind. Ning couldn't help but say, I've already bound the underwater estate, where are his treasures? The treasures of Immortal Juhua, the disassembled golems, although Ning could sense the entire estate, he couldn't find any trace of those things. And, right now, Ning didn't feel any sense of control over the giant yellow bear either. Oh, I almost forgot. The giant yellow bear waved a hand. Whoosh! Instantly, a mountain of magic treasures appeared within the hall. It truly was a mountain. A treasure mountain that was hundreds on hundreds of meters in height. Ning's eyes instantly lit up upon seeing it.
After living for a few million years, he really did accumulate quite a bit of treasure.
The giant yellow bear shook his head.
Immortal Juhua left behind a total of 3 immortal ranked magic treasures, and each one of them could be considered high grade for immortal ranked treasures.
Ning's eyes instantly began to shine. 3? And all high grade?
Immortal Juhua really lived up to his reputation as a loose immortal who had lived for millions of years, a figure even more powerful than Immortal Northwalker. Most likely, even the immortal artifacts owned by actual celestial immortals were only on par with his at best.
Still, only one is left, the giant yellow bear continued, pointing towards the old black bull. Him. Just one?
Ning was flabbergasted.
Didn't you say there were 3? Immortal Juhua left 3 behind, right?
The 4th master of the estate died at the Wanshan level. There's no way he could have taken away the immortal ranked magic treasures.
Where'd the other 2 go? Was this a joke? 2 high-grade immortal ranked magic treasures had just gone missing? Don't be in such a rush.
It's a good thing for you that 2 of them are gone now, the old black bull said smugly.
You still have me, right?
Ning, kiddo, in the future, this old bull is going to follow you, and you are enormously lucky to have me.
Ning was still filled with puzzlement. What about the other 2 immortal ranked magic treasures? The spirit of the estate wouldn't have embezzled them, would he?
The giant yellow bear said, the 3 immortal ranked magic treasures left behind by Immortal Juhua were the 1,000-bull sword, the Night River painting, and the 9 realms seal. The Night River painting was chosen by Immortal Juhua as his reward after he overcame the 7th level of the War God Hall, a high-grade immortal ranked magic treasure. Within it, it held an ancient river from the primordial era that came before the 3,000 major worlds were born, the Night River. By drawing the enemy into the painting, the enemy would be within your domain and dramatically weakened, while you would be able to borrow from the power of the Night River to increase your own might. One of the reasons why Immortal Juhua was so famous was because of this magic treasure, the giant yellow bear said.
Ning listened, speechless. What fine treasures! Compared to the Night River painting, the azure silk godfire lamp was far too inferior.
That was a primordial river, the Night River, which existed before the 3,000 major worlds had been born. The 9 realms seal was fashioned by Immortal Juhua from the extract of materials collected by Immortal Juhua after wandering 9 different major worlds. This seal, naturally, it's used to smash and crush. He used up an astonishing amount of precious materials in fashioning it, managing to brute force it up to be a high-grade immortal rank seal. In his old age, Immortal Juhua loved to smash people with the seal. The 1,000-bull sword, when Immortal Juhua met the 1,000 swords immortal, the 2 exchanged blows. After killing the 1,000 swords immortal and acquiring hundreds of valuable flying swords, he traded them for precious materials, using them and other treasures he had accumulated in forging a flying sword. Immortal Juhua was also a sword immortal. The most important thing for a sword immortal is their flying swords. The 1,000-bull sword was thus the weapon he used in order to dominate the world.
Ning listened, spellbound and rapt. He couldn't help but ask, then what happened to the Night River painting and the 9 realms seal?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 11, Chapter 8, Carrying an Immortal Estate, Adventuring Through the World. Chapter 8, Carrying an Immortal Estate, Adventuring Through the World.
Let me finish, the giant yellow bear continued. Did you think that I just absconded with those 2 immortal ranked magic treasures?
When I followed Master, I saw more treasures than you've even heard of.
Ning blinked.
After Immortal Juhua died, he left behind these 3 immortal ranked magic treasures. He died just as the Fiend God era had come to an end.
Over the countless years that passed since then, I was completely bored out of my mind.
It wasn't convenient for me to mess around with the magic treasures which Master left behind, and so I took some of the treasures which Immortal Juhua left behind and began to retrofit them.
Retrofit them? Ning was speechless. The Thousand Bull Sword, the Night River painting, the 9 Realms seal, all of them were pretty good, but they couldn't be considered top grade. They weren't truly mighty. The giant yellow bear said that 9 Realms seal in particular, it was forged in a slipshod way, completely wasting the massive amount of precious materials which were piled together to create that seal. So, I completely destroyed it, pulled out the extracted essence of it, then slowly spend the next 360 million years to completely fuse the essence into the Thousand Bull Sword. This slow fusing process caused the Thousand Bull Slow to evolve to a new level of power, but it didn't disrupt any of its inherent might. Ning blinked again. 360 million years? Not even a celestial immortal would dare to waste time like this. But, I realized the Night River painting was also pretty terrible as well. The giant yellow bear shook his large head. A perfectly fine primordial Night River was being wasted, having merely been forged into a separate world. To pull the enemy into the world and fight inside it? What sort of a terrible idea is that? So, I just completely destroyed it as well, thought. I pulled out the flows of the Night River from within the painting, then reforged it into a sword diagram which I also fused into the Thousand Bull Sword. The giant yellow bear seemed extremely smug. Now, this is what you call a real treasure. The Thousand Bull Sword, as a short, is unblockably sharp. With the extracted essence of the 9 Realms seal, the Thousand Bull Sword's power rose dramatically. It absolutely became a top-grade immortal ranked magic treasure. But after mixing in the Night River painting as well, whenever the Thousand Bull Sword is used, the ancient, primordial Night River will suddenly appear within a region of 10,000 kilometers. With the assistance of the Night River, one's power will explode dramatically. The standalone Night River painting required one to pull the enemy into it, but the upgraded Thousand Bull Sword has no need to do so at all. As long as the sword is drawn, the 10,000-kilometer Night River will immediately appear. The giant yellow bear was absolutely delighted with himself. Ha. The pure yang swords used by the major powers of the 3 realms, which one of them doesn't have a sword diagram within? How can a sword immortal without a sword diagram even be considered a sword immortal? Ning was completely stunned. 3 mighty immortal ranked magic treasures were combined into one. When the upgraded Thousand Bull Sword leaves the sheath, the Night River sword diagram shall appear, sword key shall emerge and roam about for 10,000 kilometers, completely unstoppable. The giant yellow bear was extremely smug. This truly is a top grade amongst top grade immortal ranked treasures. Those 3 original magic treasures combined aren't even half as good as it is. As for the hundreds of millions of years I spent in total on this project, I'm not going to go into detail. Thousand Bull Sword. The giant yellow bear called out. Coming. The old black bull called out. Instantly, from within the mountain of treasures that was many hundreds of meters high, a black sword flew out. When this flying sword emerged, a whooshing sound of flowing water could be heard as well, as though an ancient, primordial river had begun to flow. And then, the hazy outlines of a river appeared. When the illusion of the river appeared, space itself seemed to freeze. Ning could feel a sudden pressure envelop him as well. The ordinary-looking black flying sword had caused the entire mountain of treasures next to it to fade by comparison. Swoosh! The old black bull immediately transformed into a streak of light, burrowing into the black flying sword. Ning, take a look at me, what do you think? Aren't I awesome? The black flying sword hovered there in midair as the old bull's voice echoed in the halls. Ning suddenly called out in surprise, how can you move around? How can magic treasures move around on their own? Magic treasures were lifeless things. Without a master controlling them, how could they move around? Even if an immortal ranked magic treasure had given birth to a treasure spirit, logically speaking, they shouldn't be able to move around. For example, the Azure Silk God Fire Lamp was completely incapable of movement. It could only summon flames to block Xuehongi, but in the end, it was still forcibly taken away by him. Who told you that magic treasures can't move around? The giant yellow bear said. Pure yang treasures, for example, can soar into the heavens or delve deep into the earth, but Pure Yang magic treasures?
Those were on a higher level than even Immortal ranked magic treasures. They were simply on a realm too far from Ning. Based on what I know, Immortal ranked magic treasures aren't capable of movement, Ning said. I read it in the books, and earlier, I also talked about how I acquired an Immortal ranked magic treasure after killing Shwehongi in the Witch River Immortal estate.
Are you talking about that azure silk god fire lamp? The giant yellow bear shook his head disdainfully. That's just a low-grade Immortal ranked item. It's true that the vast majority of Immortal ranked magic treasures are incapable of movement, and in fact, there's extremely few top-grade Immortal ranked magic treasures capable of movement as well. The Thousand Bull Sword, however, is a top grade amongst top grades. His sentience and his power is comparable to some weak pure Yang magic treasures. Given how sentient he is and how pure and valuable his components are, he's naturally able to move about on his own. Still, without a master controlling him, he's only able to release a tiny amount of his power. If your primal twin was to unleash its full power, you'd be able to suppress him. Ning was secretly speechless. His primal twin was at the late primal level. When using the Lesser Thousand Swords formation, with the Grand Dao Domain and the Dao Path of Water, he was absolutely comparable to a loose Immortal. Only a loose Immortal's full power could suppress this ownerless Immortal ranked magic treasure? The Azure Silk God Fire Lamp had been suppressed by someone like Shwehongi. Ning, train hard. After you become an Earth Immortal, I can come out and fight again. Thousand Bull, will once be able to roam and dominate the world. The black flying sword landed. The old black bull walked out of the blade, speaking with incomparable excitement. But then, he grew forlorn once more. Unfortunately, Juhua has already passed away. Magic treasures all felt a very unique attachment to their first master. Their first master was like their parents or elders. Perhaps he might have reincarnated. Ning could sense the old black bull's sadness. Stop trying to console me. Juhua died countless years ago. Even if he reincarnated, I can't even imagine how many times he would have reincarnated by now, the old black bull sighed. Ning wasn't in a hurry to depart from Stillwater Commandery. After all, there were 3 years left before the conclave of Immortal Destiny. Instead, he began to calmly train in seclusion within the underwater estate. After all, he had reached the Grand Dao Domain level, then mastered the complete Dao of Rainwater. Ning needed to quickly and completely master a way of using them to increase his power. Time flowed on. In the blink of an eye, more than a year had passed. Winter. Within the stellar hall of the underwater estate. The space within this separate world, the stellar hall, was quite vast. Ning was walking through the skies. Suddenly, he disappeared before reappearing more than 10 kilometers away, where a spatial ripple had just appeared. Swish, swish, swish. Ning blinked forward repeatedly, disappearing and reappearing as he teleported again and again. Success, success. The old black bull, lying on the grassy ground next to the thatched hut, stood up and called out in delight, Ning, you finally mastered the technique of teleportation. It took me over a year. The distant Ning, with a blink, reappeared in front of the thatched hut, then said, I feel so ashamed. Teleporting through the void was one of the most basic, most fundamental underpinnings to the Grand Dao of the Qianquan One. Another name for the Grand Dao of the Qianquan was the Grand Dao of Space. The Azure Sky Snake, because of her innate abilities, was able to utilize the Void Blink technique was a Xian-Tian lifeform. In truth, the Void Blink was a form of teleportation through the void. However, for an ordinary Immortal cultivator to try and develop a void teleport technique was extremely difficult. After all, this was akin to gaining a basic understanding of a Grand Dao. The vast majority of Wanxiang adepts would therefore purchase and keep a lesser teleportation Dao seal with them at all times. Still, virtually all Earth Immortals or loose Immortals were capable of void teleportation. This was because, generally speaking, Earth Immortals and loose Immortals were in control of at least one complete Dao path. If one mastered a complete Dao path, one would be able to take control of the world around them.
With but a thought, they could cause the power of the Tao to descend, placing the world around them under their control. When controlling the world around them, they would be able to clearly sense the grand Tao of Qian Kuan around them. As time passed and as they did this often, they would naturally be able to comprehend the principles of teleportation. This was why Earth Immortals and Loose Immortals, regardless of which Tao path they had mastered, were almost all capable of void teleportation. The only difference was in how much time they spent before achieving it. Whoosh! The giant yellow bear suddenly appeared. Ning, the giant yellow bear called out. Senior, Ning responded. The giant yellow bear nodded in satisfaction. This year of painstaking, solitary training, combined with the invisible pressure from the Young Flame clan, had indeed caused Ning to improve rapidly. You have already completely fused your Tao of Rainwater into your Grand Tao of the Sword. Your sword arts can be considered nearly perfect for your current level, the giant yellow bear said. However, immortal cultivators who spend all their time in private training will never be able to become celestial immortals. You remain unable to break through in the Tao of the Inferno and the Tao of the Gale, unable to completely master them. This is because you've spent all your time here in study, instead of going out and tempering yourself. It is now time for you to leave. Nin nodded gently. He, too, recently felt a desire in his heart to see the outside world, a desire to fight, to test himself. It was a cold winter. It was noon, but the skies were dark. Giant plumes of snow were drifting about in the air. Whoosh! A fur-clad youth suddenly appeared on Brightheart Island. Turning his head, he glanced at his surroundings. The area around him had been reduced to rubble. This was, after all, a place under the surveillance of the minions of the Young Flame clan, and in fact, Young Flame Known's biological father had come here as well. Because he was unable to attack the city of 10,000 swords, in his rage, he had destroyed all of the buildings on Brightheart Island here in Serpent Wing Lake. In the future, I will definitely rebuild Brightheart Island, Ning said softly. Ning, it is time to go. Soon, the patrols from the Young Flame clan's immortal cultivators will arrive. A voice rang out within Ning's mind. It was the voice of the spirit of the estate. Ning was now able to carry the underwater estate with him at all times. Right. Ning nodded. He lifted his head, staring at the skies. Snow continued to drift in the skies above him. I remember the last time I left Swallow Mountain and went to Stillwater City, it was winter then as well. Now, it's winter again. Ning shook his head with a smile, then took a single step and disappeared from Brightheart Island. Just a few moments later. Whoosh! A warship came howling through the air, leaving waves of air in its wake. Aboard the warship stood many armored immortal cultivators. The watchers the Young Flame clan had sent to Serpent Wing Lake included primal Taoists and other soldiers as well. The primal Taoists would be constantly using their divine sense to scan the region every day. However, to ensure that they wouldn't simply be fooled by bewildering formations that could affect their divine sense, they would also send ordinary soldiers over to do visual inspections, to make sure that their oversight was completely perfect. 1. Remember my previous post about Taoism? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 11, Chapter 9, Foundation Established. Chapter 9, Foundation Established. The city of 10,000 swords, under the falling snow, remained as lively as ever. The city had now become the very center of the entire Swallow Mountain region. Naturally, it was quite bustling. As for the grudge between the Young Flame clan and the G clan? Those merchants and peddlers who came and went from Swallow Mountain's commandery cities were all ordinary mortals. The immortal cultivators stationed by the Young Flame clan weren't willing to wantonly slaughter too many mortals, as that would cause the accumulation of far too much sin. Within a particular alleyway in the city of 10,000 swords, space rippled, and then Ning appeared. Although there were some ordinary mortals within the alleyway, they didn't seem to notice Ning's presence at all. These minor invisibility tricks are still useful against mortals. Ning spread his sense out, and as he did, he couldn't help but feel startled.
The city is absolutely. Fellow Taoist Ning.
A ripple of divine sense spread out to him.
Immortal Dwaha.
Ning took a single step forward, then transformed into a gust of wind and disappeared.
The Lord Prefect's estate was the heart of the entire city. It also comprised the inner city. Within a particular courtyard in the estate, Immortals Dwaha and Witch Sway were both seated here. A gust of wind blew in, then Ning appeared as well. Master. Ning, son.
Two other figures almost simultaneously appeared as well. It was the White Water Hound and Little Ching. In the instant Ning had teleported to the city of 10,000 swords, Uncle White and Little Ning had sensed his arrival.
Master, it's been over a year.
Little Ching, in azure serpent form, immediately coiled around Ning's arm, then raised her little serpentine head and spoke in the human tongue.
I've been worried to death over you during this past year.
The army of the Young Flame clan has been sending non-stop patrols around. Fortunately, I could sense that you were still alive, Master, otherwise, I wouldn't even be able to sleep.
The Whitewater Hound looked at Ning. He, too, had been worried about Ning this entire time.
Uncle White, Little Ching, Ning laughed.
The Young Flame clan isn't able to do anything to me. Immortal Dwaha, Immortal Witch Sway. Ning turned to look at the two already standing monstrous immortals, then laughed.
I didn't expect that after being absent from here for a year, by the time of my return, your forces would have layered it in protections that render it as impregnable as an iron fortress. I sense more than 100 different types of formations alone, and wasn't even able to teleport into the city. Also, you discovered me as soon as I arrived. This is an even more restrictive area than some headquarters for major schools.
Immortal Dwaha nodded.
This is the core of your G clan, and the place where all of us monsters of the immortal estate world have gathered. Naturally, we cannot be careless. We've used all our power to set up these formations. So long as any loose immortal dares to enter, we will immediately notice them. But this is the homeland of your G clan, and the home of our clans as well, for the next 1,000 years, Immortal Witch Sway said with a smile.
Ning let out a sigh of relief.
He had been right to invite the monsters here. Not just that, Immortal Dwaha chuckled, our clans have a vast number of sentient lifeforms amid our ranks as well. We've sent out tens of thousands these sentient dire monsters to spread out throughout the Swallow Mountain region, allowing us to completely control and oversee the mortals here as well. This way, it will be hard for the Young Flame clan to kill the mortals.
Ning nodded.
It was a grave sin to kill ordinary mortals, but sentient lifeforms had yet to truly embark on the immortal path. The amount of sin they accumulated was much lower.
This is the decision which we came to after negotiating with old Patriarch Ninefire. The old Patriarch was worried that the Young Flame clan would butcher ordinary mortals with abandon, Immortal Dwaha said.
Actually, I feel that the old Patriarch is worrying too much. The Young Flame clan is, after all, a major clan that has existed for countless years.
Clans like this care tremendously about their karmic luck.
Even if they send sentient lifeforms to slaughter ordinary mortals, there will still be some degree of sin that will surround the bodies of the Young Flame clan members, which will affect the luck of the clan as a whole. Although it won't have a huge impact, given how much these ancient clans care about luck, they absolutely wouldn't do anything that would negatively influence it, just for the sake of giving vent to a bit of anger.
Ning nodded. Luck. You couldn't see it, nor could you feel it.
But it did indeed exist. Those blessed by luck were the favored of heaven, and their lives would naturally be different. For example, the Grand Xia dynasty established the Rain Dragon Guard, whose primary mission was to constantly capture and kill major sinners and thus allowing the dynasty's luck to constantly rise. I'll trouble you all to take care of my G clan's affairs, Ning said. I need to go see the clan leader and the others. Afterwards, I'll leave the city, and it will most likely be many years before we meet again. Fellow Taoist Ji Ning, you must be careful, Immortal Witch Sway and Immortal Dwaha both said.
Right. Ning nodded.
And then, he led Uncle White and Little Ching to go see the clan leader. G9 Fire and the others had no idea that Ning had returned. Soon, however, Ning's divine sense reached out to G9 Fire, Granny Shadow, and G Truekeep, who went to go meet with Ning, Uncle White, and Little Ching in a secluded courtyard. Rumble, the door to the courtyard shut. Nine Fire, Granny Shadow, and Truekeep all looked at Ning. Given they had secluded themselves in this place, the conversation was undoubtedly a weighty one. Ning spread out his divine sense as well, keeping a vigilant watch on the surrounding area. We are going to leave the city of 10,000 swords soon. I don't know how long this journey will last, or if I will be able to return, Ning said. Gee Ning, don't say such things, you'll definitely be able to return, Nine Fire said hurriedly.
Ning laughed. All right. I'll definitely be able to return. Before leaving, there's something I want to give you all.
Oh? Nine Fire and the others were quite curious. Ning waved his hand, and the floor became filled with piles of magic treasures, such as swords, spears, staffs, needles, shuttles, grand seals, ribbons, and horsetail whisks. The treasures were numerous beyond counting.
This is?
Nine Fire and the others held their breaths. Ning waved his arm again, and nearly 1,000 magic treasures appeared on the ground.
Yet another wave of the arm, and 10 more treasures appeared as well.
There are more than 10,000 mortal-ranked magic treasures, 900 plus earth-ranked magic treasures, and 12 heaven-ranked magic treasures, Ning said. Even if our G-clan produces several primal Taoists and a group of Wanxiang adepts, these treasures should be enough for us.
It's enough, it's enough.
Immortal cultivators usually acquire magic treasures through adventuring in the outside world, Nine Fire said hurriedly.
At most, the clan will provide a little bit of support. So many treasures, Ning, son, where in the world did you get them? Ning didn't answer.
Instead, he waved his hand again. A large number of spirit pills and valuable treasures and materials appeared. These are all spirit pills and valuable materials, Ning said. There are some commonly seen immortal elixirs and pills here. Clan leader, if you flip through this book, you'll know what is here. As for the most precious spirit pills and materials, I've written down a book explaining their value and usage. You can't be too wild in your use of these things, after all, some of them are poisonous in nature. This caused Nine Fire and the others to all feel breathless. These magic treasures are all external items. Ning solemnly waved his hand, and instantly, a vast, dense cluster of books appeared, filling more than half of the hall and rising to 30 meters in height. This will be our Tao repository, Ning said. It includes everything, and in number should be even larger than Snowdragon Mountains. He had killed Shuahani, young flame known, and had also acquired the Tao repository of the Witch River Immortal estate. These 18 sets are the most important.
Ning waved his hand yet again.
Here there are immortal-ranked key refining techniques, fiend god body refining techniques, divine abilities, and divine will arts, Ning said. These are precious techniques which celestial immortals and those on their level use. Some of them aren't even available to the Black-White College. Nine Fire, Truekeep, and Granny Shadow were all completely stunned.
Divine abilities?
Divine will techniques. These were things that only existed in legendary Tao repositories. Actually, these things had been left behind both by Immortal Juhua and the Witch River Immortal estate. Immortal Juhua had lived for millions of years, after all, and his combat power was comparable to a celestial immortal's. He had acquired quite a few Tao repositories in his time. In other words, Ning's repository was the combination of the ones that had belonged to Immortal Witch River and Immortal Juhua. Immortal Juhua was a lone wanderer with no clan to worry about, and so the techniques he left behind were all top-notch, at least at the heaven rank. These 18 sets that I'm giving to you, Ning said solemnly, absolutely must not be taught to others. They are the hope for our G-clan's rise to power, the heart of our heart.
Who to pass them down to? When to pass them down? I've left behind my recommendations on this book.
Ning handed a book directly over to Truekeep.
Truekeep, hands trembling, accepted it.
He was completely stunned. Perhaps this repository was quite a bit weaker than the Tao repository which the Black-White College had accumulated over the course of countless years, but it definitely far surpassed the likes of Snowdragon Mountain, and definitely ranked amongst the top 10 or so of the entire Stillwater Commandery. Those divine abilities and secret arts in particular, the other powers didn't have them at all. Whoosh! Ning waved his hand yet again, and a pile of statues appeared. A total of 9 golems, all of Chionchi manticores.
Master. The 9 Chionchi manticore golems all looked towards Ning with respect. He had originally acquired 36 Chionchi golems and the black-armored male golem from the Witch River Immortal estate. The giant yellow bear had completely disassembled them, then rebuilt them into 18 Chionchi golems. As for that black-armored male golem, he was completely, truly finished, he no longer existed. After the retrofitting of the 18 Chionchi golems, every single one of them was now close to a loose immortal in combat power. 9 of them could join together to form into a grand 9 heavens formation, and even Ning's primal twin fighting at full power still found it hard to overcome them when surrounded. These 9 golems are each close to a loose immortal in combat power. For a single one to actually kill a primal Taoist on its own might be difficult, Ning said, but once the 9 join forces into a golem formation, they will be able to kill primal Taoists as easily as killing chickens. This will become our G-Clan's final trump card. Every single one of them has an elemental key formation within their bodies, and they can absorb natural elemental energy and distill it into liquefied elemental essence, so there's no need for you to provide them with a power supply. However, remember this, don't use them too often. Once they use up the essence inside, they will no longer be able to fight. You can ask them yourself how much energy they have remaining and how much longer they can fight for. Kill primal Taoists as easily as killing chickens? Ninefire, Truekeep, and Granny Shadow exchanged a glance. They were completely filled with joy by this situation. Ning, Ninefire said hurriedly, I know about golems. Such powerful, mighty golems are incomparably valuable, it's better to keep them by your side. You will be experiencing countless dangers, these golems will be of great use to you. For me, killing primal Taoists is also as easy as killing chickens, Ning said. Ninefire and the others were speechless. These words were simply too savage and brutal. If Ning dared to say these words, that meant he absolutely had the combat power of a loose immortal. Actually, Ning's true body wasn't that strong, but his primal twin? It definitely did have that power. Hurry up and collect these, Ning said. Right. Truekeep, hurry up and collect them, Ninefire said hurriedly. Truekeep nodded. These treasures cannot leave the city of 10,000 swords, in fact, they can't even leave the Lord Prefect's manor. I'll allow these 9 loose immortal golems to guard them. Everything had been arranged. The door to the hall swung open. Ning let Uncle White and Little Cheng out, transforming into a gust of wind that disappeared into the skies. Truekeep, Ninefire, and Granny Shadow raised their heads, staring into the firmament. Our G-Clan's foundation has been established. So long as we are given enough time, we will definitely become one of the local hegemons of Stillwater Commandery. Ninefire murmured silently to himself, although my life is coming to an end, it's enough. Even in death, my life will have been worth it. Each one, I knew your son was formidable, but not that he was this formidable. You produced a fine son. Truekeep and Granny Shadow were both in a stunned state as well. They both understood that because of the things Ning had left behind today, the G-Clan now had a powerful foundation. Like seeds entering fertile mud, the only thing left to do was to wait. All they needed now was time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 11, Chapter 10, Imperial Capital of the Grand Xia. Chapter 10, Imperial Capital of the Grand Xia. The Crimson Dragon Mountains. The local branch of the Rain Dragon Guard. The enormous, tower-shaped teleportation array.
There was a white-robed elder seated in the lotus position next to it, quietly waiting.
It seems as the Young Flame clan's hatred for Ning is truly bone deep.
They instructed me long ago to help keep an eye out, and to immediately inform them upon discovering him. 10 servants near the teleportation array were whispering and laughing amongst themselves. And yet, they also sent one of the rain dragon guards belonging to their clan to stay here permanently and keep watch.
It's been over a year.
Ning definitely left Stillwater Commandery long ago, but this rain dragon guard of the Young Flame clan is still waiting here like an idiot. Everyone says that Ning killed that young master Young Flame gnome. How could the Young Flame clan not be enraged? Stillwater Commandery is Ning's homeland, and this teleportation array of ours is the largest one within Stillwater Commandery, capable of sending someone to any place in the Grand Xia Empire.
They are definitely going to stay on watch here permanently.
Just as the 2 servants were chatting, the teleportation array suddenly lit up.
Someone is coming.
The 10 servants all turned their heads to look. As for the white-robed elder who had been in the lotus position this entire time, he opened his eyes out of habit. He had been on watch here for far too long, but each time the teleportation array lit up or someone used the array to leave, he would still pay attention.
Rumble! A fur-clad youth appeared within the teleportation array.
On his arm was a little azure serpent, while by his side was a large, snowy white dog.
Ning.
The 10 servants responsible for maintaining the teleportation array, as well as the distant, lotus-seated white-robed elder, all called out in shock.
A fur-clad youth? An azure snake? A large, snowy white dog? This was a perfect match. And he looked identical to Ning as well. Is he Ning? The white-robed elder couldn't help but look towards those 10 servants of the array. What his thinking was, even if Ning was going to use the teleportation array, he would most likely do it in secret. For example, he might change his appearance, change his clothes, and temporarily hide his spirit beasts, making others unable to see that it was him. For Ning to suddenly appear without any disguises at all, this actually made it so that he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Could it be a fake? The white-robed elder suddenly had this thought. That's him. He's Ning.
Those 10 servants of the array all spoke out.
We met him several times before. There's no mistake. Yes. I am Ning.
The fur-clad youth stood there within the formation, sweeping those 10 with his gaze. The 10 were so frightened, they hurriedly took several steps back. This was a branch of the Rain Dragon Guard. If Ning dared to kill someone, he would become a wanted criminal and be pursued. They all knew that the chances of him attacking were very low, but when they thought about the fact that he was already being pursued by the Young Flame clan, they felt that he might be capable of doing anything. Naturally, these 10 servants felt a bit of dread.
Everyone, Ning said. I am going to the Imperial capital. Please activate the teleportation array. The Imperial capital?
The 10 servants were amazed. He wasn't going to flee to a distant place, instead, he was going to the very heart of the Grand Xia Empire?
Are you going to activate it or not? Ning barked. All right.
After a brief moment of surprise, the 10 calmed down.
No matter what, the grudge between the Young Flame clan and Ning was a private matter.
Ning was still nominally a Rain Dragon Guard. They could not bar his way to the Imperial capital. The 10 immediately began to make minor adjustments to the teleportation array.
Wait a moment.
I'm going to the Imperial capital as well.
The white-robed elder immediately walked over, stepping into the teleportation array. Within the array, Ning and the white-robed elder exchanged glances.
You are quite bold, the white-robed elder said in a low voice. It's been more than a year, but you actually have dared to return in Stillwater Commandery.
This is my homeland. Why wouldn't I dare to return? Ning gave him a sidelong glance. Did you actually wait here for me this entire time?
Poor bastard. This man's strength was ordinary. After scanning him with divine sense, Ning estimated that he probably should be a Wanxiang adept. It was also possible that he vastly surpassed Ning, causing Ning to be completely unable to tell how terrifyingly strong he was. Given the attunement towards the Tao which Ning's divine sense now had, to make it so that even he couldn't discover anything at all, the man would have to be at least at the celestial immortal level. But clearly, there was no way this watchman could have been a celestial immortal. You've returned to Stillwater Commandery. And now, after revealing your whereabouts, you plan to go straight to the Imperial capital? Humph, humph. Ning, you won't be able to escape. Those who my young flame clan wish to kill will definitely die, the white-robed elder said. Oh, is that so? Then hurry up and kill me, Ning smirked. The two of you, we've finished our adjustments to the teleportation array. We will send you to the Imperial capital now. The 10 servants, while speaking, stepped back and activated the array. Soon, the teleportation array lit up. Whoosh! The array was now empty. Everything inside had vanished. The Imperial capital of the Grand Xia. This was the very core of this entire major world. It was truly a place where the fish swam with the dragons, where experts were as common as the clouds. In terms of size of commandery cities or number of experts, compared to the Imperial capital, Stillwater Commandery was nothing more than a backwater. Within a tall, towering mountain within the Imperial capital. This was the tallest mountain within the Imperial capital, and its name was Raindragon God Peak. The Raindragon God Peak was the most towering edifice present. Even the tallest building of the Imperial Citadel, the Skylight Palace, was slightly lower. Raindragon God Peak was 10,000 kilometers high, while the Skylight Palace of the Imperial Citadel was 9,999 kilometers high. These were the two most towering structures of the Imperial capital, and in fact, there were no buildings in the entire Grand Xia Empire which were taller than these two. Correct, buildings. In truth, the Raindragon God Peak, while nominally a mountain, was actually an enormous magic treasure building. Halfway up Raindragon God Peak, there were numerous, enormous teleportation arrays. This was the center of this major world, and in fact, it was to hear where those from other major worlds would come. Whoosh! In one of the many teleportation arrays halfway up the mountain. Suddenly, a number of people appeared. There was a white-robed elder, a fur-clad youth, a little azure snake, and a large snowy white dog. He's Ning. Hurry up and make the report. As soon as the white-robed elder appeared, he turned his gaze to two armored men in a higher part of the mountain and sent a mental message to them. These two armored men were on permanent station here, and were responsible for welcoming the guests of the young flame clan. Ning? The two armored warriors were shocked. They exchanged a glance, and then one of them immediately flew down from his position. Ning, with little Chang and Uncle White by his side, leisurely strolled over towards the edge of the cliff. From this position, he could stare down and marvel at the vast, endless imperial city. As he stared down, there was actually not a cloud to be seen. Although he was more than 3,000 kilometers in the air, when he looked downwards, he didn't see any clouds at all, nor was there any smoke or dust. Nothing hindered his vision. From their vantage point, an enormous, awe-inspiring commandery city could be seen, a city that seemed to have no end. Far away, there was a towering, massive immortal palace that was as large as this mountain. This was the place the Emperor of the Grand Xia normally resided, the Skylight Palace. The Skylight Palace, 9,999 kilometers tall, was a single massive magic treasure. It emanated all sorts of brilliant, blinding light, golden light, silver light, red light, azure light, violet light. The streams of light shone over the entire imperial capital. At the highest point of the Skylight Palace, starting at roughly 6,000 kilometers or so, fog and mist could be seen, as well as a layer of incomparably beautiful red clouds. It is said that the Skylight Palace of the imperial capital of the Grand Xia is 9,999 kilometers high. At 6,000 kilometers, there is a layer of red clouds, with multiple other layers of clouds beyond that, for a total of 9 layers. In terms of power and prestige, it can absolutely compare to the sacred palace of the skies, one of the heaven realm. That's what is said, and today, I can see that it truly is extraordinary.
Ning sighed in amazement.
They are so high. Everyone says that both the Skylight Palace and Raindragon God Peak are magic treasures, little Ching called out in amazement. Look at the infinite light the Skylight Palace is giving off, that power and might. If such a massive palace is actually a magic treasure, what level of magic treasure is it? Immortal ranked at the very least, and most likely pure Yang ranked, Ning said softly.
Let's go down.
Ning led little Chang and Uncle White, flying down from the mountain. Whoosh! They flew along the wind, staring down at the seemingly endless imperial capital and feeling completely stunned. This was no mortal city, this was a city which should only exist in the heaven realm. According to legend, Immortal East Realm, Dongyu, once led the immortals and fiend gods of a major world to assault the heaven realm, forcing that power of the heaven realm to lower their heads and allow him to reunite with his beloved.
Ning sighed, moved.
As I look at the power of the imperial capital of the Grand Xia, I now believe that an emperor of a major world does indeed have this level of power. Ning had realized some time ago that in the books regarding the heaven realm and the netherworld kingdom, it seemed as though the celestial emperor wasn't viewed as being tremendously important. It seemed as though the emperors of major worlds were completely qualified to sit down and chat with the celestial emperor as equals. This was the feeling which Ning had after reading those books. They flew down Raindragon God Peak, landing on a long street that seemed to be made from clouds. They saw, atop this massive street, countless people either flying on magic treasures, riding flying carriages, or mounted on spirit beasts.
Not a single mortal could be seen.
Ning turned his head to look backwards. Behind him was the seemingly infinitely tall Raindragon God Peak.
Raindragon God Peak is actually slightly taller than even the Skylight Palace.
The Skylight Palace is the place where the Emperor of the Grand Xia resides, whereas Raindragon God Peak is nothing more than the headquarters of the Raindragon Guard.
Why have they been raised to such an exalted status?
Ning was secretly puzzled. The height of a building had to conform to exacting requirements. For the Skylight Palace to be 9,999 kilometers tall meant that no one in any of the other commandery cities would dare to construct a building of such heights. But Raindragon God Peak was actually slightly higher.
The imperial capital lives up to its reputation, Ning said. Come, let's go wander about the city. Ning no longer pondered this matter.
He immediately produced a construct carriage. It appeared, surrounded by mist, with a black dragon construct pulling it. This carriage had been left behind by young Flame Gnome. Although Immortal Juhua had left behind far more treasures than young Flame Gnome, including fine immortal carriages as well, Ning decided it was best to be a bit low-key. Whoosh! The black dragon carriage flew forward, with Ning seated in the carriage, an azure snake on one side and the white water hound on the other. Soon, the carriage reached the walls of the imperial city. The imperial city was surrounded by a wall that was more than 30,000 meters high. It had an enormous gate, and the gate was guarded by 4 human-shaped fiend gods that were also 30,000 meters tall. Of the 4 fiend gods, the first had red skin and flames coming out of his nostrils, the second had azure skin and was surrounded by watery mist, the third gleamed with golden light and had a sharp golden gaze, while the fourth was completely pitch black and had a giant snake wrapped around its body.
These 4 fiend gods guarded the city gate. Regardless of entry or exit, they had to first give permission. My God!
Ning stared at these 4 titanic fiend gods.
He couldn't help but shake in amazement.
Master, those 4 fiend gods, it feels as though each of them are comparable to that one from the wild marshes of the Jail Mountains.
Little Chang and Uncle White sighed in amazement as well.
1. This is where the Jade Emperor of Chinese mythology resides in heaven. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 11, Chapter 11, A Major Business Deal. Chapter 11, A Major Business Deal. The Imperial Capital. Within the Young Flame clan's estate. Clan leader. An azure-robed middle-aged man flew in a rush into a study, then knelt down, unable to mask the excitement on his face.
"We've found Ning." The God-plumed Duke, who was seated behind a table, flipping through a book, was stunned upon hearing this.
And then, he called out in delight, "Found Ning?"
It had been more than a year. Per the orders from Patriarch Arcanum, the God-plumed Duke had been searching for Ning's traces this entire time, but Ning seemed to have completely disappeared, leaving behind no traces behind it all. In fact, the God-plumed Duke actually believed that Ning had perhaps hidden himself within another lesser world or major world. In fact, he had thought that 10 or 20 years might go by without any traces of Ning being discovered. For Ning to kill the successor to the Young Flame clan and then leave completely unhindered was a humiliation to the entire Young Flame clan, but if they couldn't find him, what could they do about it?
And yet, they actually found him. "Where is he?" the God-plumed Duke immediately asked.
Ning has already arrived here in the Imperial capital. We followed him the entire time, the azure-robed man said hurriedly.
The Imperial capital? He came to the Imperial capital? The God-plumed Duke frowned.
The Imperial capital was tightly guarded, and here in the Imperial capital, without a shadow of a doubt the most powerful organization was the Imperial clan of the Grand Xia. For Ning to come to the Imperial capital actually made things more difficult.
He actually came to the Imperial capital. Fighting is forbidden in the Imperial capital. What should we do about him, then? The God-plumed Duke continued to frown.
In some other commandery cities, the Young Flame had quite a large amount of influence, but in the Imperial capital, there were quite a few clans more powerful than the Young Flame clan, and in the end, there was the Imperial Shaman clan, which had completely unified this major world. In the face of the Imperial Shaman clan, even the supremely powerful clans such as the Young Flame clan, the Kind Water clan, and the Skyfarmer clan had to tread carefully.
Ning must be followed continuously.
Keep a close watch on his movements, the God-plumed Duke ordered.
Don't do anything else for now, just await my orders.
Yes. The azure-robed man immediately acknowledged the order. It was true that Patriarch Arcanum had originally ordered for Ning to be killed immediately upon him being found, but this was the Imperial capital. To kill someone inside the capital, this was a challenge to the Imperial Shaman clan.
The only way to do it was to send out Deathsworn who wouldn't betray the Young Flame clan even after being captured.
Given how tightly guarded the Imperial capital is, once the battle started, most likely in the space of a single breath, the Imperial Guard of the Grand Xia will immediately arrive, the God-plumed Duke pondered to himself. To find a Deathsworn who can kill Ning in just the space of a single breath, where am I supposed to find such a Deathsworn?
Ning has acquired many of Young Flame known's treasures, but
Ning was powerful to begin with. Given that he had protective treasures on him as well, even loose Immortals would find it hard to defeat him in such a short period of time.
A Deathsworn like this would be very difficult to find.
I'll go see the Patriarch.
The God-plumed Duke no longer hesitated.
Soon, the 9 flood dragons flew outwards, pulling an immortal carriage behind them with the God-plumed Duke seated within it. They howled through the air, leaving the Imperial capital and entering the azure skies. Filled with curiosity, Ning continued to stare at the Imperial Citadel, and also at the distant Skylight Palace.
Alas, given Ning's status, how could he possibly be allowed to enter the Imperial Citadel?
And so, a few moments later, his black dragon carriage flew away.
"Master, there are 3 people behind us now," little Qing glanced backwards.
Ning, seated within the carriage, glanced backwards as well. There was a long shuttle behind them, with a white-robed elder and 2 others on it. Earlier, the only one following them had been the white-robed elder, but now, there were 3 in total.
One is a primal Taoist.
Ning could feel those behind him reaching out through divine sense, and he immediately sent his own divine sense crushing backwards as well.
Boom! Soulshaker art.
Their divine senses collided, and instantly, the face of the tall, thin, azure-robed man changed. This Ning actually has such a powerful soul. After the divine sense collision, the three behind Ning immediately grew much more obedient, no longer trying to challenge him.
Ning, son, where shall we go next?
The Whitewater Hounds sent through their spirit link.
To the Heavenly Treasures Mountain, Ning sent back through their spirit link as well.
I've acquired quite a few treasures this time. The amount of magic treasures alone is quite astonishing. With so many magic treasures, I should go to the Heavenly Treasures Mountain to exchange them for liquefied elemental essence, then trade for treasures I actually need. Right now, what Ning needed the most desperately was treasures which contained the purified essences of the 5 elements, so that he could begin training on the second cycle.
Whoosh!
The black dragon carriage advanced at an astonishing speed through the wide streets. The streets of the imperial capital were all extremely wide. The several major thoroughfares were actually built and tiled with clouds, causing them to seem extraordinarily beautiful. Even the ordinary streets were tiled with incredibly rare and precious stones. The main headquarters of the Heavenly Treasures Mountain lives up to its name.
Ning's eyes lit up as he stared into the distance.
The other Heavenly Treasures Mountains in the various commandery cities were merely local branches. This one here in the imperial capital was the true center. Many of the most rare and precious curios were all stored here in the main headquarters. Many immortals would come to the imperial capital expressly for the purpose of purchasing items at the main headquarters of the Heavenly Treasures Mountain that could not be found elsewhere.
It really is huge.
Little Qing's eyes were filled with excitement as well.
The Whitewater Hound raised his head as well.
He had never before seen such a beautiful place. The Heavenly Treasures Mountain before them was structured like an enormous Qilin creature which lay there, nearly 10,000 kilometers long. In other words, the size of this Heavenly Treasures Mountain was comparable to the entire Stillwater City.
Whoosh! The black dragon carriage quickly flew into the Heavenly Treasures Mountain.
Let's first get something to eat, then sell off our treasures.
Ning was in a superb mood.
He paid no attention to those three following him, and the black dragon carriage flew straight in, under the guidance of the greeters. The main headquarters of the Heavenly Treasures Mountain was filled with enormous crystalline mirrors which hung in the air everywhere, nearly covering the entirety of the sky at a height of tens of kilometers.
Beneath the countless murmurs, many immortal cultivators were congregating.
Swoosh! As Ning, the Whitewater Hound, and little Chang flew into the Heavenly Treasures Mountain, one of the mirrors quickly locked onto them.
Black Dragon Carriage, the one used by young Master Youngflame Gnome of the Youngflame clan.
Youngflame Gnome has already been killed by Ning. The rider on the carriage is dressed in magic robes in the shape of furs, and looks identical to Ning.
Next to him are 2 god beasts, Azure Skysnake and Whitewater Hound. 99% chance of the youth being Ning. This report was quickly duplicated and spread out, and as it was sent out through one of the thousands of intelligence channels. This was a location under constant surveillance by the main headquarters, as every day, all sorts of figures would arrive, including those from other major worlds or even the Heaven Realm or the Netherworld Kingdom. All sorts of intelligence reports could be generated here, of greater or lesser import. As for the news of Ning, in the eyes of the many intelligence agencies, he was very unremarkable and ordinary. Ning has already appeared within the main headquarters of our Heavenly Treasures Mountain. There are 5 customers who have a standing purchase order for all information regarding him. Immediately deliver these reports to them.
A black-robed woman gave a calm order, and soon, the Heavenly Treasures Mountain sent out 5 subordinates, each with a copy of an intelligence report, towards 5 different locations in the imperial capital. Immediately report Ning's whereabouts upon discovering him. There were 5 customers who had standing purchase orders of this nature.
Is that the Blackwater carriage?
Within the Heavenly Treasures Mountain, a violet-robed man stared into the distance as Ning, aboard his carriage, entered a private courtyard. The black dragon carriage brought him all the way into the courtyard. Then Ning entered a two-story building within the estate, sitting down alongside little Cheng and Uncle White to enjoy some of delicacies that came from places throughout the Grand Xia Empire, and even from some other major worlds.
Fur-clad youth? Azure sky snake? White water hound? The violet-robed man murmured to himself, can this be the Ning who killed young Flame Known? He truly is ignorant, to dare to be so arrogant and open. He's probably already been discovered by the intelligence division, and the young Flame clan will most likely quickly be aware of him as well. However, none of that has anything to do with me. Young Flame Known was quite wealthy.
Ning killed him, and must have taken his many treasures.
It seems my opportunity has come.
The violet-robed man's eyes lit up, and he immediately, leisurely walked forward. A few moments later, he arrived outside the courtyard. He stood there, outside the courtyard, waiting silently, not entering.
A long time later. Who is it outside? Ning's voice rang out.
Yuchi of the Heavenly Treasures Mountain, the violet-robed man laughed.
Enter, Ning said.
The violet-robed man obediently entered, quickly arriving at that two-story building. He followed the stairs up to the second floor, where Ning, an azure-robed maiden, and a white-robed man were seated. They had essentially finished eating.
You were outside the courtyard for quite some time. What for?
Ning leisurely held a cup of wine in his hand, sweeping this Yuchi with a weighing gaze. Yuchi's power, from what Ning could tell, he should be at the Wanshan level. I am responsible for purchasing and selling treasures on behalf of the main Heavenly Treasures Mountain, Yuchi said modestly. For example, if some people wish to sell their treasures or want to buy something special, I can assist. And of course, for the deals that I was responsible for carrying out, the main Heavenly Treasures Mountain will give me some rewards.
Nin nodded lightly. You recognize me?
Yuchi laughed. I immediately recognized that carriage that you rode on, fellow Taoist Ning. The carriage is known as the Blackwater Carriage, and was used in the past by young Flame Known. He often rode in it to come to the Heavenly Treasures Mountain. Thus, quite a few people recognize it. Upon seeing the carriage, seeing the way you look, and the Azure Sky Snake and Whitewater Hound by your side, I was able to guess that you are the legendary Ning. It seems I'm quite famous. Even the Imperial capital knows about me.
Ning couldn't help but laugh. Fellow Taoist Ning, you might not be aware of this, but you are indeed quite well known, Yuchi laughed. Young Flame Known was one of the 4 Duklings of the Imperial capital. Although they were described as the 4 Duklings, they weren't necessarily the most powerful individuals of their generation. However, they had exalted statuses, were extremely wealthy, and loved to have fun. Young Flame Known, however, ended up dying in the outside world. This news was naturally picked up by interested parties. Although the Young Flame clan never publicized it, anyone who did just a bit of investigation would realize that the killer was Ning. Thus, your information was quickly unearthed by many as well. You have a spirit beasts, a whitewater hound and an azure sky snake. You like to dress in fur-shaped magic robes. You are extremely talented in swordplay, and have the appearance of a delicate, handsome youth. Yuchi rambled on, while Ning, little Cheng, and Uncle White just stared. It seemed as though after having killing young Flame Known, he truly had become quite well known in the Imperial capital. And I guess that the reason you came here today, fellow Taoist Ning, was to sell off some treasures, Yuchi laughed. And I, here at the Heavenly Treasures Mountain, specialize in this sort of business. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 11, Chapter 12, Tears. Chapter 12, Tears. Right at this moment, someone suddenly knocked at the door. Fellow Taoist Ning, might I come in?
Yuchi frowned. This voice was quite familiar. The door swung open.
A short, chubby old man walked in, also dressed in violet.
The man looked towards Ning and bowed.
Hawkart greets you, fellow Taoist Ning.
He smiled casually towards Yuqi.
Yuqi, you came quite quickly.
Fellow Taoist Hawkart, you actually discovered fellow Taoist Ning so quickly. I'm quite surprised.
Yuqi let out a cold snort. Both of them were responsible for dealing in the treasure trade.
Everyone loved treasures, especially rare ones. When absolutely unique, one-of-a-kind treasures were discovered, the main Heavenly Treasures Mountain would go and collect them and offer them only to the Imperial clan, not selling them to outsiders. That was why some of the major clans and sects, in order to avoid certain precious treasures from being completely monopolized by the Imperial clan, would also collect many treasures and keep them internally. For example, the Northmont clan of Stillwater had the Carefree Caverns, which was secretly collecting precious items as well. And in turn, the Heavenly Treasures Mountain had a number of people who were responsible for befriending experts and acquiring treasures from them. I didn't discover fellow Taoist Ning, it was he who declared his interest in selling treasures, which is why I learned of this, the violet-robed elder laughed.
Yuqi was startled.
Ning, seated there, said calmly, I came to the Heavenly Treasures Mountain this time for the purpose of selling treasures.
Thus, I had already instructed the attendant to make it known. I imagine that fellow Taoist Hawkart was notified by the attendant. Yuqi now understood.
The short elder said proactively, fellow Taoist Ning, if you sell your treasures to me, I will definitely give you a price that satisfies you. I don't really care who I sell them to.
To me, this is but a small matter. Ning looked at the two.
After entering into a feud with the Young Flame clan, Ning's Dowheart had improved considerably, and the two in front of him weren't able to entice him at all. I know quite well that the most common treasures are always purchased at 60% of actual value by the Heavenly Treasures Mountain.
Yuqi and the short elder both nodded. Come, let's go to a larger location. Ning rose to his feet.
As for who I will sell the treasures to, we can discuss that in a bit. This way, please.
After you.
Yuqi and the short elder both responded with warmth. Moments later, they arrived within a large garden, where only maidservants were present.
All of you, leave.
Yuqi and the short elder were both dressed in violet robes.
Upon their entrance, the maidservants immediately left obediently. Fellow Taoist Ning, how about this garden? Large enough?
Yuqi glanced at the surrounding area. Generally speaking, when loose immortals trade with us, they'll come to this type of location. Ning swept the area with his gaze. In the center of the garden, there was a gazebo, next to which was nearly a 300-meter region of polished stone, surrounded by precious flowers of all types.
It'll work. Ning nodded, then waved his hand. Instantly, an awe-inspiringly massive pile of magic treasures appeared on the ground.
There were more than 100,000 mortal-ranked, 10,000 earth-ranked, and 100+ heaven-ranked. First calculate as to roughly how much these treasures are worth.
Whoa!
Yuqi and the short elder both took deep breaths.
This many treasures?
This is just a portion, Ning said calmly. I'll sell them to whoever gives me the best price.
Oh, right, if I recall correctly, as long as the value of a business deal reaches 250,000 kilograms of liquefied elemental essence, one can receive a Xia insignia, right?
Right.
Yuqi and the short elder didn't hesitate at all. Fellow Taoist Ning, don't worry at all, we will definitely give you a Xia insignia. Just by a quick visual appraisal, they could tell that the treasures in front of them definitely exceeded the necessary value.
Ning, Uncle White, and Little Ching sat down within the gazebo, leisurely sipping wine and laughing.
Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The magic treasures were quickly divided by type.
Yuqi and the short elder both carefully assessed every single magic treasure.
Since the main Heavenly Treasures Mountain employed them to deal in treasures, they were clearly no ordinary Wanshang adepts.
Each of them had memorized the prices of hundreds of millions of types of magic treasures and items, as well as the details regarding them. Their memories, naturally, were unfathomably superior to the memories of ordinary mortals. Still, it took them a full hour before they finally came to a halt. The mortal-ranked treasures would round up to be 40,600 kilograms of liquefied elemental essence. The earth-ranked treasures are approximately 252,500 kilograms of liquefied elemental essence. As for the heaven-ranked, the highest price I can give is roughly 560,000 kilograms, Yuchi said. A final price of 853,100 kilograms for everything. I can give you 855,000 kilograms of liquefied elemental essence, the short elder said. Me too, Yuchi said hurriedly. Ning chuckled. Any higher prices? Yuchi and the short elder exchanged glances, secretly feeling hateful towards each other. Ning just laughed. Actually, most of these were mass-produced magic treasures, and so the price that could be offered for them was set in stone. Those 100 or so heaven-ranked treasures, however, did include a few that should have been personally produced by an immortal, and thus were priced differently and with some fluctuation. Still, the overall price wouldn't change much. So that's the price for the treasures, eh? Ning waved his hand again. I have quite a few more treasures here as well. Give me a calculation and an offer. The magic treasures in these curios will go to the high bidder. The ground was instantly filled with a huge amount of immortal grass, spirit pills, protective curios, and other such items. These protective items were useful for young flame gnome, but with Ning now having a primal twin, Ning's combat power was now comparable to a loose immortal's, and so the treasures were useless to him. Yuchi and the short elder's eyes lit up. Immortal grass, spirit pills, and protective curios? There was some degree of fluctuation in the price of treasures that couldn't be mass-produced. They would be able to make the most profit from these items. As for those magic treasures, although there was a high number of them, there was very little margin to be made. What a fellow! He really did take out all of young flame gnome's treasures, Yuchi murmured to himself. It's been quite a while since I've seen so many nice items, the short elder said, his eyes shining as well. The two rapidly began to calculate while pondering internally as well. The magic treasures, combined with these various other treasures, I can offer you 1,300,000 kilograms of liquefied elemental essence. Yuchi gritted his teeth, then made the offer. If this old fellow gives a higher price, then I'll bow out. The short elder was stunned. He stared at Yuchi in amazement. Are you mad? Ning was completely amazed as well. Ning had actually already had an estimate in mind regarding the value of the medicinal items and magic treasures he had taken from the Witch River Immortal estate. Can you beat that offer? Yuchi stared at the short elder, savagery in his eyes. I'm too old for this. The short elder shook his head and sighed. I don't dare act as crazily as you. Fellow Taoist Ning, I bid you farewell. Yuchi, the end of my life will be coming soon. Let me offer you a few words of advice, don't be too crazy. If you wager too heavily, you might end up losing yourself. The short elder turned his head and left. Ning looked at Yuchi. 1,300,000 kilograms of liquefied elemental essence? Right. Yuchi nodded. Fine. Ning laughed. He couldn't be bothered with the interactions between the two, what mattered was getting the liquefied elemental essence into his hands. Moments later, the two carried out their trade. The treasures went to Yuchi, while Ning acquired the 1,300,000 kilograms, as well as a Xia insignia. This represented that Ning was like most loose immortals, qualified to purchase magic treasures at a 40% discount. Fellow Taoist Ning. After having completed the transaction, Yuchi's face was ruddy with excitement. It's almost night. At nightfall, the monthly treasure auction will begin. Treasure auction? Ning nodded, but didn't look too interested. This is the treasure auction of the main headquarters of the Heavenly Treasures Mountain. The major powers of this world, and in fact many lone wanderer loose immortals and earth immortals will deliver their treasures to this treasure auction, Yuchi said. In fact, even immortal ranked magic treasures might appear, along with many other hard-to-purchase items.
If you have time, you should make an appearance at the treasure auction.
Ning was intrigued. It was worth a visit, perhaps he might find essence extracts of the 5 elements.
He immediately said, "Will members of the Young Flame clan participate?" The Young Flame clan? That's a major clan, they will definitely send someone to participate in the monthly auction, Yuchi said.
Good. Tonight, I'll pay a visit.
Ning nodded.
The imperial capital of the Grand Xia. Within King Yan's estate. Anyone conferred the title of king was definitely someone who had an extremely high status within the imperial Shaman clan. After all, the Shaman clan had existed for countless years. As the chief of this major world, they had countless offspring, but extremely few who would receive the title of king.
Princess, princess! An armored female soldier charged towards a residence. You can come up.
There were 2 stories to this residence.
On the 2nd floor, a green-robed woman was seated against the railing, staring at the garden below.
The garden was filled with some stones, sand, and even had a small lake. It looked just like a little beach.
Princess. The female soldier fell to one knee.
The green-robed woman seemed a bit fragile and weak, but the look in her eyes caused the female soldier to feel dread. The green-robed woman said calmly, "Speak."
What is it? A report from the Heavenly Treasures Mountain, the female soldier said. The Heavenly Treasures Mountain?
The green-robed woman was startled, then immediately said, "Hand it over."
All right.
The armored female soldier immediately offered the report over. The green-robed woman accepted it, then opened it.
Upon seeing the details regarding Ji Ning within the scroll, she couldn't help but tremble, then murmur to herself, Ji Ning? Came to the imperial capital of the Grand Xia? Is at the Heavenly Treasures Mountain? Plop.
A single tear suddenly fell down onto the scroll.
Only now did the green-robed woman suddenly seem to come to her senses.
Ha 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 ha, the green-robed woman suddenly began to laugh. She immediately rose to her feet, then shouted, "Transmit my orders. The Golden Imperials are to prepare to accompany me to the Heavenly Treasures Mountain."
You are summoning the Golden Imperials?
The armored female soldier was stunned.
Why haven't you gone yet?
The green-robed woman snapped at her.
Right away.
The armored female soldier didn't dare to hesitate, she immediately departed. As for the green-robed woman, she excitedly paced back and forth within the residence, her body trembling slightly as she murmured to herself, "The only child left behind by aunt, my little cousin, my one and only little cousin, you've finally arrived. I, your big sister, am finally going to see you. Finally. I definitely won't let the Young Flame clan harm a hair on your head. Definitely not. Princess." The voice of a female soldier, calling from outside. The green-robed woman turned her head, and then her body flickered as she flew out gracefully. Soon, a carriage that was completely wreathed in golden flames and which was pulled by 2 enormous azure phoenixes flew out. In front and behind the carriage was a crowd of golden Imperials, all of whom had heroic, vigorous auras and who seemed to move as one. Clouds naturally manifested in the area around them, and the golden Imperials all flew forward, striding on the clouds. Azure Phoenixes, to the Heavenly Treasures Mountain, the green-robed woman said, seated within the carriage. Yes, Princess. One of the Azure Phoenixes spoke out in the human tongue. Immediately afterwards, the 2 phoenixes began to pull the carriage forward. Escorted by the golden Imperials, they immediately flew towards the main Heavenly Treasures Mountain. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 11, Chapter 13, Dermic Decree. Chapter 13, Dermic Decree.
Escorted by a ring of golden Imperials, the Azure Phoenixes pulled the Immortal carriage to the main Heavenly Treasures Mountain. As they arrived, the Heavenly Treasures Mountain proactively sent someone out to welcome them. After all, this was the exalted Princess Xie of King Yan's estate.
Little Sister Xie. A white-robed, fairy-like maiden with an extraordinary aura that stuck out from the crowd went to welcome her. Elder Sister Azure Willow. Princess Xie emerged from the Immortal carriage, revealing a smile. Little Sister Xie, why have you come to the Heavenly Treasures Mountain? You come here quite rarely. I was planning to go visit you in a few days, the white-robed maiden, Azure Willow, laughed. Fairy Azure Willow, she was a reincarnated female immortal, and in the past, she had been a loose immortal of the Skyfarmer clan. After reincarnating, she had once more been reborn into the Skyfarmer clan.
Azure Willow, a primal Taoist, was an extremely high-ranking member of the main headquarters of the Heavenly Treasures Mountain, and a very close friend of Princess Xie's.
I wanted to come and take a look, so I did. Princess Xie and Azure Willow linked arms together. Clouds emerged beneath their feet, leading them forward towards a particularly wide hallway. Most ordinary guests, such as Ning, entered through an ordinary hallway. You should have come a long time ago. You always stay cooped up within the king's estate. Don't you feel stifled there?
I feel stifled for you. Azure Willow felt that this good friend of hers, Princess Xie, was excellent in all areas save for one: she was a bit too solitary. When the younger generation members of the various major clans located in the imperial capital of the Grand Xia met together, they would often discuss Princess Xie. There were simply too many imperial descendants, and so princes and princesses had varying levels of status. King Yan, however, only had a single family member, Princess Xie, and so he doted heavily on her. Thus, her own status naturally became extremely high as well. Many people believed that the reason why Princess Xie was so solitary was because of her childhood. This was because no one knew about what she had experienced as a child. All they knew was that when King Yan brought Princess Xie back, she was already a grown woman.
Right. Help me look into something, Princess Xie said. Someone named Ning should have come to your Heavenly Treasures Mountain. Help me investigate and see where this Ning is currently located?
He should still be within your Heavenly Treasures Mountain.
Fine. Azure Willow smiled, then stretched her divine sense out a few hundred kilometers, giving the instructions to a subordinate. It seems, Xie, that you came because of this Ning.
Ning, the only person of this name that I can think of, is the disciple of the Black-White College of Stillwater Province, who killed young Flame Gnome, Azure Willow said.
That's the one. Princess Xie revealed a smile as well. I'm quite curious about him. He actually dared to kill young Flame Gnome.
I'm quite intrigued by him as well, Azure Willow said.
Moments later. Found him. Azure Willow said, Ning is at Fortune's Peak. Fortune's Peak? Then let's go to Fortune's Peak, Princess Xie said directly.
The main Heavenly Treasures Mountain took up an extremely large amount of space. There were many mountain peaks within it, and the top of the mountain peaks appeared like the scales of an enormous Kirin. Amongst them, there were 9 peaks that were jointly referred to as the Fortune's Peaks. Every single one of them had hundreds of estates floating around them, all of which were surrounded by clouds. The dense clouds were more than 30 meters thick, forming into streets and traversed by carriages and maidservants. Ning was seated in the lotus position atop one particular cloud bank, eating delicacies with Uncle White and Little Ching by his side, along with a maidservant who was awaiting his instructions.
Whoosh! A ripple in the air above the mountain peak. Azure Willow and Princess Xie flew out together, landing atop a cloud. Both sat down, and instantly, maidservants came to deliver delicacies to them. Look! That's Ning, right over there. Azure Willow gave Ning a glance.
Princess Xie followed Azure Willow's gaze, quickly discovering that in that direction, there were quite a few clouds at various different levels, upon which were seated various guests. In fact, Some of them were extremely respected, high-status members of the Grand Xia dynasty, and they voluntarily smiled towards Azure Willow and Princess Xia.
Princess Xia quickly discovered that amongst the guests, there was a very ordinary-looking fur-clad youth.
This youth was almost completely absorbed in his eating, and by his side was a snowy white hound and an azure serpent, both of whom were eating as well while chatting about how this one tastes great, or the imperial capital lives up to its reputation, or I never tasted this in Stillwater Commandery, or we certainly came to the right place, master.
Ning. Princess Xia looked towards the distant Ning, a warm feeling in her heart. They look so similar.
He looks just like father.
Princess Xia murmured quietly to herself.
Ning's appearance was more like that of his mother, Yuqi Snow. Yuqi Snow and Yuqi Mount, in turn, were actual siblings. As the saying goes, a boy will look more like his maternal uncles. Ning did indeed have many facial similarities to his uncle, Yuqi Mount. However, because Ning broke through to the Xiantian level quite early on, he had always looked just as he had when he was a youth. If he had made his breakthrough a few years later, given how tall he already was at age 11, by age 16, he would have been quite massive and muscular.
Little brother.
Princess Xia felt warmth in her heart, and her eyes couldn't help but begin to glisten.
It had been far too long.
She had always been by herself. Even after her grandfather had found her and brought her back to the imperial capital of the Grand Xia, she was still very lonely. She dearly missed her departed mother, and her father, who would never return. Every night, in her dreams, she would return to the warm, happy days she had spent with her parents on that island. She wanted to return to that island, to go back to the life of a fisherman's daughter.
Unfortunately, there was no way to ever go back.
Her father's life tablet had already shattered. She had thought that she would never have any other family members, but young Flame Known's death was discovered to have involved a youth whose mother was named Yuqi Snow, a youth who was supposedly a spawn of the Yuqi clan. Yuqi Snow, although she had never met this woman, she had heard her father speak of her.
That was the one and only surviving little sister of her father's. Little brother.
Princess Xia had been quite frantic earlier, but upon seeing that youth, seated atop the clouds, be eating and chatting with his two spirit beasts, the Whitewater Hound and the Azure Sky Snake, she no longer felt frantic.
Xia. Tonight is the night of the monthly treasure auction, Fairy Azure Willow said with a laugh.
And I heard some news regarding this Ning.
What is it? Princess Xia, upon hearing the words Ning, instantly felt curious.
Azure Willow said, Ning originally wasn't very interested in the treasure auction, but upon hearing that the forces of the Young Flame clan would also be present, he came.
Ah? Princess Xia was amazed. What's he going to do?
Ning came without changing his appearance. He also brought his spirit beasts and rode on the carriage Young Flame Known had owned, straight into the Heavenly Treasures Mountain.
It's as though he was afraid the Young Flame clan wouldn't realize he was here.
Azure Willow sighed. In fact, upon hearing that the Young Flame clan would attend, he insisted on attending as well. I feel as though he is setting himself directly against the Young Flame clan. I must say, he truly is quite audacious.
Isn't he in great danger? Princess Xia said hurriedly.
This Ning has acquired the treasures of the Young Flame clan. He definitely must have quite a few protective treasures, Azure Willow said. And, for him to be capable of killing Young Flame Known means that he is an extraordinary figure. Given his power, it will actually be quite hard for the Young Flame to kill him in the imperial capital.
Princess Xia quickly returned to a clear-minded state. She nodded.
Right. The Imperial Guard maintain a constant watch over the entire imperial capital.
Once battle begins, they'll quickly teleport over.
Right. So, if the Young Flame clan wishes to kill Ning, they'll probably have to send Deathsworn, and a Deathsworn capable of killing him in a single breath at that. Finding this sort of Deathsworn, Azure Willow shook her head.
Hard. Very hard.
He'd have to be a supreme loose immortal at the very least, but most likely, even a supreme loose immortal wouldn't necessarily be able to kill him within a single breath. After all, Ning has already displayed prowess in battle sufficient to kill a young flame gnome and a primal level fiend god.
Princess Sia laughed as well.
She suddenly felt a sense of pride for this cousin of hers. Her cousin truly was formidable.
It was already late at night. Stars had appeared in the night sky. The starlight linked together, creating rays of starlight.
A tall, thin, narrow-eyed old man was taking a stroll through the skies, surrounded by starlight.
It was Patriarch Arcanum.
Beneath him was a quiet, secluded mountain range.
Float cloud.
Patriarch Arcanum spoke out, and his voice instantly echoed out, passing through the mountains. Soon, a figure emerged from within the mountains.
It was a bald old man.
Upon seeing Patriarch Arcanum, the bald old man immediately bowed with respect.
Float cloud pays his respects to the Patriarch. How many years have you trained for? Patriarch Arcanum asked calmly.
It has already been 128,113 years, the bald elder said respectfully.
Not bad.
Every 100,000 years constitutes a major accomplishment. Many loose immortals are unable to make it past 100,000 years, Patriarch Arcanum said. The bald elder said hurriedly, when I faced the tribulation that year, my primal base was damaged. It was all thanks to the help of the tribe that I was able to restore my base quickly, which allowed me to survive until now.
However, I'm almost at my limit. Each trial and tribulation poses a major threat to me.
I want to reincarnate, but I'm afraid that I will fail in doing so.
Reincarnation wouldn't necessarily be successful. If one was lucky, one might succeed, but there were also those who would fail.
The Netherworld Kingdom, after all, was not a kind, gentle place. I can bestow a dermic decree of reincarnation unto you, Patriarch Arcanum said.
A dermic decree of reincarnation?
The bald elder instantly revealed a look of surprise and joy. Dermic decrees were decrees which were issued by major powers of the three realms.
Even the Netherworld Kingdom would give face to the dermic decrees of major powers.
Even for the Young Flame clan, such decrees were extremely precious. After all, there were far too many loose immortals. The entire Young Flame clan had in excess of 1,000 loose immortals.
I need you to accomplish something, Patriarch Arcanum said.
Please instruct me, Patriarch, the bald elder said hurriedly. He had begged the clan repeatedly in the past, but the clan had not given him a dermic decree of reincarnation. Now that the Patriarch had come in person and said that he would bestow a dermic decree of reincarnation, this must involve a major affair.
You know that Ning killed my child, gnome?
Patriarch Arcanum said calmly. I do, the bald elder said hurriedly.
How could he not know?
Young Flame Gnome had been all but guaranteed to be the next Godplume Duke, and had a fiend god bodyguard. In the Patriarch's heart, his status had been far higher than that of loose immortal whose life was nearing its end. That Ning is currently in the imperial capital of the Grand Xia.
Patriarch Arcanum instructed, you are to go there and kill Ning, then go reincarnate. The imperial capital?
The bald elder's face changed.
Kill someone in the imperial capital? Kill Ning?
This was no simple task. After all, Ning was someone who had even managed to kill both Young Flame Gnome and a primal level fiend god. Killing Ning was very difficult, and to kill someone in the imperial capital was incredibly troublesome. If he wasn't, even his soul would be captured and taken away by the imperial guard. Most likely, the end result would be that his soul would be shattered.
I'll give you time to prepare.
Buy or trade for whatever treasures you need. However, I want you to kill Ning within 3 days, Patriarch Arcanum said coldly. At the same time, he produced a golden scroll in his hand.
This is the dermic decree of reincarnation. If you swear an oath to the Tao of the heavens, I'll give it to you.
The bald elder hesitated, looking at the golden dermic decree. He thought about the fact that he had quite a few treasures. He could sell them off and purchase a few particularly powerful items. And, since Patriarch Arcanum had personally come, most likely, he had no choice but to accept.
Let the Tao of the heavens bear witness.
I, Float Cloud, shall kill Ning within 3 days, and will not reveal any information regarding the Young Flame clan. If I violate this oath, let my soul be shattered. The bald elder gritted his teeth, then swore the oath.
Very good.
Patriarch Arcanum nodded, then casually waved his hand, sending the golden scroll flying forward.
The bald elder immediately caught it.
I'll give you 3 days, but the sooner the better. After saying his part, Patriarch Arcanum took a single step, then disappeared within the countless stars of the night sky. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 11, Chapter 14, First Encounter with Woodpass. Chapter 14, First Encounter with Woodpass.
The Heavenly Treasures Mountain.
The clouds hovering around the 9 peaks of the Fortune's Peaks.
Atop the clouds were formidable figures from various areas around the world. This truly was a place where the fish swam with the dragons.
Fellow Taoist Ning.
A violet-robed Yuchi had just arrived at Ning's place.
Oh? Ning gave him a glance. Earlier, he had sold off treasures worth 1.3 million kilograms of liquefied elemental essence to this man. Ning was quite satisfied with this.
Smiling, he said, "Fellow Taoist Yuchi, come, have a few cups of wine with me, but..."
"No need," Yuchi said with a laugh, then whispered, "I've come to inform you, fellow Taoist Ning, that the men of the Young Flame clan have arrived." "The men of the Young Flame clan have arrived?" Ning's eyes lit up.
"Where?"
"Right?
Where?" Little Qing's eyes were shining as well.
Yuchi was flabbergasted.
When these two had heard the word Young Flame clan, it was as though they had located their prey.
"Right over there."
Yuchi gestured with his eyes as he gave a sideways glance to a distant mountain peak.
"See them? That group that just flew out from that mountain peak. Including the maid, there are 9 in total." Ning immediately followed Yuchi's gaze.
Right away, he saw the group of people flying out. The group was led by a middle-aged man with an extraordinary aura and loose, unbound long hair. By his side were 2 youths. As for the others with him, they were all guards, servants, and maids.
Young Flame Xiaoshui? Ning's eyes narrowed.
After having sold off the magic treasures, Ning had purchased quite a few intelligence reports, such as a detailed one regarding the Young Flame clan and the various other powers of the imperial capital. In short, Ning had already memorized all of the fairly formidable figures of the Young Flame clan that had been mentioned in the intelligence reports. Young Flame Xiaoshui was a void-level Earth Immortal. He was being nurtured by the Young Flame clan, and had a good chance of becoming a celestial immortal. In fact, his position was such that he couldn't even be bothered to become a God-plumed duke. This was because, for one who had a true chance of becoming a celestial immortal, there was generally no time to take care of various clan matters. Becoming the God-plumed duke meant that one would have to carry out many matters and divide one's attention.
"You recognize him?" Yuchi laughed softly. "This is Young Flame Xiaoshui with his son, Young Flame Jun.
They've invited Adept Woodpass of the Southern Seas to be their guest for dinner."
"They've invited Adept Woodpass?"
Ning said, puzzled. Young Flame Xiaoshui has an extraordinary status. He's actually inviting a Wanxiang adept to dinner, and one from the Southern Seas?
Yuchi laughed. "Fellow Taoist Ning, you don't understand, the Southern Seas are incomparably vast and difficult to govern.
Thus, the battles between the cultivators in that area are extremely chaotic and ferocious. However, this chaotic region has given birth to some truly outstanding geniuses.
Adept Woodpass can be described as one of the most supreme of Wanxiang adepts of this place." "Most supreme?" Ning was shocked.
The Southern Seas, that was a place of endless water, with many islands and cultivators, that was comparable in size to several commanderies.
To describe someone as being one of the most supreme of Wanxiang adepts in this place was quite the boast.
Adept Woodpass is one of those who have come to the conclave of immortal destiny in order to fight for first place, Yuchi said softly. 300 years ago, Adept Woodpass was already capable of executing a primal Taoist.
He killed a primal Taoist more than 3 centuries ago?
Ning was greatly shocked.
This Woodpass, for the sake of the conclave of immortal destiny, he managed to force himself to remain at the Wanxiang adept level for 3 centuries?
The nearby little Qing called out in shock, I've heard of freaks like him, but I didn't expect to actually run into one. Fortunately, every single cloud was surrounded by formations which blocked out sound. Ning still felt his heart clench.
He had killed primal Taoists 300 years ago? Then how powerful must he now be? Adept Woodpass is extremely famous, Yuchi said hurriedly. 200 years ago, he produced his primal twin.
Primal twin, Ning silently memorized this. A few decades ago, his primal twin actually trained all the way to the void level, becoming an earth immortal.
Yuchi said.
He took over an island in the southern seas and often expounds on the Tao there, turning away neither monsters nor humans. He often expounds on the Tao, causing his fame to grow greater and greater, and, according to what the outside world knows, more than 6 loose immortals have died to him already. Ning, Uncle White, and Little Chang were completely stunned upon hearing this.
What a madman! His true body is only at the Wanxiang adept level, but his primal twin actually dared to train to the void level and become an earth immortal?
Little Chang called out in shock.
300 years, isn't he afraid of the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations? To dare to act in such an insane manner, either he's a madman, or he's an absolute, peerless monster, Ning said. It was actually incredibly dangerous for a primal twin to train to the void level and become an earth immortal when the true body was a Wanxiang adept. This was because once a calamity or a tribulation descended, the power of the trial would be linked to one's own power. How terrifying would a calamity or a tribulation meant for an earth immortal be?
The terrifying trial would simultaneously descend on both the true body and the primal twin.
The primal twin might make it, but if the original body was too weak, it might not be able to do so.
The primal twin of Adept Woodpass broke through to the earth immortal level a few decades ago. It's possible that he had already overcome his calamity at that time, Yuchi said with a laugh. I refuse to believe that his true Wanxiang level body is capable of overcoming a trial meant for a void level earth immortal.
Right. Nin nodded. That made sense.
However, Adept Woodpass truly is at a high level of comprehension. He dares to publicly expound on the Tao, and the outside world knows of at least 6 loose immortals who died to him. In the imperial capital, he is publicly acknowledged as one of the contenders for the number 1 position.
Yuchi sighed, he's already so formidable. If his true body becomes apprenticed to one of the major powers of the 3 realms and learns even higher level techniques and divine abilities, it will definitely become far more powerful than even his primal twin.
Fellow Taoist Yuchi, Ning said hurriedly, regarding this conclave of immortal destiny, there should be intelligence reports regarding some publicly acknowledged formidable figures, right?
Right. Yuchi nodded.
However, just some of the more famous ones. After all, the Grand Xia Empire is simply too vast. No one knows about all of the monstrous geniuses that are hidden within it. For example, yourself, fellow Taoist Ning. Before you killed young Flame Known, no one in the imperial capital had ever even heard of you. The Grand Xia Empire is a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Adept Woodpass is just one of the most likely contenders, but no one knows if an even more terrifying genius might emerge.
Yuchi sighed with great emotion. Nin nodded as well.
I need the intelligence reports regarding this conclave of immortal destiny and some formidable Wanxiang adepts participating in it.
I'll deliver it shortly, Yuchi said with a laugh, then departed. Still seated atop the cloud, Ning, Uncle White, and Little Chang all felt as though this conclave of immortal destiny wouldn't be an easy one to win.
Even his primal twin is a void-level earth immortal, and yet he insists on shamelessly keeping his true body at the Wanxiang level, Little Chang grumbled viciously.
Well, he wants to be apprenticed to a truly formidable figure of the 3 realms, Ning said with a laugh. It makes sense.
As the saying went, a teacher could lead you through the door, but training relied on oneself. Although training did indeed rely on oneself, one still needed a teacher to at least lead one through the door.
If one had a good teacher, the situation would be completely different.
Although Ning had never met Daoist Three Lives, given that Daoist Three Lives had arranged the Divine Abilities Hall, War God Hall, and Stellar Hall for him, it was as though Daoist Three Lives was personally guiding him.
In another area.
Since our last parting in the southern seas, it has been more than a century. Now, fellow Daoist, you have come to the imperial capital. Ha, the long-haired young flame Xiaoshui laughed with emotion. When I think about how high you will display your divine might in the conclave of immortal destiny, and about how some of the major powers of the three realms will discover you and perhaps accept you as disciple, I can't help but feel jealous of you. I feel as though I should have stayed a few more years at the Wanshan level as well. Adept Woodpass looked like a youth. He had a simple, honest appearance. But this simple, honest-looking youth was known throughout the southern seas. He had traveled alone, establishing a tremendous reputation, and openly gave lectures on the Tao. He was venerated by countless immortal cultivators and dire monsters.
Fellow Daoist Xiaoshui, you don't understand. To stay at the Wanshan Adept level is incredibly miserable, Adept Woodpass said with a sigh. My true body's foundation is far more powerful than that of my primal twins. After all, my primal twin is only a key refiner, while my true body is primarily a fiend god body refiner. And yet, I keep on refraining from breaking through. After having done so for so long, it's actually cast a shadow over my heart.
In the recent calamity, when my primal twin was at the peak primal level, the mental attacks were exceptionally powerful.
I almost died due to the blandishments of the mental attacks. Young Flame Xiaoshui nodded.
Others only see your gloriousness and see you shine with power at the conclave of immortal destiny, but they don't see how you've gritted your teeth and endured the passage of the past 3 centuries. The shadow cast over your heart by 3 centuries of forcibly repressing your power, how terrifying it must be.
Father. A handsome youth next to them suddenly called out.
Young Flame Xiaoshui looked towards his son.
Should I wait for 3 centuries as well? The handsome youth asked. You? Even if you wait 3 centuries, you have no hope. Focus on your training.
If you are able to become a void-level Earth Immortal, I'd have to thank the heavens and thank the Earth. Young Flame Xiaoshui shook his head in resignation.
His son, at his level of ability, wanted to participate in the conclave of immortal destiny?
In the past, even Xiaoshui himself had chosen to give up. There were countless monsters who had been suppressing their own power for years, waiting for this chance to soar to the heavens during the conclave. The handsome youth pursed his lips. Although he too had participated in the conversation between his father and Adept Woodpass, he was clearly on a lower level, and so, bored, he looked around. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a distant cloud. Atop the cloud there was a fur-clad youth, a snowy white dog, and an azure-robed maiden. The fur-clad youth was actually holding a book and reading it.
Is he? The handsome youth stared, wide-eyed. Ning?
Father, quick, look.
The handsome youth immediately called out.
Young Flame Xiaoshui frowned as he looked at his son. His son had interrupted him while he was speaking. Clearly, he was rather displeased.
Quick, look. Ning. That's Ning, who killed young Flame Nong. The handsome youth pointed towards Ning's direction.
Young Flame Xiaoshui and Adept Woodpass both looked in that direction.
They immediately saw the distant, fur-clad youth.
His appearance, his clothes, and he has a white water hound and an azure-robed maiden by his side.
Can that really be Ning?
Young Flame Xiaoshui frowned. The Young Flame clan had been pursing Ning this entire time, however, they wouldn't bother Young Flame Xiaoshui over a matter like this. Still, in his heart, he felt proud of his clan, and naturally wouldn't permit outsiders to challenge it.
Can that really be him?
Young Flame Xiaoshui said softly, he dares to come to the imperial capital. What is Ning planning?
To challenge my young flame clan? Adept Woodpass looked over as well, then laughed.
I heard that Ning is quite formidable.
Can it be that he, too, has come to participate in the conclave of immortal destiny?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 11, Chapter 15, Desiring Fame at the Treasure Auction. Chapter 15, Desiring Fame at the Treasure Auction. Him?
Young Flame Xiaoshui shook his head. He's only trained for 30 short years.
To try to shock everyone at the conclave of immortal destiny before he's truly established his foundation of power? He'd just be dreaming.
Next to him, his son said while grinding his teeth, "Father, Ning rose to fame by stepping on our Young Flame clan. For the sake of our clan's reputation alone, we should kill him."
That's none of your concern.
Young Flame Xiaoshui glanced at his son. As Young Flame Xiaoshui, Adept Woodpass, Princess Sia, and Fairy Azure Willow were all paying attention to Ning, the number of guests at the Fortune Peaks had continued to steadily grow. These guests had all come here to participate in the treasure auction. Amongst them, there was a bald elder. He walked by himself to a cloud, then sat down in the lotus position.
Ning? The bald elder gave Ning, seated on a distant cloud around a different mountain, a sidelong glance. If I kill Ning, I'll then reincarnate.
If I can't kill him, then my soul will be shattered. The bald elder was Immortal Floatcloud, who had been given the mission by Patriarch Arcanum. Although he had been away from the imperial capital for more than 10,000 years, and very few people in the capital were even capable of recognizing him, Immortal Floatcloud had still changed his appearances and pulled in his aura. Immortal Floatcloud stood there. Although he was drinking wine quite casually, he had chosen the perfect spot. From the corner of his eyes, he could pay clear attention to Ning's actions. The main headquarters of the Heavenly Treasures Mountain. There are layers of protective spells here, and many immortals on guard.
To kill Ning within the Heavenly Treasures Mountain, unlikely. Immortal Floatcloud pondered on what to do.
Actually, he wanted to walk right over to Ning, quickly kill him, then immediately self-detonate and go reincarnate.
But he knew quite well.
As soon as he attacked, in the blink of an eye the formations of the Heavenly Treasures Mountain would activate.
There was almost no chance he would be able to kill Ning. I'll wait until he leaves the Heavenly Treasures Mountain headquarters.
Once he goes out, on the outside streets, Immortal Floatcloud continued to ponder.
There will be no restrictive formations there. I can make my move then.
As for the Imperial Guards, although they will arrive very quickly, it'll still take them a bit of time.
I'll let you live a little while longer. Immortal Floatcloud's Dowheart was currently filled with the utmost resolve. There were no contradictory thoughts in his mind at all. He had only one thought, to kill Ning, then reincarnate.
Ning was carefully reading through the intelligence report which Yuqi had brought. This report detailed all of the more famous Wanxiang adepts of the entire imperial capital. Indeed, there were several individuals who were publicly acclaimed as having the highest chances of success in this conclave of immortal destiny. There was Shamong Zishan of the Imperial Clan, Kangwu Jiu of the Kangwu Clan, Shangtian Xiao of the Shangtian Clan, Young Flame Shen of the Young Flame Clan, Adept Woodpass of the Southern Seas, Adept Red Bamboo of the Eastern Seas. These individuals all had enormous reputations, and were publicly acclaimed as the most supreme of Wanxiang adepts. Although the likes of the sloppy Taoist of the Black-White College were also recorded within the book, they were clearly ranked towards the lower end. The sloppy Taoist could only be considered one of the supreme Wanxiang adepts of Stillwater Commandery. Adept Woodpass, Kangwu Jiu, and the others listed in the front, however, were the most supreme of this entire major world.
I'm actually in this as well? Ning flipped through, then laughed.
My main battle accomplishment is actually the killing of Young Flame Nong and a primal level fiend god. If he hadn't killed Young Flame Nong and his servant, given how short Ning's period of training had been, he logically wouldn't have emerged in this intelligence report at all. Suddenly, the maidservant who had been standing behind him moved forward.
Ning turned to look at her. She smiled and said, "Adept, the treasure auction is about to begin. Are you going to participate? If you are, please hand over 5,000 kilograms as your deposit. If you are not, then you will have to leave." But participating in the treasure auction requires a deposit? Ning said, surprised, and 5,000 kilograms? This is the requirement of the Heavenly Treasures Mountain headquarters, the maidservant explained.
Ordinary treasure auctions don't require deposits, but the monthly treasure auction held by the headquarters is an auction with treasures collected from throughout the Grand Xia Empire, and even some other major worlds. Generally speaking, there will be extremely valuable treasures present that are extremely rare and precious. To prevent customers from making random bids they cannot or will not honor, there is a need to put in a deposit of 5,000 kilograms of liquefied elemental essence.
If someone makes a bid but doesn't honor it, then we will punish them by taking away the 5,000 kilograms. Ning nodded. Also, the 5,000 kilograms is non-refundable, the maidservant said. Adept, you can use it to buy whatever treasures you like during the treasure auction.
In the end, we will deduct the 5,000 kilograms from your total bill. It seems all participants in the treasure auction, no matter what, must pay at least 5,000 kilograms. Ning swept the area with his gaze. There are more than 1,000 customers present. The amount of liquefied elemental essence will be at a minimum of 5 million kilograms. We have prepared many treasures as well, the maid said.
Ning
nodded, then tossed out an elemental talisman he had acquired earlier when selling his treasures. The maid accepted it, then stepped backwards once more. Atop the treasure's peaks, the clouds were filled with maids chatting with their customers. Some customers left, but quite a few remained. In fact, there were some latecomers as well who had clearly arrived just for the treasure auction.
Young Flame Clan.
Ning stared towards the distant Young Flame Xiushui. It seems they've discovered me as well.
Poof.
The reason I came to the imperial capital was to make more people know about me.
The more, the better.
The reason why Ning had come so openly and in full regalia was to become famous. The Young Flame clan had been frantically searching for him and knew about his whereabouts. However, the enemies of the Young Flame clan, such as the Kind Water clan, their most powerful enemy, probably didn't know about Ning's arrival yet. So, what he wanted to do was to make himself famous. To make all the customers at the treasure auction spread word of his arrival. When the major powers of the Grand Xia's imperial capital all know that I am here, those who wish to befriend me will probably seek me out. Ning knew quite well that fighting against the Young Flame clan by himself would be extremely taxing. He needed a bit of outside support. Thus, he needed to become famous. It would be even better if his name became spread throughout the imperial capital.
Moments later, an enormous, rainbow-colored cloud soared into the skies, with a black-haired maiden standing atop it.
Riding the cloud, she flew directly towards the air in the center of the 9 peaks of the Fortune Peaks.
Everyone!
The black-haired maiden laughed, spinning around and curtsying in each direction.
The time has come once more for the monthly treasure auction. This treasure auction shall be administered by myself, Feathervoid.
The Heavenly Treasures Mountain has prepared, in total, 1360 treasures, each of which are extraordinary. They all have their own unique attributes, and many of them come from hidden areas. Some even come from dangerous areas that are elsewhere in the 3 realms, or even beyond the 3 realms. Same as always, aside from the treasures which our Heavenly Treasures Mountain is selling off, all the customers present who possess treasures they wish to auction off can do so, after an examination by us. The treasure auction itself will only charge a commission of 5%, capped off at 5,000 kilograms of liquefied elemental essence.
Alright, enough with the small talk. Let's begin with the first item of this treasure auction.
The long black-haired maiden waved her hand, and a golden set of drums suddenly appeared in the air, wafting out with ripples of power. Battle Soul Drums, Heaven-ranked magic treasure. It can be used to wound enemies, and it can also be used to make thousands of your Dao soldiers unleash extraordinary combat power.
Reserve price of 5,000 kilograms.
Each bid has to be at least 500 kilograms higher, the black-haired maiden said with a laugh.
5,500 kilograms. 6,000 kilograms.
The formidable figures who had come to attend the treasure auction all began to make their bids, purchasing one treasure after another.
Those who had the money to put down 5,000 kilogram deposits were all extraordinary cultivators. Ordinary primal Taoists wouldn't be willing to spare a deposit of such size. Ning sat there, drinking and watching leisurely.
"Master, aren't you going to act yet?" Little Cheng felt her blood boil as she watched the treasure auction go on. She was incomparably excited.
"Don't be impatient," Ning said. "The young flame clan hasn't acted, why should I be in a rush?
And in addition, there aren't any treasures that I deeply desire either." The treasures which Ning had sold off were virtually all from either the Witch River Immortal estate or from young flame known. As for the truly exquisite items left behind by Immortal Juhua, Ning was holding them back and in no rush to sell. After having been baptized by going through the treasures of young flame known, Immortal Witch River, Immortal Juhua, and the underwater estate, Ning now had very high standards.
This next treasure is a formation diagram.
This formation diagram belonged to the crab-tortoise immortal duo.
These two old celestial immortal dire monsters made them as part of a game.
I imagine that you all know that the crab-tortoise immortal duo had received a legacy from a major power of the three realms, and are exceptionally skilled in the Tao of formations. Although this was nothing more than a toy to these two celestial immortals, it is still quite extraordinary, and contains many profound mysteries regarding formations. The crab-tortoise immortal duo once said, "Anyone who completely comprehends this formation diagram can be considered a grandmaster of formations." The black-haired maiden laughed. "This formation diagram will start at a minimum price of 25,000 kilograms.
Everyone, place your bids." The crab-tortoise immortal duo? Everyone began to discuss this.
As for Ning and Uncle White, their eyes lit up as well.
The Whitewater Hound was completely focused on the Tao of formations. Ning had a certain degree of understanding regarding formations as well. Naturally, the two knew of the crab-tortoise immortal duo. The crab-tortoise immortal duo were two figures out of legends.
Both were celestial immortal dire monsters, and they could be said to have the highest level of comprehension regarding formations, here in the major world of the Grand Xia Empire. In addition, it was said that they were apprentices to a truly major power of the three realms. Nothing more than a toy to them. If this was the essence of their knowledge, then the price would definitely not be a mere 25,000 kilograms. Ning gave the nearby Uncle White a glance. Clearly, Uncle White was rather eager and excited. As someone who walked the Tao of formations, he was naturally filled with eagerness towards this formation diagram.
25,500 kilograms. 30,000 kilograms. The price of this formation diagram quickly skyrocketed.
Although the Tao of formations was an extremely complex and difficult one which very few truly supreme geniuses would embark on, there were still some people who knew that they had no hopes of becoming a celestial immortal and who would thus focus their efforts on formations. Formation grandmasters were quite terrifying, and in fact there were even some celestial immortals who relied on formations as well. Still, the Tao of formations was a bitter, tough Tao to follow.
A single formation diagram wouldn't rise to an excessive price. 40,000 kilograms.
Young Flame Xiaoshui finally spoke out. This was already quite a high price. Those who had come to the treasure auction were all quite level-headed, and wouldn't bid randomly.
Any higher bids?
The black-haired maiden swept her gaze towards the surrounding area.
Suddenly,
Ning, who had yet to make a bid yet, suddenly spoke out.
42,500 kilograms.
He had immediately raised the price by 2,500 kilograms, and it had already been at quite a high price. The black-haired maiden glanced over, revealing a smile.
42,500 kilograms. Any higher?
Whoosh! 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 The guests seated on the clouds surrounding the various peaks all looked over, curious as to who the bidder was.
Oh? A fur-clad youth? A whitewater hound? An azure sky snake?
Ning, for the sake of making himself more recognizable, had little Ching revert to her azure sky snake form.
That fur-clad youth, is he Ji Ning, who is said to have killed young Flame Gnome? Who is Ji Ning?
Young Flame Gnome, the next God-plumed Duke of the Imperial Capital's Young Flame clan, was killed in Stillwater Commandery.
Didn't you hear about this?
The person who killed him was Ji Ning.
The one who just made the bid. Look at those two spirit beasts next to him, and look at his appearance. There's no mistaking it. It's him. He killed young Flame Gnome? Ji Ning?
The previous bidder was Young Flame Shoshue of the Young Flame clan. Ji Ning is in a bidding war against Young Flame Shoshue, but the many guests of the Fortune's Peaks were all focused on Ning now, and instantly, a buzz of conversation swept the area.
Young Flame Shoshue's face became unsightly to look at.
As for the nearby Young Flame June, his face turned red with anger.
He ground his teeth, and it seemed as though his eyes were spitting fire. He called out loudly, 45,000 kilograms.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 11, Chapter 16, Peacock Plume. Chapter 16, Peacock Plume. 45,000 kilograms.
The rage-filled voice echoed through the entire Fortune Peaks, reverberating in the air. This caused quite a few guests to look over. From that rage-filled bid, they could tell that the Young Flame clan must have been truly enraged.
You imbecile! Atop the cloud.
Young Flame Shoshue, upon hearing his son make the bid, couldn't help but give his son a hard look.
He shouted mentally at him, "Can't you tell that Ji Ning wants to make a name for himself today?
He's dared to come to the Imperial Capital openly and without any disguises, and even came to the Heavenly Treasures Mountain headquarters to participate in the treasure auction and cause trouble for our Young Flame clan during the bidding.
This is all because he wants to make a name for himself. In Stillwater Commandery, even the Northmont clan would have to give our Young Flame clan face. But this isn't Stillwater Commandery, this is the Imperial Capital. This isn't a place where we can just do whatever we please. What he wants to do is make a name for himself and make everyone in the Imperial Capital know about him, Ji Ning. Later on, he will enter an opposing power, which will make it much harder for our Young Flame clan to act against him." Young Flame Shoshue looked at his son. "Earlier, we could have just ignored him, but now that you are in a bidding war against him, more and more people are going to know about him." But I've already made a bid. How about we stop bidding?" Young Flame June was beginning to panic. "Since we've made a bid, we can't lower our heads," Young Flame Shoshue sent. "The more people are watching, the more careful we need to be not to lose face for our Young Flame clan." "Don't say anything else. Let me handle it." "All right." Young Flame June didn't dare to say anything else. Ning, upon hearing a bid of 45,000 kilograms, be called out, immediately laughed. This was as perfect as someone delivering a pillow to him, just as he was feeling drowsy. He wanted to make his name known. 45,000 kilograms. Anything higher? The black-haired maiden atop the cloud called out. If someone else was bidding, I'd just say forget about it. But, since it's the Young Flame clan that's bidding, then I, Ji Ning, refuse to back down. 47,500 kilograms. Ji Ning's voice rang out as well, echoing within the 9 peaks. So it really is Ji Ning. Who is Ji Ning? Ji Ning, who killed Young Flame Gnome, is at the treasure auction. Although earlier a few guests had noticed Ning, they only made up a small part of the total people present. Now that Ning spoke out so challengingly, more and more people began to pay attention to him. I knew he was trying to make himself known. Young Flame Xiushui's face was like ice.
As for his son, Young Flame Jun, he didn't dare to make a single sound. He knew that his earlier bid had given Ning his opportunity.
Little fellow from Stillwater Commandery, you actually want to struggle against my Young Flame clan?
Young Flame Xiushui said calmly, 50,000 kilograms.
If your Young Flame clan wants this formation diagram, then prepare a bit more liquefied elemental essence. 60,000 kilograms. Ning once more spoke out. Young Flame Xiushui's face sank.
This was a formation diagram that was clearly only worth 40 to 50,000 kilograms, but the price had been forcibly uplifted.
If he continued to bid, regardless of whether or not he ended up acquiring the formation diagram, the Young Flame clan would still have lost. This was because, even if they acquired it, they would have paid an excessive price for it. But if they didn't acquire it? It would be akin to having let Ning trample all over them.
62,500 kilograms, Young Flame Xiushui growled.
64,000 kilograms.
Ning didn't increase the price too much this time. My Young Flame clan has plenty of formation diagrams like this.
I'll let you have this one.
Young Flame Xiushui felt as though something was wrong, and he immediately stopped bidding. You have no skill in formations, but actually bid so much out of spite.
How amusing. Ha ha, what's a mere 64,000 kilograms? It's nothing.
Young Flame known, of your Young Flame clan, gifted me with millions of kilograms.
Ning's laugh rang out.
Young Flame Xiushui's face immediately sank. Actually, he knew very well that as soon as his son called out a bid of 45,000 kilograms, their side was going to suffer a loss no matter what. This was because Ning's motivation was to make a name for himself. No matter what, Ning would definitely be able to achieve his goal. At the price of 64,000 kilograms of liquefied elemental essence, the formation diagram left behind by the crab-tortoise immortal duo was purchased by Ning. And, in turn, Ning attracted the attention of the vast majority of the guests present. Those final words in particular, about how Young Flame known, of your Young Flame clan, gifted me with millions of kilograms, was simply too vicious and brutal. Virtually all of the guests present began to murmur amongst themselves.
Millions of kilograms of liquefied elemental essence?
Young Flame known was one of the 4 duklings of the imperial capital. He had quite a few magic treasures on him. Now, all of them were taken away by Ning at one go. I imagine he really does have several million kilograms now. I'm starting to wish I was the one who killed Young Flame known.
Millions of kilograms. That's enough to buy even an immortal ranked magic treasure.
Actually, although Young Flame known did indeed carry astonishingly valuable treasures on him, of his 3 most precious treasures, he had already used up 2 of them, the lock scroll and the black and white disc. The only one remaining was the greater teleportation Dao seal, which was something that generally wasn't even available on the market for those who had enough money to purchase it.
Ning wasn't willing to sell it. Amongst the many guests,
Princess Sia stared at Ning from afar, a hint of softness in her eyes. This look was the look one had when one looked at a kinsman.
Sia, you are quite well disposed towards Ning? Fairy Azure Willow laughed. Yes. Princess Sia nodded. Want to bring him on as your groom? Azure Willow teased. Don't speak nonsense. Princess Sia frowned as she snapped back in a soft voice.
She viewed Ning purely as a family member, as a little brother.
What was this nonsense about marrying him? I have to admit though, this Ning really is bold. He actually dares to go completely head-on against the Young Flame clan. Fairy Azure Willow sighed. He even said that Young Flame known gifted him with millions of kilograms of liquefied elemental essence. I imagine that when the Young Flame clan heard these words, I don't even know how angry they must be right now. Time flowed on. One treasure after another was auctioned off.
Nearly 2 hours later.
Everyone.
The black-haired maiden's voice suddenly went higher.
Don't just chat with your friends.
This next treasure is the most valuable one this particular treasure auction has put up so far.
This is truly a treasure which normally cannot be purchased. If you miss this chance, who knows if you'll ever have another one?
The many guests all immediately turned to look at her, curious. Ning, curious, looked over as well.
The most valuable treasure thus far?
The highest bid for a treasure in this auction thus far had gone up to more than 150,000 kilograms. This is an intrinsic magic treasure, left behind by a peacock-type god-beast from the heaven realm after it died, the black-haired maiden called out loudly. And this peacock-type god-beast had an incomparably pure lineage. Even after it had reached the void level, it was still unable to transform.
What? Ning, hearing this, was shocked. Unable to transform even after becoming a void-level Earth Immortal? Could it be that it could only transform after becoming a celestial immortal?
A god beast like this, he hadn't even heard of such a creature in this world of the Grand Xia. This peacock-type dire monster's intrinsic magic treasure consisted of 5 plumes.
The black-haired maiden waved her hand, and instantly, 5 peacock feathers appeared out of nowhere.
These 5 peacock plumes hovered there, emanating a natural aura of might and power. One was wreathed by fire, one was wreathed by water, the third seemed to emanate an aura of infinite ponderance, the fourth howled with golden energy, and the fifth emanated a blurry, azure aura. When the 5 plumes appeared, the surrounding space seemed to be immediately frozen.
That is.
Instantly, a series of cries rang out from throughout the treasure auction area. Peacocks were born from the 5 elements, and even amongst such creatures, were the favored children of the heavens. Supposedly, the more pure the lineage of a peacock-type god-beast was, the more dense and pure the 5 elements' essence would be in their plumes.
Some were capable of manifesting 2 plumes, others 3.
Only those with the most exquisite and pure of god-beast lineages would be capable of forming 5 plumes.
A peacock god-beast with such a pure lineage was definitely no weaker than a fiend god.
A void-level peacock god-beast was most likely comparable to a celestial immortal. These 5 plumes it had were innately bestowed with the 5 elements, the black-haired maiden said with a laugh.
Unfortunately, it was merely a void-level dire monster.
If it had been a dire monster at the celestial immortal level, the value of these 5 plumes would be truly high. Most likely, even celestial immortals would go mad for it.
But of course, if this peacock god beast had become a celestial immortal, this plume wouldn't appear in a place like this. In fact, there's no way we would sell it. Everyone nodded.
These 5 plumes were already incredibly precious. If the peacock had undergone the heavenly tribulation and become a celestial immortal, the value of its plumes would probably rise by thousands of times.
Most likely, even the emperors of the major worlds would feel desire for it.
However, a celestial immortal peacock godbeast with such an exalted, rare, and pure bloodline would probably be comparable to an ordinary true immortal.
It wouldn't easily perish.
Although it was merely a void-level Earth immortal, given how exalted and noble its lineage was, and how its 5 plumes were divided into the 5 elements, if these plumes are used to forge a magic artifact, when a few other things are mixed in, they can absolutely produce an immortal-ranked magic treasure. Normally, it would at least be a high-grade immortal-ranked magic treasure, but if you were lucky, you might even be able to produce a top-grade immortal-ranked magic treasure, the black-haired maiden said.
These 5 plumes were the intrinsic magic treasures of the peacock-type godbeast.
To humans, however, they could only be used for refining artifacts.
As for making them into a top-grade immortal-ranked magic treasure? That was just nonsense.
Many other materials would be required, and the chances of success were virtually negligible. However, there truly was a very high chance of producing a high-grade immortal-ranked magic treasure. A reserve price of 1,000,000 kilograms of liquefied elemental essence. Each bid has to increase by at least 50,000 kilograms.
The black-haired maiden called out. 1,050,000 kilograms. I'm taking these 5 elements peacock plumes. An ancient voice rang out.
The speaker was an old man dressed in a long, gaudy robe that was covered with draconic runes. Anyone who looked at the clothes would be able to tell right away that this should be someone from the Imperial clan of the Grand Xia. But in the treasure auction, no one gave a damn if you were from the Imperial clan. My master is going to forge an immortal ranked magic treasure of the 5 Elenes. He's lacking in some primary materials. 1,100,000 kilograms. A white-whiskered youth said with a laugh. 1,150,000 kilograms. Another man called out, his entire body covered with azure light. He was built like a rod of iron. 1,200,000 kilograms. I need a 5 elements immortal ranked magic treasure for my tribulation. The speaker was young Flame Xiushui. By now, he paid no attention to Ning at all. He stared directly at the 5 elements plumes. Clearly, he was determined to acquire it. 1,250,000 kilograms. The Rain Dragon God Peak will take this. A woman with a monstrous aura that filled the skies spoke out in an icy voice. Every single person had an extraordinary background. However, the imperial capital of the Grand Xia had its laws, and no one was able to take this thing by force. Everyone had to rely on their own abilities. Whoever had more liquefied elemental essence would win. Materials like this, with a perfect set of the 5 elements, they were indeed extremely rare. You truly might only encounter them once. No one could say when such items would appear again. You couldn't simply purchase them, even if you had enough liquefied elemental essence. Many people wanted to acquire them. So, too, did Ning. Naturally formed by the 5 elements? Ning's eyes were shining. I trained the 6 cycles of the Star Sizer. I need the essence of the 5 elements. These 5 plumes and the essence within them, based on the legacy of the Star Seizing Hand, which I acquired and the materials mentioned within them, these would definitely be considered absolutely high-grade materials. These are 5 plumes that were born from a peacock god beast with a supremely pure and exalted lineage. The essence of the 5 elements within them, they'd probably be enough to allow me to reach the 3rd cycle of my Star Seizing Hand at 1,300,000 kilograms. Ning called out loudly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 11, Chapter 17, Stopping at Nothing to Acquire It. Chapter 17, Stopping at Nothing to Acquire It. Whoosh! Instantly, more than 1,000 of the other customers at the Fortune Peaks all turned to stare. It must be understood that although they, too, were participating in the treasure auction, in reality they would only spend around 50,000 kilograms or so in purchasing treasures. Only very, very few were truly willing to pay more than 500,000 kilograms. The entire net worth of many loose immortals was perhaps lower than this amount, and their net worth was usually tied up in their magic treasures. Only a small portion of the people present at the Fortune Peaks were capable of making a bid of 1.3 million kilograms of liquefied elemental essence. It's that Ning again. A mere Wanxiang adept? He dares to purchase the 5 elements peacock plumes? Does he even have that much liquefied elemental essence? He killed Young Flame Gnome and a primal level fiend god. Young Flame Gnome had quite a few treasures on him, and that fiend god probably had quite a few as well. A series of conversations erupted. Everyone was stunned at the fact that Ning dared to bid as well. After all 5 of the previous bidders had extraordinary backgrounds, and all of them were immortals. Ning? He was a mere Wanxiang adept. 1.35 million kilograms. Young fellow from the Black-White College, this is just raw materials, not an actual magic treasure. Even if you buy it, it will be of no use to you. You have to match it with many other raw materials and invite a forging expert to forge an immortal ranked magic treasure for you. 1.4 million kilograms. Whoever bids the highest will gain the treasure. It doesn't matter that Ning is just a Wanxiang adept, even an ordinary mortal who has enough money can bid. Don't concern yourself over why he's buying it. 1.5 million kilograms.
Everyone, stop fighting with me over it.
Master has needed this sort of 5 elements raw materials for a very long time. The price slowly began to rise. Ning, in turn, began to feel the pressure as well. After all, he had only sold off around 1.3 million kilograms of treasure earlier. Still, this was within his expectations. After all, the peacock plumes could serve as the primary materials for a high-grade immortal ranked magic treasure.
This wasn't something which his azure silk godfire lamp could compete with. It was, after all, just a low-grade immortal ranked magic treasure. Ning, send the price sky high and stun then. Suddenly, the giant yellow bear's voice rang out in his mind.
If they slowly bid it up, the final price will probably be even higher.
Make an immediate bid of 2 million kilograms. Ning hesitated slightly.
He was carrying the underwater estate with him, and the spirit of the estate was capable of sensing everything going on in the surrounding area.
2 million kilograms. Ning called out in a loud voice. Instantly, the fortune peaks fell completely silent. Earlier, the bidding increases had all been at slow increments of just 50,000 kilograms. This sudden increase of 500,000 kilograms was simply too huge. After all, this wasn't an actual immortal ranked magic treasure, just materials for making one.
He has that much liquefied elemental essence? Princess Xie began to worry in her heart. When she saw Ning make bids, she wanted to help him, but she always stayed within the royal estate and rarely ventured out to the Heavenly Treasures Mountain. As a result, she almost never spent money, and thus she only carried some protective treasures with her. In addition, she was only a Wanxiang adept herself. She naturally wouldn't have any immortal ranked magic treasures with her. She didn't go out adventuring, and she always stayed in the imperial capital. Thus, most likely the total value of the magic treasures she was carrying, if sold off, would only come to perhaps 500,000 or 1,000,000 kilograms of liquefied elemental essence. 2 or 2.5 million kilograms, not even many imperial princesses were capable of producing such a sum. If only Grandpa was here, Princess Xie mused silently to herself. Given how her grandpa coddled her in all things, if he was here, purchasing the peacock plumes would only be a minor matter.
This Ning, how much treasure did he acquire from killing young Flame Gnome?
The nearby fairy Azure Willow sighed, completely moved. He even dares to bid on items like the peacock plumes.
2 million kilograms.
That's enough to actually purchase a completed immortal ranked magic treasure.
Ning only killed mere young Flame Gnome. How much could young Flame Gnome have possibly been worth? Ning actually dares to bid 2 million kilograms?
A white-faced, beardless youth frowned.
2 million kilograms?
The man whose entire body glittered with a metallic azure light frowned as well.
This price was indeed rather high.
To produce a powerful immortal ranked magic treasure, other materials were needed as well. In addition, a celestial immortal patriarch who was skilled in forging artifacts would have to personally oversee the forging, which would not be cheap either.
Only after all these expenses would an immortal ranked magic treasure take form. What a fellow!
Adept Woodpass, who had been watching this with intrigue, sighed in amazement as well. He couldn't help but cast the distant Ning a deep, long glance.
2 million kilograms? Ning truly was quite wealthy.
As the saying went, a horse who was not fed an extra ration of grass wouldn't be fat and sturdy. To focus on training and searching for natural treasures truly wasn't as efficient as Ning's killing of young Flame Gnome. By killing young Flame Gnome, he had instantly grown rich.
Fellow Taoist Xiaoshui, are you still planning to bid against him? Adept Woodpass laughed.
I still have roughly 500,000 kilograms that I can lend to you, fellow Taoist.
Thank you, fellow Taoist Woodpass.
Young Flame Xiaoshui glanced towards a nearby attendant, and the azure-robed man immediately walked over. Didn't you say earlier that based on your investigations, Ning's trade with the Heavenly Treasures Mountain was only worth around
1.3 million kilograms? Young Flame Xiaoshui said, frustrated and irritated. If he only had 1.3 million kilograms, how would he dare make a bid of 2 million?
The azure-robed servant said hurriedly, "Master, this information is absolutely correct. Don't worry, the Heavenly Treasures Mountain headquarters also knows that Ning only traded for 1.3 million kilograms of liquefied elemental essence with them. For him to suddenly bid 2 million, they too will be worried that Ning is not going to honor his bid for this auction, and so will go investigate him."
Young Flame Xiaoshui nodded.
His gaze suddenly lit up, as he already saw that atop the distant cloud on which Ning was seated, a man and a woman were flying towards him. Ning had noticed two figures were flying towards him from behind as well. One was an azure-robed Juqi, while the white-robed one was a bald woman. As the two flew towards the cloud, a mist suddenly arose from it, completely blocking out the surrounding area, causing the outside world to have no idea what they were discussing. The bald woman said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Ning, I am Soldust of the Heavenly Treasures Mountain. I know that you, fellow Taoist, had already traded for 1.3 million kilograms of liquefied elemental essence, but now that you are suddenly bidding 2 million, our Heavenly Treasures Mountain is concerned that in the end, this transaction cannot be completed."
Ning nodded.
In an ordinary treasure auction, if the auction failed due to insufficient funds from the winning bidder, it would be enough to just punish the faithless bidder by taking away his deposit of 5,000 kilograms. But this was the auction for the peacock plumes. The value of it was simply too great. If Ning were to make random bids that he could not honor, there would be no way to make up for the damage done by just penalizing him 5,000 kilograms. "I truly hope you can understand our position, fellow Taoist Ning," the bald, white-robed woman said with great courtesy.
"I do understand," Ning laughed. "I've heard earlier that during this treasure auction, if I have treasures of my own, I can hand them over to you for auctioning, right?" "Right." The bald, white-robed woman nodded. "I have one right here." Ning waved his hand, and an ancient, unassuming lamp appeared. The lamp had azure flames blazing above it.
Instantly, the face of a child appeared within the azure flames. Scanning the surrounding area, the child sighed, "You locked me in your storage treasure for so long.
That was really stifling. And whoa, what's this place? An immortal ranked magic treasure?" The white-robed woman was startled. "Azure silk god fire lamp?"
An azure silk god fire lamp was considered a fairly common type of immortal ranked magic treasure. Described simply, it was just a type of lamp with azure silk god fire within it, but the god fire within the lamp could be borrowed to attack enemies. Although it was fairly common, quite a few experts would still fight over the chance to acquire one. After all, everyone wanted to help the skyfire in their bodies rise to the first grade if at all possible.
"Fellow Taoist Ning, are you saying that you are intending to auction off this azure silk god fire lamp? Here, at this treasure auction?"
the white-robed woman asked.
"Right." Ning nodded.
"Our Heavenly Treasures Mountain can just purchase it for a price of 1.5 million kilograms, the white-robed woman, Soldust, couldn't refrain from saying. Although fairly common, it was extremely rare for an azure silk godfire lamp to appear at auction, and whenever one appeared, it would immediately be purchased. Naturally, the Heavenly Treasures Mountain was willing to accept it. "No, I'll sell it off in this treasure auction.
Let's set the reserve price at 1.5 million kilograms.
If no one buys it, then I'll sell it to you," Ning said.
"Fellow Taoist Soldust, you wouldn't object to this, would you?" The white-robed woman's facial muscles twitched. "A reserve price of 1.5 million kilograms? To be sold to the Heavenly Treasures Mountain only if no one was willing to buy it? No objections, no objections."
The white-robed woman picked up the azure silk godfire lamp, then turned and left. Ning didn't feel worried. When the Heavenly Treasures Mountain headquarters engaged in a business trade, they wouldn't stop so low as to embezzling a single low-grade immortal ranked magic treasure like an azure silk godfire lamp. The black-haired maiden standing on a cloud and officiating over this treasure auction was waiting for the investigate by her side to conclude. Now that she knew that Ning did indeed have the ability to complete this purchase, she immediately said, 2 million kilograms.
"Are there any higher bids?"
It seems this Ning does have the ability to honor his bid. The pale-faced, beardless youth shook his head and sighed. Too expensive. The price is too high. The price is too high. People immediately began to give up. After all, Ning's suddenly price increase of 500,000 kilograms had truly stunned quite a few people. Still, there were others who remained greatly desirous of these peacock plumes. 2.05 million kilograms. The man who shone with a metallic azure light said with a growl, "This is something I need for my tribulation. I hope that you will all give me, East Clown, some face."
"Humph, East Clown, you need to pass your tribulation, but so do I." 2.1 million kilograms, young Flame Xiushui growled back.
Immortal East Clown was just a solitary, wandering figure. Although he was extremely powerful, young Flame Xiushui was still of the Young Flame clan.
2.15 million kilograms. Immortal East Clown growled. 2.2 million kilograms. Young Flame Xiushui ground his teeth. 2.3 million kilograms.
A killing intent appeared in Immortal East Clown's eyes.
2.35 million kilograms. Young Flame Xiushui's gaze was like ice. The tribulation.
This was the most difficult trial for any cultivator on an immortal path. By passing the celestial tribulation, one would be able to escape the confines of the three realms, to live a carefree life, to live forever. Upon failing, if one was lucky, one would end up as a mere loose immortal.
How could they not be willing to fight over a treasure helpful for their tribulations? 2.5 million kilograms. Ning's voice thundered out.
Young Flame Xiushui and Immortal East Clown simultaneously turned to stare. All of the guests present turned to stare as well.
They couldn't help but begin to chatter about Ji Ning once again. This was insane. 2.5 million kilograms? Young Flame Xiushui, do you have another bid?
Ji Ning stared at the distant Young Flame Xiushui. If the desire of those two Earth immortals towards acquiring the plumes could be described as intense, Ji Ning's desire would have to be described as no less than theirs. Finding treasures with the essence extracts of the 5 elements, although it was a bit easier for the second cycle of the Star Sizer, the third cycle was far more difficult. The peacock plumes, however, were absolutely capable of allowing Ning to reach the second and third cycles, with some left over. Of the divine abilities Ning trained in, the most powerful one was definitely the Star-Seizing Hand. This was ranked as one of the top 10 divine abilities that had been created after the heavens had been established. It was supreme within the 3 realms.
Magic treasures, curios, those were all secondary.
The divine ability, Star-Seizing Hand, was what would make Ning's power rise the most.
The peacock plumes, he absolutely had to have them. 2.5 million kilograms of liquefied elemental essence. Any higher bids? Any higher?
The black-haired maiden, atop her cloud, called out in a high voice. The fortune peaks were filled with a buzz of conversation, but not a single bid came out.
Although young Flame Xiushui's face was quite ugly to behold, even he hesitated.
As for Immortal East Clown, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and accept it. If there are no higher bids, then this peacock plume will go to fellow Taoist Ji Ning. The black-haired maiden made one final urging call to the crowd.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 11, Chapter 18, The Princess Wishes to See Me? Chapter 18, The Princess Wishes to See Me? After a long pause, during which the black-haired woman carefully looked at both Immortal East Clown and Young Flame Xiushui, the woman called out loudly, "Done." 2.5 million kilograms. The peacock plumes go to fellow Taoist Ji Ning.
And with this declaration, the ownership of the peacock plumes was settled. Young Flame Xiushui let out a single, long sigh. Just now, he had been hesitating and considering to bid again, but in the end, his reason won out and held him back. The nearby adept Woodpass gave him a glance, then picked up his goblet of wine and took a sip.
"Father, why didn't you buy it?"
Young Flame June couldn't help but ask, the peacock plumes would be of great service to you during your tribulation, and that Ning was insisting on bidding straight against us. Whether for the sake of giving vent to our anger or for your tribulation, Father, you should have continued.
What do you know? 2.5 million kilograms? Do you even know how much that is?
Young Flame Xiaoshui stared at his son.
Young Flame June was stunned.
His status in the clan could not be compared to Young Flame Nong's. Any amount of liquefied elemental essence above 1 million kilograms was already a vast, astronomical sum to him. With that much, I could just go ahead and buy an excellent immortal ranked magic treasure.
Young Flame Xiaoshui said, there are many types of immortal ranked magic treasures that can be used for the tribulation. Why should I completely focus my attentions on these peacock plumes? Paying more than 2.5 million kilograms isn't worth it. That's a sum of money that would have a major impact on my immortal path. I can't possibly make random, stupid bids just because I'm angry and want to give vent. Young Flame June nodded obediently. And this Ning is an idiot as well.
Young Flame Xiaoshui turned to give him a cold look.
Even though he has the peacock plumes, he's just a Wanshang adept. What's the point of having them?
If we kill Ning, then the peacock plumes will be ours, Young Flame June said, a hint of desire in his eyes.
And who would go do the killing?
Young Flame Xiaoshui shook his head.
This isn't for something for you to concern yourself over. 2.5 million kilograms. Immortal East Clown shook his head as well. This young Wanshang adept is really quite crazy. 2.5 million kilograms. My little brother really is formidable.
Princess Sia stared at the distant Ning, a smile on her face.
Acquiring the peacock plumes won't do a damn thing for your power. After you leave the Heavenly Treasures Mountain, you die. Immortal Float Cloud quietly drank his wine, watching from afar.
Ning, however, was extraordinarily excited.
Success! He had acquired the peacock plumes. Immortal ranked magic treasures? Curios?
Those were all less than a dog's fart in comparison. His primal twin only needed a large amount of flying swords, while his main body, as a fiend god body refiner, mainly needed divine abilities. With this thing, I won't have to trouble myself at all regarding the completion of the second and third cycles for my star-seizing hand.
Ning was absolutely delighted. Time continued to flow on.
Because there were more than 1,000 magic treasures up for sale, the entire treasure auction took up an entire day. Still, Ning left roughly 6 hours later, because during the 6th hour of the treasure auction, the Azure Silk Godfire Lamp came out for bidding. Azure Silk Godfire Lamp, an immortal ranked magic treasure. This was a completed treasure.
It instantly aroused a storm of bidding.
The Azure Silk Godfire Lamp was different from the peacock plumes. Very few people needed those things, but quite a few had a use for the Azure Silk Godfire Lamp. This was because it could nurture Skyfire to the first grade. Although each usage of the lamp consumed a large amount of resources that took a long period of time to replenish, after the replenishment, it could be used again.
This was an item that could be used over and over,
However, because the Azure Silk Godfire Lamp needed time to absorb elemental energy from the natural world and replenish its own energy, none of the major tribes would ever be worried about having too many of the lamps on hand. The reserve price was 1.5 million kilograms, but the price quickly skyrocketed. It rose all the way up to a price of 2.45 million kilograms before the bidding came to an end.
Immortal ranked magic treasures of this level were, in the end, still fairly common. Thus, the price would settle down at a certain point. There was a limit to how much it could rise during an auction. He laughed. Immortal Float Cloud immediately noticed when Ning began to prepare to leave. Frowning, he too began to leave.
Soon, Immortal Float Cloud arrived at the streets outside the Heavenly Treasures Mountain headquarters.
It was early morning now.
The golden crow had just risen into the skies, casting its light upon the world.
Senior.
Immortal float cloud's emergence caused the members of the young flame clan who were waiting outside to immediately move towards him.
Ning should be comoing out soon.
Go inside the Heavenly Treasures Mountain and keep an eye on him. Be ready to report as soon as he does.
Immortal float cloud gave them order, then began to wait outside silently.
He was waiting for the final battle he would experience in his life. In this battle, he would use all of the power available to him to kill a supremely talented Wanxiang adept within the imperial capital of the Grand Xia.
He's leaving?
Princess Xia, upon seeing Ning prepare to leave, immediately rose to her feet. A hint of panic was in her eyes. She could feel her heart rate quickening, and she immediately said to the nearby fairy Azure Willow, help me make some arrangements.
I want to meet privately with Ning. Ning? Fairy Azure Willow was startled, but then she nodded. I'll go make the arrangements right now. Thank you. Earlier, when Princess Xia had been watching Ning, she hadn't felt that nervous. Now, however, as she thought about how they were about to meet, she immediately became incomparably nervous. Phew. Princess Xia let out a long sigh, then said quietly to herself, "Little brother, we're going to meet soon." Princess Xia began to withdraw from the event as well. Actually, since the treasure auction would go on for a full day, over the course of it, quite a few people would withdraw. Ning, after handing over his liquefied elemental essence, acquired his formation diagram and the peacock plumes. Fellow Taoist Ning, in the future, if you have any more magic treasures you don't want, you can deliver them here to the Heavenly Treasures Mountain. It doesn't matter if you decide to sell them to us or if you sell them at the treasure auction. The white-robed woman, Soldust, laughed. Treasures don't just fall out of nowhere from the sky, Ning sighed. I even had to hand over my azure silk godfire lamp to you. Soldust laughed, then withdrew. Ning, the white water hound, and little Ching glanced towards the nearby violet-robed Yuqi. Fellow Taoist Yuqi, I wish to purchase some flying swords, Ning said. Flying swords? Yuqi was instantly delighted. He knew very well that Ning had more than 1,000,000 kilograms of liquefied elemental essence on him. This was a major customer. He immediately said, "What sort of flying swords? Just tell me what you need. We have plenty of precious flying swords manufactured by celestial immortal patriarchs, and in fact we even have flying swords with powerful formations within them." Ning shook his head. I only require large-scale manufactured flying swords. Large-scale manufactured, Yuqi's face stiffened. The profit on those was incredibly low. After all, Ning could buy them at a 40% discount. I need a total of 720 high-grade heaven-ranked flying swords, Ning said. Yuqi's facial muscles spasmed. Good heavens, heaven-ranked flying swords? 720 of them? Was this a joke? It must be understood that even many loose immortals would generally use heaven-ranked magic treasures. Many of them would just use several particularly powerful ones. Even those who focused on victory through superior numbers would at most have a few dozen heaven-ranked magic treasures, which was already quite incredible. 720 heaven-ranked magic treasures? The number alone would terrify quite a few people. But in turn, the price was quite high as well. Fellow Taoist Ning, are you certain you want 720? Are you able to afford them? Yuqi couldn't help but add, high-grade heaven-ranked magic treasures are generally around 5,000 kilograms per sword. If you want more than 700 of them, then you'd need to pay over 3.5 million kilograms. Ning frowned. Ugh. Earlier, he had felt that he was quite wealthy, but when he thought about the price of 700 heaven-ranked magic treasures, he suddenly felt his heart ache with unbearable pain. Go ahead and give me a book on the types of mass-produced heaven-ranked flying swords, Ning said. All right. This way, please, Yuqi said hurriedly. The Heavenly Treasures Mountain both bought and sold mass-produced magic items to Ning at a price of 60% the list price. On the surface, it would seem as though they didn't earn any money at all.
In reality, however, the mass-produced magic treasures which the Heavenly Treasures Mountain sold were all mass-produced by the mighty Imperial clan of the Grand Xia, which stood behind them. In truth, the cost for the Imperial clan to mass-produce these magic items wasn't really as high as 60% of the list price, at most, 30% to 40%. The reason they told the outside world that they were willing to both buy and sell these items at 60% was just to encourage more people to come shopping. After all, after an immortal cultivator purchased a life-saving treasure, it was quite rare for them to later sell it off. Thus, Yuchi would earn quite a bit from this deal for 700 plus heaven-ranked flying swords, even if they were only mass-produced artifacts.
Ning was seated before a gazebo, staring at the rising sun and in quite a good mood.
He had no idea that right now, on the streets outside, a loose immortal named Immortal Floatcloud was waiting for him impatiently.
Here's the report regarding the mass-produced heaven-ranked flying swords.
Yuchi handed Ning a thick, fur-clad book.
Ning flipped it open, taking a look.
By his side, the Whitewater Huna and Little Chang helped scan Thorogate as well. Mass-produced flying swords were rather cheap, because mass-produced flying swords mainly required only that the swords were sharp and hard to break. In other aspects, they were quite poor.
Low-grade heaven-ranked flying swords are 500 kilograms each? At a discounted price of 60%, that's just 300 kilograms.
Ning mumbled to himself while reading.
Middle grade is a bit more expensive, 1,500 kilograms each.
There were nearly 100 types of low-grade heaven-ranked flying swords. There were nearly 200 types of middle-grade heaven-ranked flying swords. There were far fewer high-grade heaven-ranked flying swords, just 18.
As for top-grade heaven-ranked flying swords?
There was no such thing as a mass-produced top-grade flying sword. High-grade was already the limit for heaven-ranked mass-produced flying swords. High-grade, heaven-ranked flying swords are all roughly 5,000 kilograms each.
Ning frowned. What should I do? He was going to purchase them for his primal twin to train in.
The lesser thousand swords formation was a technique where the more and the better flying swords he had, the more powerful it would be. However, controlling so many flying swords was incredibly taxing on the soul. Still, during his year of training in the underwater estate, Ning's soul had improved dramatically, especially with the support of the Nuwa visualization technique and the fact that his primal twin's soul was being nourished.
Ning was currently able to control all 720 earth-ranked flying swords. But if they were to be changed into heaven-ranked flying swords? Most likely, for at least a period of time, it would be hard for him to control that many.
I'll take 198 of these red soul swords.
Ning pointed towards the book.
And these nether blue swords, I'll take 198 of them as well. The red soul swords were 5,500 kilograms each, while the nether blue swords are 3,500 each, the nearby Yuchi said with a laugh. Altogether, this comes out to be a price of 1,945,000 kilograms of liquefied elemental essence. At the discounted price of 60%, that comes out to be 1,185,300 million. Ning felt resigned. After factoring in the money he had spent, the 2.3 million kilograms he had remaining had been almost completely used up, leaving just a bit behind.
In addition, his primal twin actually needed elemental essence as well.
Here. Ning waved his hand, and instantly, the black dragon carriage appeared on the ground next to them. I'll sell this carriage to your Heavenly Treasures Mountain, Ning said majestically. The black dragon construct had the combat power of a primal Taoist. Young Flame Nong had often ridden it about the various locations of the imperial capital of the Grand Xia. Naturally, its price was extraordinary. In the end, Ning acquired not only his 396 heaven-ranked flying swords, but also 60,000 kilograms of liquefied elemental essence.
Fellow Taoist Ji Ning, there's one more thing.
Yuchi, after concluding their deal, suddenly winked and laughed. Princess Xie wishes to meet with you.
A princess wants to see me?
Ning was startled.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.
Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 11, Chapter 19, Peak Primal. Chapter 19, Peak Primal. Master, it must be because you made a name for yourself during the treasure auction? The nearby little Ching immediately added, that's why this Princess Xia wants to meet you. Ning grinned as well.
During the treasure auction, he had purchased the peacock plumes for 2.5 million kilograms of liquefied elemental essence. Even young Flame Xiushui had lowered his head and retreated in the end. This news would definitely spread like wildfire, and later on, some of the major clans would come to befriend him and meet him. This was within his realm of expectations. However, for Princess Xia to invite him for a meeting while the treasure auction was still going on, his fame was perhaps just a bit too effective.
Might I ask who Princess Xia is? Ning asked. Princess Xia is from King Yan's estate, Yuqi explained. King Yan? Ning's eyes lit up.
Ning had already purchased intelligence reports regarding some of the major powers and figures within the imperial capital of the Grand Xia. King Yan was one of those major figures. King Yan was a celestial immortal who had just recently succeeded in overcoming his tribulation. He was a celestial immortal. It was simply far too difficult to become a celestial immortal. Just by looking at the history of the Black-White College, one could tell how hard it was. The Black-White College had existed for countless millions of years, and every 10,000 years or so would produce an Earth Immortal or loose Immortal. How many had they produced over the countless ages? And yet, they had only produced a single celestial immortal. From this, one could tell what a terrifying barrier the celestial tribulation was. Countless geniuses, such as Immortal Northwalker or even Immortal Juhua, who had the benefit of the underwater estate, had failed and perished. Celestial immortals were simply too rare. It was rare for the Grand Xia Empire to produce a single celestial immortal in a million years. However, how many loose immortals and earth immortals did it produce during a million years? This was why there were actually very many loose immortals and earth immortals. The Young Flame clan alone held more than 1,000 of them. Every few tens or hundreds of millennia, there would be a new batch of loose immortals or earth immortals, but the number of celestial immortals who had arisen from them over the course of countless years was pitifully low. Any celestial immortal was the foundation of his or her entire clan. Even for the mighty imperial shaman clan of the Grand Xia dynasty, a celestial immortal was extremely valuable. For clans like the imperial shaman clan, which had unified an entire major world, the number of loose immortals and earth immortals under their control was an absolutely terrifying figure. Naturally, however, these figures had very ordinary statuses. If, however, one of them were to break through and become a celestial immortal, the imperial clan of the Grand Xia would immediately bestow upon them the royal title of king and give them an estate, immortal treasures, etc. In short, within the imperial clan of the Grand Xia, anyone who became a celestial immortal would see his status suddenly and explosively skyrocket. This often happened less than once in a million years, and yet King Yan was the latest, newest celestial immortal. Of King Yan's estate, Ning nodded inwardly to himself. Princess Xia is the only family member King Yan has, Yuqi said in a lowered voice.
King Yan absolutely dotes on Princess Xia. He even allows Princess Xia to command the golden imperials which the emperor bestowed upon him. He even gave Princess Xia a pair of azure phoenix god beasts, having them pull her carriage for her. Those two azure phoenixes have incomparably exalted lineages, although they are only at the primal level. Each of them have the combat power of a supreme loose immortal. As for the golden imperials, they are the absolute elites of the imperial guards of the imperial capital. Even the weakest amongst them is at least a primal Taoist.
Ning, hearing this, was secretly speechless.
Azure phoenixes? Golden imperials.
Princess Xia usually remains within King Yan's estate and rarely comes out, nor does she participate in the various gatherings for nobles, Yuqi said in a low voice.
That's why Princess Xia actually isn't very well known.
However, given how much King Yan dotes on her, if she truly was the spoiled, arrogant throwing type, she probably would be even more famous than young Flame known.
Then why does she wish to see me? Ning asked.
I don't know either, Yuchi said, shaking his head. I heard that today, she came to the treasure auction along with Fairy Azure Willow of our Heavenly Treasures Mountain. Perhaps she grew curious upon seeing you, and so she wishes to meet you. Ning hesitated a moment, then nodded.
Fine. Lead the way. Yuchi laughed. Follow me. Within Ning's Zifu region. The underwater estate was located there.
Generally speaking, there was no way to put people within storage treasures, but estate treasures were capable of holding people.
Ning's primal twin continued to reside within the underwater estate.
There, within the main hall, a black-robed Ning was seated in the lotus position, a jade bottle placed in front of him. Within the jade bottle, there was a total of 60,000 kilograms of liquefied elemental essence. This came from the earlier trade he had engaged in.
Whoosh! The black-robed Ning opened his mouth.
Instantly, the liquefied elemental essence began to flow in a continuous stream towards Ning's mouth, and his power began to quickly rise. Just a few moments later, he broke through to the peak primal level.
Good.
After stabilizing his power base slightly, the black-robed Ning came to a halt.
The black-robed Ning looked at the jade bottle. More than 15,000 kilograms remain.
My primal twin has broken through to the peak primal level. In the past year after forging his primal twin, the divine soul of the primal twin had advanced at a frightfully fast pace. This was because of the primal nurturing effect, thus, his primal twin had advanced even more quickly in soul power than his true body had. The primal twin's divine sense could now stretch to a distance of 1,600 kilometers, while his main body's divine sense had only just recovered to the pre-splitting level of power, just barely reaching 1,000 kilometers.
A powerful soul. A high level of comprehension. A mighty Tao heart. After reaching the peak primal level, the primal twin was virtually instantly able to fully control his elemental ki.
Everything was as familiar to him as the back of his hand, there wasn't the slightest bit of discomfort at all.
Flying swords.
The black-robed Ning willed it.
Whoosh!
Instantly, the surrounding area, with a swish-swish-swish series of sounds, became filled with 405 flying swords, each of which emanated mighty ripples of power. Those 9 flying swords in the center, in particular, emanated truly mighty ripples. These 405 flying swords were all heaven-ranked flying swords, and 396 of them had been purchased just now at the Heavenly Treasures Mountain. As for those 9 other heaven-ranked flying swords, more than a year ago, by relying on his primal twin, Ning had overcome the 5th level of the War God Hall, and then chosen from the heaven-ranked magic items of the Treasure Hall. These 9 heaven-ranked flying swords were known as the Waterbreaker Godshark swords. The primary material for the forging of these swords had been the body of a slain, primordial 9-headed godshark that had existed in the era before the 3,000 major worlds had even been born. These 9 flying swords were all quasi-sentient. According to the rating of the underwater estate, all 9 were high-grade heaven-ranked flying swords. However, according to the rating system of the Grand Xia dynasty, they were absolutely top-grade heaven-ranked, and each of them were probably worth 100,000 to 150,000 kilograms of liquefied elemental essence. And with all 9 coming from the same source, the set was probably worth 1,000,000 kilograms, and could be traded for a low-grade immortal-ranked magic treasure. In the past, when Immortal Juhua had owned the underwater estate, he had acquired a top-grade heaven-ranked magic treasure as well. By relying on the magic treasures of the underwater estate, he could have gone and traded them for immortal-ranked magic treasures. Unfortunately, he would only have been able to trade them for low-grade or middle-grade immortal-ranked magic treasures.
To overcome the celestial tribulation,
one had to at least have high-grade, or even top-grade immortal-ranked magic treasures in order to have a degree of confidence. It would be best if the magic treasures were also suited to one's abilities, that would give an even better chance. All of the immortal-ranked magic treasures of the underwater estate were at least high-grade, and some were even top-grade. Unfortunately, Immortal Juhua hadn't had the chance to choose from them, as he had only been given the chance to do so after becoming a loose immortal and overcoming the 7th level of the War God Hall.
Lesser Thousand Swords Formation.
The black-robed Ning willed it. With the 9 Waterbreaker Godshark swords serving as the core, all the other flying swords were activated.
The exquisitely pure elemental ki of a peak primal Taoist filled them, and Ning's powerful soul began to guide them.
All of the flying swords began to ripple as Ning tested time and time again the limits of his power.
Can't do it.
I'll drop it by 1 level.
Lesser Thousand Swords Formation, Level 4.
The black-robed Ning was striving to test his might, but heaven-ranked magic treasures were on a completely different level than earth-ranked magic treasures. Controlling a single heaven-ranked magic treasure was at least as hard as controlling more than 10 earth-ranked magic treasures. Even though Ning was relying on formation techniques to lessen the difficulty, it was still extremely hard for him to execute the 4th level of the Lesser Thousand Swords Formation.
Lesser Thousand Swords Formation, Level 3.
Whoosh! Instantly, more than 200 heaven-ranked flying swords all began to flutter in the air, emanating an incomparably powerful ripple of power. Immediately afterwards, a flying sword appeared in front of Ning's chest as well. This flying sword, which managed to completely manifest, flashed repeatedly with a golden metallic light. Swords were sharpened weapons. For metallic light to flash off a sword was a testament to the quality of the sharp aura of the sword. The flying sword, flashing with golden light, held power within it that caused even Ning to feel astonished. Such power! Although he was only using a bit more than 200 heaven-ranked magic treasures, the effect was far more powerful than when he used 700 plus earth-ranked magic treasures. It was a huge increase in power, an increase of more than just 1 level. Generally speaking, it was incredible for primal Taoists to be able to control even a few dozen magic treasures. Ning, however, was able to control more than 200, and amongst them were incomparably precious flying swords such as the Watercutter Godshark swords. It could be said that Ning's soul was at the Earth Immortal level. He controlled a Grand Tao domain, and was quite skilled in formations. The Lesser Thousand Swords Formation itself was quite special to begin with. The combination of these factors was why he was able to control more than 200 heaven-ranked magic treasures. By relying on my sword formation, my primal twin is strong enough to compare to supreme loose immortals. Ning felt a boundless heroic feeling within his heart. Within a quiet, secluded residence. The windows were all closed, and even the servants had departed.
Within the residence was only Princess Xie.
Outside the door, however, there were some servants, and a group of golden Imperials remained on constant guard.
Ning.
Princess Xie held a cup of warm wine in her hands, unable to suppress the excitement and nervousness in her heart.
We are finally going to meet. My cousin. My one and only little brother, Princess Xie's heart was nervous, excited, and tense.
Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside.
Go report to the princess. Ning has already arrived. Wait a moment.
I'll make the report, a servant said.
He's here. Princess Xie took a deep breath.
This was as nervous as she had ever been during the past 30 years. She was even more nervous than when she had met Grandpa for the first time. Ning and Yu Qi were both standing outside the door to the courtyard. The Heavenly Treasures Mountain was simply too vast. It had taken them quite a while to go from Ning's previous location to this place. Ning's primal twin had reached the peak primal level long ago, and had already begun to test the Lesser Thousand Swords Formation when they arrived.
The princess is instructing Ning to enter, an armored female soldier said. Fellow Taoist Ning, I'll leave now.
If there's anything you need, you can find any staff member of the Heavenly Treasures Mountain and ask them to send a word to me, Yu Qi laughed.
Thank you for your help this time, fellow Taoist Yu Qi.
If I have any business in the future, I'll definitely seek you out again, Ning said.
After the exchange of farewells, Yu Qi left. As for Ning,
he said to the nearby Little Chang and Whitewater Hound, "Little Chang, Uncle White, wait here a while for me."
Right.
Uncle White and Little Chang both believed that there shouldn't be any danger here within the Heavenly Treasures Mountain. Ning immediately entered the courtyard by himself. After entering the courtyard, Ning felt a surge of mental pressure due to the troop of Imperial gods who were watching him carefully. Moments later, the female guard led him to a standalone residence, then pushed at the door.
"The princess is inside."
The door opened. Ning saw a green-robed woman seated inside. Right at this moment, the green-robed woman turned to look at him as well. Their gazes intersected. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Volume 4. Book 11, Chapter 20, Sister and Brother Meet. Chapter 20, Sister and Brother Meet. Ning understood that this green-robed woman in front of him should be Princess Xie.
From this first glance, Ning felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity and closeness towards her.
"My respects, Princess," Ning said. "Sit." Princess Xie spoke out.
Only now did Ning take a seat.
Princess Xie, however, remained standing.
She waved her arm, and a series of formation flags began to fly out, emanating a gray, rippling power. These 9 formation flags penetrated into the wooden floor, and a series of ripples began to emanate from the formation flags, quickly covering the entire residence. A series of Dao seals began to flow atop the surface of the residence, instantly and completely severing it from the outside world.
"Now no one can spy on our conversation," Princess Xie said.
"This is a magic treasure which Grandpa gave me. Upon hiding within it and retracting one's aura, even celestial immortals would find it difficult to detect you."
"Princess, you are doing this because..."
Ning was puzzled. The Heavenly Treasures Mountain publicly proclaimed that they would never spy on the conversations of their customers. The Heavenly Treasures Mountain relied on the faith of its customers. Unless they were willing to pay a truly high price for it, there was no way they would eavesdrop on the conversation of 2 guests. Their sterling reputation had been built up over the course of countless years. The Heavenly Treasures Mountain wouldn't dare act rashly in matters that would affect it.
"I have to be careful." Princess Xie looked at Ning.
Ning felt his heart clench. It seemed as though Princess Xie hadn't just invited him for a simple meeting.
"Ning, I ask you this." Princess Xie looked at him. "Your mother was Yuchi Snow? You are a descendant of the Yuchi clan?" Ning frowned. He wasn't willing to discuss his mother with others.
"Princess, the Young Flame clan is pursuing me because they believe me to be one of the surviving spawn of the Yuchi clan. Although this information is quite well hidden, for someone like you, Princess, it shouldn't be too hard to acquire this type of report." Ning was rather displeased.
Princess Xie, however, revealed a look of delight. She could already tell the truth from Ning's reaction.
She immediately said, "Actually, I found out about it long ago, and I even sent people to your West Prefecture city of Swallow Mountain to investigate. Only, I still couldn't quite believe it, so I had to ask you myself."
"Oh?" Ning, surprised and puzzled, asked her, "Princess, you sent people to Swallow Mountain to investigate? Dare I ask, why did you seek me out, Princess?"
She was so cautious, and her words gave no clues at all.
What in the world was this princess up to? Ning. Princess Xie began to feel rather nervous.
Looking at Ning, she said, Actually, I.
Ning just looked at her. "Actually, you are my little brother." Princess Xie finally said the words. "Little brother?"
"My mother only had one son, me." Ning immediately shook his head, refuting these words.
However, in his heart, a different idea came to Ning's mind. Little brother? Could it be that this Princess Xie was the cousin which his mother had always been thinking about, the final successor to the Yuchi clan's lineage? 1. You are my younger cousin. I'm your older cousin. Princess Sia said. My father's name was Yuchi Mount. Ning was stunned.
Although this thought had flashed through his mind earlier, when Princess Sia said the words, Ning was still rather stunned.
But, you are a princess.
A princess of the imperial clan of the Grand Xia, Ning said. King Yan is only my maternal grandfather. My mother was of the Shaman clan, but I am a true heir of the Yuchi clan.
My true name is Yuchi Sia. Princess Sia looked at Ning. Ning's heart was in a state of chaos now.
In the past, Ning's uncle, Yuchi Mount, had given up his life in order to block the forces of Snowdragon Mountain and protect his pregnant little sister, Ning's mother. He had been the strongest one of their group, but he had died. In doing so, he had allowed Ning's parents, Gh1 and Yuchi Snow, to escape with their lives. The bitter seed sown in that year, however, had caused his parents to only live for a fairly brief period of time. Ning's father had always felt guilt towards Ning's uncle, and even more guilt towards his daughter, whom they had never seen before. Strictly speaking, although Ning also carried the blood of the Yuchi clan in his veins, he was a child of the Ji clan. Only his older cousin, only she, and she alone, was a true member of the Yuchi clan.
Your name is Yuchi Sia? Your father was Yuchi Mount? Ning couldn't even believe it. Yes. Princess Sia nodded heavily. Princess, it's not that I don't want to believe you. However, this matter is of tremendous importance to me. We have to test our blood together. Ning's heart was filled with excitement as well. Actually, upon Princess Sia saying that she was the daughter of Ning's uncle, Ning had already been mostly convinced. This was because very, very few people knew about Ning's uncle. As for the fact that Ning's uncle had a daughter, even within the Ji clan, only Ning and his parents knew about it. His parents had already passed away. No one else could possibly know. Ning himself had never before revealed this to anyone. And so, this Princess Sia who stood in front of him was indeed quite possibly his own cousin, who he had never seen before. All right. Let me test our blood. Princess Sia immediately slashed out with her fingernail, using it as the tip of a dagger to prick her own wrist. Swish! Instantly, fresh, scarlet blood flicked out. Ning stretched out his own wrist, using his own finger to cut it as well. After he cut his own wrist and the blood flew out, the wound on his wrist instantly healed. Those two drops of blood flew towards each other in midair, forming into two small spheres of blood. These two spheres of blood swiveled around each other, and as they did, Ning executed a technique that would cause blood from the same lineage to resonate with each other. Instantly, golden runes began to flash atop the two spheres of blood. Whoosh! Slowly, strands of golden blood began to appear above the two spheres of blood. The two strands of golden blood quickly began to revel around each other, forming into one. There was no way to tell them apart now. It's true. Ning was stunned. It's true. It's true. Princess Sia revealed a look of excitement and joy as well. Although she had engaged in deep, thorough investigations, those couldn't compare to testing their blood lineage. Cousin, Ning stared at Princess Sia, still in a shaken state. This news had simply arrived too quickly. He had truly been caught off guard. Little brother. Little brother. Princess Sia excitedly stretched her hands out, clutching at Ning's own hands. Because she had mentally prepared herself over the course of the past year, she had been desiring to meet Ning this entire time. She simply hadn't been able to find him. My cousin is Princess Sia? A princess of the imperial clan of the Grand Xia? Ning still couldn't believe this was happening. Princess Sia let out a long sigh, then said, "What's the point of being a princess? It's all too late, Grandpa came too late. If he had come a bit earlier, then my father, my mother, and even aunt, none of those tragedies would have occurred." What happened? The exalted King Yan just allowed his own daughter and son-in-law to die, without even responding to it? Ning couldn't help but say these words. You don't understand the situation back then.
Princess Xia said slowly. Grandpa was of an extremely distant branch of the imperial clan of the Grand Xia. Even though he worked hard and trained to become a void-level Earth Immortal, all he received was a few treasures from the imperial clan that were mandated by the rules. Every single person who became an Earth Immortal would be bestowed those treasures. That was it, just a few treasures. After that, they no longer paid any attention to my grandfather. His status within the imperial clan of the Grand Xia remained low.
Nin nodded. He could understand.
Just look at the G clan. The G clan had only been within the Swallow Mountain region for a comparatively short period of time, but the number of clansmen it had was truly astonishing. The imperial clan of the Grand Xia had begun to establish itself as soon as this major world had been born. From then till now, countless, unfathomable numbers of eons had passed. The passage of so much time had caused the imperial clan of the Grand Xia to possess an utterly breathtaking population. Just the number of people with the surname of Shaman was beyond number.
As for Earth Immortals and Loose Immortals? Within the Black-White College, they might be major figures.
Within the Young Flame clan, they might be considered fairly powerful figures.
But within the Imperial clan of the Grand Xia,
they'd just be given a few treasures, and then let loose to live or die on their own merits. If they were to fail their tribulation and perish, the Imperial clan of the Grand Xia wouldn't even notice. Only those who succeeded in overcoming their tribulation, only then would they suddenly ascend to the heavens in status. The Imperial clan of the Grand Xia would immediately bestow all sorts of treasures, estates, and guards to them, treating them with incomparable importance. My grandfather had average talent, and trained very slowly, Princess Xia said slowly. There are very few members of the Imperial clan of the Grand Xia who are viewed as important. Grandpa wasn't one of them, and so he went out to adventure, tempering himself between life and death, striving to encounter a major twist of fate.
In fact, he even trained in some evil, demonic secret arts. Evil, demonic secret arts? Ning was amazed. Right.
When facing the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations, he even activated his evil demonic arts to voluntarily draw more demonic mental attacks to himself, causing them to grow even stronger, Princess Xia said.
The more powerful those demonic mental attacks, the more his own Dao heart could be tempered and the stronger it would grow. He's an absolute madman. Ning was utterly astonished now. The 3 calamities and 9 tribulations, all immortal cultivators were terrified of them and wanted to come up with ways to weaken them. But this King Yan actually came up with a method to cause the demonic mental attacks to become even more powerful, so as to temper himself?
Yes, this did indeed have the effect of strengthening his Dao heart, and it was astonishing effective, but, if he failed, he would have died.
Once, Grandpa was successfully enticed and seduced by the demonic mental attacks. That was incredibly dangerous, Princess Xia said.
In fact, he completely transformed into a crazed demon, and he began to torture and rape women with wild abandon.
Ning was secretly speechless. Be driven into an insane state during the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations?
That virtually guaranteed death.
Many of the major demons and vile figures were born after having been driven into an insane state.
They would die in their insanity, unless some sort of a miracle occurred, allowing them to reawaken from their crazed state. Afterwards, a miracle occurred and Grandpa came back to his senses.
The process of entering an insane demonic state and then recovering was tremendously beneficial to Grandpa.
Afterwards, he endured all sorts of trials and tests, and in the end he actually overcame the celestial tribulation, becoming a celestial immortal.
Princess Xia sighed with emotion. After becoming a celestial immortal, he could sense those of his bloodline. He could sense that he had family still alive, and so he began to search. In the end, he found me. My grandmother, she was one of the countless women who he raped in the past. After being raped, Grandma gave birth to Mother. Because this was an out-of-wedlock birth, they were all viewed with contempt by the other clansmen on our island.
they shunned the two of them, and in the end, Grandma died in depression.
Then father arrived on our island.
He had grown weary of fleeing. He wanted to live permanently on this island. He wanted to take mother as his wife, and continue the lineage of our Yuchi clan.
Father and mother joined together, and in the end, I was born.
Those were the happiest years of my life. Father was an immortal cultivator, and would often fly out of the island to other places.
However, he would always come back very quickly.
One day, father said that his little sister and his brother-in-law wanted to leave the dark North Seas and return to the mainland. Father said that his little sister was pregnant and that he was worried about her, so he was going to personally escort them. But, when father left, he never returned. The life tablet he left at home shattered. Mother couldn't bear this mental blow, and filled with both grief and agony, she perished as well. I lived by myself, there on that island.
Afterwards, Grandpa came.
Grandpa had already become a celestial immortal by then, but he had no family members of his own. All of his closest family members had died. I was the only family member left, his one and only granddaughter.
Princess Sia continued to speak slowly.
As for Ning, he was silent.
The path of immortal cultivation was a lonely one.
Although King Yen was a member of the imperial clan of the Grand Xia, generally speaking, after 5 or 6 generations of separation, one couldn't truly be described as family. King Yen's parents and brothers had died long ago. As for family, only one was left, his one and only granddaughter. I came with Grandpa to the imperial capital. I investigate and discovered that our Yuchi clan had been annihilated by the Young Flame clan.
Hatred was in the eyes of Princess Sia.
From that day forward, I swore an oath that I, Yuchi Sia, would definitely take revenge. I would definitely destroy the Young Flame clan. And, I'm going to re-establish the Yuchi clan, fulfilling my father's dream.
This was what my father had always dreamed of, and I am definitely going to accomplish it. 1.
Chinese lineages are patriarchal. Because Ning's lineage was through his mother, he is not a real Yuchi clan member, and is considered a Ji clan member. Sia's lineage, however, is from her father, and so she is a real Yuchi clan member. Alas, because there are no male Yuchi clan members left, technically speaking, she is the final one of this line. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 11, Chapter 21, The Enemy of the Two Cousins.
Chapter 21, The Enemy of the Two Cousins. Annihilate the Young Flame clan? Ning was stunned.
Even though he viewed the Young Flame clan as a major, powerful foe, deep in his heart, Ning had the same desire, to utterly eradicate the Young Flame clan, so as to console the spirit of his mother. His mother's sisters, father, and family members, the entire Yuchi clan had died in the hands of the Young Flame clan. His mother must have deeply desired to eradicate the Young Flame clan, but the Young Flame clan was simply too powerful, so powerful that Yuchi Mount never even dared to tell Princess Sia that their enemy, the one who had destroyed their clan, was the Young Flame clan. Yuchi Snow had never told Ning this secret either. This was an ancient tribe that could rank in the top 10 of the entire Grand Xia dynasty, a might tribe that had existed from the Fiend God era into the present era.
Who would dare claim that they would definitely annihilate a clan such as this?
Ning had this desire in his heart, but he wouldn't dare say these words.
Princess Sia, however, did.
Ning could sense the hatred in his cousin's words, a hatred that had forged into a will that would pay any price and stop at absolutely nothing to accomplish its goals.
This was father's dream. Father died, and I'll do it on his behalf. Princess Sia ground her teeth.
Even if I fail and die, in failing, I'll deliver a vicious bite to the Young Flame clan, but... Cousin, Ning couldn't help but say, the eradication of the Young Flame clan isn't something to be rushed.
Of course. I know that. Princess Sia shook her head.
I haven't even told Grandpa of my intentions, because I know that while perhaps the entire Imperial Shaman clan is capable of wiping out the Young Flame clan, the Imperial clan will not do such a thing. The Imperial clan isn't willing to pay the price of having the countless tribes under its command feel frightened, restless, and possibly rebel.
Ning nodded.
If the Imperial clan were to wipe out a major tribe, they would have to have a sufficiently solid excuse.
They couldn't just find a random excuse to do this.
The many marquises of the world weren't fools. After all, the young Flame clan would have had to truly commit a heinous crime that exceeded the Imperial clan's bottom line before the Imperial clan would eradicate them.
Otherwise, if the Imperial clan could just wipe out another clan on a whim, how could the other marquises feel at ease?
Most likely, they would all revolt together, and by then, this major world would probably once more enter into a state of chaotic war, just like in the Fiend God era. One of the reasons why the Imperial clan of the Grand Xia had been able to unify the world was because many tribes had given them their support and subordinated themselves to it. If these tribes were to all revolt, then it was very likely that the Imperial clan of the Grand Xia would come to a calamitous end.
That's why I'm enduring it for now. There aren't even many people in the Imperial capital who know that my name is actually Yuchi Xia. I asked Grandpa not to tell others, Princess Xia said.
I don't want to cause the young Flame clan to be on guard against me. I will find a chance, seek out all opportunities, and use any means necessary. When I act, I will make sure that this young Flame clan is wiped out, and even if I fail, I'll make them suffer a grievous wound.
Cousin, what are you planning?
Ning was quite puzzled.
His cousin had an ordinary level of power, to annihilate the young Flame clan?
Not even a celestial immortal would dare say such things.
If I had your talent, I would definitely work hard to train and become a celestial immortal. Upon becoming a celestial immortal, I will have as much time as I need to slowly work against them. Princess Xia shook her head.
But I don't have your talent, so I'll have to borrow power from others. I plan to borrow the power of the Imperial clan of the Grand Xia.
Borrow power?
Ning was startled. The Imperial clan of the Grand Xia doesn't have enough of a reason to wipe them out. So, I'll have to come up with a way to give them enough of a reason, Princess Xia said.
Even if I have to use my own life, it will be worth it.
But I know that even if I sacrifice myself, it will still be quite hard. No matter how hard it is, however, I'll strive to accomplish it. I'll slowly wait, silently wait. Princess Xia seemed to have transformed into a vengeful, venomous viper. She was silently waiting for the moment to deliver her final blow. To annihilate the young Flame clan in my lifetime will be very, very hard. Resolve flashed through Princess Xia's eyes.
That's why I'm going to find a husband.
I'm not going to marry out, I'm going to bring one in. The children I give birth to will follow me in publicly using the surname Chi. My children will have children of their own, and our family will grow from one generation to the next, and the ultimate goal of my descendants will be bringing down the young Flame clan. I have Grandpa backing me up, I'm his only family member. Even if I die, I'll beg Grandpa to help me take care of the Chi clan, Princess Xia said. Grandpa is a celestial immortal patriarch of the Imperial clan of the Grand Xia. With his protection, the Chi clan will definitely grow stronger and stronger. When the Chi clan itself gives birth to a celestial immortal, or when the young Flame clan is finally annihilated, the Chi clan will truly return to becoming the Yuchi clan.
Ning took a deep breath.
He couldn't help but feel his heart quiver at the hatred contained within his cousin's words.
Yes.
She was different from him. He was a child of the Ji clan. This was why his mother, Yuchi Snow, didn't even mention the Yuchi clan's feud. In turn, the hatred he felt for the young Flame clan hadn't truly sunk into his bones. But his cousin was a true descendant of the Yuchi clan. Ning's uncle, Yuchi Mount, had trained her from childhood and had told her stories of the former glory of the Yuchi clan. Although Yuchi Mount had never told her who their enemies were, Yuchi Mount himself had always trained hard, always wanting to restore his clan and strengthen himself enough to take revenge. Yuchi Xia had always quietly watched her father at work. She knew that her father's desire was twofold, to re-establish the Yuchi clan, and to take revenge. Yuchi Mount was simply suppressing his desire for revenge, But his daughter could sense the hatred buried within his heart. This was why she wanted to fulfill her father's hopes, to re-establishing the clan, and to take revenge.
Right. Ning's heart suddenly trembled. Uncle was the last surviving man of the Yuchi clan.
The amount of hatred he felt must have been tremendous. My cousin has a similar level of hate towards the Young Flame clan.
What about Mother? Grandpa and the others, they all died. Could it be that Mother didn't feel hate?
But after marrying my father and marrying into my G clan, she never mentioned this matter. She never even displayed any hint of it in front of me. Perhaps, in private, she would feel agony and hatred on behalf of her murdered parents and kinsmen.
Ning's heart suddenly ached.
His mother had never passed any of the hatred she felt to him, precisely because she didn't want him to go take revenge. She was afraid that he would become an egg that tried to smash itself against a rock.
Mother, you were worried about me.
But in the end, your son has still ended up fighting against the Young Flame clan.
This is what destiny is.
Mother, if your son was nothing more than an ordinary supreme genius, it would indeed be hard to take revenge, but I'm not. I have the legacy of the primordial fiend god, Taoist 3 lives.
I can easily acquire immortal ranked and even pure yang magic items.
My divine ability is a terrifying one that ranks amongst the top 10 of the entire 3 realms. I absolutely have hope of being able to become a power that dominates the 3 realms.
Annihilating the Young Flame clan, I can do it, I can absolutely do it. Resolve flashed in Ning's eyes as well. Cousin. Ning looked towards her. Little brother.
Yuchi Siye looked towards her little brother, then said in a soft voice, I've never spoken these words before to anyone else. When I saw you, those words that I kept hidden in my heart all came spilling out.
Aside from Grandpa, you are my only family. Ning nodded.
Cousin, don't worry.
Becoming a void-level Earth Immortal, to me, is absolutely not a problem at all. It will happen without any impediments.
Even dealing with the celestial tribulation and becoming a celestial immortal, although it will be hard, I can do it.
I definitely will do it. Dealing with the Young Flame clan isn't just your personal issue, it's mine as well.
The Young Flame clan and I are already like fire and water, either they will extinguish me, or I'll extinguish them.
Little brother.
Yuchi Siye felt a warm feeling in her heart. Although the two knew exactly how hard it would be for one to overcome the celestial tribulation and become a celestial immortal, neither of them said such things right now.
No matter what, the two of them still had their resolve.
The two of us, brother and sister, will join hands and annihilate the Young Flame clan. Ning tightly clasped his cousin's hand.
Right.
Hand in hand, we will annihilate the Young Flame clan.
Yuchi Siye nodded in excitement as well.
The two of us shall be of one heart, and our will shall be sharp enough to cut metal. The two of us shall be of one heart, and our will shall be sharp enough to cut metal.
Ning nodded heavily as well. On this day. In this moment. The treasure auction was still underway.
Immortal Float Cloud was still on the street outside, waiting for and wanting to assassinate Ning. Yuchi Siye and Ji Ning, a pair of cousins, truly joined forces against their common foe, the Young Flame clan.
With 2 massive azure phoenixes pulling from up ahead, an immortal carriage, wreathed in golden flames, flew into the skies of the Heavenly Treasures Mountain. There were some servants by its side, and a large amount of golden imperials protecting its perimeter. Princess Siye and Ji Ning were both seated within the carriage. The Whitewater Hound was lying on one side, while little Chang remained wrapped around Ning's arm. Just a short while ago, when Princess Siya had pulled Ning into the immortal carriage, the maidservants were speaking out about how this action was inappropriate, for fear that Ning might be an assassin. Still, given how the princess always followed her own plans, there was naturally nothing they could do. In the imperial capital, it's quite common for geniuses to be pulled into and share carriages as part of a befriending process, Princess Siya sent mentally. If you are going to invite a genius to be your friend, can it be that you'd seat yourself in your carriage, then have him fly alongside it?
That would be a show of absolute disrespect to such a peerless genius.
Am I right? Ning could only let out a helpless laugh. Don't go take up residence in the Rain Dragon Guard headquarters. Although it's safe there, there's too many people and too many eyes. The Rain Dragon Guards of the Young Flame Clan will definitely be keeping watch over you, and all of your actions will be under complete surveillance. Better to come to King Yan's estate.
There will be absolutely no one who will make trouble for you, Princess CS sent mentally.
All right. Ning nodded.
It was true that his earlier plan had been to live at the Rain Dragon Guard headquarters in the imperial capital. The Rain Dragon God Peak was an absolutely secure location. The God Peak was higher than even the Skylight Palace, which meant that the martial power hidden within it was surely endlessly amazing.
Not even celestial immortals would dare to act rashly within it. However, plans never keep pace with events. He had run into his cousin, and so he would now go to the estate of a king of the imperial clan of the Grand Xia. Naturally, it was also extremely safe there.
The Golden Imperials, 2 of them are immortals?
Ning sent mentally.
Little brother, you truly are impressive. Right, these 100 Golden Imperials include 98 Primal Taoists and 2 loose Immortals. These are definitely the most elite soldiers amongst the Imperial Guard of the Imperial Capital. They had originally been bestowed upon Grandpa, who ordered them to obey my commands.
This time, I only brought out 2 small squad.
Every single squad has 1 loose Immortal and 49 Primal Taoist who can join together into a Tao soldier formation.
If 2 squads join forces, even tens of loose Immortals would find it difficult to defeat them, Princess CS sent mentally. Ning sighed in amazement upon hearing this.
The Imperial clan of the Grand Xia truly was extraordinary in its resources. Later, we'll only need to send out a single squad to annihilate that Snow Dragon Mountain you spoke of.
A fierce look flashed through Princess Sia's eyes. I'll have Grandpa give the Northmont clan of Stillwater advance notice. They absolutely won't argue about it. A sect that doesn't even have a single Earth Immortal or loose Immortal? If they get wiped out, they get wiped out. Ning nodded.
Previously, during their discussion in the residence, they had spoken of how Yuchi Mount had been killed by Snow Dragon Mountain's men. Yudong and Shuei had already died, leaving behind only Dong 7, who remained on Snow Dragon Mountain. Because Ning had been pursued by the Young Flame Clan, he absolutely didn't dare to spend time fighting at or attacking Snow Dragon Mountain. Upon being encircled and trapped there, he would be finished.
Annihilating Snow Dragon Mountain? To Ning, that was a bit tricky. But for Princess CA?
It was much easier.
Why isn't he out yet?
Immortal Floatcloud, who had been waiting on the streets outside for quite some time, was frowning. He had been waiting for a very long time now.
Swoosh!
Suddenly, an azure-robed servant emerged from the Heavenly Treasures Mountain headquarters, hurriedly sending mentally, Senior, Ning emerged, but he's with Princess Sia.
Princess Sia? Immortal Floatcloud was flabbergasted.
Just a few seconds later, an incomparably beautiful and noble pair of azure phoenix god beasts flew out, pulling an immortal carriage wreathed in golden flames. A green-robed woman was seated alongside Ning within it, and next to them lay a whitewater hound. In front of them and behind them was a troop of golden Imperials, emanating powerful auras. But, Immortal Floatcloud was completely poleaxed.
2 azure phoenix god beasts? 100 golden Imperials? How the hell am I supposed to assassinate him?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 11, Chapter 22, King Yen, Yamaking. Chapter 22, King Yen, Yamaking.
The 2 azure phoenix god beasts were both comparable to supreme loose immortals in power.
Those 2 squads of golden Imperials were even mightier. Even 10 immortal floatclouds wouldn't be able to do anything. What should I do? He's with Princess CA. How am I supposed to kill him?
Immortal Floatcloud began to briefly panic, but he quickly came back to his senses.
Princess Xie is a woman, and she never met Ning before.
This is just their first meeting. She wants to befriend him, which is why they are sharing an immortal carriage. I imagine that in a short while, they will separate, and Ning will return to his residence, while Princess Xie will go back to her royal residence.
I'll follow them. Once they separate, I'll kill Ning.
Immortal Floatcloud immediately sent a mental order to his subordinates, ordering them to follow. He stayed far away behind them, so as to avoid being discovered. The spies of the Young Flame clan quietly followed, only to discover that Ning and Princess Xie actually weren't separating. The Azure Phoenixes pulled the immortal carriage whistling through the air, all the way to King Yan's estate.
Come. Princess Xie disembarked from the immortal carriage. Ning, too, led the Whitewater Hound out of the carriage, following Princess Xie into the royal estate.
Senior, Ning and Princess Xie both entered King Yan's estate. The spy immediately reported back.
What? Entered the royal estate? Ning entered King Yan's estate? Immortal Floatcloud couldn't even believe it. Keep watching. I refuse to believe he won't come out.
As soon as he does, immediately report it to me.
Yes.
The spy resumed his watch. King Yan's estate took up a large amount of space, but it was fairly cold and pristine. This was because although most kings had many friends and relatives with them, King Yan had only a single family member, Princess Xie. This caused the estate to feel cold and clean. Still, King Yan was a newly ascended celestial immortal. Most likely in 1,000 years or 10,000 years, this estate would become incredibly lively.
The royal estate is quite large, Princess Xie said with a laugh. Many places are unoccupied. Later, I'll accompany you in picking out a place.
Everyone says that it is hard finding a place to stay in the imperial capital, and that most immortal cultivators can't even afford it, Ning laughed. I didn't expect that Ning, would actually be able to pick and choose.
It seems my luck isn't bad. Princess Xie laughed as well. The two walked together, chatting and laughing.
The two female soldier servants following them were quite surprised. Their princess was quite solitary and rarely made friends she could chat with. Those she did make friends with were all women. For her to chat so happily with a young man, they had never seen this before.
Xie, bring Ning to my place. A voice suddenly echoed in Princess Xie's mind. Let's go, Princess Xie said. My grandpa wants to see you. King Yan wishes to see me?
Ning felt a surge of nervousness. He knew that King Yan was a friend and not an enemy, but he was still a celestial immortal. Ning had never before seen a celestial immortal patriarch. Perhaps the Lord of Chui Palace Ning had met in the Netherworld Kingdom was a celestial immortal, or even more powerful than a celestial immortal, but Ning had been a mere mortal soul, and the Lord of Chui Palace had completely hidden and suppressed his aura of power.
Ning couldn't sense the Lord of Chui Palace's level of power at all.
Now, however, things were different. Ning was an immortal cultivator, and his soul was comparable to a supreme loose immortal's. He now understood more than ever before how powerful celestial immortals were.
Let's go. Princess Xie laughed as she pulled at Ning's hand. They are holding hands? The eyes of two female soldier servants escorting them turned completely round. Can the princess actually have fallen for Ning?
The two were personal maidservants. Although they were stunned, there was no way they would speak of what they had seen. Every single personal servant had sworn certain oaths to the Tao of the heavens. A very short time later, Princess Xie led Ning towards a graceful mountain. King Yan's estate spanned 1,000 kilometers, and so the insides of it were naturally filled with winding mountain ranges, and even some lakes and pools. This place, Skygazer Mountain, is the place which Grandpa likes to come to the most, Princess Xie said. Servants are forbidden from coming up the mountain. Usually, I'm the only one who goes up.
Oh? Ning nodded.
Little Cheng and Uncle White were left at the base of the mountain, not coming up, After all, King Yen had only said that he wanted to meet with Ning. At the very summit of a mountain peak, there was an old, gnarled, twisted tree. Next to it, there was a pavilion, which had a single table, a single chair, and a single person within it. This was a tall, muscular man who was dressed in a long black robe. He quietly sat there by himself, drinking wine and staring at the vast landscape around him. In this moment, it seemed as though the sky, the earth, and the man were all one being.
"Grandpa," Princess Sia called out, her voice breaking the stillness.
Only then did the man rise to his feet, turning to stare at them. He was more than 8 feet tall, and his eyebrows were crow-black and almost excessively thick. The eyes below the brows were staring straight at Ning.
Ning, in turn, was looking back at King Yen.
Whoosh! Everything in the surrounding area completely vanished. Ning could only sense an infinite, baleful aura, a baleful aura that filled the skies and covered the earth, so strong as to cause even Ning to feel fear. However, Ning's soul was powerful and his Dao heart was sturdy. His sword soul quickly stabilized itself, allowing him to escape that state a short moment later.
Ning looked at the man in front of him. "What a King Yen!
He didn't even try to consciously attack me, he just revealed the baleful aura contained within his body, but it was almost enough to cause me to lose myself within it." Cousin said that her grandpa had only an ordinary level of talent, and wasn't even viewed as important by the imperial clan of the Grand Xia, but he dared to use evil, demonic techniques and even strengthen the demonic mental attacks of the calamities to temper himself. This is a very crazy fellow, and because of his craziness, although his talent was clearly ordinary, he managed to force his way into becoming a celestial immortal. Ning knew quite well that it was rare for even a single celestial immortal to emerge within the Grand Xia Empire over the span of 1,000,000 years. King Yan's talent had been ordinary for an earth immortal, but he had succeeded in becoming a celestial immortal.
He most assuredly had his own terrifying secrets.
Everything else aside, that baleful aura contained within his gaze, that alone was enough to make Ning understand that this person before him had definitely undergone terrifying experiences.
Otherwise, there was no way the baleful aura could be so strong.
Ning pays his respects to you, King Yen. Ning respectfully bowed deeply.
"Not bad. You've only trained for 30 years, but your Dao heart wasn't moved by my baleful aura, you instantly threw it off."
King Yen nodded slightly, then said with a calm smile, formidable, but.
Princess Sia said, surprised, "Grandpa, you just praised him as formidable twice in a row? I've never seen you praise someone like that before. Sia, can it be that you don't know Grandpa's nickname?"
King Yen revealed a hint of smugness in his eyes.
"You mean, Yama King?" Sia said. 1.
Ning revealed a puzzled look.
Yama King refers to the Yama Hell Kings of the Netherworld Kingdom. Sia explained. "Even I don't know why Grandpa acquired a nickname like this. It's precisely because I became a celestial immortal through a life of slaughter that my baleful aura is this strong. Otherwise, why would others call me Yama King?"
King Yen laughed smugly. In front of his only granddaughter, he acted as if he were an ordinary person. If he wanted to laugh, he would, and if he wanted to be smug, he would.
And if he wanted to be unhappy, he would. King Yen looked at Ning.
"Which is why it is quite formidable that you are able to ignore the influence of my baleful aura. I know that you and Sia are maternal cousins."
King Yen nodded.
"I also know that enmity exists between you and the Young Flame clan. Their roots, however, are deep and stable, they won't be so easily uprooted."
Sia hasn't even publicly acknowledged her true surname.
"However, you, Ning, have truly gone head-on against the Young Flame clan.
You need to be careful in your day-to-day life." Ning nodded. "Understood. Grandpa." Princess Sia immediately said, "Didn't you say that Patriarch Arcanum of the Young Flame clan doted heavily on Young Flame known, and would definitely take revenge for him?"
"Yes, I did say that," King Yen nodded. "Patriarch Arcanum truly is quite an unreasonable fellow.
Although I'm savage, I can be reasonable. He, however, is completely unreasonable. That's why you have to be careful. Don't you have more golden Imperials under your control?
Divert a squad to my little brother, Sia immediately pleaded.
Ning was stunned.
She had never before mentioned this idea to him.
Golden Imperials? King Yin frowned.
Sia, the Golden Imperials belong to the Imperial Guard of the Imperial Clan of the Grand Xia. Generally speaking, only members of the Imperial Clan will have Imperial Guards with them.
You are a princess, so it doesn't matter that you have them with you, but if Ning were also to have them, this is... Grandpa! Princess Sia said frantically.
His Majesty, the Emperor, bestowed the Golden Imperials to you for you to command as you see fit, right? I'm not asking you to give my little brother all the Golden Imperials as protection, just a single squad. The laws of the Imperial Clan have never stated that the Golden Imperials can only protect Imperial Clan members.
King Yin shook his head, letting out a resigned laugh. It was true.
There was no way the laws of the Grand Xia would stipulate that Golden Imperials could only protect Imperial Clan members. After all, even the Emperor himself had his important ministers and subjects, or formidable independent roving immortals who he wanted to befriend. For the sake of showing his grace, he would arrange for some Golden Imperials to serve these people.
Fine then. King Yin nodded.
I'll arrange for a squad of Golden Imperials.
The worst thing that could happen is some people will mumble about it behind my back. Thank you, Grandpa. Grandpa, you are the best. Princess Sia hugged King Yin by the arm in quite the friendly manner. Ha ha ha. King Yin laughed.
Only with her, his granddaughter, would he feel the warmth of family. In front of others, he would always remain the legendary Yama King.
Hurry up and thank my grandpa, Princess Sia said, immediately looking at Ning.
Thank you, King Yin, Ning said hurriedly.
King Yin nodded, then laughed. Go now. You are quite cautious in front of me. Sia, make the arrangements for your little brother.
The royal estate is quite large, let him choose a place as he pleases, then have him settle down. There will definitely be no one who will dare to barge into my estate.
Grandpa, we'll leave now. Sia immediately pulled Ning away, and they quickly descended from Skygazer Mountain.
King Yin watched as Princess Sia and Ning went down the mountain.
He nodded lightly. Sia clearly is much happier now.
She suppressed her hatred in her heart for too long. In the end, it is family which will allow her to become a happier person. King Yin then turned and sat down again. He sat there, by himself, holding a cup of wine, staring at this vast, wide world. They had arrived at a grassy area next to a lake.
Ning nodded. Right here. I'll live here. Here? Princess Sia was flabbergasted. But this is a barren place. There's nothing but grass here. There's no place to stay at all. We have plenty of residences in this royal estate. Why are you going to stay in a barren grassland? Watch. Ning waved his hand. Whoosh.
Instantly, an enormous, beautiful immortal estate appeared, with beautiful pavilions and residences that were decorated with paintings and sculptures. Like golden jade, they stood there, emanating natural elemental ki.
What a fine immortal estate! Princess Sia was surprised. You can actually carry this immortal estate with you, it definitely can't be a cheap one. Right. This is an immortal estate that one can carry at the Wanshan level. It's worth at least 500,000 kilograms of liquefied elemental essence, Ning said. Actually, this immortal estate was one which the giant yellow bear had given to Ning, free of charge. Although it was a gift, Ning was absolutely forbidden from selling it. This was because within this immortal estate, which worth 500,000 kilograms, there was a region where the underwater estate was secreted. Within the underwater estate, inside the immortal estate, there were layers on layers of protective formations. It was definitely a completely safe spot. 500,000 kilograms? Nice. Princess CS said, is this young flame known's as well? No. I acquired it by luck, Ning said. I knew it.
For you to be able to kill young flame gnome and a primal level fiend god means that you definitely must have had some tremendous strokes of fortune.
Princess Sia laughed, alright, go inside and get some rest. When night comes, I'll prepare a dinner banquet for you. Alright. Ning nodded. Get a good rest. You haven't had a chance to rest at all after arriving at the imperial capital. Princess Sia then led her 2 female soldier servants away.
As for Ning, he led Uncle White and Little Ching into his own immortal estate.
1. In Chinese, the yin of King Yan and the yama of Yama King are pronounced identically, although the characters are completely different.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 11, Chapter 23, 5 Craze arrives.
Chapter 23, 5 Craze arrives. Master, has Princess Sia taken a fancy to you? She's so nice to you. She even brought you to the royal estate and had you live here.
After they entered the immortal estate, Little Ching could no longer refrain from beginning to jabber at Ning.
Ning, son, this princess is indeed treating you quite well.
I feel as though she is being sincere, the Whitewater Hound said as well.
Ning just grinned, not explaining.
The fact that his cousin's name was Yuchi Sia was a major secret which she had never before revealed to her servants or spirit beasts.
Naturally, Ning wouldn't reveal it either.
Although his spirit beasts were absolutely loyal to him, sometimes, just because a person didn't want to reveal a secret, didn't mean it wouldn't end up being revealed anyhow.
For example, weren't the members of the Yuchi clan all soul-scoured?
We've already established ourselves here, at the imperial capital of the Grand Xia, Ning said. Next, we'll just stay for a time here at King Yan's estate, awaiting the conclave of immortal destiny. Ning, son, at the Heavenly Treasures Mountain, you suppressed many challengers with your financial might, spending
5 million kilograms of liquefied elemental essence to buy the peacock plumes.
I trust that word of this will quickly spread, and more people within the imperial capital will know of you. Soon, I imagine, some major clans will invite you over, Uncle White said.
Ning nodded.
This was what he had planned to begin with. He had originally wanted to seek out various powers, so as to use their strength against the Young Flame clan.
He hadn't expected he would run into his cousin.
There's no harm getting to know more of the clans and tribes which are feuding against the Young Flame clan, Ning said. Uncle White, Little Chang, let me go train in my private room for a time.
If there's nothing important, don't call for me.
And then, Ning returned to his own private room.
As for the underwater estate, it was secreted within that very room. Whoosh! Ning entered the private room.
Within it, there was actually a secondary door. Upon opening it, he immediately arrived at the enormous main hall of the underwater estate, filled with those giant prayer mats. The giant yellow bear was within the main hall, smiling as he looked at Ning. King Yan truly is a fine fellow. Earlier, when he swept his entire royal estate with his corsents, he scanned our immortal estate as well. When he realized that there were layers of restrictive spells on it, he didn't try to send his corsents to penetrate through them.
Corsents, this was something a level higher than even divine sense.
Immortal cultivators were primarily divided into 2 categories, the one before and the one after the celestial tribulation. The category before the tribulation was a category filled with misery and painstaking work, faced with the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations and countless dangers. The divine soul of this level was independent, even after becoming a primal Taoist. Although the divine soul would enter the body of the primal, it would just be nurtured there within it.
The soul itself was still stand-alone and independent.
Independent souls could divide into 2, and the split half could be trained into a primal twin. The second category of immortal cultivators was those who had overcome the celestial tribulation. After it, the divine soul and the primal would truly fuse together. There would be no distinction between the two, each would be part of the other. This was a true transformative change, and over the process of it, the core sense would emerge as well. This was a form of power that was even more formidable than divine sense. A form of power that was able to touch on the hidden, underworld currents of fate and destiny. This royal estate is his territory. After all, some celestial immortals will carefully investigate everything which is brought onto their estate, or even force their way in to take a look. King Yen, however, went out of his way to avoid scanning this estate again. The giant yellow bear nodded in approval. Clearly, he was quite approving of the way this King Yen acted.
If he insisted on using his core sense to investigate? Ning asked.
I could forcibly deny him, the giant yellow bear said. Or, I could allow his core sense in and let him believe that he had already found everything, when in reality, he would be ridiculously wrong.
Ning nodded.
He then sat down in the lotus position, and with a wave of his hand, produced the 5 peacock plumes.
The peacock plumes emanated powerful ripples of might that were not one whit weaker than that of an ordinary immortal-ranked magic treasure. The space and world around them even seemed to begin to congeal. Still, compared to the thousand-bull sword, it was still rather weaker. What a pity! A peacock with plumes that manifested from the 5 elements actually died at the void level.
If he had overcome the celestial tribulation, the various major powers of the 3 realms would probably fight over him as a mount, the giant yellow bear sighed.
The more monstrously powerful a god beast is, the harder it is for them to overcome the celestial tribulation. A mount? Ning was speechless.
Poor god beast, his destiny was just to become a mount at best?
Ning then stretched out both of his arms, beginning to absorb the extracted essence of the 5 elements contained within the 5 peacock plumes. Ning executed a special technique, and his palms began to be covered with the divine starsizer runes. The divine runes glowed with light, and the round runes began to spin, vaguely generating a devouring power that seemed to fill the region. The 5 elements' peacock plumes began to try and resist, not willing to allow the essence of the 5 elements within themselves be lost. However, these were non-living items. How could they overcome the technique? Slowly, one strand after another of essence was extracted from and flew out of the 5 peacock plumes. The strands were golden, azure, watery blue, fire red, and dark yellow. The 5 types of essence continuously flew out and into Ning's twin hands. Slowly, Ning's entire body began to send out one ripple of power after another as well. Time passed on. The 5 colored essences continuously flew into Ning's hands. After a long period of time, Ning finally put his hands down, halting the absorption process. That's enough. After having absorbed enough of the 5 elements' essence, Ning began to activate another technique. Boom! 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 His twin hands began to emanate a blinding, pentacolor aura of light. The strength of the light was incomparably strong. His hands were no longer ordinary items, they were more like magic treasures, and the powerful ripples emanating from them vastly surpassed those given off by heaven-ranked magic items in power. Slowly, the pentacolored aura of light swiveled and spun into Ning's palms, transforming into a chaotic mash of colors. Immediately afterwards, the round divine tattoos on Ning's palms once more began to expand and become even more profound, with some additional, complicated diagrams appearing. As they did so, the ripples emanating from them began to grow even more terrifyingly strong. The 6 cycles of the starsizer, the second cycle is completed. Ning revealed a look of delight. Phew! Ning clenched his fists. Boom! Boom! Both fists exploded with power, causing sonic booms. Even the surrounding space, which had been congealed and frozen by the 5 elements' peacock plumes, trembled and shook, with the energy within beginning to fluctuate. My pair of hands, they are far more powerful than even heaven-ranked magic items. They are comparable to immortal-ranked magic items now. Ning sighed in amazement. From the first cycle to the second cycle, it truly is a major rise in power.
Only after training to the second cycle can my fiend god body truly explode with the power it should have. Actually, the true, star-seizing hand technique was to transform one's hands into weapons. When receiving the legacy, Ning had seen one image after another of Dao's three lives using his own hands to launch attacks. The hands of Dao's three lives were more terrifying than any magic treasure. He had no need of any magic treasures. His hands were the most powerful of magic treasures. Ning, however, used his hands to control his swords. Ning, after having mastered the second cycle, your star-seizing hand, has already reached the highest level of power which your current fiend god body can withstand. The giant yellow bear nodded and said praisingly, train harder. You are only at the 11th stage of the crimson bright diagram of the 9 heavens. If you were to train to the 12th stage, then you would have an even better chance at the conclave of immortal destiny.
Senior, if I used the star-seizing hand at the conclave, wouldn't I be revealing myself?
Supposedly, the conclave will attract attention from some of the most formidable figures of the 3 realms, Ning said.
Don't worry.
As long as you don't reveal the divine star-sizer tattoos, they won't be able to realize what you are doing, no matter how many times you use the technique, the giant yellow bear said with a laugh. At most, they'll believe that you have access to some sort of powerful divine ability or secret art, or perhaps they'll believe that your weapons, the Dark North swords, are incredibly powerful. There's no way they'll be able to guess at the true might of your divine ability.
Ning nodded.
There's no major power who, just by glancing at your physical body, can recognize the divine ability you are using, the giant yellow bear said. Unless it's one of those special attack divine abilities, or those divine abilities that allow the body to instantaneously increase in size. Those are all immediately recognizable. Aside from that, it's incredibly hard to recognize the vast majority of divine abilities.
Eh? The giant yellow bear frowned. Someone is coming. Ning could sense it as well.
A servant had arrived outside the gates to his immortal estate. I'll take a look, Ning said.
Swoosh.